Gadamer. A Philosophical Portrait. Donatella di Cesare. Translated by Niall Keane. Introduction. The name Hans-Georg Gadamer is intimately bound up with philosophical hermeneutics. Like only a few other contemporary currents, hermeneutics has exerted a widespread influence that goes well beyond the limits of philosophy and that has a depth and range difficult to evaluate. From aesthetics to literary criticism, from theology to jurisprudence, from sociology to psychiatry, there is almost no area of the humanities without a hermeneutic substratum. Not even epistemology has remained neutral. Assessing the widely differentiated, international effects of hermeneutics within philosophy is still more difficult. Gadamer was not only a witness of, but also an interlocutor for, the most important philosophical trends in the last century. Beyond the consequences of the many debates, his openness promoted the spread of hermeneutics in Europe and across North America. By virtue of this success, philosophical hermeneutics has become synonymous with continental philosophy in general. A great number of books, essays, dissertations, conferences, debates, and films have been dedicated to Gadamer. His principal work, Truth and Method, has been translated into 13 languages, including English, French, Spanish, and Italian, in addition to Russian, Chinese, and Japanese. Few other philosophers have been so present on the public stage, and few have spoken so often on the most varied and topical issues. In an era that is becoming less and less philosophical, Gadamer bore witness to the necessity of philosophy as a critical vigilance and the unconditional freedom of questioning. The difficulty of writing a monograph about Gadamer lies not only in giving an account of all this. In the course of his long life, Gadamer wrote a great deal, as the 10 volumes of his collected works indicate. Even his well-known book Truth and Method, a goal that he reached with difficulty, represents only one stage on his way from phenomenology to dialectics. The fullness of what he went on to produce, over more than 40 years, should be neither neglected nor ignored, for if it is, the rich unfolding and differentiation of his philosophical perspective will be overlooked. The importance usually attributed to Truth and Method has overshadowed not only the later writings, but also the earlier ones. Hence the decisive role that Greek philosophy plays for hermeneutics has not been sufficiently noted. There are only a few traces of Greek philosophy in Truth and Method, where the main concern is to outline a hermeneutic philosophy against the background of both classical hermeneutics and Heidegger's hermeneutics of facticity. Nevertheless, Gadamer himself judged his work on Plato's dialectical ethics, as well as his studies on Greek thought, as the best and most original part of his philosophical activity. 1. Considering the entire history of his work, it could be said that Gadamer's magnum opus is perhaps the book he never wrote on Plato. Gadamer would certainly also have wished to publish a more complete volume than the one that appeared in English under the title Hegel's Dialectic, 5 Hermeneutical Studies, and to elaborate on the many essays, more than 20, that he dedicated to Heidegger, only some of which were included in the volume Heidegger's Ways. There is a further difficulty that a monograph on Gadamer should not avoid, and that is his tormented relationship to writing. In order to get around his Socratic resistance to writing, he preferred the form of the lecture, the talk, or the debate. It is not an exaggeration to say that almost everything he wrote is based on dialogue. This inclination is also reflected in Gadamer's style. His texts, above all those of the last period, are written in lucid and striking prose, which makes them accessible to a broad audience. Undoubtedly his texts suffer in the transition from the oral to the written form. However, his way of writing is always careful to interrogate everyday language and to avoid rigid terminology. Without being conceptually imprecise, everything Gadamer said could have been said differently. His texts remain evidently incomplete and open-ended. Yet this open-endedness, which may cause irritation, is not a flaw for Gadamer. On the contrary, he justifies it theoretically. On closer inspection, the difficulty is not really a difficulty. His impatience with writing is dictated by both personal and philosophical motivations. It is impossible to say where the personal strays into the philosophical, since his philosophy bears the stamp of his individuality. The choice of dialogue is thus not at all arbitrary. One cannot speak of philosophical texts in the same way one speaks of literary texts. The philosophical text, whose conceptual fixity may tend toward metaphysical rigidity, begins to speak anew through the word that, by questioning, interprets it. Hence dialogue becomes the form of philosophy for Gadamer. Here the Socratic inspiration of philosophical hermeneutics comes to light. Gadamer remained faithful to this inspiration, not only for the sake of coherence but because it would not have been possible for him to be any other way. If, in order to philosophize, Heidegger needed to withdraw to the Black Forest, then Gadamer needed to go to the Ager, to let himself be overtaken and surprised by the encounters with others. Gadamer could not think without an interlocutor, without the dialectic of question and answer. The labor of the concept was unimaginable for him without the word of the other. That is why his philosophy shows the traces of the dialogue from which it sprang, and differs according to the interlocutor, situation, and theme. Hermeneutic philosophy, Gadamer points out, does not understand itself as an absolute position, but as a path of experiencing. For it there is no higher principle than this, holding oneself open to the conversation, RPJ 36/GW2505. This is possible only for a philosophy of finitude that is aware of its finitude, yet does not renounce the infinite and makes infinite dialogue the very form of its philosophizing. Without reducing the significance of truth and method or diminishing the value of the published writings, it is necessary to emphasize that Gadamer's philosophy does not exhaust itself in its written form. This does not mean that there are esoteric doctrines. However, what he says of Plato can also be said of Gadamer himself. Everything in his philosophy is protreptic, everything points beyond itself. Since nothing can be definitive, philosophical research must remain open and should neither become fixed nor find systematic form, at least within the limits of a written text. Philosophical research points back to dialogue, but also to the philosopher's decisions and lived experience. Whoever met Gadamer knows how true this description is, but also how difficult and yet necessary it is to render all of this in a monograph. Philosophy was never merely a profession for him. According to the close connection between theory and practice that guides hermeneutics, everything that Gadamer said and did, along with how he acted, formed a unity. This monograph will presume the Socratic harmony of logos and rgon, word and deed, in order to let the unity of his philosophy emerge with the awareness that, despite the intervening distance, every portrait is an idealization. Notes. 1. Hans-Georg Gadamer, Preface to the Italian edition, in Studi Platonici, ed. Giovanni Moretto, Torino, Mariotti, 1983, 11. 1. Living through a century. He who philosophizes is not at one with the previous and contemporary world's ways of thinking of things. Thus Plato's discussions are often not only directed to something but also directed against it. DDP 39/GW5 187. 1. The Sky over Breslau. Hans-Georg Gadamer was born in Marburg on February 11, 1900. His father was a well-known professor of pharmaceutical chemistry. Deeply convinced of scientific progress, he was, according to his son, authoritarian in the worst way but with the best of intentions. PA 3/PL9. In 1902 he was called as a full professor to Breslau, in today's Poland, where Gadamer spent his entire childhood and adolescence. At the age of only 35, Gadamer's mother, Emma Caroline Johannichwies, died in the spring of 1904. Her son, who barely knew her, always remembered her fondness for music, her passion for art, and her love of literature. In the grey atmosphere of his paternal home, the years in Breslau were gloomy and oppressive, marked by the technological advances that heralded the new century. On the city's streets the first cars mingled with horse-drawn carriages. Gas lanterns were slowly replaced by electric lights, movie theaters opened their doors, and telephones were installed. The Zeppelin flew across the Breslau sky, but the sinking of the Titanic in 1912 shocked contemporary culture and began to undermine the optimistic faith in technology. F221/EE8.1 Although Breslau was a quiet provincial city far removed from the front, the effects of the First World War soon made themselves felt. Germany emerged from the chaos of war economically broke, politically unstable, disillusioned, and disoriented by a deep need for direction. In the spring of 1918 Gadamer enrolled in Breslau University. During his first semester he studied some of the most disparate topics in the humanities: German, art history, psychology, history, and Asian studies. In his second semester he began to follow the lecture courses of the Neo-Kantians Eugen Kahnemann, 1868-1946, Julius Guttmann, 1880-1950, and Richard Honigswald, 1875-1947, and it was Honigswald who urged him toward philosophy. Admitted to a seminar on the philosophy of language that Honigswald held for advanced students, Gadamer asked a question about the difference between signs and words that brought him unexpected praise, strengthened his self-esteem, and in a sense opened his path to philosophy. 2. As with many of his generation, the encounter with new ideas in those years occurred through the reading of the Betrachtungen eines Unpolitischen, Reflections of a Non-Political Man, by Thomas Mann, 1875-1955, and through the cultural criticism exerted by the George Kreis, The Circle Around Stefan George, 1868-1933. To Marburg and philosophy. In October 1919 Gadamer moved with his family to Marburg, where his father, Johannes Gadamer, 1867-1928, had received a new chair and where he became rector in 1922. Through a lucky coincidence the best of German intellectual culture had converged on this university town. It suffices to mention a few names: Ernst Robert Curtius, 1886-1956, in Romance Studies, Rudolf Bultmann, 1884-1976, in Theology, Richard Hamann, 1879-1961, in Art History, and Paul Naderp, 1854-1924, and Nikolai Hartmann, 1882-1950, in Philosophy. Gadamer would take advantage of this constellation through his ability to listen to and learn from different points of view, which distinguished him even then. The 20 years spent in the university town from 1919 to 1938 were important for his intellectual formation and decisive for his philosophical thought. His involvement with the George Circle also dates from his time in Marburg. Gadamer was introduced to the circle by the Romanist Curtius, who strongly influenced his reading in those years. The circle was distinctive for its scornful detachment from the decadent civilized world, dominated by the charismatic leadership of George. It was governed by ironclad, esoteric rules. 3 The circle's activity in Marburg revolved around a historian of economics Friedrich Wolters, 1876-1930, who taught there from 1920 to 1923, together with his friend, the poet Oskar Scheurer, 1892-1949. Gadamer attended Wolters's seminars for a time, where he also became acquainted with Hans Anton. Gadamer later witnessed the relationship between Anton and Max Kammerl, 1902-44, the writer and literary critic, which came to a tragic end. Gadamer was attracted to the group only by the privilege given to the poetic experience of truth. However, he was driven out of the circle, where not only science but also philosophy began to be disliked. An even harder destiny befell Kammerl, who, by trying to keep his distance, showed that George and his poetry could also be admired outside the Kreis. When Gadamer started studying philosophy, Marburg was famous above all for Neo-Kantianism. Its founder, Hermann Cohen, 1842-1918, having worked for decades in Marburg with the rallying cry back to Kant, moved to Berlin in 1912 and left the hard-won fate of the Marburg school in the hands of two other proponents, Naderp and Hartmann. Both men, but especially Nikolai Hartmann, would guide Gadamer's initial steps. Though considered the last representative of Neo-Kantianism, it was actually Hartmann who declared its end by distancing himself in the name of critical realism. Still relatively young, he was a teacher, a friend, and, in a sense, a father for Gadamer, supporting him with affection and esteem. Despite the appearance of being cold and distant, Hartmann was very close to his students. He knew how to alternate between intensive and focused work and evenings animated by his affable and energetic personality. His influence on Gadamer should not be underestimated. RPJ 7/GW2 483. For it was Hartmann, after all, who convinced him to complete his dissertation with Naderb. Entitled The Essence of Pleasure according to Plato's Dialogues, Das Wesen der Lust nach den Platonischen Dialogen, the dissertation remained unpublished, yet already in those 116 badly written pages, with only 5 footnotes, there appears the idea of the good that, as a bridge between Plato and Aristotle, would guide Gadamer's future reflections. 5 Even if Hartmann and Naderb wrote 2 diametrically opposed reviews of the work, they both agreed to give it the highest mark. 3 A demanding teacher, Heidegger's example. Immediately after his graduation in August 1922, Gadamer contracted a severe form of infantile paralysis, poliomyelitis. The illness marked a profound break in his life. He had to live in quarantine while his convalescence stretched throughout the entire winter. In those long months he read, among others, the literary work of Jean-Paul and the logical investigations of Edmund Husserl, 1859–1938. Yet something new occurred during the time of his illness. Naderb lent Gadamer a manuscript on Aristotle written by Husserl's young assistant in Freiburg, Martin Heidegger, 1889–1976. 6. Heidegger's name had been discussed for a long time, and Gadamer had already heard of him. Surrounded by an aura of fame, Heidegger was regarded as the secret king of German philosophy, as Hannah Arendt would later describe him in her memoirs. 7 However, since Heidegger had not yet published anything, this fame was based only on the suggestive power of his lectures. That was precisely why Naderb, who wanted to appoint him to a professorship at the University of Marburg, asked him for a report on his work on Aristotle. Gadamer, perhaps influenced by Naderb's positive evaluation, decided to go to Freiburg as soon as his strength would allow him. In a letter dated September 27, 1922, he communicated his decision to Heidegger, who answered quickly with a card. 8 This was the beginning of a relationship that lasted a lifetime, and the encounter with Heidegger left an indelible mark on Gadamer. Not only were the results Gadamer had achieved by that time in his study of philosophy put into question, but the initial doubts about his self-confidence, which may have been gained too early, started to emerge. PA 14/PL 23. In April 1923, not yet having recovered fully from his illness and having just married Frieda Kratz, 1898–1979, a native of Breslau, Gadamer moved to Freiburg. The small-town university scene was dominated by Husserl, and so Gadamer felt almost obliged to attend his lectures and seminars. For Husserl, it was clear that the young student, recommended by Naderb, should write on Aristotle, while the name of Aristotle seemed the only link that, beyond the label of phenomenology, still connected Husserl and Heidegger. Yet Gadamer's enthusiasm for Heidegger soon mirrored his disappointment in Husserl, who indulged in long didactic monologues during his lectures. Gadamer would later speak of the seduction of the podium, GW2 212. 9 Fyodor Stepan, 1884–1965, one of his fellow students, described Husserl as a watchmaker gone mad, because during his explications he turned his right hand in the left, a movement of concentration that had something of a craftsman-like, ideal descriptive technique to it. PA 35/PL 31. Thereafter, for Gadamer, phenomenology remained above all that of Max Scheler, 1874–1928, whom he had already met in 1920 in Marburg and whom he never ceased to admire. Heidegger had prepared a course on logic for the summer semester of 1923, but when he learned that a colleague was to offer the same course, he decided to change the topic and announced a new title, Ontology. A little later the title was stated more precisely, The hermeneutics of facticity 10. Thus Gadamer's first encounter with Heidegger took place under the banner of hermeneutics. But during that summer semester Gadamer was almost more attracted to another topic. 11 Heidegger held a lecture and gave 4 seminars, one of which dealt with the 6th book of the Nicomachean Ethics. The concept of phronesis, discussed in those pages by Aristotle, would accompany Gadamer into his final years. 12. The seminar on Aristotle marked the beginning of an even closer relationship between the two that went far beyond academic boundaries. Heidegger invited Gadamer to read the Metaphysics with him, and this work stretched unexpectedly into the summer vacation. From July 29 to August 23, 1923, Gadamer and his wife spent 4 weeks in Heidegger's hut, in Tottenauberg. Following his teacher, Gadamer learned how to read Aristotle phenomenologically, but at the same time he also learned from Aristotle how to address philosophical questions to his own time. GW 1031-45. Along with the seminars in Freiburg, this reading experience was his first practical introduction to the universality of hermeneutics, RPJ 10/GW 2486. Heidegger, for his part, also needed an introduction. The philosopher from the Black Forest, who had never left Freiburg and Baden, had just been invited to Marburg by Naterp and hence took advantage of Gadamer to learn more about that philosopher's stronghold. He was inspired by anything but peaceful intentions. Even before his official entry to Marburg, Heidegger took an almost aggressive posture toward his neo-Kantian colleagues. Hartmann was his main target. On July 14, 1923, he wrote to Karl Jaspers, 1883-1969, with whom he had developed a philosophical kinship, about his combat plans. He would make things hot for Hartmann, supported by the shock troops of 16 students he would bring with him from Freiburg, some of them just hangers-on, others serious and capable collaborators. 13. Among the latter was also Gadamer, who left Freiburg reluctantly. The summer semester distanced him once and for all from the abstract exercises in thinking led by Nikolai Hartmann, and drew him onto Heidegger's paths, PA 37/PL 34. His very earliest writings testify to this change. In a contribution to the Festschrift for Naterp published in 1924, Gadamer revealed his perplexities about the idea of a philosophical system, which in Neo-Kantianism was almost a dogmatic principle. 14 In his review of Hartmann's Metaphysics of Knowledge, Metaphysik der Erkenntnis, for the distinguished journal Logos, the place where the text was written appears very clearly, Freiburg im Breisgau. 15 Although he viewed Hartmann's rapprochement with phenomenology positively, Gadamer did not consider his Aristotelian realism radical enough. He pointed to the unavoidable task of a critical destruction of the philosophical tradition, thus revealing Heidegger as the source of his reflections. 16 At issue in the long debate with Hartmann was the purely descriptive attitude, free from every point of view. According to Gadamer, there was no way to approach a thing that would not be decisively determined by the peculiarity of one's own position. 17 Though the word hermeneutics does not appear, its seeds are clearly recognizable in his critique of the theory of knowledge and his doubts about the very idea of a system. All beginnings bring significant difficulties. When Gadamer returned to Marburg in the winter semester of 1923-24, this time with his new teacher, whose assistant he had become, he encountered the problem of finding his own place within the complicated academic landscape. He tried to mediate in the relationship between Hartmann and Heidegger, which was steadily worsening. Whereas the majority of students went to the lectures of the latter, the lectures of the former remained poorly attended. 18 When Heidegger stepped up to the podium, he impressed everyone with his energy, his power of concentration, and his radicalism. It is impossible to exaggerate the drama of Heidegger's appearance in Marburg, Gadamer recalled, PA 48/PL 214, GW 1016. An entire generation was mesmerized by him. Along with Gadamer there were such philosophers as Hannah Arendt, 1906-75, Karl Loewe, 1897-1973, Gerhard Kruger, 1902-72, Jacob Klein, 1899 to 1978, and Hans Jonas, 1903 to 93. But Heidegger was a demanding teacher, especially once he had freed himself from the dominant figure of Husserl and gained a new self-confidence, not only in his self-worth but also in the possibility that he could shape the future of German philosophy. He also owed his confidence to the work that was slowly taking shape through his lectures, namely, Being and Time. Gadamer, who had produced only a little, had to bear the consequences. Despite everything, in Heidegger's eyes he remained a follower of Hartmann. For the philosopher from the Black Forest, who in this way revealed his petit bourgeois revanchism, Gadamer was the son of that academic aristocracy, which he could barely tolerate. He bluntly expressed his doubts about Gadamer's philosophical talent in a letter to Löwit from March 27, 1925, using words similar to what he had written to Gadamer himself in a letter from 1924, "If you cannot summon sufficient toughness toward yourself, nothing will become of you." 19 Gadamer, who had decided to write his habilitation with Heidegger, bore his genial teacher's lack of trust with a scarcely concealed bitterness. In truth, he was deeply disappointed. His inner self-certainty, which had already been sorely tested by the figure of his father, was once again powerfully undermined. For Plato in the future. Thus began the years that Gadamer called in his autobiography his no one's years, PA 35/PL 30. He describes them accordingly: "These were years of deep doubt about my intellectual gifts, but they were also years in which I finally began to work seriously. I became a classical philologist under the friendly guidance of Paul Friedlander, PA 37/PL 34. For Gadamer, the study of classical philology was his way of liberating himself from Heidegger. After Easter 1925, he started up his new studies and attended the classes of Paul Friedlander, 1882 to 1968, as well as of Ernst Lommatzsch, 1871 to 1949, and Paul Jacob Stahl, 1880 to 1957. What he was looking for, after the encounter with Heidegger, was a solid ground. I actually became a classical philologist because of the feeling that I would simply be crushed by the dominance of his thinking, unless I found my own ground on which I could stand more firmly than this powerful thinker himself." 20. A solid ground meant first of all material security. These were the years of the great inflation, the ruin of the middle class in Germany. Gadamer's situation was no different from that of his friends and colleagues in Marburg. All of them barely managed to get by with the help of a fellowship from the Emergency Association of German Science, nach Gemeinschafter Deutschen Wissenschaft. 21 Philology also undoubtedly offered him more security. It would not necessarily facilitate a university career, but it would at least give Gadamer the chance to become a high school teacher of ancient Greek. A solid ground also meant the grounding of textual knowledge. Gadamer moved from the slippery territory of contemporary philosophy to the stable and solid ground of the classics. He would respond to those who asked him about his studies thusly: "I basically only read books that are at least 2,000 years old, PA 72/PL 47. Gadamer felt encouraged in his decision by Bultmann, the Protestant theologian who had found in Heidegger's philosophy a framework for critical exegesis, whereby he read the New Testament as a text like any other classic. Gadamer was admitted into Bultmann's famous Graika. In academic terms, the Graika meant a circle of docents and students who interpreted the texts of classical literature together, and he took part in it for 15 years. This was one of his most deeply formative experiences. Yet Gadamer's initial passion for literature did not diminish during this time. Every week he met with his closest friends, including Löwit and Kruger, to read the great novels by Balzac, Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, Gogol, and Goncharov, while not overlooking modern authors such as Joseph Conrad, Knud Hamsun, and André Gide, PA 41/PL 39.22. Gadamer's main reference point in those years, however, was Paul Friedlander, who was engaged with the first of the 3 volumes of his magnum opus on Plato, GW 10403. Besides attending his lectures and seminars, Gadamer also took part in Friedlander's Greika.23. This intensive collaboration was productive for both. Gadamer's interpretations may have helped to form Friedlander's image of Plato, while Friedlander's minute textual exegeses not only of Plato and Aristotle, but also of the poets, especially Pindar, deeply influenced the development of Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics. At that time Gadamer discovered that dialogue was not merely an artistic expedient but a leading motif of Plato's philosophy. The idea of a dialogical ethics, which would later form the basis of his habilitation, arose in those years. In Friedlander's seminar Gadamer presented his work on Aristotle's Protrepticus, which would be published in 1928 in the prestigious journal Hermes.24. The famous philologist Werner Jaeger, 1888–1961, believed that the Protrepticus is a text from Aristotle's youth that, in its conception of ethics, retains traces of Platonism. Jaeger wanted to establish a genetic interpretation of Aristotle, according to which at least three phases in his philosophy could be distinguished. Gadamer was able, however, through his attentive and bold philological reading of both the text and the context, to show that the Protrepticus, as its title would suggest, protreptian means to stimulate or to awaken, does not contain a conception of ethics but rather a call to philosophize. On the invitation from Friedlander, Gadamer took part in the meeting of classical philologists from July 10 to 12, 1930, in Naumburg, where among others he met Karl Reinhardt, 1886–1958, for whom he formed a lasting appreciation. On this occasion he also met Jaeger personally, and they remained in contact until his emigration to America in 1936.25. In the Greek ideal of education Jaeger saw the basis of a neo-humanism, which would emerge later in his Paideia, a work published clandestinely in the 30s in Germany. Though Heidegger found humanism to be naive and bloodless, Gadamer campaigned in Truth and Method for a rehabilitation of humanistic concepts. 26. On July 20, 1927, Gadamer passed the state examination in classical philology with less than brilliant results. He had already decided to continue his studies and to write his habilitation with Friedlander. But the day after the examination Gadamer received a short and peremptory letter from Heidegger, urging Gadamer to write the habilitation with him in philosophy. Despite the strenuous path he had taken to achieve self-confidence and autonomy, Gadamer was surprised and flattered, and could not say no. Once again, Heidegger marked a turning point in his life, bringing him back to philosophy. Yet time was short. Heidegger was on the verge of returning to Freiburg in order to become Husserl's successor. For Gadamer, there was another even more pressing issue. For some months his father had lain seriously ill in the Marburg University Clinic. He died on April 15, 1928, full of concern about his son's future, before it was possible for Gadamer to receive the Venia Legendi, the teaching certification. Even in this difficult situation Gadamer was able to concentrate once again on Plato and to write his habilitation within 1 year. Its first title, which did not correspond entirely to its contents, was Phenomenological Interpretations of Plato's Philebus. Later, however, it was changed to Plato's Dialectical Ethics, Phenomenological Interpretations Relating to the Philebus, the final title of the book published in 1931. The work, which remained largely inconclusive, was conceived as a preliminary study of the Nicomachean ethics. It was assessed positively by both Friedlander and Heidegger, and Gadamer graduated on February 23, 1929. 5. A terrible awakening. A great goal seemed to have been reached. Yet the years immediately following became even more difficult. Gadamer remained a private docent, Privatdozent, for almost a decade, so that the 30s would be the hardest and most critical years of his life. His working activity and financial situation did not improve, even after he received the Venia Legendi. He worked at the Philosophical Seminar in Marburg as a Privatdozent alongside Löwit and Kruger, with whom he developed an enduring friendship and a deep solidarity. After Heidegger's departure his 3 students, who had finally become docents, felt much freer and much more responsible. They formed a joint front and in a very short time gained an outstanding reputation. But Privatdozenten were not paid and survived in the most humble conditions, supported only by either occasional fellowships or the compensation they received, according to the number of their students, at the end of their courses. Competition was terribly keen. Löwit impressed everyone with his competence, his irony, and his personal charm. Kruger was brilliant and logical in the construction and exposition of his lectures. Gadamer, by contrast, was the youngest and the least confident, and he felt uncomfortable at the podium. The saying was among the students in Marburg that whatever Kruger would distinguish clearly and precisely, Gadamer would turn into a muddle. Soon a new scientific unit of measurement was discovered, the Gad, which designated a settled measure of unnecessary complications, PA 71/PL 46. In this precarious situation, it was almost impossible to find enough time to devote to research. After having completed his habilitation, Gadamer had not published anything else. The project of an edition with a commentary on Aristotle's physics was never carried out. 27 However, these were not the actual reasons that prevented him from receiving a chair. In 1933 Adolf Hitler seized power in Germany. The political events that followed very rapidly upset the life of the country and did not stop at the gates of the universities. Although many of the docents and students were critical of the Weimar Republic, the seizure of power by the National Socialists brought surprise, bewilderment, and astonishment. The German intelligentsia awoke as if from a long slumber. It was a terrible awakening, and we could not absolve ourselves of having failed to perform adequately as citizens. We had underrated Hitler and his kind, and admittedly we made the same mistake as the liberal press in doing this. Not one of us had read Mein Kampf. PA 75/PL 51. Inside the university, all or nearly all were convinced that the nightmare would soon be over. The deep contempt for the National Socialists, mixed with a foolish arrogance, led to a false estimation of the political reality. Even the anti-Semitism, which seemed far too primitive to be true, was misunderstood as a campaign slogan in a time of serious economic crisis. But the events, which with considerable blindness could be misinterpreted as isolated occurrences, took quite a different course. They proved to be the long-planned and state-sanctioned persecution of Jews, communists, political opponents, and all those taken by the Nazi regime to be foreigners and enemies. The Nuremberg laws finally left no more room for illusions. All dozenten of the Jewish race were forced to quit teaching, and Marburg University was emptied by this decree. Whereas some, such as Erich Frank, 1883 to 1949, were able to withdraw, even after Kristallnacht in 1938, and continue to live in Germany, most left the country. Among the first to leave was Löwit. He was joined by Strauss, Friedlander, Spitzer, Klein, Auerbach, Kroner, and Jacob Stahl, to name just a few. One felt ashamed to remain, Gadamer later remarked, PA 77/PL 54. 6. Germany during National Socialism. Gadamer remained. But remaining did not mean joining National Socialism. Various questions arise at this point. How did Gadamer live in those years? What did he think? How did he act? These could be summarized in the one question that everyone confronted at that time: what should be done in the face of National Socialism? If those are exempted who were forced into emigration, for the most part because of racist discrimination, or the minority who chose exile, then it is extremely problematic to evaluate by today's criteria the behavior of those who remained during the Third Reich. Nevertheless, this difficulty does not free us from the task of judging. The case of Gadamer is not a case as some have attempted to argue in recent years. The accusations, which range from opportunism to complicity or participation, demand a response. Hence it is necessary to show first of all where the accusations arise and what the motivations are behind them. In 1995 a book was published by Teresa Orozco, whose goal was to prove Gadamer's involvement in National Socialism on the basis of his publications from that time. 28 4 years later, in 1999, Jean Grandin published his biography of Gadamer, an extensive collection of materials that are nonetheless insufficiently elaborated, the work achieves precisely the opposite effect from the one the author presumably intended. Point 29. The way in which Grandin defends Gadamer, especially where no defense is required, gives rise to doubts and suspicions among even the most supportive readers. So he causes irritation and delivers above all a pretext to those who actually, beyond Gadamer, take aim at hermeneutics. In 2000 an essay appeared in English by Richard Volline, who speaks in the most aggressive tones of Gadamer's complicity with National Socialism. Point 30. The essay was also published in German in an edition of the Internationale Zeitschrift für Philosophie. 31. The editors chose to limit themselves to managing the spectacle, so to speak, and declared that their actual goal was in no way to solve the case of Gadamer, but was to bring to light the continuity between political hermeneutics in the Third Reich and the subsequent philosophical hermeneutics. 32. Their attempt is obviously not to prove Gadamer's possible complicities, for these in fact do not exist, but to discredit hermeneutics. Yet what evidence are these accusations based upon? What are the arguments that have been brought forward? To begin, 3 clarifications are necessary. First, Gadamer was no National Socialist in contrast to Heidegger and other muses called to arms. 33. Gadamer was never a member of the NSDAP, Nationalsozialistische Deutsche Arbeiterpartei, the National Socialist German Workers' Party, and never a supporter of National Socialist ideas. His position did not change after the Rome Putsch of June 30, 1934, when there was no longer any doubt about the totalitarian violence of the Nazi dictatorship and no further dissent allowed. Not being a party member was no mere bagatelle, one's life was at risk. 34. Second, Gadamer was no anti-Semite. In those years this was far from obvious, since anti-Semitism had deep and widespread roots. It is worth citing the significant example of Gottlob Frege in this regard. The founder of modern logic and the father of analytic philosophy sympathized with the extreme political right and wished for a logical Third Reich that would also lead the way to the new, political Third Reich. 35. Several times he stressed his contempt for every form of democracy, which should undermine the naive and dangerous belief that logical reason necessarily leads to political insight. On April 30, 1924, he wrote in his diary, "One can recognize that there are highly respectable Jews and still consider it a disaster that there are so many Jews in Germany and that they have the same political rights as the citizens of Aryan descent." 36. Just a few days earlier, on April 22, 1924, he had recorded his attitude in black and white, "Only in recent years have I learned to understand anti-Semitism well. If one wants to make laws against the Jews, one must create a sign by which a Jew can quickly be recognized. This is the difficulty I have always seen." 37. There is not even the shadow of such statements by Gadamer. More importantly, however, his friendships remained unchanged with those Jews from whom many had broken off contact. 38. In difficult conditions, in which any contact with Jews was scarcely tolerated and was already a form of resistance, Gadamer sheltered his friend Klein in his house for almost 2 years, from 1933 to 1934. Similarly, he supported Frank until the latter's departure from Marburg in 1939, and above all he maintained a steady connection with Löwit during the Nazi period and after, as their correspondence proves. 39. Finally, Gadamer was in no way unpolitical and certainly not after 1933. This point may seem less relevant when compared to others. Yet Gadamer's allegedly unpolitical attitude has brought the charge that he observed the events around him from a certain distance, and opportunistically sought only his own interest. But what this claim attacks first is hermeneutics. Insofar as it delivers no objective and normative criteria, hermeneutics would only be a philosophy of ambiguity, of ambivalence, and of non-commitment. 40. Gadamer belonged to the cultural elite, those who never sided with Hitler and who, even after the initial terrible awakening, firmly believed that the Nazis would stay in power for only a few months. His position was no different, for example, from that of Löwit. 41. Of course this does not lessen the responsibility of philosophy or philosophers at that time. but the difficulty of reacting immediately to the traumatic reality that had suddenly broken into the Marburg ivory tower cannot even be compared with Heidegger's ascent. Heidegger believed he could recognize in the National Socialist Revolution an answer to the forgetfulness of being in the Western world, and thus felt compelled to lead the leader, Den Führer zu führen. Like Carl Schmitt, he remained loyal to the National Socialist regime, even after he had given up, from 1934 to 1945, all direct involvement. In order to make this difference still clearer, one must add that Gadamer never succumbed to the fascination that National Socialism had on the second generation of European nihilists, a generation that was on a desperate quest for a way out of the crisis of the bourgeois world. He was, moreover, allergic to the mystical exaltations with which Ernst Jünger described the storms of steel in the First World War, just as he was impermeable to the fascistic ideology that in the Hitler regime celebrated the triumph of vitalistic impulses, the victory march of nature and technology, of force and myth. Gadamer was also intellectually immune to the aesthetic attractions of National Socialism that, for example, pervaded the George Circle. Certainly one can speak of a distance in Gadamer's attitude. But this distance was not the result of cynicism or resignation. Rather it was the distance of irony which in any case distinguished his manner of thinking and acting. Gadamer was, above all, ironic toward himself. He did not believe that he had been called to a higher mission. This irony marked his entire beginning with Truth and Method, where his philosophy of play emerges, and for Gadamer guides human practice. 42. From a political point of view, Gadamer always stressed that he was liberal before and after the Nazi period. 43. This position is reflected in both his political thought, which remains insufficiently studied, and his philosophy, which aims for liberation in the sense of going beyond oneself. This becomes apparent in the difference that exists between Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics and Heidegger's path of thinking. For Heidegger, Dasein in its thrownness is imprisoned, without escape, in the facticity of its there, which subsequently risks becoming ensnared. Levinas very clearly showed the similarity between an ontology of Dasein, who only cares about its own modes of being and does not call for any other, and the philosophy of Hitlerism. 44. For Gadamer, the experience of finitude is the collision of Dasein against its limits, which indeed, while it reveals its irrefutable eccentricity, drives Dasein at the same time to go outside itself into a beyond that is always the infinite beyond of the other. 45. Yet even before this difference in their philosophies could emerge, relations broke off between student and master. The news of Heidegger's official entry into the National Socialist Party left everyone in Marburg speechless. 46. Almost no one from his close circle followed him. The new rector of Freiburg was deeply disappointed by the irresoluteness of those little spoiled professors' sons who never wanted to make a commitment. 47. Beyond the evident political motives, one of the reasons for his resignation in April 1934 may also have been his humiliating isolation. In 1933 Heidegger sent a folder of various writings to Gadamer, among them his rectorial address, and signed the package with a German greeting. 48. Gadamer did not reply. 49. He met Heidegger again only 3 years later, and art was the pretext for the meeting. The topic that Gadamer had chosen for one of his courses in the summer semester of 1936 was Art and History, Introduction to the Humanities. Heidegger, for his part and after the failure of the rectorship, had begun the first of his lecture series on Hölderlin in the winter semester of 1934 to 35.50. The echo of these lectures, which were already considered to be a Hölderlinian philosophy, soon reached Marburg. In November of 1936, news arrived of a 3-part lecture series that Heidegger would hold near Frankfurt on the origin of the work of art. Gadamer, Frank, and Kruger went without hesitation, but even this occasion was not sufficient to break the ice between them. Only Gadamer's visit to Tottenberg in October of 1937, during which he was accompanied by Kruger and Walter Brocker, 1902-92, would restore the relationship, which remained unbroken until Heidegger's death in 1976. Yet this relationship was anything but easy or simple for Gadamer, who had to play the role of student, friend, and finally successor. Indeed, it was the source of many stimulating ideas but also of many frustrations. We never had successful conversations with each other, he confessed after Heidegger's death, GW 10-274. Gadamer's attitude toward his teacher and his political choices was similar to the responses of Heidegger's other students, both before and, above all, after the war. 51 Apart from a few exceptions, Gunther Enders, 1902-92, and Herbert Marcuse, 1898-1979, should be mentioned. None were intransigent, and, after the break in 1933, all resumed contact. Although they did not follow his path, his students, even the German Jews, were incapable of acknowledging his compliance with National Socialism and the seriousness of his involvement. Löwit himself never broke off correspondence with Heidegger. Hannah Arendt restored her friendship with her former teacher on her return to Germany in 1950, and in an essay that appeared in 1969 to commemorate Heidegger's 80th birthday, she wrote in a footnote of his attachment to National Socialism as if it were an escapade. 52. If one thinks of Heidegger's enormous influence, it is surprising that Gadamer was able to evade it, all the more since in his closest circle, several, from Max Kammerl to Hans Lips, 1889-1941, followed one another to join the National Socialist Party at a dizzying rate. What kept Gadamer from decisions of this kind was his friendship, either casual or not, with many Jews, which became, in various ways, a kind of salvation, as Gadamer later often repeated. 53 Since he experienced the years 1933 to 1934 with his Jewish friends, he inevitably adopted their perspective and saw the events through their eyes. Besides Löwit, it was above all Klein, a passionate reader of newspapers and attentive political observer, who gave the younger Gadamer decisive insights. 54. 7. Our guilt is that we are alive. In light of the fact that Gadamer remained in Germany, though he never entered the Endstab, two accusations have been leveled against him: that he built his career in an opportunistic way, and that he held lectures and wrote texts which, through their resonances and indirect references, could be ambiguously in line with the politics of National Socialism. The first charge is directed at the person, the second at his work. However, both charges are aimed at hermeneutics more than at Gadamer. As for the first charge, not only was Gadamer never a member of the Endstab, but there is no further documentation that would indicate his involvement. The only exception is his signature on the declaration of support by professors at German universities and colleges for Adolf Hitler and the National Socialist State. 55 At the end of this document there appear 26 signatures, among them Heidegger's, but also Kruger's and Werner Krause's, 1900 to 1976. The latter at that time was a Marxist and later a member of the Rote Kapelle. 56 Yet why did Gadamer sign? The document was read at a public meeting, where only those who had opposed it could have refused to sign. To oppose would have meant, in the best case, to pack one's bag. From today's perspective, Gadamer, and not only Gadamer, can be reproached for not expressing his dissent openly. But in Germany at the time there were few alternatives between being a Nazi and keeping silent. The assumption that silence means agreement certainly did not apply in that totalitarian state. One's life was at stake, and those who remained silent simply did not want to risk it. Jaspers wrote in 1946. We survivors did not seek death. We did not, as our Jewish friends were led away, go to the streets. We did not scream until someone killed us, too. We preferred to stay alive with the weak but valid reason that our death would not have helped anything. Our guilt is that we are alive. 57. To have remained in Germany and to have remained alive, this is Gadamer's guilt. Still, life at that time was anything but easy. On the contrary, those were years of hardships and obstacles. Gadamer could have spared himself these troubles for the most part if he, like his teacher, had become a member of the party. In any case, this would have facilitated his career. Indeed, it is evident that his political position damaged him. How could it have been otherwise? Gadamer completed his habilitation in 1929, but became a full professor only in 1939. At the outset he did not receive a temporary teaching position because of the terrible financial conditions of the university. He had his first appointment in Marburg in the winter semester of 1933-34. In the following 2 semesters, the summer semester of 1934 and the winter semester of 1934-35, he was called to the University of Kiel, where the chair held by Richard Kroner, who as a Jew was no longer allowed to teach, remained vacant. But since he did not have further prospects in Kiel, Gadamer returned in the winter of 1935 to Marburg, which in the meantime had changed profoundly. The pressure from the National Socialists had intensified. Some months before, the philosophy department had requested a temporary professorial position for him, which was common practice after 6 years of being a Privatdozent. But the Dozentenbund, the Association of National Socialist University Professors, opposed this decision. Gadamer had been stigmatized as politically unreliable. Even the loss of his title of Privatdozent was considered. Gadamer found himself at an extremely difficult crossroads. He would have had to relinquish his academic career, begin another profession, but which, and perhaps consider emigration, or he could have finally taken the party's membership card. He chose none of these. Instead, he sought another way out of the dilemma. In the fall of 1935 he voluntarily put himself forward for a kind of rehabilitation camp, Rehabilitierungslager, that had recently been organized to bring docents in line with National Socialism. He went to the camp at Weichselmunde on the Baltic Sea near Danzig, where he spent a few weeks. The rehabilitation was primarily a formal matter, besides some paramilitary nonsense, songs, and gymnastic exercises in which all the participants had to engage. No statement of allegiance was required. Along with all the others, Gadamer had to declare publicly what he was working on. The proverbial interest of Germans in philosophy made his life considerably easier, PA 79/PL 56. It was during the rehabilitation that all participants at the camp were brought to a ceremony at Tannenberg. On this occasion Gadamer saw Hitler from afar. What struck him was Hitler's small stature and his nervous way of moving his hands, as well as the mediocrity of the person, who even made an awkward impression, PA 79/PL 57. Back in Marburg, in the winter semester of 1935-36 and in the following summer semester of 1936, Gadamer acted as substitute for the chair held by Frank, who had been suspended because of racial discrimination. It had been Frank, a close friend of Gadamer, who had fought for his nomination. 58 But such paradoxical situations had in the meantime become the norm. If not to Gadamer, the substitute position would have been granted to Kruger, who, however, was already committed, or to someone else. Many professorial chairs were vacant, and some of them were cancelled. This was the case with Frank's chair, which was eliminated in 1936. Gadamer, who awaited the outcome of an application that had already been lodged in December 1935, received the title of temporary professor on April 20, 1937. 1 year later he was called to Leipzig as a substitute, where at the beginning of 1939 he finally received a professorial chair. The indoctrination to which he had submitted, not without irony in order to be rehabilitated, had probably been decisive in the eyes of the Nazis. If he had not taken this step he probably would have had to give up teaching. But it makes little sense to argue over mere conjecture. Indeed, it is questionable to claim that Gadamer promoted his career in an opportune, or even opportunistic, way by profiting from the political conditions of Nazi Germany. 59 The available chairs, which had remained vacant because of the race laws, would have certainly facilitated his situation, but his refusal to enter the Endstab was a major obstacle. How can advantages and disadvantages be weighed up here? Would it not have been much easier to set aside the main disadvantage and declare oneself a Nazi? Gadamer's decision in those years was to remain in Germany and continue to teach philosophy. However, he published little. 60 From 1933 to 1945, aside from the numerous reviews written mostly in the 1930s, more than 20 can be counted, and his lectures or short talks, about 25, which almost all occurred in the 1940s, Gadamer published only 6 philosophically relevant works: Plato and the Poets and Ancient Atomic Theory, 1934, On Kant's Foundation of Aesthetics and the Meaning of Art, as well as Hegel and the Historical Spirit, 1940, Hegel and the Dialectic of the Ancient Philosophers, 1940, Folk and History in Herder's Thought, 1941, and Plato's Educational State, 1942.61. Gadamer not only put aside his work on the physics and ethics of Aristotle, but he also avoided all topics that had clearly political echoes. The most telling example is a work on Hölderlin and the repercussions of the French Revolution on German culture. On the one hand, Gadamer did not want to expose himself to attacks, for Nazis liked to speak of Germany's special path, Sonderweg, and, on the other hand, he feared the exploitation of Hölderlin. 62. His research activity was mostly limited to Greek philosophy. Only at the end of the 1930s did the name of Hegel begin to emerge and, within the context of his philosophy of history, also that of Herder. Even the apparently safe territory of Greek philosophy would have been insecure, which confirms that philosophy, in as much as it has its place in the polis, is always already political. 63. The second accusation leveled against Gadamer concerns the publications from those years. 2 texts in particular are controversial: Plato and the Poets and the work on Herder. What accusation has been raised against Gadamer's Plato? Undoubtedly, Plato's philosophy represents the leading focus of his reflection during those years, and not only of those. What interested him was the sophistic and Platonic doctrine of the state, but, as he remembered later, he had to interrupt his research for the sake of caution. RPJ 13/GW2 489. Therefore only 2 essays, Plato and the Poets and Plato's Educational State, were published. 64. The accusation interprets both essays, especially the first one, against the background of the increasing Nazification of German classical studies, a deep and inexorable process of ideological transformation. Allegedly this process extends from Jaeger's neo-humanism, whose co-responsibility is particularly emphasized, back to the philology of Ulrich von Wilamowitz-Moellendorff, 1848–1931, and finally to the classicism of Winckelmann. 65. The idea of Germany as a new Hellas would have found expression, during the early decades of the 20th century, in the political relevance attributed to Greek antiquity, which focuses attention on Plato's Republic. Gadamer's guilt, presumably, would be his defense of one of the most controversial passages in Plato, namely, the banishment of the poets from the state. Besides the simplistic reconstruction of the history of classical studies in Germany, there were certainly more than a few philologists and philosophers who in the 1930s drew connections between the Platonic and the National Socialist states. Yet this is not at all the case with Gadamer, who referred to Plato's utopia with the opposite aim, to criticize the idea of poetry devoid of all truth and to propose, through the inner state, an educational model that could suggest a rebirth of the polis. 66. In 1934, exactly 1 year after the National Socialists seized power, and then again in 1942, Gadamer expressed in Tyrannos his political dissent through the ironic and utopian art of illusion, the only way to criticize the totalitarian state from within. 67. This, and nothing else, is what the motto borrowed from Goethe and appearing at the beginning of the lecture on Plato and the Poets means: whoever philosophizes does not agree with the ideas of his time. It is not by chance that Gadamer will return to these themes in the development of his political thought in order to show the value of utopia. 68. Further charges have also been brought against the essay that appeared in 1941, Volk und die Geschichte bei Herder, Volk and History in Herder's Thought, which is interpreted in the context of German studies at the time. As far as he could be considered a critic of the Enlightenment and a representative of the peculiarity of every culture, Herder was seen in German studies, which was just as assimilated as philology by Nazism, as the prophet of Pan-Germanism. 69. His concept of folk seemed to suit this cause. The text on Herder was the basis of a talk that Gadamer gave in 1941 at the Deutsches Institut in Paris. 70 During the war he undertook 2 further trips, one to Florence in 1940 and one to Portugal and Spain in 1944. Although he did not have any political merits, the trips were nevertheless authorized because of the prestige he enjoyed already at that time. Actually, these trips were a double-edged sword. On this point he wrote later, "I did not fully recognize that thereby one was being used for purposes of foreign propaganda, for which a political innocent was sometimes suitable." PA 99/PL 118. On the one hand, his trips represented the real danger of becoming an instrument of the National Socialist power machine. On the other, they offered the opportunity to make rare contact with the intellectual world outside of Germany. Not least, they were also a way to bring home consumer goods that had become unavailable. It is not known whether Gadamer lectured in French or in German in Paris, since versions of the text are available in both languages. The German version was revised when the text was published in 1967.71. But what might be the ideological echoes in this text? The lecture, according to critics, would yield a position favorable to an ethos of German particularism. 72 In Hegel's wake, Gadamer reflected for some years on the philosophy of history, thus his interest in Herder is not surprising, and even in Truth and Method Gadamer continues to refer to his thought. 73 But if, then as now, the concept of folk can be used in ambiguous ways, there is not a single passage in the text in which the key words of the National Socialist jargon appear, which in those years was customary and almost required. Against this backdrop, it is rather the lack of such words that is telling. Even more important is Gadamer's insistence on the ideal of the Bildung of humanity, in Herder's sense, which would have seemed a provocation to the Nazis. Gadamer not only republished the writings from those years. After the war he also spoke about both National Socialism and his own life at that time, which distinguishes him from Heidegger's silence in his autobiography, in various essays, and in many interviews. 74 But these reflections and questions about the past reminded Gadamer, as well as those who from Strauss to Löwit made National Socialism the turning point of their thinking, of the difficulty of understanding an event experienced as a traumatic laceration. 75. 8 Leipzig, the War, and the Rektorate. On January 1, 1939, after nearly 10 years of waiting, Gadamer finally received a chair of philosophy at the University of Leipzig, a university that was considered less politically submissive to the regime. The inaugural lecture that he gave on July 8 had the title Hegel and the Historical Spirit. On September 1, 1939, Germany invaded Poland and the Second World War began. Gadamer, who until that point had not imagined the possibility of war, had to change his mind. The war news was received in Leipzig like a report of death. Depressed quiet all around, grim faces on the street. I myself was shattered. I still held to the illusion that such an insane thing simply could not happen. PA 95/PL 113. Events came to a head. On June 22, 1941, Hitler gave the order to march into Russia. Soon after came the order to begin the Endlösung, or the final solution, which had been planned for a long time. Over 2 days in January 1942, all the remaining Jews in Leipzig were deported by the Gestapo. 76 But the defeat at Stalingrad introduced a new phase of the conflict and gave hope to those who, under the hail of bombs, awaited the end of the terror. Et illa transit was the motto that expressed that feeling in Leipzig. PA 99/PL 118. Gadamer made it his own motto. Life in the city was marked by air raids. On December 4, 1943, the center was nearly completely destroyed, and more than half of the university's buildings were blown up. Yet teaching continued in the remaining rooms or in the air raid shelters. With the few students remaining, Gadamer read Rilke's Third Duino elegy. 2 of his students, Karl-Heinz Vogtmannsluck, 1914–81, and Walter Schulz, 1912–2000, were sent to the Eastern Front. 77 At the beginning of 1945, after he had learned of the Allies' landing, Gadamer was called to the Volkssturm, the last bastion of the Nazi regime. The Nazis did not hesitate to call in those who had been considered unfit for service, such as Gadamer, the elderly, and children, not least to keep them under control. On April 18, 1945, American occupying forces entered Leipzig and the almost completely destroyed city capitulated on May 8. Only 2 months later the Soviets took over political and administrative control from the Americans. By the beginning of 1946 it had become necessary to vote on a new rector for the university. The Russian choice was Gadamer, who had never been a member of the Nazi Party. The reopening of the university on February 5, 1946, was the occasion for Gadamer's rectorial address, on the primordiality of science, Die Ursprünglichkeit der Wissenschaft. .78 Gadamer shared with the Russians the desire for a democratic renewal of the German university. It was a matter, he explained, of saving an institution that had been discredited without avoiding the question that would determine the debates of the coming decades: how could the disfigurement unwesen of National Socialism have arisen among the people of poets and thinkers? F15/GW 10287, 79 Gadamer emphasized the role of science, which in its broadest sense could be understood as episteme, as that theoretical knowledge which is primordial and originary insofar as it is the very form of life itself. He described as well a new kind of researcher and, at the same time, denounced the irresponsibility of German scientists, their alienation from the world, their lack of decisiveness and their immodesty. All this, Gadamer argued, had brought them to accommodate to the National Socialists' regime, if not to support it. F20/GW 10293. Precisely during those weeks there occurred the anniversary of Leibniz's birth, 1647 to 1716, which could mark a new point of orientation for the world of science. In his memorial speech Gadamer highlighted the exemplary way in which the great philosopher had found a path to Europe among the ruins of the 30 Years' War. 80 But paradoxically the figure of Leibniz came to represent an obstacle in Gadamer's relationship with the Russians, who called on him to distinguish the academies as pure and free research centers, apart from the universities. Gadamer, by contrast, was convinced that freedom and autonomy should also be given to the universities. PA 115/PL 131. These differences in conception made a break with the Russian administration unavoidable. Gadamer began to look for a new position as chair with the intention of settling in the western sector. Heidegger, who had been suspended from teaching by the Allies, expressed the wish to see Gadamer as his successor in Freiburg. 81 The disappearance of any hope for a reunification of Germany, and the gradual acceptance of the logic of the Cold War, came together to make Gadamer's situation in Leipzig even more untenable. On October 1, 1947, in a climate of suspicion and denunciations, he submitted his resignation as rector. 82 In September he had decided to accept a chair offered to him by the University of Frankfurt. One last event confirmed this decision for him. On November 7, 1947, when he returned briefly to Leipzig for the formal handover of his position, he was arrested by the military police. The reason is not known, and the incident retained a Kafkaesque halo. It was probably a matter of revenge for his resignation. PA 111, 114/PL 133 to 135. After 4 days in prison he was released as a result of protests from the university and the Socialist Unity Party. He immediately left the eastern sector on a journey that lasted more than 5 days. After many adventures he reached the metropolis on the Main, which at that time was occupied by Allied troops. He traveled by freight car, on which he had managed to load his books, furniture, and the few things left to him after the war. During the stormy and grueling period of his rectorate, Gadamer had not been able to devote much time to a philosophical project of any breadth. Nevertheless, the seeds of his interpretations of literary works by Hölderlin, Goethe, Rilke, and Hesse had sprouted, and most appeared together later in the 9th volume of the collected works. These are not only the seeds of a poetic hermeneutics. They document the fundamental role of poetry, almost as a kind of religion of inwardness, in that difficult phase of his life. But these interpretations bear witness above all to Gadamer's public efforts to save whatever was salvageable of German culture from the ruins of war. 9. The calm of Heidelberg. During the Reconstruction, Gadamer felt it was absolutely necessary to promote the role of philosophy again. Hence some of his publications from the late 1940s have a pedagogical intent, as for example the new edition of the Outline of the History of Philosophy by Dilthey or the translation of Book 12 of Aristotle's Metaphysics. The years in Frankfurt from 1947 to 1950 represented for him neither a meaningful nor a happy intermezzo, PA 117, 125/PL 139 to 150, insofar as the living conditions of the post-war period were uncommonly hard. Almost everything was lacking. And while his marriage was coming apart, he had to devote his time entirely to the university, where he had received the only position in philosophy that had been available since 1945 and already had to supervise numerous students. Just as Gadamer applied to leave Frankfurt, Max Horkheimer, 1895–1973, and Theodore W. Adorno, 1903–69, returned from the United States. Thus there was no opportunity for a debate at that time with the Frankfurt School, which would only take place much later in the dialogue with Habermas. 83. In the time of Reconstruction, though, contact was resumed with those who had been forced into exile. It was particularly significant for Gadamer to take a trip to Argentina, where from March to April 1948 he took part in the International Congress for Philosophy in Mendoza, the first one that took place after the war. The title of his talk was The Limits of Historical Reason. 84. The occasion of this Congress allowed him to meet with, among others, Helmut Kuhn, 1899–1991, and Karl Loewe. 85. On his return he received important news. Embittered and disillusioned after the publication of his controversial book on the question of German guilt, Karl Jaspers had decided to give up his position in Heidelberg. He felt forced to leave Germany and move to Basel. Gadamer applied for the position, and was called to the University of Heidelberg on September 2, 1949. The small city on the Neckar River became, after Breslau and Marburg, his third hometown, the one with which he was perhaps most tied and where he spent nearly 53 years. The last long period of his life became the luckiest and most productive. After only a short while, Gadamer succeeded in fulfilling a promise he had made to himself, to enable Loewe's return. In April 1951, after decades of exile in Italy, Japan, and the United States, Loewe received a position in the philosophy department in Heidelberg in April 1951. Thus the collaboration between the two philosophers, sustained by a friendship that neither National Socialism nor the war could extinguish, resumed. For the former students, however, the Heidegger question remained open, since he was banned from academic circles and lived in isolation in Freiburg. Already at that time there appeared the twofold and almost schizophrenic position taken for years by German and not only German philosophers toward Heidegger, servile imitation on the one hand, and exclusion to the point of dismissal on the other. Loewe's attitude toward his former teacher was well known, and marked by a calm but unbending hostility. The surprise was thus all the greater when Loewe took part in the Festschrift that Gadamer prepared for Heidegger's 60th birthday. Without Loewe's support, the Festschrift, for which Kruger and Romano Guardini, 1885–1968, also contributed articles, would never have appeared. 86. In those years, when Heidegger was far from the fame that would later follow the publication of Holzwege in 1950, Gadamer tried to bring him out of isolation by repeatedly inviting him to hold short seminar series in Heidelberg. 87. In 1953, Gadamer, who had in the meanwhile got married for the second time, to Kate Lake Bush, 1921–2006, founded the journal Philosophisk Rundschau with Helmut Kuhn, a philosophical journal that soon gained a great national and international reputation. Numerous younger philosophers assembled around it, from Jürgen Habermas to Walter Schulz, from Ernst Tigendath to Wolfgang Wieland. Through this collaboration they received motivations and suggestions that would later help them to choose their own paths. But Gadamer was not to play only a protreptic role. Convinced of the importance of dialogue for teaching, he became known as an attentive, careful, and accessible teacher. His first generation of students stretched back to the days in Marburg and Leipzig. The first was Arthur Henkel, 1915 to 2005. In Frankfurt and then in Heidelberg there arose a second generation of students, most of them Germans: Dieter Henrich, b. 1927, Rainer Veal, b. 1929, Friedrich Fulda, b. 1929, Wolfgang Wieland, b. 1933, Konrad Kramer, b. 1936, Rudiger Bubner, 1941 to 2007, and later Gottfried Boehm, b. 1942. Also part of this generation were Valerio Vera, 1928 to 2001, Johnny Vattimo, b. 1936, and the Spaniard Emilio Ledoux, b. 1927, RPJ 17/GW2 493. The Festschrift entitled Hermeneutik und Dialektik, which was dedicated to Gadamer on his 70th birthday, testified not only to the resonance of hermeneutics in Germany, but also the work Gadamer had accomplished by teaching so many and such diverse students. In the last years of his life his activity intensified as he continued to teach in North America, in Italy, and finally also again in Heidelberg. In this way Gadamer succeeded in gaining a third generation of students: Günter Fagel in Germany, Dennis J. Schmidt in the United States, Jean Grandin in Canada, and Donatella di Cesare in Italy. 88. 10. Truth and method. His students, for their part, had a positive influence on Gadamer. In the 1950s it was they who pressured him to put into writing everything he had been teaching them in his classes. Since 1931, the year Plato's Dialectical Ethics appeared, Gadamer had not published another book. Heidegger, too, poured salt on this wound when he repeatedly insisted, Gadamer must finally write a book. 89. Yet Heidegger was precisely the reason why Gadamer hesitated. The critical gaze of the philosopher from Meßkirch haunted Gadamer early and late. As he later admitted, writing remained a torment for me. I had the terrible feeling that Heidegger was standing behind me and looking over my shoulder. RPJ 15/GW2 491. Around the middle of the 1950s Gadamer decided to live in a more withdrawn manner and to avoid every distraction. He took out the lecture notes that he had collected over the previous decades. From these materials Gadamer, who was actually a master of the short essay, put together a manuscript of more than 500 pages. The title was a problem from the beginning. It could be predicted that it would include the word hermeneutics. The word had already emerged in its new connotation in Bultmann's book from 1950, The Problem of Hermeneutics. Gadamer, for his part, thought of calling what he did philosophical hermeneutics, but he always hesitated to speak of hermeneutic philosophy. He wanted to emphasize the difference of a philosophy that is no longer metaphysical, because it arises from that middle to which understanding always refers, and thus renounces a final foundation. 90. If there is a prius, it is hermeneutics, which can also claim philosophical relevance. With the title Outline of a Philosophical Hermeneutics, the book was given to the publisher Hans-Georg Siebeck, in Tübingen, who, however, expressed his doubts. What was hermeneutics supposed to mean? The planned title became the subtitle, and Gadamer's magnum opus became Truth and Method. Ironically, this titular simplification proved to be the source of many misunderstandings. 91. Truth and Method, the work Gadamer completed very late, nevertheless became the starting point of all his subsequent thought. The edition of his collected works in 10 volumes stretched from 1985 to 1995. 92. But the collected bibliography of his writing compiled by Etsuro Makita, b. 1961, shows that the 10 volumes include only a part of his publications. Gadamer loved the form of impromptu speech, which allowed him to dialogue with others, even if the others were a crowd of hundreds. From this untiring activity several further books followed: Hegel's Dialectics, 1971, Who Am I and Who Are You? Commentary on Celan's Atem Crystal, 1976, Reason in the Age of Science, 1976, In Praise of Theory, 1983, Heidegger's Ways, 1983, The Inheritance of Europe, 1989, and On the Enigma of Health, 1993. 11 Hermeneutics in the World. After the publication of Truth and Method at the beginning of the 1960s, Gadamer continued his usual life. The book met with only a limited response. 93 This changed with the second edition in 1965. Decisive for the success of the work was, on the one hand, the numerous translations and, on the other hand, the debates it provoked, particularly those with Habermas and Derrida. 94 Especially their questions and criticisms prompted Gadamer to continue to develop his philosophical hermeneutics, to modify and, in some cases, to rethink it in significant ways. Following the winter semester of 1967-68 he went into retirement, but although he was emeritus, he held seminars in Heidelberg until 1970. He had already received several invitations to the United States, which he had always declined. Yet unlike Heidegger, for him it was not a matter of preclusion or cautious reserve. The cause of his reluctance was otherwise. Gadamer spoke English very poorly and feared this would be a great obstacle. Tigendat encouraged him, however, and finally convinced him to travel to the United States. The occasion was a conference on Schleiermacher arranged by Charles Scott at Vanderbilt University in Nashville, Tennessee. 95 In February, 1968, Gadamer embarked on the Queen Elizabeth from Hamburg Harbor. He wrote to Heidegger, "In order to bridge the hiatus of becoming emeritus, I have accepted an invitation to the USA and will be abroad from the middle of February until Easter. Over there it is not my philosophy that interests them, for them I am not even an old-timer worth seeing. But precisely the state of affairs in philosophy there has made my book an unexpected novelty for theologians and people in the humanities, critics above all. They see in the book a legitimation of their own needs, which the philosophy of science leaves unsatisfied." 96. Many other travels were to follow this first trip. Gadamer was invited to teach at numerous North American universities, the Catholic University of America in Washington, D.C. 1969, Syracuse University, 1971, McMaster University in Hamilton, Canada, 1972-74, and Boston College, 1974-86. With his teaching in North America a new chapter of his life began, which he described as a second youth, PA 158/PL 198. His name was indeed completely unknown in the United States. It was as if he were beginning from nothing. Analytic philosophy dominated the new continent, while all other philosophical movements, which were banished to either departments of literature or theology, were considered phenomenology. That analytic philosophy took up enormous room there, and that so-called continental philosophy was entirely in the shadows was no surprise to me. It was also no surprise that the German philosophy of our time was known only through the phenomenology of Husserl, and that Heidegger and hermeneutics seemed to be completely unknown. However, when I learned to speak English better, it became evident that bridges could be built even from analytic philosophy to hermeneutics. 97. From the outset Richard Palmer, B. 1933, helped Gadamer to build the initial bridges. Palmer had studied for some years in Heidelberg, and in 1969 he published the first introduction to hermeneutics in English. 98 Certainly at the beginning not only the themes, but also his way of conceiving and practicing philosophy, were foreign to the American context. Nevertheless Gadamer did not give up. He continued to teach for 2 decades, and though at first he had access only to departments of humanities, eventually he was also invited by departments of philosophy. The 1970s were a decisive time, perhaps because Gadamer's presence also coincided in the United States with a kind of critical self-reflection within analytic philosophy. Hermeneutics became both the motivation and the point of reference for a debate. it still seems difficult to evaluate the deep and lasting impact that Gadamer's teaching activity had there on both the spread of continental philosophy and the hermeneutization of analytic philosophy. On the other hand, it is necessary to remember that the experiences in the United States considerably expanded Gadamer's own horizon, which until then had been restricted to the German world, and doubtlessly had deep repercussions on the content and manner of his thought. Gadamer also traveled to South America, Japan, and Africa, without ever neglecting Europe. From the 1980s, for reasons of age, he preferred to avoid trips by air and traveled by train. He concentrated his activity in Italy, the country with which he had felt closely connected for a long time, at least since hearing enthusiastic stories from Loet, who had been imprisoned in Genoa during the First World War. Gadamer had already been to Italy many times from the 1930s onward. Also after the war, in the 1950s, he came back to Italy many times simply as a tourist. In 1961 he was invited to Milan and then to Rome, where he participated in a conference organized by Castelli on the problem of demythologization. 99 His contacts at that time led him above all to northern and central Italy. He went to Naples for a congress organized by the Goethe Institute. On April 22, 1978, he gave his first lecture at the Istituto Italiano per gli Studi Filosofici, where Gerardo Marotta had invited him to speak on Hegel and hermeneutics. 100 With this talk began a long and intensive collaboration, which continued from 1980 until the last seminar Gadamer gave in Naples, January 6 to 10, 1997, entitled From Word to Concept, From Concept to Word. 101 It should be emphasized, though, that this activity was not restricted to individual talks, since he regularly held a series of lectures in Naples, where he received honorary citizenship of the city on November 27, 1990. It is probably not an exaggeration to say that, after Heidelberg and Boston, teaching on the Palazzo Serra di Cassano was Gadamer's last chair. With little regard for his time and energy, he also traveled across southern Italy, where his teaching left deep marks. 102 Numerous connections drew Gadamer not only to Naples but also to the countryside, which for him was still the Magna Graecia, Greater Greece. This intellectual affinity, as Marotta described it, was reciprocal. 103 The status that Naples had always given to German philosophy was matched by the significance that Gadamer found in the names of Pythagoras and Parmenides, but also Bruno, Campanella, and Vico, not to mention Bertrando Spaventa and Benedetto Croce. The years of teaching in Naples were years of hermeneutic practice in which Gadamer spoke the language of others and learned to listen to their questions and to value their particularities. 12 The final years, between success and loneliness. Gadamer's fame, which came only late in life, ultimately became worldwide. From the 1970s on, in Germany and elsewhere, he received honors and prizes that continued to increase until the end of his life. 104 In addition to these came the honorary doctorates from universities in Bamberg, Tübingen, Washington, Hamilton, Ottawa, Boston, Breslau, Leipzig, Prague, and finally, in 2000, St. Petersburg. The honorary doctorate that he received from the University of Marburg on June 24, 1999, brought Gadamer particular pleasure, for it topped off a long career. However, the success became frankly overwhelming. Photographers, journalists, colleagues, and students from all over the world came to his office in the philosophy department at Heidelberg, which he had had for decades. Only with great effort could he satisfy all the obligations that also came, which he nevertheless did not want to refuse because he was convinced of the importance of contact with younger generations. Indeed, these flocked in droves to meet him. With this he had, as he admitted, taken on the role of a steam engine, and saw himself at times, even if unhappily, forced to reciprocate the strangest requests from many petitioners, including those who wanted to make arrangements for an interview, a dedication, or only a signature, in the hope of basking, however briefly, in his fame. Some only wanted to see themselves in person with the most famous of living philosophers. Thus his public appearances regularly became mass events. All of this distanced him, however, from the gravitational center of his life. With success grew loneliness. For a long time Gadamer had felt himself a living anachronism, after all his friends and associates gradually disappeared. There was one date that he never forgot, May 24, 1973, the day Carl Loet died, whom Gadamer cherished as his best friend. At that time Gadamer was convinced that he too would soon die, and he began so to speak to prepare himself. Among other things, he sold the greater part of his books to the library at McMaster University in Canada. Loneliness as well as a deep feeling of alienation, the word that he often used was unheimlich, uncanny, intensified above all in the last years. Furthermore, it did not escape his notice that the philosophical scene in Germany, starting precisely with Heidelberg, had shifted direction. Many had begun to work in analytic philosophy, just at a time when American analytic philosophers showed growing interest in hermeneutics. 105. On February 11, 2000, his 100th birthday, the University of Heidelberg honored Gadamer with a large public ceremony in the Aula Magna. This event was organized by the Academy of Science, the Department of Philosophy, and the city of Heidelberg. It ended with a philosophical conference in which Gadamer was the central figure. 106. In the summer of 2001, after the yearly hermeneutic symposium which had been organized since 1989 in Heidelberg by his American students, among others Lawrence K. Schmidt and James C. Risser, it was easy to see that Gadamer was unwell, and this time not only physically. 107 His condition worsened toward the end of August and the beginning of September. He had almost stopped going to the university, as he usually did, his legs simply no longer carried him. Yet there was more than that. He could no longer read for long periods, as he inclined to do, and even conversation exhausted him. His proverbial ability to concentrate, his Dabei-sen, his complete absorption in and involvement with everything he did, his attentive dedication, which he had raised to a category of his hermeneutics, had declined. He was no longer able to set himself aside, and precisely that meant the end. He was, by the way, completely conscious of this. To the surprise of those who were close to him, he had even packed his own suitcases, since now, as he said, the hour had finally come. In a certain sense he was torn between his strong connection to life and the process of a slow and irresistible alienation. This alienation was not so much from the world of the third millennium, whose events he followed passionately, but from the world immediately surrounding him. Nevertheless, it was enough during those days in March to mention the name of Parmenides, and Gadamer would lift his eyes and begin to speak with enthusiasm. He felt zu Hause, at home, only in philosophy. Gadamer died on the evening of March 13, 2002, in the University Clinic in Heidelberg. He was buried in the Kopfel Cemetery in Ziegelhausen. His gravestone reads, Hans-Georg Gadamer, philosopher. To the event of truth. What the tool of method does not achieve must and really can be achieved by a discipline of questioning and inquiring, a discipline that guarantees truth. TM 491/GW 1494. 1 Against method. What does truth and method mean? The significance of the conjunction "and" has almost turned this title into an enigma. If method has a negative value in the title, then the "and" does not connect, but rather represents an alternative. The title could be revised accordingly as truth or method. 1 In an even more radical version, one could think of the formulation, truth against method. 2 If method is taken as a model and metaphor for the natural sciences, then truth occurs outside method. Thus it is possible to speak of extra-methodical experiences of truth. Yet it is necessary to address a misinterpretation. Certainly Gadamer no longer understands hermeneutics in a traditional sense as a doctrine of interpretation, and thus he aims to free it from the burden of methodology. But he does not want to put method as such into question altogether. The title implicitly contains a tension between method and truth. When he considers this tension later in greater detail, Gadamer admits that he had sharpened it in a polemical sense, RHT 317/GW 238. This was indispensable to show the limits of science to an age in which the faith in science borders on superstition. In the afterword to the third edition of Truth and Method, Gadamer writes, ultimately, as Descartes himself realized, it belongs to the special structure of straightening something crooked that it needs to be bent in the opposite direction. But what was crooked in this case was not so much the methodology of the sciences as their reflexive self-consciousness, TM 555/GW2 453. If philosophical hermeneutics highlights the tension between truth and method, its aim is not to enter into conflict with science and its method, but to offer an occasion for critical reflection on the truth implied by science. The end in the title points to this critical reflection. Hence the epistemological relevance of hermeneutics, according to Gadamer, should be seen as an attempt to mediate between philosophy and the sciences, TM 552/GW2 450.3. The polemical tension in the title should be read neither as an antithesis nor as a hiatus. It was, of course, a flat misunderstanding when people accused the expression truth and method of failing to recognize the methodical rigor of modern science, TM 551/GW2 449. It is not that hermeneutics disallows or dismisses method. It would be absurd not to recognize the need for a method when, for example, a mathematical problem is being solved, a skyscraper is being built, or a vaccination against a disease must be found. Yet hermeneutics does not allow the imposition of a method because of its fascinating and enormous results in a mechanical way everywhere. A method presupposes that the object can be definable and the subject can define it objectively with a scientific demonstration. It proceeds from an instrumental conception of knowledge in which the subject is confident that it can dispose of the object. But if the method is adequate for scientific projects, it cannot be for all others. On the contrary, it may bring a reduction or even a distortion of the experience of truth. Husserl had already opposed the tendency to reduce our experiential world, the world that precedes all scientific research, our everyday life world, Lebenswelt, to mathematics. Gadamer follows in Husserl's wake, but takes the truth claim of the life world more strongly into account. For Gadamer, a method can be a valid and legitimate procedure for gaining knowledge, for it remains, nevertheless, secondary and derivative when compared to all those experiences of truth that do not fall under its logic, for example those that remain outside of methodical logic and in some cases precede it. Here, outside of means before. The extra-methodical experiences of truth that hermeneutics aims to bring to light have a priority that signifies autonomy as well. To put it differently, the truth that precedes method is autonomous, because it does not need a method to be verified, validated, or founded. On the contrary, in any method there is always already a hermeneutic pre-understanding at play. Its application begins with our linguistic orientation, which is and remains the vehicle of all understanding, just as every specialized language stems from a common language, from which it is inseparable, TM 561/GW2 459. Thus all science involves a hermeneutic component, TM 559/GW2 458. If there is a foundation here, it is that of hermeneutics and its truth. To understanding is like breathing. Yet what does hermeneutic truth mean? Is this not a contradiction in adjecto, if truth is supposed to be objective, verifiable, and indubitable? The point is that philosophical hermeneutics does not think of truth in terms of the scientific doctrine of knowledge. Thus hermeneutics does not aim for a cognitive method from which a new theory of truth would be derived. The expectation of finding such a theory in truth and method is necessarily disappointed. Understanding, not knowing, is at stake in hermeneutic truth. Hermeneutics interrogates neither the conditions for the possibility of knowledge nor what kind of a method should be followed. Instead it asks what happens when one understands, TM 5/GW13.5. This is the new question that hermeneutics poses. It concerns what occurs in understanding, the event of truth. Hermeneutics strives for nothing other than to understand understanding. But understanding is neither a process nor a cognitive procedure, and knowing is rather a modality derived from understanding. What is the understanding? It is a capability that is less active than passive. In this sense one can speak of the experience of understanding. Understanding means not conceiving, dominating, or controlling. Understanding is like breathing. And one does not decide not to breathe anymore. Understanding is not a matter of knowing, but of being. Thus it is the understanding that supports and grounds us. The great mistake of modern methodology is that it allows us to forget this supporting ground. But should the foundation of understanding be founded in turn? Does what has always supported us need to be grounded? TMXXXVII/GW2447. Gadamer's position is not simply anti-foundationalist. His intention is to allow the ground to emerge from forgetfulness in order to bring it to light as ground, that is, so fundamental that it escapes all foundations. Thus hermeneutics proves to be, in Plato's sense, anamnetic. If truth is an event of understanding, then it can neither be deduced nor theoretically conceived, but only shown each time at the place where it happens. Hermeneutics aims to describe the event of truth. Although it confronts the most significant philosophical and scientific theories of truth, it avoids all temptations to define its own theory of truth. This corresponds to its conviction that truth, including its own truth, is an event. TM5/GW13.6 Hermeneutics seeks to let those experiences of truth re-emerge that even the humanities, with their mania for method, have driven into hiding, for example, the study of art, history, and language. 3. The rediscovery of Vico, humanistic culture and hermeneutic meaning. To this end, it is indispensable to consider the place where the humanities arise, as suggested by their ancient name of humanura. It becomes necessary, in other words, to rediscover the humanistic tradition, which today is either repressed or even at times openly dismissed. Especially striking is the case of Heidegger, who, above all in his famous letter on humanism, decisively distances himself from the humanistic tradition. 7 Gadamer, by contrast, suggests a rediscovery of humanism, and this difference between the two philosophers should not be overlooked. From the constellation of humanism Gadamer chooses a few leading concepts that could shed light on a model of knowledge as an alternative to the methodical one: culture, the community's sense, judgment, and taste. These concepts point to each other and delineate the stages of his important rediscovery. The first concept is that of Bildung, which could be interpreted as education or formation, but also as culture. TM 19/GW115-24. In the final years, Gadamer returned again and again to the question of Bildung, which for him is one of the most urgent of our time. 8 But what does Bildung mean? In order to clarify this concept, he interrogates the history of the word. Following the work of Wilhelm von Humboldt, 1767–1835, the word Bildung gained a complex meaning. On the one hand it corresponds to the Latin formatio, on the other hand Bildung contains build, or image, which points back to the old mystical tradition and ultimately to Genesis 1:26, if the human being was created in the image of God, then humans must develop this likeness. Here Bildung does not suggest a being, but a becoming. It is not the result of a process but rather the process itself of constant and further development. TM 11/GW117. It does not involve something given, as when a talent is cultivated or material is assimilated. Bildung means to form oneself. At this point it is necessary to follow Hegel, who recognized in the concept of Bildung the prerequisite for philosophy itself. Bildung meant for him rising to the universal, a movement that demands sacrificing particularity for the sake of the universal. TM 12/GW118. Another way of saying Bildung is the capacity for abstraction or the detachment from oneself. How is the cultivated person to be distinguished from the uncultivated person? Whoever abandons himself to his particularity is ungebildet unformed, e.g., if someone gives way to blind anger without measure or sense of proportion. TM 12/GW118. The uncultivated ones are those who cannot look away from themselves, who cannot distance themselves from their own immediate experience and are incapable of raising themselves to a universal standpoint from which to see their own particularities in a new and different way. If culture means detachment, then each form of detachment from oneself and hence each practical behavior, beginning with work, is itself already culture, because it forces individuals to go beyond their own limits. This becomes more evident with theory, which requires an effort to deal with things that do not exist immediately but are rather distant and strange. It is also similar to the study of ancient languages and the ancient world. Here the greatest distance from oneself is reached. It is the foreignness that provokes it. To recognize oneself in the other, that is culture. Thus the cultured person is not the one who is cultivated, who has gathered a manifold erudition. The cultured person is the one who knows in the Socratic sense about their own not knowing, who recognizes the limit of their own finitude. By recognizing this limit one recognizes the other and the standpoint of the other. This is the ideal of humanistic culture, which begins with the condition humana. Hence Gadamer wrote in his last years, Bildung means to be able to look at things from the standpoint of another, GW 8349. This also means to see oneself with the eyes of the other and from their standpoint. It appears then that the universality to which one raises oneself is not that of the concept, it is not the methodological subsumption of the particular under the universal, TM 17/GW 123. Here Gadamer follows the lead of Hermann L. F. von Helmholtz, 1821-94, who, although he characterized the model of the humanities negatively, saw induction as the basis of the humanities. Instead of a logical induction, the humanities employ an artistic instinctive induction, which he characterized as a kind of tact, TM 5/GW 111.9. The universality reached along this path is neither abstract nor forever fixed and everywhere valid. It is, by contrast, the universality of the standpoint that the cultivated person leaves open to the extent that he or she recognizes the standpoint of the other. This universality is so concrete that cultivated consciousness can be compared to one of the senses. Yet it is not a matter of a sixth sense that might be added to the others, but a universal, or more precisely, a common sense, TM 17/GW 123.10. With the sensus communis, the notion of a communal or common sense, the core of humanism is reached. The name encountered in Truth and Method is, not coincidentally, Guillaume Battista Vico, 1668-1744, TM 19/24/GW 124-29. It is not necessary to agree with Gadamer's interpretation of Vico here, which he derives primarily from a single work, De Nostri Tempora Studiorum Rationi, on the study methods of our time, Vico's first Latin work from 1701. But it is significant that Gadamer writes an important chapter on the Italian philosopher, which represents one of the few exceptions in the realm of German philosophy. 11. In his Pedagogical Manifesto, which contains in nous many elements of his later Scienza Nuova, his new science, Vico revaluates the rhetorical tradition, RHT 48/GW 280. The theme of his work is the opposition between topic and critique. Against the Cartesian method, which starts from an initial truth and by proceeding deductively reduces everything true to a mathematical truth, Vico develops the new concept of verisimilitude, which would legitimize not only the dignity, but also the autonomy, of the arts or the humanities. The critical deductive method, which is fully self-enclosed, cannot discover anything new and can only make explicit whatever is already contained in its premises. These premises have not been established by critique, but by topic and the ability of topics to reveal something new. Critique is thus dependent on topic, just as ratio or reason is dependent on ingenium or disposition. Topics actually require the art of discovering topoi, the commonplaces from which all argument proceeds. Whereas Descartes had criticized these as the mere accumulation of prejudices and pseudo-truths, which cannot be traced back to a clear and distinct foundation, for Vico the commonplaces of rhetoric are the places of inductive and creative knowledge. Without being founded on something else, they are for their part foundational, the places where common sense gets articulated. With a connotation that already suggests communication and language, the word communis or communal in the sense of common, points to what can be communicated and shared with one another. The same can be said for that concrete, temporary, and historically valid universality that substantiates common sense. Here it becomes clear why Gadamer's interpretation of Vico had precisely this common sense in mind. It should not be interpreted as an ability that can be shared by all, but as the sense that founds community, TM 21/GW 126. Vico's appeal to common sense, in which Gadamer finds the recuperation not only of the Latin sensus communis but also of the Aristotelian phronesis, is an appeal to that sense which lives in all of us and can be gained only by living together, the sense of the common good. The cultivated person is the one who has a sense of community. What corresponds to common sense in the German language and the German tradition? In the Latin, Italian, and French traditions, as well as in the English tradition, common sense indicates the general quality of citizens. An example of this is the common sense that Shaftesbury, 1671–1713, had understood as the social virtue of sympathy. From this would arise the doctrine of moral sense, TM 25/GW 131. In the German tradition, by contrast, which takes shape first through reflection on the humanities, common sense was intellectualized, robbed of its political and social content, and reduced to a mere corrective, the faculty of judgment, TM 30/GW 136. Common sense can also be called the Urteilskraft or faculty of judgment, because this sense cultivates the ability to judge what is convenient and right. The faculty of judgment is not merely a formal ability, but an exigency that arises from social and moral solidarity. It manifests itself from case to case. Thus it is not possible to refer to it by a principle or a method. Hence the dilemma felt by those who judge. Judging, which goes together with the sensory ability to differentiate, is more like tasting, as in the immediate rejection or acceptance of things. Taste, which has a more moral than aesthetic value, is another way to say judgment, common sense, and culture, TM 34/GW 140. In all these ways, that sense can be described which can be neither taught nor learned, which is the result of neither rules nor contents, but which is instead a practical wisdom of living that can only be cultivated and refined, and would be unthinkable without human social life. The hermeneutic sense gains a more precise contour from the rediscovery of humanism, as a kind of knowledge completely different from the exact and methodical knowledge of the sciences. If the hermeneutic sense were measured by the natural sciences, it would have to be excluded from the realm of knowledge or be reduced to an aesthetic function. With this not only would the entire heritage of humanistic study be lost, which is based on the hermeneutic sense, but a humane conception of knowledge as well. For Kant's caesura, from the aesthetics of taste to the aesthetics of genius. For Gadamer, the slow but inexorable darkening of the humanistic tradition is closely bound up with the name of Kant, yet Kant, for his part, had recognized the value of this tradition. So how could Gadamer charge Kant with this responsibility? The humanities, which came to exist as such only with Kant, were from then on faced with a radical alternative, to become either a method or aesthetics. In other words, either they would have to measure themselves as a method in relation to the exact sciences and risk disappearing, or they must submit to aestheticization. The starting point for the discussion is in both instances Kant's critique of pure reason from 1781. Kant perceives the need to redefine metaphysics with the intention of saving it. The result of his project, however, is quite the opposite. By measuring metaphysics against the pure science of nature, metaphysics becomes discredited forever. This condemnation also falls on all forms of knowledge that do not follow the criteria and methods of the sciences, so that the latter will be identified exclusively with exact science. At this moment the fate of the humanistic sciences is sealed, especially those in which any echo of the humanistic tradition can still be heard, and which in Germany are given the name of the arts, Geisteswissenschaften. These sciences, or better, arts, are negatively defined. From the beginning they have been characterized by a lack. Thus Kant's caesura discredits every form of non-methodical knowledge that had developed in the humanistic tradition. TM 41/GW 146.12 How could culture, common sense, judgment, and taste be grounded and legitimized now? Obviously, taste has nothing to do with science. But if it is not a science, then what is it? Taste is aesthetic. This is the answer introduced by Kant and radicalized after him. Indeed, today the culture of taste or of good taste falls entirely within the realm of aesthetics. As this realm is more clearly profiled, two phenomena emerge that are closely bound up with one another. On the one hand, the humanities are separated from the humanistic tradition, forced to be measured against the monopoly of truth held by the exact sciences, and obliged to understand themselves from the standpoint of a completely different identity. TM 41/GW 146. On the other hand, they find the possibility of surviving, with the loss of their identity and origin in this aestheticization, at the price of losing all cognitive value. A source as untrustworthy as judgment can be entrusted with nothing or next to nothing. In this sense, Gadamer can say that the Kantian foundation of aesthetics is epoch-making. TM 41/GW 147.13 After the first critique and the critique of practical reason from 1788, Kant laid the foundation of the new aesthetics in an autonomous domain, beyond knowledge and beyond morality, in his critique of judgment from 1790. His central question concerns the possibility of discovering an a priori in taste that would legitimize his requirement of universal validity. In order to understand better the drastic reduction that this question implies, it is important to remember that everything which was aesthetic, above all aesthetic judgment, had belonged to the realm of taste, and that taste, which was almost a synonym for common sense, also had a moral and political connotation. After Kant, taste was abstracted from this connotation, aestheticized, subjected to critique, and required to meet a criterion of validity that ultimately is that of science. Obviously it will not be able to respond. So it is robbed of all significance as knowledge and reduced to a subjective principle. TM 43/GW 149. Indeed, one cannot know anything cognitively from objects judged to be beautiful. With great effort Kant attributes to taste a subjective universality, a paradoxical formulation meant to show the free play of the faculties. This free play is the source of aesthetic pleasure, and, although it is purposively subjective, it is nevertheless identical in every subject and universally communicable. 14. In the complex interpretation that he gives of Kantian aesthetics, Gadamer highlights a distinction that remains somewhat secondary in the third critique, yet is indispensable if the autonomy of the aesthetic is to be understood in Kant's sense. It is the distinction between free and adherent beauty. 15 This topic represents one of the core issues of Gadamer's Kant interpretation. He returned to it many times, as for example in his essay Intuition and Vividness, Anschauung und Anschaulichkeit, from 1980, RB 155, 170/GW 8 189-205. But what makes this distinction possible? Free beauty, or authentic beauty for Kant, may become the object of a pure judgment of taste, where neither intellectual nor moral factors intervene. Kant's examples include pure music, or music without content, arabesques, and floral ornaments. These objects are beautiful because they have no other purpose than pure beauty. Less pure, by contrast, is the beauty of adherent objects, which are called this because they adhere to a concept. Their purpose is no longer purely aesthetic. Examples of this beauty are the beauty of a human figure, of an animal, or of a building. Here a further purpose is presupposed. Indeed, a building should also be useful. In these cases a pure judgment of taste becomes impossible, since it is compromised by the representation of the purpose. Gadamer calls this doctrine particularly dangerous, because it marks the moment from which the aesthetic judgment is robbed of all cognitive value. From this point on, aesthetics survives only by delimiting itself in a negative way from both knowledge and morality. TM44/GW150. At the same time, Gadamer is aware that aesthetics did not reach the climax of this development with Kant, for whom the beautiful was nevertheless a symbol of the moral good. 16. The beautiful in this context is natural beauty. It is as if nature itself were to contribute to aesthetic pleasure. The wonderful purposiveness with masicite of nature for us indicates that we are the ultimate goal of creation and reveals our moral destiny. TM 51/GW156. While this destiny reduces the moral significance of aesthetics, it also explains the priority Kant grants to natural beauty over artistic beauty. 17. If the products of art speak to us through something that is already a language of the spirit, then natural objects do not exist to speak to us, but precisely because they do not assert anything determinate, they are even more eloquent. They remind us of our moral destiny by the accord they excite in us. TM 53/GW157. Yet however much it pretends to be autonomous, the Kantian founding of aesthetics requires a further ground, which is that of a teleology and theology of creation. It is this further ground that is called into question in the post-Kantian era. Beginning with Schiller, the preoccupation with safeguarding the autonomy of aesthetics becomes dominant. This is expressed in a new distancing from the humanistic tradition, to which Kant, who still conceives of taste and natural beauty in a moral framework, nevertheless remained bound. In his famous work from 1795, Letters on the Aesthetic Education of Man, Schiller speaks of an education that is nevertheless still aesthetic. Thus he prepares the turn to Romanticism, which consistently gives preference to artistic beauty and consistently, by emphasizing creativity, privileges genius over taste. The transition from taste to genius appears symptomatic in many respects. TM 55/57/GW159-61. If aesthetics occupies an autonomous realm outside knowledge and morality, a realm characterized by the free exercise of subjectivity, then it should allow room for that subjectivity which expresses itself in the artistic creation of the genius. The opposition between genius and taste becomes unavoidable. Taste, another name for common sense, becomes the discipline imposed on the invention of the genius. After Kant, it is thus the revolt of the genius, with the originality of his production, which will prevail. In the 19th century one can speak with Gadamer of a true apotheosis of genius and creativity. TM 59/GW165. This apotheosis is promoted by irrationalism and the cult of unconscious production, which will contribute to separating the world of art from the world of knowledge and morality. The protagonists of this turn are, above all, Goethe and Rousseau, both of whom merge aesthetic experience with personal and autobiographical experience. It suffices to think of Goethe's Poetry and Truth, Dichtung und Wahrheit, and Rousseau's Confessions. Following these works, art appears more and more bound up with Orlebnis, with lived experience. The theorist of this connection was Wilhelm Dilthey, 1833–1911, who made Orlebnis a key concept not only of aesthetics, but also of hermeneutics and indeed of all the humanities. 18. As far as it seems to originate from lived experience, art becomes increasingly separated from truth and marginalized by reason. Gadamer documents this process with his account of the development of the concept of Orlebnis, TM 64/70/GW170–76. In the course of the 19th century the concept followed two apparently contrary, but actually complementary, lines of development. On the one hand, in the Orlebnis a certain givenness is discerned that would counterbalance the fact of the empiricists. On the other hand, the cult of lived experience declines into a pantheistic horizon, which precisely because of its unfathomable many-sidedness escapes all rational knowledge. TM 64/GW169. Orlebnis finds its last instance in the philosophy of life. Yet positivism and pantheism are, ultimately, two sides of the same coin. In the age of science, which dominates reason, the humanities search indefatigably for an ultimate givenness that could legitimate them, and inevitably fall into an irrationalism that confirms their marginality. 5. The superiority of science and the unreality of art, aesthetic consciousness. Hence a new realm for aesthetic experience takes shape, the realm of appearance alongside the real world. Throughout the entire 19th and 20th centuries it becomes accepted that art has nothing to do with knowledge. From this perspective, and on the basis of the Kantian and Romantic concepts of genius, aesthetic consciousness develops. In order to show the limits of this consciousness, Gadamer dwells on allegory, TM 70, 81/GW 176-87.19. Why did the extension of aesthetic consciousness correspond simultaneously to a dismissal of allegory? More than a form of visual art, as for example with allegorical painting, allegory is a rhetorical and exegetical form. To give just one example, the allegorical representation of justice is a goddess with blindfolded eyes who holds a pair of scales in her hand. The image suggests that allegory is not only the work of a genius, but rests on consolidated traditions, TM 79/GW 185. It is a kind of cryptic script that points beyond what it expresses to a determined reality. In this sense, it is an experience of reality, TM 76/GW 182. But this claim, which makes it suspicious for aesthetic consciousness, lets allegory appear all the more interesting for Gadamer. In fact, he proceeds toward a rehabilitation of allegory. His intention underlines the necessity of recovering a relationship between art and reality, TM 70/GW 176. With regard to the fatal separation of art and reality, Gadamer speaks of the abstraction of aesthetic consciousness. This has been the price for the autonomy of the aesthetic. Schiller already had to pay that price. Although he wanted to overcome Kant's dualisms, Schiller created a deeper abyss between art and reality, TM 81, 88/GW 187-94. Yet the abyss is actually made possible and consolidated by the scientistic reduction that limits reality more and more to the spatio-temporal matter investigated and controlled by science. Everything else for science is appearance, or even fiction. It is no coincidence that the Anglo-Saxon world uses the word fiction to designate literature, LL 36/GW 8424. Through aesthetic differentiation, art is made unreal, TM 85/GW 191. Aesthetic consciousness, which recognizes only the aesthetic quality of the object, separates and abstracts it from the real world in order to transpose it into the realm of beautiful appearance, TM 85/GW 191. This could happen only because science has already appropriated authentic being. The abstraction of aesthetic consciousness is the product of the occult empire of science. Art gains its autonomy, to be sure, but this is merely imaginary. The clearest proof of this imaginary autonomy is those places that, though they are destined for art, ultimately marginalize it. There is no city that does not have theaters, concert halls, or museums. But these places banish art from reality, which is different and elsewhere where it can be managed and dominated by the economy and by science. For Gadamer, the museum functions as the place of this marginalization par excellence. In contrast to the older collections, which reflected a taste or contained the works of a single school, today's museum is a collection of such collections that hides its own origin, even through its historical disposition, TM 87/GW 192. Here aesthetic consciousness celebrates its unreality. In this context it is not surprising that such derealization also has consequences for the artist, who loses his place in the world because he falls under the illusion that he can produce art in complete independence. He becomes an outsider, someone allowed to live as a bohemian. The desacralized and secularized world of science, through its relentless search for new myths, turns the artist into a kind of secular savior, on whom the world's salvation would depend. The artist's tragedy is that he can accomplish only a particular redemption, which is actually the negation of redemption. In the attempt he merely experiences, through the public around him, the failure of this particularity, TM 88/GW 194. Gadamer's point is that, historically, works of art were generally commissioned. From Mozart's Requiem to the Sistine Chapel, it would be difficult to find an exception. What aesthetic consciousness calls inspiration, geniality, and creativity, is for the artist in a very prosaic way a matter of career and work, above all commissioned work. In the end, however, the abstraction of aesthetic consciousness abstracts from art itself, which must therefore be recovered in its relation to reality. This relation is not a relation of discontinuity. Art interrupts, but does not cut off, the hermeneutic continuity of our existence. Far from a kind of experience that ends only in disenchantment, the encounter with the work of art can impact life so profoundly that it can be the beginning of a renewal, of an entirely new way of living in the world. TM 99/GW1105. Since art is not an unreal reality, but on the contrary a reality elevated to a higher power, it can be said that being increases, strengthens. Gadamer speaks of an increase in being, TM 140/GW1145. Art is then an experience of truth. But wherever the conception of art changes, the conception of truth will change as well. 3. Lingering in art. Our experience of the aesthetic too is a mode of self-understanding. TM 97/GW1102. The essence of temporal experience in art is that we learn to tarry. That is perhaps the finite equivalent given to us of what we call eternity. RB 50/GW8136. 1. Toward a phenomenology of play. It may seem surprising, and Gadamer himself admits this in retrospect, that Truth and Method, despite the title's promise of a close examination of truth, begins with an extensive discussion of art, GR 195/GW8373. However, art in particular plays a key role in philosophical hermeneutics, and this is because a new experience of truth can be achieved only from art, thus the need arises to free aesthetics from the quarrel with modern science. The modern scientific demand for objectivity forces aesthetic experience to understand itself merely subjectively, as if we were dealing with a form of subjectivity that is engaged in a frivolous, self-referential play. The abstraction of aesthetic consciousness underwrites the triumph of science. How can this dead end be avoided? Gadamer does so by conceiving of art as the experience of being, or better, an increase in being, in which subjectivity plays a secondary role. TM 140/GW1145. Against the rigid dichotomy of subject and object, he offers the dynamic model of an encounter that has the character of an event. All encounter with the language of art is an encounter with an unfinished event and is itself part of this event. TM 99/GW1105. The ontology of the work of art will clarify this new model. Gadamer's ontology of the work of art unfolds through the theme of play. More generally, play is the guiding thread of Gadamer's entire oeuvre. It is play or game that unites art and language, RPJ 41/GW25, insofar as play belongs to the concepts that fundamentally undermine, unhinge, and call the metaphysics of subjectivity into question. In fact, Kant and Schiller had already discussed play, and precisely in an aesthetic sense. Whereas Kant refers to the free play of our faculties, Schiller sees in art the play that frees us from the constraints of knowledge and morality. In opposition to the seriousness of knowledge and morality, the play of art unlocks the aesthetic space of enjoyment and entertainment. Even prior to asking whether art is a serious matter, Gadamer first asks whether play is a serious matter. Hence, he draws on the categories of aesthetic consciousness in order to overturn them. The play of subjectivity turns into the play of art, which limits and calls subjectivity into question, while unreality, that is, the beautiful appearance of aesthetic consciousness, becomes the reality of art, which is more real than reality itself. Far from being mere leisure, play demands to be taken seriously. Play occurs when the player is drawn into and captivated by the game, when the player becomes completely immersed in the game. As Gadamer has it, someone who doesn't take the game seriously is a spoil sport. TM 102/GW1108. The game does not allow the player to remain outside, or to address the game as if it were an object. Gadamer follows the illusions offered by language, which speaks of the play of lights, the play of waves, of forces, of colors, even of words. The German terms Spiel/Spielen indicate, much like the English cognates, a semantic field that includes the playing of an instrument, acting, and the performance of a musical or theatrical piece. If play has a subject, as these examples show, it is not the player but the game itself. Gadamer refers to the primacy of the game over the players engaged in it, TM 106/GW1111, insofar as to play means to let oneself be taken by the game, for it is the game that asserts itself and takes hold of the player with its rules, its movement, and its primacy. It is the game that entices the player, holds him or her captive and at play, not the other way round. The player cannot but give himself or herself over to the game, to bend to a reality that surpasses him, which thereby raises the player beyond his or her own limits, TM 109/GW1115. The player should not claim to dominate the game, to rule, or to lead it. Indeed, players should not even believe they are the active components. Gadamer speaks of the medial sense of play, referring to the character of the Greek verb indicating an activity that involves the subject in such a way that he or she crosses over into passivity, TM 105/GW1111. In this sense it can be said that all playing is a being played, TM 106/GW1112. Hence playing is not simply an activity that the subject does for him or herself. It requires reciprocity. Even in solitary games it is necessary for something to correspond to the player's movement with a symmetrical counter-movement. This happens when a child plays with a ball, or a cat plays with a ball of wool. It happens, too, when one plays with life's possibilities. The phenomenology of play, which runs through and connects concepts such as art, festival, ritual, and language, acquires an importance in Gadamer's hermeneutics that should not be underestimated. But what status does play have in an ontology of the work of art? Play brings to light two contradictory and yet correlated aspects of aesthetic experience. On the one hand, it can be said that subjectivity, as it bends itself in play to the autonomous reality of the game, also accepts the transcendence of art. On the other hand, it must be added that this transcendence is neither indifferent nor detached, since it calls subjectivity into play, entices it, and holds it captive. Being held captive is another way of saying understanding. The poem speaks to me, the painting looks at me. Subjectivity that plays the game of art is raised to a higher reality, but does not cease to be addressed in the process. Insofar as it responds to the demand of art, subjectivity remains secondary. This demand resembles a decree, a kind of injunction that points to the sacred character of art, to its absoluteness or its majesty, Hoit. Point 1 Gadamer insists on this theme, most of all in his later works. Absoluteness evokes a distinction. Indeed, Gadamer uses the word Auszeichnung, distinction, many times. But if this is the case, then perhaps we risk falling back into the aesthetic differentiation that separates the work of art from the real world and transports it to the realm of beautiful appearance. Hence it is necessary to follow Gadamer in his subtle differentiation. The work of art distinguishes itself from reality, but never separates itself from reality. Consequently, Gadamer speaks of an aesthetic non-differentiation because non-differentiation presumes a differentiation that should not be read as a distinction, but rather as a distinguishing trait, TM 117/GW1122. Art is more real than reality. It is an excess of reality, an increase in being. In this way, it can claim a rightness for itself that no scientific rightness can challenge. The rightness of an astronomical discovery will fade away sooner than that of the Mona Lisa. Art can claim a truth that makes it an assertion, Aussage. Indeed, art as assertion, Kunst als Aussage, becomes the title of Volume 8 of Gadamer's collected works, a volume dedicated entirely to aesthetics. The concept of the assertion is taken in a polemical sense from that logic which would reduce truth to propositional truth. Gadamer argues that, in light of its truth, art is more of an assertion than every other assertion. However, it never ceases to concern us and awaits our response. This response will be a playing along with, a mitspielen, playing along with the play of art. In this playing along with, the work of art enacts itself. 2. On transformation. It remains to be clarified, however, how the work of art, understood as play, is more than a fleeting event, acquiring consistency and autonomy as a work. Gadamer speaks of the ontological process of art as an emanation or presentation, Darstellung. If play's manner of being is that of self-presentation, insofar as it does not refer to a finalistic context, art's way of being is that of presentation, because the closed space of the world of play, letting down one of its walls, points beyond itself to those who share in the event as spectators, TM 108/GW 114. Art is both the presentation of something and presentation for someone. With this the being of the artwork is structured. In this respect, Gadamer speaks in Truth and Method of the transformation into a structure, Verwandlung ins Gebilde. But what might this mean? Transformation means that something is suddenly and as a whole something else, that this other transformed thing that it has become is its true being, in comparison with which its earlier being is nil, TM 111/GW 116. First of all, Gadamer means that the play of art condenses itself into a structure in which it reaches its own ideality, TM 114/GW 119. Yet the word transformation, Verwandlung, which should not be confused with change, and which can also be translated as metamorphosis or transfiguration, has numerous resonances that need to be further determined in order to clarify such a complex concept. What is presented is structured by way of transfiguration as a work of art, and as a result it gains an increase in being, or better, in order to avoid the mistake to which the idea of quantity could lead us, it acquires its own true being. Transformation in this sense is transformation into the true, TM 112/GW 118. What is presented does not change its identity. Think for example of a portrait. It can be said, in the case of a successful portrait, there she is, or she is exactly like that. In the case of an unsuccessful portrait, by contrast, it is said, she is not like that, or she is not like that at all. In both cases it is a matter of the same person, only the successful portrait enables her being to become knowable or recognizable. Here lies the ontological valence of the image, TM 134/GW 139.2. This valence comes to light even more when art presents what does not exist in reality. The religious image is paradigmatic, for example, the icons of the Eastern churches, since it is in ontological communion with what is copied, TM 143/GW 147. Transformation as transfiguration thus also has a religious dimension and, in the sense that it recalls an epiphany, points to an elevation to a rank of being that sheds new light on what the one presented once was. But transfiguration is a process that not only involves the one presented. Art also transforms the ones it comes into contact with. Whoever takes part in the play of art cannot avoid the transfiguration of his or her very being. While it reveals the transfigured being of what is presented, at the same time art uncovers our being, our entire being in the world, that being of our world which is suddenly transfigured. Another way of saying transfiguration is mediation, Vermittlung, which also has the twofold sense of performance and interpretation. It refers, on the one hand, to the staging or the performance of a work, as for example a piece of music, and on the other hand, to the way in which the spectator interprets it. One could speak here of total mediation, which means not only that art merges with its interpretation, but also that the medium as such is superseded, TM 120/GW 125. An interpretation is successful when it is not noticed, when it lets the work of art speak. 3. Between mimesis and anamnesis. when Truth and Method states that art should be conceived as a happening of being, as the opening of world, or as the event of truth, one would expect to encounter the name of Heidegger, yet his name does not appear once in Gadamer's ontology of the artwork. This absence is actually quite surprising, especially if one listens to the unmistakable echoes. The transfiguration into the work reminds us, for example, of the setting into work of truth, which Heidegger discusses in his famous essay on the origin of the work of art from 1935 to 36. This absence is even stranger if one thinks that Gadamer had written in 1959, on Heidegger's invitation, an important afterword entitled The Truth of the Work of Art for the Reclam edition of Heidegger's essay. Point 4 Gadamer's debt to Heidegger is unquestionable, and it should be traced back to Heidegger's way of understanding art as an experience that reveals being. Notwithstanding these affinities, however, there are a number of differences between the two philosophers that gradually emerge. Most importantly, the philosophical contexts in which being, truth, and the work are embedded are completely different, as are their positions on the question of being, metaphysics, and its overcoming. Point 5 Gadamer shares neither Heidegger's idea of the forgetfulness of being, which characterizes the history of Western metaphysics, nor the need to overcome metaphysics. Instead, Gadamer insists in a simply ametaphysical way on the reminiscence of being, where this reminiscence is understood as that which always goes beyond subjectivity, TM 103/GW 108. In such a way, in art subjectivity captivated by the play is drawn beyond itself until it experiences its own limits, that is, it remembers being. Art is this very reminiscence of being for Gadamer, and the encounter with the work of art is an anamnetic recognizing. In a word, art is mimesis insofar as it is always anamnesis. Gadamer distances himself from Heidegger by retrieving two concepts from Plato. The concept of mimesis, which was abandoned with the affirmation of the aesthetics of genius and the dominance of science, both of which deny the epistemological value to art, is taken up again and rehabilitated by Gadamer. Already for Aristotle, mimesis is not a mere repetition or copy, which would end up duplicating the real. In imitating, one has to leave out and to heighten, TM 115/GW 120. However, if Plato's doctrine of mimesis offers important hints, it also presents some difficulties. In the Republic, 595a, 608c, Plato famously bases his argument on ontological difference, not only to distinguish between the image as copy, build, from the image as original, build, but also to relegate to a third level the image as a copy of a copy, abild. Gadamer begins here and in a certain way plays Plato against Plato. Point 6 At first he reverses the relation between the image and the original, since the original is always only given in the image. Then he argues that this is even truer for the artistic image, which, far from being a loss, is rather an increase of being. Only here, in the artistic image, does the original become knowable and recognizable. This recognizing, provoked by mimesis, is always a knowing more than one knew before, TM 114/GW 119. His point becomes easier to understand in light of what Plato says in the Phaedo about anamnesis, where recognizing is not a simple knowing but rather a remembering of innate ideas. Point 7 Due to their higher ontological status, anamnesis is already concerned with an increase in being. In his essay Art and Imitation, Gadamer again corrects the Platonic doctrine of mimesis through the Pythagorean, RB 92, 104/GW 825-36. This new aspect of mimesis should not go unnoticed, because the recollection of the original model might give the impression that it is a matter of a realistic imitation aiming at an essence. Pythagorean mimesis introduces the idea of a cosmic order. Cosmos is the order of the starry skies, which for the Greeks is the shining of the beautiful itself. According to the ancient meaning of the word, mimesis means chosen from the dance of the stars, RB 40/GW 8127. And the stars represent pure mathematical laws and proportions. No less than the heavenly harmonies, the stars are constant and unfailing in contrast to the inconstancy of human life. In art a need for order finds expression, which distinguishes art from the chaos in which the world's relations commonly appear. Such a conception of mimesis draws less on an original image, Urbild, and more on an original relation, Urverhaltness, in which everyday disorder is transfigured into a cosmic order. It is especially the contemporary arts, from absolute music to abstract painting, that correspond to such mimesis. These arts can be called mimetic insofar as by holding together what is divided and fragmented, they evoke the possibility of an order. This does not mean, however, that the new establishment of an order does not challenge what was previously accepted. The intimacy with which the work of art touches us is at the same time, in enigmatic fashion, a shattering and a demolition of the familiar, ph 104/GW88. The order-generating mimesis of art is thus an anamnetic recollection, because it wakes us from the ontic sleep in which we, bewildered, confused, and consumed in the chaos of the beings of everyday life, have lost the sense of being. It is the event of art that reminds us of this. In the work of art we recognize the world in which we live, as if we knew it for the very first time, and in recognizing what was already known we say gratefully, though not without surprise, so it is just so, to affirm its rightness. Here aesthetic experience reveals its continuity with existence, which encounters itself in art. For the time of art. Yet what does presence, Gegenwart, mean in relation to art? The concept of presence is closely bound up with the concepts of presentation or representation. In Truth and Method Gadamer uses the word Darstellung, which is gradually replaced by the word Valzug, enactment, which has a clear Heideggerian provenance. Hermeneutics in its enactment is the title of Volume 9 of the collected works, which is dedicated to poetic hermeneutics. It could also be said that the work of art exists only in the setting into work of its enactment, that is, the being of the artwork lies in its presentation. Emphasizing a further affinity between art and literature, Gadamer states, art as art is in Valzug, just as language is in conversation, GR 220/GW8 395. What distinguishes the artistic image, as well as the poetic word, is its presentness, Gegenwärtigkeit. The work of art reaches us by bridging all distance. It is absolute in the Hegelian sense of the word because it can claim absoluteness despite the differences and distances of history, but despite here means throughout. Art runs throughout history, though not as an essence that survives all changes unchanged and thus remains victorious over history. Rather, it is an event in which the times of history encounter each other. In the presentation, where the artwork is called to a new life, the past becomes present. Art Gadamer writes in his article on the end of art. Is the presence of the past, GW8 208. He is referring here to Hegel's famous thesis on the past character of art, Vergangenheitscharakter der Kunst, or on the death of art, a thesis that Gadamer often considers in order to emphasize that it should not be conceived in a banal way as the mere end of art, just like when one speaks of the end of philosophy. The character of art as past means that art for Hegel will no longer be understandable, it will require justification, since the divine we revere no longer exists in the work of art, RB 6/GW897. For Hegel, art appears past in comparison to the concept. Thus to speak of the end of art is to affirm, in a speculative way, both its contemporaneity, because art is not subject to any progress, and its sovereignty in relation to history. 8 In this sense, the past presence of art is an absolute present and an absolute presence, which can be fruitfully compared to the Christian parousia, TM 127/GW1 132. To clarify the time of art, that present time sui generis, Gadamer introduces explicitly theological concepts. For him the concept of contemporaneity, Gleichzeitigkeit, plays a key role, which he adopts from Kierkegaard by way of the dialectical theology of Karl Barth and Rudolf Bultmann, TM 127/GW1 132. For Kierkegaard, the Christian message of salvation retains its contemporary urgency, far from being a story from past centuries, it appeals to us here and now. Gadamer relates this appeal to the aesthetic experience in order to show that the temporality of art is not one of distance marked by both aesthetic consciousness and historicism. Art is always contemporaneous. Yet what does this mean? To understand this, it is necessary to distinguish the concept of contemporaneity, Gleichzeitigkeit, from that of simultaneity, Simultaneität. When walking through a museum, for example, in which works are exhibited according to epochs and styles, there is the experience of simultaneity. Aesthetic consciousness moves from one room to another, from the Renaissance to the Baroque, from Impressionism to Expressionism, where the different works simultaneously become the object of a single aesthetic experience. Though historicizing is unavoidable well before we look at a Braque, we know that he is a cubist. The temporality of an artwork cannot be reduced to such historical distance. Not even aesthetic simultaneity can dispel the original contemporaneity that radiates from the truth of art. There is always something appealing in a work of art, something that removes it from historical research and lets it appear present and contemporaneous. GR 199/GW 8377. This time is a present, Gegenwart, in which there comes, from the past, a future that is waiting and for which we are waiting. It is in this space of time, this while, which is neither long enough for boredom nor brief enough for recreation, that art invites us to linger. Verwellen, GR 211/GW 8392-393.9. 5. The example of tragedy. It is not surprising that Gadamer finds an excellent example of contemporaneity in tragedy. The complexity of tragedy has long posed a problem for aesthetics, and led theorists such as Hamann and Skeeler, who were important interlocutors for Gadamer, to view the tragic as an ethical metaphysical, and thus extra-aesthetic, phenomenon. TM 129/GW 1134. With respect to the differentiation that characterizes aesthetic consciousness, here we have an aesthetic non-differentiation. The tragic work of art refers directly to the tragedy of life, which drives Gadamer to think of tragedy as a fundamental aesthetic phenomenon. This is so not only because tragedy has its being in presentation, and not only because the spectator is involved in the performance of the tragedy, but especially because in tragedy there is a continuity with life that cannot be found elsewhere. Even if contemporaneity is more than evident here, what interests Gadamer is another aspect of art that Aristotle reveals in the Poetics 10. It involves the famous definition, whereby tragedy produces anithrasis, or purification, of the passions of Elios, or sadness, and phobos, or fear. This definition can be interpreted in various ways, depending on whether the genitive is meant in the objective sense, as liberation from the passions, or in the subjective sense, as purification of these passions. TM 130/GW 1135. Gadamer chooses the second interpretation, but for him the key to this phenomenon is found elsewhere. Aristotle himself provides the key, when he stresses that the effect on the spectator belongs to the essence of the tragedy. The spectator becomes involved to the point where he or she experiences the cleansing of his or her own passions. Tragedy becomes exemplary because it dramatizes what actually happens in every art, the spectator's encounter with themselves. Though participating in tragedy may appear to mean stepping out of everyday life, in reality it deepens the spectator's continuity with himself. TM 133/GW 1137, emphasis added. Whoever is present at the tragedy discovers himself and the tragic nature of his finite existence. Participation becomes an experience of truth. 6. The event of being in presentation. More than merely an example, tragedy constitutes an exceptional case for Gadamer. Both for its continuity, it is after all a small step from the tragic work to the tragedy of life, and for its staging, or better, for its presentation. Tragedy clearly confirms his thesis. We must recognize that presentation is the mode of being of the work of art. TM 115/GW 1121.11. To put it differently, once play, Spiel, has been transformed into a structure, Gebilde, and despite the ideal unity it has reached, which can be presented and understood repeatedly, its form remains nonetheless a play and reaches its full being only when it is played, gespielt, that is performed, presented, and staged. TM 117/GW 122. Gadamer speaks in this context of a double mimesis, as for example that of the poet and the actor, TM 117/GW 122. Yet what comes into being in both mimetic processes is the same, namely, the work of art. In short, the work of art cannot be separated ontologically from its presentation. Whereas in his later writings Gadamer focuses more on the process of understanding, that is, of listening to and answering the appeal of art, in truth and method he concentrates on the event of being that occurs in presentation, TM 116/GW 122. The so-called transitory arts show this most clearly. It suffices to think of a piece of music, which does not exist as long as it is not performed. In fact, the example of music is the most telling. But the same could be said for the recitation of a poem or the staging of a theater piece. Each presentation brings the work into being, it lets the work be in a certain way. The presentation is also an interpretation, and the work achieves its being only insofar as it is interpreted. One should not think here, however, of an interpretation that remains locked within the subjectivity of the interpreter, mainly because the work must be performed for others. In the process we do not arrive at a merely subjective multiplicity of interpretations, but rather at possible ways of being for the work, TM 118/GW 123. This ontological inseparability of the work and its performance does not prevent us, however, from distinguishing them. Thus a staging of Anton Chekhov's Cherry Orchard can disappoint us because the performance of the piece goes too far. We might say that the staging does not seem to have done justice to the work, and hence does not appear right to us. We can assert this because we have in mind another performance that seems more right. But more right here does not mean right in an absolute sense. The idea of a single right presentation for all occasions contradicts our finitude. It is not that there is one right presentation fixed for all time, but neither is there an arbitrariness of reproduction, TM 120/GW 124. We would never allow a violin player to produce all possible random effects from a piece by Mozart. This means that all the possible presentations of a work remain subject to the criterion of a right presentation, even where the criterion is changeable. Although the work of art is distinguishable from its performance, the work cannot be separated from the performance and remains dependent upon it. While this happens in the transitory arts, which hold the identity and continuity of the work open to the future, it is less clear what happens in the other arts. Can similar claims be made for painting, architecture, or literature? Gadamer believes that his thesis can be extended to all art forms. It should be emphasized, however, that the sections on art in truth and method do not intend to provide a comprehensive and integrated account of aesthetics. Gadamer is interested in recovering a truth from art that puts the methodological concept of truth into play. Beyond art, he points to a hermeneutics that would be revealed as universal according to the guiding thread of language. The truth derived from art is that of transformed and presented being, recognizable as a heightened truth, TM 137/GW 142. This truth is at the same time, however, the truth of the encounter with oneself in art. If the performing arts are particularly relevant in this respect, it does not exclude the possibility that the event of being in presentation would also occur in the pictorial and plastic arts. Gadamer uses the example of painting. Enclosed by its frame, the painting proves to be completely autonomous and independent from every location, so that it can be moved from one gallery to another. The painting presents itself in this way as a prime example of aesthetic consciousness. Nothing about the painting seems to refer to either mediation or presentation, and the difficulty of showing how the painting cannot but offer itself in its presentation forces Gadamer to state his concept of presentation more precisely. In the first place, it is important to remember what was said for all works of art: the painting presents something or someone, and it presents this for someone. Although the picture, as an image, build, cannot be reduced to a mere copy, abbild, the painting nevertheless does not have an autonomous reality and refers to an original, build. The relation Gadamer seeks to draw between these concepts had already appeared in his reversal of Platonic mimesis. Thus this picture further confirms his theory of the ontological valence of the picture, TM 134, 144/GW1 139-149. There follows an answer to the question of presentation. The first step is to distinguish the image of the painting from a mere copy. The copy has no other purpose than to resemble the original. The criterion used to measure the copy is one of adequacy. In this sense the ideal copy would be the mirror image, since one sees the being itself in the mirror. Strictly speaking, it is not a question of a copy, because it does not exist in itself. The copy wants to be seen. Yet the copy is only instrumental, it points back to the original, but as soon as its purpose has been achieved, it no longer has reason to exist and is destined to cancel itself out. On the contrary, the image of the painting does not cancel itself out, because it does not relate to the original as a means to an end. Here the picture points by causing us to linger over it, TM 153/GW1 158. Its purpose is not what is presented, but how it is presented. The how of the presentation is one and the same as what is presented. This ontological inseparability, which also justifies its sacred character, refers already to the ontological status of the picture, which comes further to light through its particular relationship to the original. The picture is, indeed, more than a simple copy, for it says something about the original, TM 140/GW1 145. The relationship to the original is no longer one-sided. The original needs the picture that presents it in order to present itself in it. This does not mean that it needs this particular picture, it could just as well come to presentation in another picture. But the mode of presentation is not accidental for the being of what is presented. Rather, each presentation changes the ontological condition of what is presented, so that it gains an increase in being. TM 140/GW1 145.12 The ontological relationship between the original and the copy reverses itself, for strictly speaking, it is only through the picture build that the original build becomes the original build. Also, picture, e.g., it is only by being pictured that a landscape becomes picturesque, TM 142/GW1 146. This is also true for the most banal objects of everyday life, those that are most quickly forgotten, or least observed and considered, which suddenly, through their presentation in a picture, reach a new ontological level. This is the case, for example, in still life painting. One could also mention numerous examples from contemporary art, from Van Gogh's shoes to Matisse's stool. Yet Gadamer's thesis is directed at a different subject, on the basis of which it can be radicalized in a way that could perhaps appear strange but that shows, on the contrary, its relevance. What is presented in a painting already tends toward presentation because it fulfills a representative function. This is the case of the sovereign, the statesman, or the hero. Such a representative picture seems to lose a certain amount of status, because it presents the need of the one presented to present him or herself. Considered more closely, the one presented should correspond to the expectations aroused by his picture. The paradox lies in this: if the picture is the manifestation of the original, then the original becomes an original only in the picture. Whoever is in need of showing themselves no longer belongs to themselves, and must ultimately show himself as his picture prescribes, TM 142/GW1 147. 7. The occasionality of art. The presentation, which turns out to be equally constitutive for both the plastic and performing arts, seems to bind the work of art to the world depicted in it. The portrait, but also the poem dedicated to someone or something, and the comedy, can be seen as telling examples of this point. 13. The portrait, for example, even if drawing attention to itself, conceals in the content of the picture a reference to the original. This very referring, however, seems to belong to every work of art that for this reason is embedded in the horizon of life. This means that the artwork is situated because it has been occasioned. One can speak of occasionality in relation to every artwork, even if it does not appear at first to have been occasioned. Occasionality means that their meaning and contents are determined by the occasion for which they are intended, so that they contain more than they would without this occasion. TM 144/GW 149. The occasionality of art, which for Gadamer can also be found in language, forms an additional argument against the abstraction of aesthetic consciousness. It could also be interpreted as a historical or historicizing perspective, as though one would have to begin with the historical context to interpret a work. But Gadamer wants to avoid both aesthetic consciousness, which abstracts art from the continuity of life, and historicism, which willingly forgets that the work is a work of art. In order not to be misinterpreted in a historicizing sense, he speaks of a universal occasionality, TM 148/GW 153. With this he makes clear that it is not necessary for the interpretation of a work to solve the problem of references in the work, that is, it is not a matter of reconstructing the entire historical context. It is not necessary to know all the references to understand a satire by Horace, for example. On the other hand, Picasso's Guernica will preserve its references to the context of the painting, even when these references are no longer known. Occasionality is hence nothing other than the work referring to the original for its meaning. Its occasionality is also ours, that of our world. The occasional meaning of the work is also the meaning it gathers for us in the course of its effective history. Hence, this occasional meaning constantly determines itself anew. Sculpture and architecture offer examples of this. Statues and monuments, for example, regularly acquire new functions and new tasks. But architecture is even more significant. For aesthetic consciousness, architecture is an art form that, because of its practical dimension, has only marginal value and nearly falls outside of aesthetics. Yet architecture is also a problem for historical consciousness, because a building can actualize itself only in responding to the changing requirements of its environment. In this sense, too, the work lies in its presentation, and its ontological valence is not static. The work does not remain fixed in its original world, thereafter living in a kind of alienation, TM 157/GW 162. Rather, it demands the mediation between past and present. Well-known examples of this include the Musée d'Orsay in Paris and the Tate Gallery in London, a former train station and a former factory, which have been transformed into museums. Their occasionality demonstrates the importance of understanding and situating the works each and every time. From Truth and Method to his last essays, architecture has a paradigmatic value for Gadamer, not only due to the character of its enactment, but also for the understanding that it demands of us. Understanding here means visiting, frequenting, and occupying. 14. In his ontology of art, Gadamer finally considers the decorative arts, which are normally taken as the opposite of authentic works of art, and hence dismissed from aesthetic consideration. They again offer Gadamer the opportunity to test his concept of occasionality, and to reconsider the concept of presentation. Decoration is not merely external, but belongs to the self-presentation of its wearer, TM 159/GW 164. It is thus the ornament that brings to expression the being of its wearer and allows it to be in the first place. This being is there only in the ontological process of its presentation. Here, too, Gadamer's intention is to show that presentation is essential to all the arts. The presentation points to a being that occurs only in this process and comes to its truth there. Yet the spectator also takes part in the presentation, and gets drawn from his present into the play of art. 8. Play, art, and festival. A question emerges out of the way in which Gadamer outlines the process of presentation, which also emerges in the time of art, that is, in the presence of the past. This question concerns the identity of a structure, Gebilde, that runs throughout history and its differentiations. What kind of identity is at stake if the work of art is brought to life in a new way by each presentation? And is it even justifiable to speak of an identity? This question is very complex, because it points beyond the context where it is raised to a much more comprehensive philosophical question. It puts in doubt the metaphysical concept of identity, which has already been shaken by the concept of play. Following the phenomenology of play, the phenomenology of art further undermines the concept of identity. From the experience of art, the need arises for a new understanding of truth and a new conception of identity. In the years following Truth and Method, Gadamer speaks of a hermeneutic identity, RB 23/GW8116, and for him it is the hermeneutic identity that founds the unity of the work, RB 23/GW8116. It concerns a kind of identity that exists only in its difference, only in its differentiation, or in the radical temporality of its becoming and recurrence. Point 15. This sense of identity contains the paradox of the repetition of the unrepeatable. Here repetition does not mean that something is literally repeated, i.e., can be reduced to something original. Rather, every repetition is as original as the work itself. TM 122/GW1 127-128. Any new identity that comes to light is an identity that forms itself only in difference. Thus difference becomes indispensable for identity. Even though Gadamer moves from identity to difference, and not the other way round, his proximity to Derrida on this point should not be overlooked. Point 16. Gadamer highlights the notion of festival in order to illuminate the hermeneutic identity that we encounter in play and art. The themes of festival and the festive quality of art extend throughout his entire work, from Truth and Method to the article on art as play, symbol, festival from 1974, and his essay entitled Towards a Phenomenology of Ritual and Language from 1992. Yet what is a festival? An initial answer might be, a festival exists only in being celebrated, TM 124/GW1 129. To attend a festival, to celebrate it, does not simply mean that one does not work. More than work, the festival founds communal being. A festival occurs when a community gathers, and the community exists as such thanks to the festival. Yet this is something we hardly remember. To celebrate is an art, RB 37/GW8 130. This art, which was well known in antiquity and is the art of being together, has become increasingly rare today. To understand the multilayered temporal experience of festival, the word celebration or procession, bighang, becomes important, since it points to walking or going, gehen, RB 38/GW8 131. But this is not the kind of movement to reach a goal. Rather, the goal has already been reached in the moving. The festival is there, it has its existence in the time in which it is celebrated. Yet the present time of the festival is not simply present, it is rather a present time in which the past returns and recurs. Hence one speaks of the recurrence of the festival. The recurrence belongs to the festival no less than the community who celebrates it. To recur means that a past event repeats itself in the present, despite its unrepeatability. Thus every festival is always identical and always different. It is identical because it is a festival that recurs, as for example that of Easter. And it is different, because it is always celebrated in different ways. It does not refer to an original historical event that becomes present in commemoration. Even if a major part of the festival refers back to an event, there are also festivals that exist only in the ritual enactment of their celebration. This is shown to be the case, for example, in that no one thinks back to the original event anymore. Every summer in Heidelberg the castle is illuminated and everyone takes part in the festival, but only a few remember, when celebrating it, that it is in memory of the great fire that destroyed the old city during the French retreat in the 17th century, LL 31/GW8 415. Hence the recurrence of the festival has its own time, RB 40/GW8 133. It is the celebration. The calculating, dispensing character with which we otherwise manage time is brought to a standstill in the celebration, RB 40/GW 8133. The time of the festival is very important for Gadamer. It is important in the first place because recurring festivals cannot be put in a temporal order, but rather the reverse. The temporal order emerges only in accordance with the festivals beginning with the year itself. Secondly, the primacy of the festival's recurrence is the primacy of an event that comes into its time and has its own time. It can be neither calculated nor filled out. The practical experience of time is the experience of time that is at our disposal, the time one has or thinks one has for something. But this is an empty time, which can be filled out by being busy or can remain empty in boredom. The time of the festival is, by contrast, a fulfilled time, which brings the time of calculation to a standstill and brings a halt to it. It is a time of celebration, which is the celebration of time itself. Point 17. The experience of the festival resembles the experience of art, because it invites us to linger, to participate, and be present. As in play, however, so too in art and in festival, whoever participates in the presentation, whoever plays together with, mitspielt, and celebrates the event, is changed, transformed, and raised from his or her subjectivity to a higher reality, the reality of a nearly sacral commonality that seizes everyone. TM 124/GW 129. 9. That's it. Art and its truth. Lingering with the work of art, for Gadamer, has a great significance that goes beyond aesthetic experience itself. Yet what does it mean to linger? Mere amusement, in the sense of entertainment, is quite different from lingering, which appears to be closer to contemplation. Already in Truth and Method, Gadamer brings the Greek word theoria into connection with the sacral communion of festival and art, TM 124/GW 129. Theoria here means not being merely spectators but rather participating in a festive act and being entirely immersed in it. Point 18. Theoria is a true participation, not something active but something passive. Pathos, namely being totally involved in and carried away by what one sees, TM 125/GW 130. The theoros, who is present at and participates in the ritual of the festival, is outside of himself. This being outside of himself, however, is nothing other than that self-forgetfulness which results when one is entirely swept away and taken in by something. In fact, being outside oneself is the positive possibility of being wholly with something else, TM 126/GW 131. Thus the state of being there alongside, Debesian, requires devoting one's attention to the matter at hand, and corresponds to a continuity with oneself, TM 126/GW 130. Already through culture, one learns to forget one's own immediate interests. Point 19. Thus, beyond the aesthetic experience, it is in such a way that the hermeneutic approach to oneself and toward others comes to be characterized. Point 20. Yet lingering as waiting and attentiveness has a further meaning for Gadamer, which comes to light in the important essay from 1992, The Artwork in Word and Image, So True, So Full of Being. GR 192-224, Word und Bild so war, so sehend, GW 8 373-399. This essay marks the final stage of Gadamer's aesthetic thought. Whoever is swept away, whoever participates, for example in worship, enables the divine to come forth, GR 212/GW 8 389. Lingering is associated here with the emergence of the divine in the case of worship, and with the emergence of truth in the case of art. To clarify this association, Gadamer refers especially to Plato's Philebus, in which becoming is interpreted as a coming into being that leaves something in being of its having become. Being emerges from becoming, GR 209/GW 8 386. Point 21. From this coming into being, Aristotle in his Physics makes the transition to the being of becoming, and in that context introduces the concept of energia. This concept suggests contemporaneity, which characterizes the temporal structure of those activities that have no goal beyond themselves, like seeing and having seen, observing and having observed. At the same time, this being also characterizes the lingering that is a kind of being present in which we are immersed and absorbed. Aristotle mentions life as an example, and Gadamer returns to this example. To linger in this sense is another way of saying that one is alive, gr 211/GW8, 387.22. Yet what happens if one accepts the invitation of art and lingers over the image or the word? To linger does not mean to achieve something, to do this or that, but to be completely absorbed, so as to let the work of art emerge as if it were a making, gr 211/GW8, 389. Such an emergence distinguishes the experience of art. We are there and at the end the impression grows on us, that's right. gr 211/GW8, 388. We say, that's it, or that's right, to the emergence of art, to the shining forth of the beautiful, which has the perfection of the starry skies above. The truth of art is thus not only that of aletheia. In contrast to Heidegger, the truth of the artwork for Gadamer does not so much occur in the ontological entwinement of unconcealment and concealment. The truth of art is not only the unconcealment of something that emerges from concealment, but rather, and above all, this emergence itself, gr 211/GW8, 388.23. Even if the work is always the same, it emerges differently in every encounter, gr 214/GW8, 390. It is in this differing emergence that each work exists as true. For those who experience it, it has neither the ontological status of a created object nor the ontological status of a reproduction. It happens only in the fulfillment of its emergence. It would be difficult to imagine this emergence other than as an encounter, or better, with Gadamer, as a dialogue. It is necessary at this point to question the distinction between word and image. Neither here nor elsewhere does Gadamer grasp this distinction in a theoretical manner. Yet the proximity to poetry and poiesis indicates that writing poetry, too, no less than painting or sculpting, is a kind of making. In these latter cases, to be sure, the making is a real making, because material, for example, colors or stones, is needed for production. In the case of poetry, by contrast, it is almost more than making, because poetry enables entire worlds to arise from the lightness of breath and the miracle of memory, gr 201/GW8, 378. Here, on the strength of the ontological status of the word, not being becomes being. 10. The transcendence of the beautiful. Gadamer evokes religious overtones when he describes the majesty or solemnity of art, the way in which art emerges like the divine, the event that resembles that of worship, the contemporaneity that distinguishes it and the ecstatic immersion of those who are swept away by it, as well as the sacred communion that art founds. This correspondence is obviously no coincidence. In several essays from different periods, which are gathered together in Volume 8 of his collected works under the title The Transcendence of the Beautiful, Gadamer explicitly insists on the proximity between art and religion, indeed, even on the religious dimension of art. This religious dimension can be traced back to myth. But what is myth? The concept of mythos from antiquity appears to be indissolubly linked to the divine, even if mythos occurs only in narration. The myth is what is said, the saga that must be taken as it is because it allows no other possibility of experience. It is content from tradition that can only be believed. 24. In the 1981 essay Mythology and Revelatory Religion, Mythology und Offenbarungsreligion, Gadamer distances himself from Bultmann who, in the context of demythologization, which he applies to the biblical tradition, sees myth as the polar opposite of reason, something that can be no longer believed. Yet for Gadamer, it is precisely in relation to logos that myth becomes relevant. In this context he turns above all to the work of Max Weber, 1864–1920, and especially to his famous thesis on the demystification of the world, which was developed in his 1919 work, Science as Vocation. The demystified world for Weber is the world that no longer believes in magic, indeed it believes in nothing outside of science. It is the world of the Enlightenment and of scientific atheism, which so rationalizes life that it excludes everything from discussion that cannot be verified by method. Myth is seen here in opposition to the logos of reason. Demystification, according to Weber, would be the result of a universal law development. This development is summarized in the title of a work by Wilhelm Nessel from 1940, called From Myth to Logos, Vom Mythos zum Logos. For Gadamer, it is a matter of revising this paradigm. Far from a universal law of development, it is rather a historical fact, to which the secularization produced by Christianity contributed, by destroying the worldview dominated by myth and pagan gods. From myth to logos, the demystification of reality would only be the single clear direction of history if demystified reason were certain of itself and realized itself with absolute determination. What we see, however, is the actual dependence of reason on a superior economic, social, and state-supported power. The idea of absolute reason is an illusion. GW 8167. The paradigm, from myth to logos, arises from the opposition of myth to reason and from reason's claim to absoluteness. Reason tries to bring myth back under its rule or to diminish it, which means to overcome or even to extinguish it. Yet precisely because reason is not absolute, but real and historical, it fails to abolish myth or other non-scientific experiences of truth, which may have been driven to the margins of our world, but which still bear witness to the limits of reason. Gadamer inquires into the consequences of this opposition, especially in light of the fruitful bond between myth and logos in Greek culture, whose highest expression is to be found in the Platonic dialogues. 25 What remains from this culture is the word mythos itself, which points to a realm beyond knowledge and science, GW 8170. It is this very beyond that is denied today. The current situation is quite different from the one described by Weber, who still recognized the limits of science. This situation is singular and unprecedented because access to a beyond is considered closed off for the first time. In its planetary extension, science leaves no room for the beyond. Similarly, the atheism of indifference no longer recognizes the religious question. Is this the end of an illusion? Gadamer asks. Or should we not consider the rejection of a beyond as an illusion? The more the beyond is denied, the more strength it gains, in the process not only revealing the impossibility that reason could occupy all areas of life, but also pointing to the possibility of a more reasonable reason, which, proceeding from the experiences of the beyond, both in art and in religion, could understand itself better. GW 8168. The essential proximity of religion and art can be seen in the beyond of transcendence. The aesthetic and religious experience awaken us from an ontic sleep, and point us toward being. The proximity between them is such that, even when religion seems to disappear, art rushes in to fuse with myth. In this way the poetic experience of the world sees mythically. GW 8168. It is no coincidence that Gadamer mentions Rilke's angel in this context. In another passage, too, this figure indicates for him the movement of transcendence, which is so indispensable for life. 26 The beauty of art is also crucial for life since, like the sacred in its truth, it is simply there. The beautiful is something about which it is never appropriate to ask what it is for. GR 203/GW 8380. At the same time, the beautiful is always the evocation of a possible sacred order. RB 15/GW 8123. 11 Literature and reading. The final art form that Gadamer considers in Truth and Method is literature, to which only 5 pages are dedicated. TM 159, 164/GW 165 to 169. This is particularly surprising considering the role literature will later play in Gadamer's thought, which ultimately confirms the importance of literature more fully. Volumes 8 and 9 of the collected works gather together the numerous essays in which hermeneutics is applied, not only and not so much to the pictorial arts, but especially to literature and poetry. From Goethe to Hölderlin, from Rilke to George, and the lyric poetry of the 20th century, above all the works of Hilde Dahmen, 1909 to 2006, and Paul Celan, 1920 to 70, poetic hermeneutics acquires a significance that goes far beyond the act of application and has an effect on fundamental philosophical concepts, including the conception of language itself. The role of literature in his later work makes it all the more important to ask why literature is dealt with so briefly in Truth and Method. Clearly Gadamer thought that this case, too, would verify his theory of presentation. Yet it is just as evident that the milieu of 1960 was not yet ready for such an argument, and thus Gadamer clashed with the conception whereby the literary work is a closed form, a form that exists only in the ideality of the text. Presentation with an ontological import seemed to be excluded from literature, TM 160/GW 165. After all, what would constitute presentation? Gadamer's answer is that presentation in literature lies in reading. Reading a book is an event in which the read content brings itself to presentation, TM 160, 161/GW 166. From today's perspective it seems nearly self-evident that the literary work realizes itself in reading, which in some ways contributes to the meaning of the text. But this is the case only because philosophical hermeneutics has had considerable influence on literary criticism, in particular on Jaws and Isser. 27. Perhaps influenced by these developments, Gadamer paid more and more attention to reading, since for him it characterizes the event in which the work, including the literary work, but also the musical, pictorial, and even architectural works, realize themselves. Consequently, what does reading mean? It means to decipher the ciphers of the work, to give them back a voice and hence a life. Especially if we consider the sense of reading as gathering, or gathering oneself in listening, which is part of the German word lesen, then reading means giving voice to, that is, letting speak. In this way reading is a genuine universal, all our experience is reading, GW 8 178. The expansion of this concept for Gadamer connects with the recognition of the universality of language. For the later Gadamer, reading, that is, giving voice, expands until it coincides with hermeneutics itself. 28. 12. Aesthetics and hermeneutics. It is therefore unavoidable that the question of the relation between aesthetics and hermeneutics should be asked in Truth and Method. Yet what kinds of aesthetics, and what of hermeneutics? It can no longer be a matter of aesthetics as aesthetic consciousness conceives it. Truth is at stake in art. And truth cannot be dominated, controlled, or possessed, since it emerges only in an encounter, in the encounter with art that, because it speaks to us and invites us to linger, demands to be understood. It also becomes clear that the encounter with art is for each of us an encounter with ourselves. The understanding of this truth always implies an understanding of oneself, and from this event we constantly emerge transformed. With this transformation the transition from aesthetics to hermeneutics is completed. This transition shows itself as necessary in the light of art and its truth, which at the same time brings a critical revision of aesthetics and an expansion of its range. Aesthetics has to be absorbed into hermeneutics, TM 164/GW 170. But hermeneutics, too, must for its part broaden its horizon in order to do justice to the experience of art. As Gadamer emphasizes in his essay Aesthetics and Hermeneutics, it is crucial that hermeneutics, which had acquired a certain relevance in the human sciences but nevertheless remained marginal and limited in its impact, should now conceive of itself differently and in a new way, on the basis of the central question of understanding, ph 95, 104/GW 8128. 4. On the way to philosophical hermeneutics. Schleiermacher's idea of a universal hermeneutics starts from this, that the experience of the alien and the possibility of misunderstanding is universal. TM 179/GW 182. What one now calls hermeneutical philosophy is based to a large extent on a phenomenology. HW 51/GW 3 214. Facticity refers, after all, to the fact in its being a fact, i.e., precisely the thing back of which and behind which one cannot go. In Dilthey, as early as volume 19 of the new edition of his works, we find life characterized as such an irreducible fact. RHS 24/GW 3 422. 1. A discipline in retrospect. The importance of the question of understanding in the aesthetic realm requires a redefinition of hermeneutics, or a critical reconstruction of its history, which in the end amounts to its actual construction. It is not an exaggeration to say that hermeneutics, in a certain sense, was constructed in the middle of the 1950s. Those are the years in which, while Heidegger inquires into the meaning of the word hermeneutics in his famous essay A Dialogue on Language, from 1953 to 54, Gadamer is working on his project of a philosophical hermeneutics. 1. The discipline, which only from the 17th century on is called hermeneutica, the ancient methodical doctrine of interpretation, actually exhibits an extremely fragmented form. Especially because of this, and not simply because it is an auxiliary discipline, and is not very visible from without, hermeneutics lacks autonomy and unity. Only on the basis of a new self-understanding, achieved through a sort of autobiography, almost an anamnesis of its genesis, can hermeneutics present itself as an autonomous and unified discipline. The reconstruction accomplished in retrospect, or in other words the post-construction, first constructs the discipline. Thus the history of hermeneutics brings hermeneutics into the world too. It is no wonder, then, that hermeneutics has been reconstructed according to the model of a linear and teleological process. Its birth act is Dilthey's short essay The Rise of Hermeneutics, from 1900.3. Today this essay would hardly have any resonance at all if Gadamer had not returned to it in his section on historical preparation from truth and method and had not thereby confirmed the historiographical paradigm, in light of which the genealogy of hermeneutics is usually read, TM 173, 218/GW 177 to 222. The paradigm, which is repeated in almost all subsequent reconstructions of hermeneutics and is typically understood in a singular form, can be easily summarized according to its stages. The ancient hermeneia, which in the Greek world was the art of saying, announcing, explaining, and translating, produced only dispersed and disconnected rules. An initial turn is represented by Martin Luther, 1483 to 1546, who, with the principle of sola scriptura, by scripture alone, defends a form of exegesis freed from all authorities. Sacred hermeneutics intertwines with secular hermeneutics, and above all with humanistic philology, which reopens critical access to the classics. 4. The second turn, which marks the transition from the prehistory to the actual history of hermeneutics, is represented by Friedrich D. E. Schleiermacher, 1768 to 1834, who is credited with having unified hermeneutics as the universal art of understanding. If Dilthey expands this art to a methodology of the human sciences, Heidegger frees hermeneutics from method and plants it in the ground of human facticity. Finally, Gadamer establishes the foundation of a philosophical hermeneutics, which makes a claim to universality. This paradigm not only presupposes a prehistory and a history, but also distinguishes between a classical and a philosophical hermeneutics, in Heidegger's and Gadamer's sense. This is certainly contradictory. On the one hand, the history of hermeneutics finds its telos in philosophical hermeneutics, but on the other hand the latter takes shape only through its break with classical hermeneutics. Against this background it is easy to see why Gadamer's reconstructions in truth and method, for example of Schleiermacher and Dilthey, are often deconstructions. After criticisms were raised against him, Gadamer weakened the contrast between classical and philosophical hermeneutics. 5. Even in his later works, though, he continued to follow the same paradigm, as for example in the anthology Seminar, Philosophische Hermeneutik, which he published together with Gottfried Boehm, and in the article Hermeneutik, written in 1974 for the Historisches Wörterbuch der Philosophie. 6. 2. The congeniality of understanding, which Schleiermacher The dispute with classical hermeneutics begins with the reconstruction of Schleiermacher's project, TM 184, 197/GW1 188-201. It is necessary to stress two important limits of the reconstruction. On the one hand, it returns to the image of the Romantic philosopher already developed by Dilthey. On the other hand, it does an injustice to Schleiermacher, by criticizing him as if his approach were dominated by an aesthetic metaphysics of individuality, which would mean that he loses sight of the hermeneutic problem, TM 190/GW1 193. In short, the founder of modern hermeneutics would have, so to speak, failed to construct hermeneutics. Such a critical reconstruction obviously supports Gadamer's strategic goal of lending a sharper profile to his own turn. He has two ways of reaching this goal: either make Schleiermacher into a kind of anti-Hegel, that is, a philosopher of empathy, of sympathy, and of psychogenial understanding, from whom he must take a distance, or recognize the importance Schleiermacher attributes to the grammatical aspect of interpretation, in order to point out the balanced, insightful way he describes the relationship of interdependence between language and the individual. In this last case, Gadamer may have found a model for the third part of Truth and Method, where he focuses on language. Indeed, an indirect recognition of this is Schleiermacher's sentence that Gadamer takes as a motto for his chapter on language: everything presupposed in hermeneutics is but language, TM 381/GW1 187. Yet Gadamer follows the first way, and this has brought him numerous criticisms. Point 7. In his defense, it can be said that Gadamer, despite his often repeated solidarity with Romantic hermeneutics, uncovers the aporias that arise in both Schleiermacher and Dilthey from their overly methodical ways of approaching the hermeneutic question. One should also not forget that, without Gadamer's reconstructions, hardly anyone today would be speaking about Schleiermacher's or Dilthey's hermeneutics. Schleiermacher would perhaps be known only as an important Protestant theologian, famous in Germany for his Plato translations. Dilthey would probably be recognized for his studies on the history of philosophy and the methodology of the human sciences. Though often unjustly critical, Gadamer's reconstructions have in both cases been rediscoveries. In his interpretation of Schleiermacher, Gadamer connects hermeneutics with aesthetics, and not with dialectics and ethics. Hence he privileges the psychological over the grammatical interpretation, even though the one appears close to the other in Schleiermacher. How does Schleiermacher characterize the hermeneutic act? To him it seems possible to bridge the gulf between the author and the interpreter psychologically, by feeling, by an immediate, sympathetic, and congenial understanding, TM 191/GW1 194. Understanding for Schleiermacher involves the imitation of an original production. Thus it became important for him to return to that germinal decision at the vital moment of conception, to that living and absolutely individual moment from which the genial product emerged, TM 187/GW1 191. The imitation should also be genial and creative, like the creation itself. For Gadamer's Schleiermacher, understanding is an art no less than speech. In this sense, hermeneutics is for Schleiermacher the inverse of an act of speech, the reconstruction of a construction, TM 188, 189/GW1 192. A text or speech is not understood on the basis of its subject matter but as an aesthetic construct, as a work of art or artistic thought by a singular individuality, TM 187/GW1 191. From this there arises the divinatory character of hermeneutics. The divinatory act of understanding depends for Gadamer on the immediacy of feeling, though for Schleiermacher, interpretation depends on a comparative procedure even prior to the divinatory. 1.8. This psychologization of Schleiermacher's hermeneutics coincides with its aestheticization, since what is understood is actually the expression of an individuality that is always free of rules. 9. By casting the shadow of the Kantian aesthetics of genius on this hermeneutics, it is easy for Gadamer to charge it with subjectivism. On this reading, Schleiermacher would focus our attention on the expression of the individual subject, namely the author. It would probably have been much more fruitful to stress another feature of Schleiermacher's hermeneutics, where his distance from philosophical hermeneutics appears more sharply. Gadamer himself points to this feature at the beginning of his reconstruction, but drops the issue and refers to the context in which he develops his own hermeneutics, TM 184, 190/GW1 188-189. Schleiermacher marks a turn in the history of hermeneutics because he poses the question of understanding in its full radically. Following the lead of Friedrich Schlegel, 1772-1829, and Humboldt, understanding is no longer assumed to be evident, since it is compromised from the outset by misunderstanding and non-understanding. One does not always and everywhere understand, and misunderstanding occurs not only in borderline cases or in the obscure passages to which hermeneutics is applied. On the contrary, Schleiermacher says that misunderstanding arises on its own and understanding must be wanted and sought after at every point. 10 Misunderstanding, which may seem inevitable in the interpretation of sacred texts written in strange, old, and difficult languages, is actually only a symptom of the much more comprehensive misunderstanding that occurs repeatedly in the conversations of everyday life. In this reversal of our conventional perspective, which unifies the specific practices of hermeneutics with the more general practices of understanding, Schleiermacher also sheds light on the universality of hermeneutics. Ever since Schleiermacher, misunderstanding and non-understanding, even if conceived in different forms, have remained in the constellation of hermeneutics. Understanding will never again be taken for granted. Schleiermacher begins with misunderstanding and non-understanding, and he sees the task of hermeneutics in the transition to understanding. But there will never be a point at which the transition will be complete and the understanding will be perfect. The hermeneutic task is infinite. There is neither empathy nor sympathetic understanding in Schleiermacher. Point 11. Even if there were, they would not be the goal of interpretation, for interpretation maintains its critical vigilance in order to go beyond every form of identification. Hence one must understand the discourse just as well, at first, and then even better than its creator. 12. With these words Schleiermacher reformulates an old hermeneutic principle for Gadamer. The whole history of modern hermeneutics can be read in this formulation which, considered closely, can be traced back to Kant, TM 192/GW1 195. In the Critique of Pure Reason Kant writes, in regard to Plato's idea, that it is not unusual at all to understand an author better than he understood himself, because he had not determined his concept sufficiently. 13. Schleiermacher thinks, too, that understanding is a productive reconstruction that can say better what the author had said if only because it is being said again. To understand better, for Schleiermacher, already points to understanding differently. Point 14. In the afterword to the third edition of Truth and Method, Gadamer acknowledges a certain one-sidedness in his reconstruction of hermeneutics, yet he still insists that Schleiermacher's most characteristic contribution is his psychological interpretation, TM 564/GW2 462. Even later, in his attempt at self-criticism from 1985, which leads to a debate with Manfred Frank, B. 1945, he emphasizes again the relevance of the psychological view, though he also sees that he had neglected aesthetics and dialectics in his account, RPJ 43, 44/GW2 14-15. Gadamer refers to his important text from 1968, The Problem of Language for Schleiermacher, in which he corrects his own position by more sharply outlining the process of mediation, which is never dialectically concluded between language and the speaker. Point 15. 3. The sickness of historical consciousness and Dilthey's aporias. Hermeneutics after Schleiermacher was expanded by the historical school, whose greatest representatives were the philologist August W. Buch, 1785-1867, and the historians Leopold von Ranke, 1795-1886, and Gustav Droysen, 1808-84. For Gadamer, who had already shown the limits of aesthetic consciousness, the debate with the historical school and subsequently with Dilthey offered the opportunity to explore the question of historical consciousness, which had already occupied him in the years before Truth and Method. If history has a goal and an end, whether in divine or human completion, then its course runs consistently in a positive direction. This metaphysical Christian conception has also been secularized in the Enlightenment belief in progress and the Hegelian philosophy of history. Once the metaphysical background crumbles, however, the question of historical consciousness appears in its abyssal gravity. There is neither a goal nor an end to history, there are only the finite purposes of mankind, which recognizes its own finitude in its historicity. This is the tragic truth of historical consciousness. In a few works from the 1940s, particularly in the essay on the limits of historical reason from 1949, Gadamer lets Nietzsche unmask a historical sickness, 16, which marks the emergence of European nihilism. Has historical consciousness taught the modern human to view the world with 100 eyes, or has it dissolved the world into the vertigo of perspectives? And what does the world of history, in all of its infinite variety, mean to the human who now sees herself or himself as historical and finite? This question had already been asked by Herder in his text on Another Philosophy of History for the Education of Humanity, from 1744. The ironic title, according to Gadamer, shows his intention to take a distance from every philosophy of history that is guided by the pretension of the enlightened man to become a mirror of the past. 17 Since all progress involves a loss at the same time, the idea of perfectibility wanes. Only a few years later, Humboldt will warn that being in time is merely a creating and a declining. Not at all linear, the course of history appears as a chaotic wavering, in which there is neither an overcoming on the way to harmonic perfection nor an absolute synthesis. History has no fixed goal that can be discovered outside itself. TM 203/GW 1207. How should one orient oneself in this chaos? How should one still find meaning in the drama of glittering victories and sad ruins? The historical school tries to answer these questions by contrasting Herder's and Humboldt's conceptions to Hegel's philosophy of history, since Hegel's model, with its a priori teleology, does violence to historical facts. It is hence no wonder that hermeneutics becomes the path of orientation for historicism. But historicism is, according to Gadamer, an aestheticizing hermeneutics that takes on positivistic connotations, not only because it commits to facts, but also because it seeks objectivity. The criterion of interpretation that it applies is the relation between the parts and the whole. In secret it postulates that history is like a great book that must be deciphered. Yet only the text of the philologists encompasses a self-enclosed whole. By contrast, the book of history is a fragment that, so far as any particular present time is concerned, breaks off in the dark. TM 199/GW 1203. How could the interpreter have the entire book before them without distorting their own historicity? And how could the interpreter, on the other hand, renounce the whole that is ultimately the whole of world history? These are the two aporias that the historical school cannot overcome. The great question of world history must therefore remain open. Nevertheless, it becomes clear that it may not be a question of whether and how humans understand history, but whether and how humans see themselves historically, each time modifying one's understanding of history. What becomes decisive at this point for Gadamer is the confrontation with Dilthey. Though Gadamer's interpretation is itself debatable, 18, it is important from the outset to distinguish Gadamer's reading from Heidegger's reading of Dilthey. Whereas Heidegger breaks with the tradition of the human sciences and also with Dilthey, Gadamer prefers dialogue. Gadamer's works from the 1950s bears witness to this, as well as the lectures he gave in Leuven in 1957.19. It is no accident that the confrontation with Dilthey opens the text of Truth and Method 20. It is just as true, however, that over the following decades the figure of Dilthey becomes increasingly less present in Gadamer's work. Gadamer did not devote many essays to him, apart from the first, which he had written in 1933 for Dilthey's 100th birthday. All the others go back to the 1980s and are mostly reworkings of the chapter in Truth and Method. 21. An exception is the essay on hermeneutics and the Dilthey school from 1991, in which Gadamer answers the criticisms from Frithjof and partially modifies his own interpretation. Point 22. The word hermeneutics appears very rarely in Dilthey's writings. From the outset it is his aim to free himself from the impasses that had stranded the historical school, halfway between philosophy and experience, TM 219/GW 1222. Dilthey's era is marked by the collision between Romantic culture and the rise of positivism. The rejection of Hegel's philosophy enabled a return to Kant. Just as Kant had grounded the natural sciences in the critique of pure reason, Dilthey plans to ground the human sciences through a critique of historical reason, a promising formulation as a possible title for a book that, however, he was unable to publish because, according to Gadamer, he was never able to reconcile the particular aporias that cripple his thought. Point 23. The question that occupies Dilthey is one of historical consciousness in the form it takes after Nietzsche. If every person, every epoch, and every manifestation of spirit is to be conceived historically, how is it possible to guarantee a universally valid knowledge of history? To give universal validity to historical knowledge means to measure history in terms of scientific knowledge. Dilthey's intention already in the introduction to the human sciences from 1883 is to use hermeneutics to raise the human sciences to the status of the natural sciences. Though he wavers between a unified and a complementary model, Dilthey ultimately tends toward the latter, which reserves the hermeneutic approach for the humanities. Gadamer's critical interpretation begins at this point. He shows how Dilthey's oscillation derives from an inner contradiction in his thought, the contradiction between positivism and romanticism, between the methodological claim to objective knowledge and the romantic insight into the historicity of thought. If we are historical beings, how could we ever reach a universal knowledge that reaches beyond our historicity? Isn't any fixed certainty, the fundamentum inconcussum that Dilthey wants to reclaim for the human sciences, already compromised by their fundamental historicity? And isn't there a danger in projecting the model of the natural sciences onto the human sciences? In contrast to the Neo-Kantians, Dilthey distinguishes clearly between historical knowledge and knowledge in the natural sciences. For this he returns to the principle of verum factum, or truth and fact, which Vico had applied to the civilized world. The human being recognizes as true only what he has made in history, not in nature. In such a way the possibility of historical knowledge is justified, TM 222/GW 1226. Just like in Romantic hermeneutics, the solution lies in the congeniality of the subject and the object. For Gadamer, however, this is precisely the problem. How can the transition from the individual historical experience to the general experience of history be explained? Doesn't Vico's principle simply transpose an experience from the world of art onto the world of history? Does it make sense, with regard to the human conditions within the course of history, to speak of a making? These questions reveal one of Gadamer's most important objections to Dilthey. Historical consciousness is, for Dilthey, consciousness conditioned by history, and on the other hand it is also consciousness of history, the consciousness of the historical character of everything human. This consciousness distinguishes our epoch from all preceding ones. Historical consciousness would amount to a remedy for its own, self-created, ills. Since we are conscious of our historicity, we should be able to take that distance which allows us to know it in an objective way. Consciousness crosses over into knowledge, self-consciousness into wisdom. But with this transition it is taken as self-evident that consciousness is a mode of self-knowledge in the Cartesian sense, TM 235/GW 1239. In short, Dilthey's historical consciousness deceives itself no differently than aesthetic consciousness about its own possibilities. In contrast to this historical consciousness, which is confident of its ability to reach a transparent knowledge of itself, Gadamer proposes a historically affected consciousness 24. Yet Dilthey made several attempts to anchor consciousness to its historical being. To do this he introduced the concept of life, which he advanced as the cornerstone of his hermeneutics. Even before one realizes it, he or she already understands the life world by articulating connections or structures of sense that can, as a result, be understood again. The process by which sense arises is life articulating itself. Here life grasps life. 25, or, in Gadamer's words, life interprets itself. Life itself has a hermeneutical structure, TM 226/GW 1230. Understanding represents the opposite process to that in which the lived experience expresses itself in understandable figures of sense. Life, by articulating itself, returns to itself in reflection. This becomes the hermeneutic principle that would clarify the transition from individual to general experience, ultimately from psychology to hermeneutics. It should then be able to specify the way the individual is bound to the objective spirit, TM 224/GW 1228-229. On the one hand, the life of each individual has the character of historicity. On the other hand, history is nothing other than life viewed from the standpoint of all humanity. Life proves to be the a priori that guarantees the possibility of understanding all individual and historical manifestations, whereby history structures itself as a text. Through hermeneutic circularity, which moves from the whole to the parts and from the parts to the whole, always broader connections in the direction of universal history are achieved with a movement that can never complete itself in the absolute. TM 236/GW 1240-241. Nevertheless, for Gadamer, this concept of life, in which the moment of self-reflection is sharply accentuated, is still burdened with Cartesian presuppositions, beginning with the proximity of methodical doubt to the doubt that torments human existence. Dilthey does not see that the search for certainty in science, and in life, goes two very different ways. The doubt of the first, Cartesian kind, doubts in order to reach an unassailable certainty; the latter, existential doubt, doubts the very possibility of such certainty. Far from being an extension of existential doubt, the methodological doubt of scientific reflection is a movement that is directed against life, TM 238/GW 1242. Here Gadamer polarizes the opposition between science and life in Dilthey. Scientific knowledge offers certainty in the sense of protection against the incomprehensibility of life, TM 239/GW 1244. But the certainty that life seeks is not the certainty that can be derived from a final principle, more than a foundation. Life seeks forms of belonging and community. The program of a philosophy of life remains active, though it must be freed from the epistemological impasse in which Dilthey remains entangled. This liberation happens through phenomenology. For Husserl and the hermeneutic turn in phenomenology. Contrary to the conventional view, the relation between Gadamer and Husserl should not be underestimated. In the first place, their relation should be valued because of the theoretical relevance that phenomenology obviously had for hermeneutics, which Gadamer frequently emphasized. His encounter with Husserl was not decided in the few months that he spent in Freiburg in 1923. In addition to the passages in Truth and Method, Gadamer wrote 2 essays on Husserl in the 1970s, The Science of the Life World in 1972, and On the Relevance of Husserl's Phenomenology, in 1974, TM 242, 254/GW 1246-258. Point 26. Particularly important, however, is the essay already published in 1963, The Phenomenological Movement, in which he took stock of the debate over phenomenology and at the same time clarified and defined his own position, ph 130, 181/GW 3105-146. What connects Gadamer to Husserl, and what separates them? Husserl's maxim "back to the things themselves" had a liberating function. With these words he showed philosophy the way to escape the impasse of formulas and theories, precisely by returning to the things themselves. 27. In short, for Husserl, philosophy should no longer merely occupy itself with scientific theories, establishing itself as meta-theory or a secondary science. Nor should philosophy limit itself to the history of philosophy. Rather, Husserl recommended a return to things themselves, in order to begin philosophizing from that point. Erudition has little to do with the practice of philosophy. What is necessary is philosophical conversion, a suspension, or epoche of the natural attitude. This should be conceived as a phenomenological reduction, which would provide an entirely new point of departure for philosophy. Point 28. The first effect of this approach, which had an immediate fascination for both Heidegger and Gadamer, is the liberation from the technical vocabulary of Neo-Kantianism and more generally the paradigm of scientific objectivism. The hermeneutic significance of Husserl's appeal should not be unacknowledged. Philosophy should leave behind all theories that are not grounded on a visible phenomenality shared by all, and proceed from things as they make themselves known through intuition. This resonates as a call to philosophy to be vigilant against all metaphysical constructions and to hold fast to what is given through intuition, a call that points from the beginning to the possibility of overcoming metaphysics. The things Husserl wants to return to are not things in themselves, independent from consciousness, rather they are only given thanks to the intentionality of consciousness. Intentionality in this sense means that every object has the way of being of consciousness. It is intentionality that allows the real to appear to consciousness, and it can therefore be understood as a hermeneutic category. There is no objectivity without the constitutive intentionality of consciousness. But it is Husserl's great merit to have seen that this constitution is not simply to be attributed to the accomplishment of a transcendental subject. Considered more closely, the subject contributes to the constitution of sense that arises together with the subject itself without ever being fully able to control this sense. The constitution is the movement of reconstruction of intentionality, which unfolds in a horizon of sense that always lies beyond the limits of the subject. Ph 165/GW3 135. In Truth and Method, Gadamer returns to this concept of horizon. By inscribing itself into a horizon, intentionality is destined to move as the horizon moves. Point 29. On the other hand, Gadamer also refers to the implicit horizon of understanding, which emerges from the subterranean temporality of conscious life that Husserl had spoken of as absolute historicity, an expression Gadamer mentions twice, TM 243, 255/GW1 248, 259. Even more important for Gadamer is the life world. Gadamer repeatedly returns to this concept, in order to emphasize its productivity and its astounding resonance in the philosophy of the 20th century, Ph 151/GW3 123. The life world is an expression that Husserl had probably coined in contrast to the world of science. 30. Intentionality itself needs the life world, because the ego is no longer the source of the constitution of sense, and so it becomes necessary to return to another source, indeed to the anonymous but intersubjectively understood source of the life world. Yet for Gadamer, Husserl was not radical enough. In the life world thus conceived, it appears as if one might recognize the finitude of the ego. But Husserl still seeks to ground the life world by tracing it back to the transcendental subjectivity of the Urich, the primal I, TM 248/GW1 252. This means that, in spite of everything, Husserl remains caught in a Cartesian conception of philosophy, which as an apodictic science aims for an ultimate foundation, letztendliche Begründung. This is the point where hermeneutics is furthest from phenomenology, or where the hermeneutic turn takes place within phenomenology. In phenomenology, as in large parts of the philosophical tradition, language has played only a secondary role, though it is precisely with language that a critique of Neo-Kantianism could have developed. Although it marked a turn from the facts of science to the life world, phenomenology did not go further, since it did not recognize the role of language in the life world. Phenomenology never relinquished the idea of an ultimate foundation. But one motive points to another. The idea of an ultimate foundation leads to forgetting language, whereas language puts all foundations into question. GW 8 401, 418, 435. On the contrary, hermeneutics tries to find a place in philosophy for the mysterious proximity of language and reason. The hermeneutic turn in phenomenology is a turn toward language. 5. The hermeneutics of facticity, beyond Heidegger. It was only with the turn Heidegger took in phenomenology that the ontological presuppositions of any ultimate foundation were first uncovered. Heidegger's work makes clear that the fundamentum inconcussum is actually, if considered more closely, concussum, namely temporal and finite. It is the whole idea of grounding itself that underwent a total reversal, TM 257/GW 1261. Gadamer's hermeneutics in truth and method begins after a long section dedicated to Heidegger's project, TM 254, 264/GW 1258-269. In spite of all the inspiration from Schleiermacher, from Dilthey, and finally also from Husserl, it was after all Heidegger who provided the decisive impulse for Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics. Yet which Heidegger? This question is of considerable importance. With the answer one can not only clarify the section devoted to Heidegger in Truth and Method, but also illuminate Gadamer's entire interpretation of Heidegger. To begin, it must be emphasized that the Heidegger to whom Gadamer refers is not the one from Being and Time, but rather the one from the hermeneutics of facticity. This is the early Heidegger, whose lectures Gadamer had heard in the 1920s, even though, according to Gadamer, it is misleading to speak of the early and the late Heidegger, because it risks obscuring the continuity of his thought. This continuity should be seen precisely between the hermeneutics of facticity and the turn of the late Heidegger. It was simply interrupted by the interlude of Being and Time, TM 257, 258/GW 1261-262. Later, in an essay from 1986 with the telling title Martin Heidegger's One Path, Gadamer will speak of the turning before the turning in order to underline Heidegger's coherent development, RHS 26/GW 3423. Gadamer saw, from very early on, a unity in Heidegger's path and was able to stress such a continuity in both his interpretation of Heidegger and his own philosophy. Since he continued to speak of hermeneutics, even when other interpreters had long ceased to do so, Gadamer was able to rejoin the end of Heidegger's path back to its beginnings. Of course, such a claim is really possible only today, on the basis of Heidegger's more recently published manuscripts from his lectures and seminars. In 1960, at the time of Truth and Method, the Heidegger of Being and Time was still seen as the early Heidegger, from whom the later one, the thinker of poetic thought, had distanced himself. This way of reading Heidegger's work was shared by most of his interpreters. The hermeneutics of facticity was for the most part unknown, though traces of it remained in Gadamer's memory, in his notes, and in Heidegger's manuscripts. After these had been published, Gadamer had not only the texts but also the necessary distance to be able to write. The collection Heidegger's Ways from 1983 was the result. In addition to these essays, which had been revised for publication, more than 10 later ones appeared. 7 of these are in the 10th volume of the collected works, which was published in 1995. It is clear that if Heidegger's lectures had been published earlier, the section in Truth and Method would have had a different content and perhaps even a different character. But when Gadamer wrote this section, he could rely on only Being and Time to underline the significance of Heidegger's thought for hermeneutics. In order to make his argumentation more convincing, and to show the radical change made to the conception of understanding, Gadamer appeals, perhaps surprisingly, to Count von York, 1835-97. York had become known both because of his critical letters to Dilthey and because Heidegger had reproduced a part of this correspondence in paragraph number 77 of Being and Time. For Gadamer, York becomes a key figure in overcoming the epistemological paradigm represented by Dilthey. York not only points to Dilthey's aestheticism, which falls prey to an objectivist worldview, but also shows that Dilthey is not aware that the interpreter belongs to what is interpreted, and that he had not understood the historicity of life, but thought of it only in a very Cartesian way, TM 248, 254/GW 1255-258. York's alternative model remains a bit obscure, however, as do Gadamer's own remarks. In any case, Gadamer later no longer refers to York. The concept of belonging first is clarified by Heidegger and then becomes decisive for hermeneutics in Truth and Method, TM 262/GW 1266. Yet this is only possible thanks to a completely new way of conceptualizing understanding. Although he did not have access to the published materials, Gadamer explicitly refers to the hermeneutics of facticity, TM 254/GW 1259. 31 What does the hermeneutics of facticity mean? At first it should be said that facticity does not mean an ultimate given, or a new positivity. According to Heidegger in his 1923 lecture, facticity must be understood as the ontological character of our Dasein, which gives itself differently than any other being, for Dasein means to fulfill this facticity. 32 To put it differently, in this facticity that I am, what is at stake is me, what I make of myself. So why should one speak of hermeneutics? It is because hermeneutics, according to Heidegger, is understood as a way of gaining access to facticity. 33 Even more, Dasein is or it exists only insofar as it understands. Hermeneutics attributes facticity to the body and articulates it, expresses it, understands it. Without hermeneutics, there would be no facticity of Dasein and Dasein would not exist in the first place. Facticity can only be hermeneutic. For the first time hermeneutics dealt not only with texts, but also with existence. 34 The break Heidegger accomplishes here is radical. It means that one has no choice whether to understand or not to understand. To exist is to understand is to exist. Gadamer expresses the point effectively: understanding is the original form of the realization of Dasein, TM 259/GW 1264. This fundamental transition carries many philosophical implications with it. Dasein, with its way of realization, or its understanding that is also always a self-understanding, reveals its ineluctable temporality, its inescapable finitude. The idea of an ultimate foundation seems more doubtful and problematic than ever. Because the unshakable ground proves to be shakeable, this shows that it had been the dream of metaphysics to overcome finitude with a secure, fixed, and unchanging position, an absolute foundation on which everything else could be grounded, a subjectum or hypokaimenon to which humans had elevated themselves in modern thought. But is this Dasein really the foundation of all that is, or is it not for its part thrown into being, and only for a brief period of time? The hermeneutics of facticity cannot retreat from the thrownness of Dasein. Precisely because our thrownness indicates the non-availability of the there in which our Dasein always exists, one would have to speak of a hermeneutics of thrownness or, with Gadamer, even of a hermeneutics of finitude. 35. If one considers not only Truth and Method, however, but also the collection Heidegger's Ways as well as the many later essays, including the book about Heidegger that Gadamer never wrote, then it is not an exaggeration to say that Gadamer did pay his debt to his teacher, above all in the new way that understanding is brought into connection with the finitude of existence. Thus it is much easier to say what connects the two thinkers than what divides them. But the image of Gadamer limiting himself to the urbanization of the Heideggerian province would have to be revised. 36 Certainly Gadamer himself contributed to this picture, by suggesting to many inattentive readers that his thought is a continuation of, rather than a break from, Heidegger's. Perhaps he himself did not want to recognize this break entirely, let alone emphasize it. Nevertheless, the filiation is much less direct than has often been thought. 37. Gadamer does not share the radical as well as solipsistic disquiet of Heidegger, his concerns about existence, his striving for authenticity. Heidegger's analytic of Dasein is foreign to Gadamer, for it contains a transcendental residue, TM 257, 263/GW 1261, 268. Above all, Gadamer does not follow the development in being and time, where the hermeneutics of facticity is in the service of the question of being. Today this is no longer a question for hermeneutics, since hermeneutics makes no claim to found any ontology. This explains why Gadamer is not concerned with the overcoming of metaphysics, and why he shows so little interest in the history of metaphysics or, even less, in A New Beginning 38. But what should be said about the way in which Gadamer, through a phenomenology of understanding, interprets finitude and the limit that is always the beyond of the other? What about his attempt to put all ultimate foundations into question, through the dialectics of language and dialogue? At the watershed of the hermeneutics of facticity, one must finally follow Gadamer on the path of his philosophical hermeneutics. 5. The constellation of understanding. It is enough to say that we understand in a different way, if we understand at all. TM 297/GW1302. In fact, history does not belong to us, we belong to it. TM 276/GW1281. One understanding between circles and spirals. Gadamer emphasizes the breaks more than the continuities in his reconstruction of hermeneutics. The decisive break occurs with Heidegger's disclosure of the four-structure of understanding, TM 265/GW1270. Heidegger conceives of understanding as the movement of Dasein itself, and he uncovers circularity as its basic character. Gadamer begins with Heidegger's view, but reinterprets both the circle and understanding. He broadens the hermeneutic circle so fundamentally that it becomes the guiding thread of the entire middle section of truth and method. What does the four-structure of understanding, or for understanding, mean? Why does this amount to a new way of comprehending understanding? Romantic hermeneutics starts from the assumption of misunderstanding and non-understanding. Understanding, for Schleiermacher, defines itself negatively. It is based on the fact of non-understanding. One understanding becomes for him the overcoming of misunderstanding, and non-understanding a kind of overcoming that, however, is condemned to fail unless a chimerical way out is found, such as empathic identification. Beyond such illusory moments of happiness, romantic hermeneutics appears to stagnate in non-understanding. What distinguishes philosophical hermeneutics, by contrast, is the reversal of these premises. In being and time, understanding is the assumption from which Heidegger starts. Far from a private condition, understanding emerges as the originary phenomenon from which misunderstanding and non-understanding derive, BT 143/SZ 153. Understanding is always already there, whereas misunderstanding and non-understanding occur only within the context of understanding. Only insofar as I understand, according to Heidegger, can I not understand or misunderstand. From this basis, hermeneutics is reformulated, and it takes up the task of reflecting on understanding in a new and more radical way. Gadamer recalls that the depiction of understanding with the figure of the circle stems from ancient rhetoric, TM 291/GW1296. The figure then made the transition from rhetoric to hermeneutics. The circle describes the movement from the parts to the whole and from the whole to the parts. The parts and the whole necessarily presuppose each other and influence each other reciprocally. Their circular relation is explained by the context, which ties the sentences to the entirety of a text. The understanding of an individual sentence presupposes the understanding of the text, but on the other hand, the understanding of the text can arise only from understanding the sentences. The principle of all understanding concentrates in this circularity, which was formulated for the first time by G. A. Friedrich Ast. 1778–1841, during the Romantic period. Point 2. Circularity excludes linearity. Circular interwovenness cannot be untied and leveled down. This insight causes Schleiermacher to reconsider the legitimacy of understanding, since the understanding, as the figure of the circle clearly shows, is compromised by the lack of a ground. Point 3. Even if it proceeds through its parts, and is both motivated and justified by them, the understanding of the whole is groundless from the beginning. Seen in this way, the circle appears to be a methodological obstacle. As a result, Schleiermacher wanted to replace the circle with the figure of the spiral, a figure that has recently been taken up again by some interpreters. Point 4. With the spiral, circularity could resolve itself in linearity. For this, however, one would have to presuppose that the understanding of the whole is adjusted and integrated by the parts in an asymptotic process of approximation. Yet this model of understanding does not acknowledge that groundlessness remains in every turn of the spiral. It is inherent in the structure and thus impossible to overcome. What undoubtedly also contributed to Schleiermacher's negative view of the circle was his way of comprehending non-understanding and understanding in dichotomous opposition to each other. Only when this opposition is relinquished can the circle, along with its groundlessness, acquire another meaning. This is exactly what happens with Heidegger. He describes circularity as the way in which existence, which he calls Dasein, understands itself and exists understanding itself. Thrown into the world, Dasein projects itself in each case according to the anticipation of its understanding. In this way it cares for its own future, opening up to its own possibilities. BT 138/SZ 147. We shall call the development of understanding interpretation, Heidegger writes, BT 139/SZ 148. To interpret means not only to adopt an understanding, but also to develop and articulate it. The hermeneutic circle takes place here between understanding and interpretation. There is no interpretation where there is no prior for understanding. This is, however, a traditional example that could be misunderstood. That is why Heidegger says that he wants to move the circle beyond the philological interpretation. For him it is a matter of giving the circle an entirely new range, one that goes beyond the interpretation of a text, acquiring an existential value. Understanding is the way in which Dasein enacts its existence. This view of understanding expands its importance and yields an entirely new reading of the circle. What is a circle, after all? It is well known that in logic, for example, the circle is always a circulus viciosus, whose error is to presuppose what it needs to prove. The circularity of understanding appears to indicate this error directly. But Heidegger meets the logician's objection in advance. He reverses the argument by emphasizing the circularity and primordiality of understanding, which uncovers the connection between them. Only from the Cartesian perspective of linearity can the circle appear as an inevitable imperfection. BT 143/SZ 153.5. The epistemological ideal of linear knowledge can be maintained, but only to the extent that one is aware it is secondary, derived from the primordial circularity of understanding. In this sense it would be useless to criticize the circle for its groundlessness and error. It carries its ground in itself and thereby grounds understanding in a figurative way, or better, it manifests the fundamental circularity of understanding. It follows, then, as Heidegger writes, what is decisive is not to get out of the circle, but to get in it in the right way. BT 143/SZ 153. The circle should not be reduced to a vicious circle, nor should it be taken as a mere obstacle, since within the circle there dwells the positive possibility of understanding, that is the primordial way in which Dasein enacts its existence. To all understanding is ultimately self-understanding. Gadamer opens the systematic part of Truth and Method with the hermeneutic circle. This section bears the pregnant title, Elements of a Theory of Hermeneutic Experience, TM 265, 379/GW 1270-384. He emphasizes, almost in the words of being and time, that this circle possesses an ontologically positive significance, TM 266/GW 1271. At the same time he returns to the classical version of rhetoric and hermeneutics, to introduce the movement between the parts and the whole, TM 291, 295/GW 1296-299. Is this a lapse back into a pre-Heideggerian conception of the circle? Or is something new introduced here? Heidegger's motivation was existential. Gadamer, by contrast, engages in a critique of the methodological ideal of objectivity, which threatens to reduce and distort the value of understanding. This difference also appears with the differences in the examples they give. Heidegger speaks of the interpretation of existence, whereas Gadamer refers to the interpretation of texts. For textual interpretation, Gadamer proceeds from our four meanings, which anticipate the meaning of the whole text, TM 267/GW 1272. It would be a mistake, however, to draw the conclusion of Marquard that Heidegger's being towards death is simply replaced by Gadamer's being towards text 6. Gadamer is fully aware of the existential breadth that understanding gains in Heidegger's description. But he does not limit himself to describing the structure of Dasein in terms of the belonging of the interpreter to what is interpreted, TM 264/GW 1268. Instead, he proposes a critical version of thrownness. In Heidegger's description of Dasein, which always understands itself by going beyond itself, the future is particularly emphasized. But the self-projection of Dasein, on the basis of its thrownness toward future possibilities, is only one dimension of understanding. The dimension of the past belongs, according to Gadamer, just as originally and essentially to the historical finitude of Dasein, TM 262/GW 1266. He elaborates, Dasein that projects itself on its own potentiality for being has always already been, TM 264/GW 1268. In order to project itself into the future, Dasein must proceed from what has already been understood. But what has been understood is past, it has already occurred. We cannot abstract from this dimension. What has been understood also affects the understanding, it is neither neutral and indifferent nor separable. If we try to separate our understanding from the past, then Dasein becomes isolated from the community to which it has always belonged. The circle of understanding, as Heidegger characterizes it, is actually much too abstract. This was Gadamer's indirect criticism. The danger in Heidegger's account is that an isolated Dasein without a past will emerge, and will approach the future with the same free abstractedness as its predecessor, the phenomenological subject. But the hermeneutics of facticity had already shown that, on the contrary, the boundaries of the there or the here, cannot be crossed. In fact, these boundaries both limit and enable the projections of Dasein. The circle thus remains the model for understanding in hermeneutics, but now it is conceived more in terms of sharing and participating, where the one who understands is always already involved in what is to be understood. Due to the ontological co-belonging of the one who understands and the understood, it is evident within the circularity that the one who understands projects itself onto possibilities that have always belonged to it. Gadamer formulates the point in one of the most significant theses of his philosophical hermeneutics: all such understanding is ultimately self-understanding, TM 260/GW 1265. This thesis had already been suggested in Being and Time, where Heidegger argues that Dasein, on the basis of its care structure, cannot help but understand itself, BT 53/SZ 57. But from Gadamer's perspective, it is a mistake to separate the understanding of oneself from the understanding of another, since it is the same process. Already in the everyday understanding of things that are at hand, as for example when we reach for the doorknob in order to open the door, it is clear that understanding, verstehen, is always a form of know-how, sich verstehen auf, that is, less a form of knowledge than an ability. Here Dasein understands itself by understanding the things it encounters in the life world. These things are never simply given in their naked exteriority, to which our understanding adds a bit of color, but always already exist for our anticipation and are to a certain extent for understood. If Dasein understands itself by understanding the other, then it cannot understand itself when it does not understand the other or others. Gadamer follows the way opened by Heidegger, but tries to overcome the duality between oneself and the other. Understanding is always already given in self-understanding. In order to avoid a possible misunderstanding, it is important to emphasize here that self-understanding does not mean understanding oneself as a self. 7. The latter would be the self-consciousness that is unshakably certain of itself. To hermeneutics this is an empty chimera. For hermeneutics there is no self in understanding that would exclude the other. Understanding involves understanding the self and other simultaneously, since self-understanding can articulate itself only through the understanding of the other. The distinction at stake here is not between self and other, but between what was already understood and what is not yet understood. In this way hermeneutics, following Heidegger's teaching, takes its start from understanding and bypasses the previously insurmountable transition from non-understanding to understanding. Yet, following Schleiermacher's teaching, it contains the other within itself from the very beginning. 3. The foreconception of completeness. There are still many open questions regarding the hermeneutic circle and the way understanding enacts itself. Gadamer chooses phenomenological description to address these questions. Rather than formulate normative prescriptions, hermeneutics tries to bring to light what happens in the practice of understanding. But this lack of prescriptions and norms should not be equated with a lack of criteria. Hermeneutics does not encourage interpretive arbitrariness, it insists instead on a critical conception of interpretation. Conscious of its presuppositions, such an interpretation avoids blindly taking up its own assumptions and gives itself over, as Heidegger had already suggested, to the things themselves, BT 142/SZ 152. This last expression, which Gadamer also recuperates, is inherited from phenomenology and needs to be clarified, TM 267/GW 1272. That the interpreter must give him or herself over to the things themselves does not at all imply the ideal of objective knowledge. One should not confuse the thing, Sach, with the object, object. In the context of hermeneutics, the thing is neither the thing in itself of Kant nor the thing itself of Husserl. Following the etymology, thing, or Sach in German, means the matter for debate, Streitsach, in much the same way as cosa does in Italian or chose in French, which stem from the Latin causat. The matter or issue, Sach, is that which is to be debated. Whatever people address and discuss. 81 is always implied and seized by the matter at issue. What is important in this dialogical model is that the interpreter legitimizes his anticipations in accord with the issue that concerns him. But he should not let himself be led by his anticipations alone, for this would amount to arbitrariness. Here is an example: I have decided to review a book about Plato. If I write only about my own thoughts in the review, without considering the views in the book, the result will be a bad review. Neither an impossible neutrality nor self-forgetfulness is expected from the interpreter. What is expected is openness towards the alterity of the text, in other words the ability to allow the text to speak, TM 269/GW 1273. In this we can recognize a hermeneutically trained consciousness, TM 269/GW 1273. The interpreter, who is conscious of their own anticipations and their own biases, allows the text to assert its own truth. This is the only criterion that hermeneutics indicates explicitly. Gadamer calls this the foreconception of completeness, TM 294/GW 1299. Put succinctly, completeness is projected onto the text to be interpreted. One presupposes, in other words, that the text has a truth and a coherence with which it puts forth its truth. To return to the circle, the coherent unity of the whole becomes the presupposition that guides the understanding of the parts, while the harmony of all the parts with the whole, which bears witness to this coherence, becomes the criterion of correctness. Only when what is interpreted does not correspond to the foreconception of completeness, when a coherent truth is unable to appear, does the interpretation get displaced from the text to the author and hence become psychological. For Gadamer this is further confirmation that understanding means understanding on the basis of the thing, and only subsequently does it mean understanding an author. 9. For we are distorting mirrors, on prejudice. The foreunderstanding, from which the understanding proceeds, contains the complex of one's own prejudices, TM 268/271/GW 1272-274. With this Gadamer describes the hermeneutic circle more precisely. If Heidegger shows that understanding is based on what is already understood, Gadamer makes clear that what has already been understood, or the foreunderstanding, is a pre-judice. In order to radicalize the hermeneutic question and develop its ultimate consequences, it is important to recognize that all understanding inevitably involves some prejudice, TM 270/GW 1274. With this thesis, Gadamer wants above all to rehabilitate prejudice, which he pursues through his critique of the Enlightenment. If we look at the Latin word prejudicium and its juridical use, then prejudice has neither a negative nor a positive meaning. It has acquired a negative connotation only since the Enlightenment, which it still has to this day, indicating an unfounded judgment, TM 271/GW 1275. This semantic passage is important. Prejudice is considered false because it has not been legitimated by a secure and objective foundation. But the presupposition that the Enlightenment uses to discredit prejudice is also a prejudice, actually a prejudice against prejudices, TM 272/GW 1275. It is completely paradoxical to claim that one can free thought from prejudices by means of another prejudice. Isn't it necessary to clarify and revise this new prejudice? Still within the spirit of the Enlightenment, Gadamer criticizes Enlightenment prejudice and exposes it as the inheritance of Cartesian doubt. With its devotion to the ideal of scientific knowledge founded on methodological doubt, Enlightenment prejudice distorts the reality of historical understanding. Here there emerges the question of the ultimate foundation, which begins to show itself as impossible in light of the finitude of human existence. Whether prejudice stems from respect for others' authority or from one's own hastiness, in any case the Enlightenment demands that tradition should be judged without prejudice before the tribunal of reason. By taking up this abstract alternative between tradition and reason, Romanticism strengthens belief in the overcoming of myth by logos, though it does this in an opposite direction, hence traditionalist and conservative. Point 10. Historical science, which claims to know the world of the past objectively, takes its start from the Romantic reaction, but ultimately also from the Enlightenment. This convergence simply indicates that the same break with the continuity of meaning in tradition lies behind both traditions, TM 275/GW 1280. One believes in the possibility of a subject who forgets that the interpreter belongs to what is being interpreted and elevates itself above history, above historical tradition, and above its own prejudices. In such a way, the subject, becoming a mirror of itself, would know and judge with objective rationality. Yet this would mean not wanting to admit that human reason, as Kant has had taught us, far from being absolute, is finite and historical. Subjectivity is only a distorting mirror. The self-awareness of the individual is only a flickering in the closed circuits of historical life. That is why the prejudices of the individual, far more than his judgments, constitute the historical reality of his being, TM 277/GW 1281. For Gadamer, rehabilitating prejudice does not mean praising prejudice. We can and should become conscious of our own prejudices. However much consciousness is critically trained, it can never be perfected. If this were not this case, one would fall back into the errors of the Enlightenment. Can a distinction at least be made between true and false prejudices? Truth and Method raises this question, but it remains unanswered because it is posed badly and still suffers from the epistemological paradigm of knowledge. If a criterion for distinguishing prejudice can be found, then it follows that prejudice can be eliminated. Ultimately, the negative connotation of prejudice has an impact on Gadamer's argument, too, and prevents him from designating it as a positive limit. Although it is a key concept in Truth and Method, it is scarcely mentioned later, and his treatment of prejudice does not open the way to a radically new interpretation of the limits. One of the criteria that Gadamer mentions to distinguish between true and false prejudices is temporal distance, TM 296/GW 1301. For him, an interpretation becomes generally accepted over time on the basis of its fruitfulness. How should one distinguish otherwise between authentic art and art that only corresponds to the taste of the moment? But even if temporal distance plays a role in understanding, it cannot be seen as the only criterion of distinction. Gadamer himself later changes his thesis and the text accordingly. Point 11. What had been overvalued was the filter formed by temporal distance. Gadamer is right when he does not conceive of temporal distance as an abyss to be jumped over, but rather as a type of continuity that makes understanding possible. Temporal distance does not, however, solve the question of the legitimacy of judgments and prejudices regarding contemporary works. Indeed, it can actually have the opposite effect and consolidate the less valid interpretations while obscuring the more valid ones. Thus in past times entire passages were stricken from classical works because they were seen as inappropriate, not to mention the stories of peoples that exist only orally, or generations from which not even a memory remains. Tradition can also have a concealing effect. 5. The voices of tradition. What is tradition in the first place, and what role does it play in understanding? The rediscovery of tradition is perhaps the most misunderstood chapter of hermeneutics. It is quite possible that the way in which Gadamer describes it in Truth and Method, where he connects the concept of tradition with authority and the classical, has led to many mistaken misunderstandings. TM 277, 290/GW1 281-295. In his argument Gadamer further describes the hermeneutic circle. With the term prejudice Gadamer names the foreunderstanding from which understanding takes its start. It is clear, however, that other foreunderstandings must come into play in the circle, not only those of the one understanding, but also those of the one being understood. To be sure, it is not easy to make a clear distinction between the one and the other, because prejudices are for their part a form of tradition, often the very form that tradition takes in understanding. As is the case with prejudice, the rehabilitation of tradition by no means includes an apology for or a defense of its effects. It would be a grave misunderstanding to take Gadamer's position as mere traditionalism. Point 12. Rather, by tradition one should understand the immemorial present in understanding, and this refers to two meanings that are bound together. On the one hand, it points to the impossibility of the one understanding to freely avail itself of the immemorial, which is made up of all the four understandings sediment in the tradition. On the other hand, it refers to the lack of an ultimate foundation. The very enduring influence of tradition shows how superfluous the notion of an ultimate foundation is outside the framework of logical mathematical knowledge. This is precisely what we call tradition, the ground of their validity. TM 281/GW1 285. Here Gadamer does not claim that what happens according to tradition has a grounding validity. This would be a traditionalist position. On the contrary, he wants to say that not everything that has been done according to tradition can be brought back to an ultimate foundation. In every founding act tradition always plays a role, insofar as that which belongs to the act has a groundless validity. The foundation presupposes the tradition, not the reverse. As we will see, language, the form in which tradition takes shape and is transmitted, not only shows this clearly but also calls into question every claim for an ultimate foundation. Point 13. How can tradition assert itself, though, if it does not have rational validity arising from an ultimate foundation? It is true that tradition can assert itself without being more closely tested by reason, at least not consciously. But it is just as true that it would be a mistake to see tradition as an irrational and authoritarian power. Tradition appears this way only when it is opposed, as in the Enlightenment, to abstract reason. Gadamer disputes precisely this opposition. He disputes it in the first place because such an opposition does not consider how much tradition there already is in human reason, which is finite and historical. In addition, the opposition between reason and tradition does not take into account how much reason flows in tradition. In this regard Gadamer writes of a tradition freely taken over, TM 280/GW1 285. He is not referring to the gesture of a separated consciousness that appropriates tradition, taking it up as an object, and submitting it to the critical examination of instrumental reason. For this kind of reason, which claims it can control and dominate the order of things as well as history, tradition counts as a corrective. And this is because it marks its limits. Considered more closely, however, the one cannot do without the other. Reason cannot do without tradition, because it is precisely tradition that forms the most fundamental ground of all rational projects and all linear foundations. Tradition cannot do without reason, either, because it needs the free assent of reason in order to perpetuate itself. Its inertia alone will not suffice. TM 281/GW1286.14 In this sense we should speak of a rationality of tradition, which persists insofar as it renews itself through reason. Continuity is not at all self-evident and requires confirmation again and again. Many examples of this could be given, yet it should suffice to think of the consent we give to traditional forms of greetings or thanks. When an English speaker says, "You're welcome," he not only uses a formula but carries on a tradition whose rationality he recognizes and supports, even if only unintentionally and almost by chance. It is an exaggeration to speak of this recognition as an act, since it almost never occurs as a conscious act. Gadamer wants to emphasize that reason has an effect not only by renewing or overthrowing, but also by preserving. Preservation is simply less striking than renewal or overthrow. Thus, for example, whatever is preserved enjoys a certain authority. This is something that, according to Gadamer, neither Jaspers nor Kruger had seen. Just as personal authority is recognized by an act of freedom and reason, so too an authority that is nameless, that is, tradition, is also recognized. TM 280/GW1285. There is no irrationality here. Instead, the authority of tradition is accepted insofar as the transmission process continues. A tradition whose authority appears to be questionable will soon die out, unless it can maintain itself with repressive restoration or as a kind of folklore. The importance hermeneutics gives to the concept of transmission, in relation to tradition, should be clear. For hermeneutics there is no tradition without transmission, since a tradition that cannot be transmitted will rigidify and perish. Tradition should not be understood as static, because it is the historical process of transmitting the past. 15 The accent lies on the dynamic relationship that binds the past to historical consciousness. Gadamer writes, "We are always situated within traditions." TM 282/GW1286. This means that we partake in an uninterrupted dialogue through which tradition can perpetuate itself, and secondly, that even our being is defined by this participation, or shown to be finite. What runs through our historical consciousness is a variety of voices in which the echo of the past is heard. TM 294/GW1289. Our consciousness, as historical, is not intimate and private but deeply foreign, because of the voices from the past that we harbor within. On the other hand, we can participate in the dialogue of tradition only by articulating these voices from the past anew, again and again. In this way we concretize the past, which, according to Gadamer, exists only in the multifariousness of such voices. TM 284/GW1289. In determining the concept of transmission, Gadamer also determines the concept of participating, which he calls participating in a common meaning, and particularly in terms of a linguistically articulated and articulable meaning. TM 292/GW1297. In this way he shows the always open mediation between familiarity and strangeness, the play between familiarity and strangeness, as the true locus of hermeneutics. TM 295/GW1300. In order to illuminate how the mediation between the past and the present is to be understood, Gadamer chooses the example of the classical. The concept of the classical, taken from Hegel but also from Curtius, carries both a normative and a historical value. Classical is what has reached such a perfection that it becomes a model to be imitated. This normative value has to a large extent been erased by historicism, which emphasizes only its historical value. Without adopting the solution from historicism, but also without falling back into an unhistorical way of thinking, Gadamer stresses that a normative element always remains in historical consciousness. Yet the normative value of the classical is never suprahistorical, even if it cannot be identified with an epoch or with a style. What reaches its peak in the classical is a notable mode of being historical, TM 287/GW 1292. In the destructive passing of time, the classical retains something that is not passed from the past with an ever-renewing preservation, and raises it to a timeless present that is contemporary to every time. In bearing witness to the past, but also turning to the present, the classical mediates between past and present. Here Gadamer asks whether the classical, beyond the liminal case that it represents, does not reveal the mediation between past and present that lies at the base of all understanding. Understanding is to be thought of less as a subjective act than as participating in an event of tradition, a process of transmission in which past and present are constantly mediated. TM 290/GW 1295. 6. Werkensgeschichte, the blind labor of history. The concept of effective history, Werkensgeschichte, is the central point around which the theoretical part of truth and method turns. After he overcomes the instrumentalism of historical consciousness, Gadamer spends the rest of the book exploring the consequences for historical and linguistic experience that arise from the new consciousness of effective history. Yet what does effective history mean? The expression was already widespread in the literary criticism of the 19th century. It refers to the auxiliary discipline that deals with the reception of a work and, above all, with the interpretations that have arisen in the reception. 16 The various ways in which in the course of the century texts have been read and events interpreted demonstrate the productivity of history. Every text, every event, takes on a new meaning and shows a new side, each time according to the expectations raised by the historical context but also according to the previous interpretations. Let me provide a few examples. We do not know, of course, exactly how Hegel assessed Plato, but we certainly view Plato differently now on the basis of Hegel's readings. And we look with different eyes, more with the eyes of the vanquished than of the victor, on an experience like the conquest of America. In short, in order to study a work or an event, it is necessary to take into account its effects in history. Thus historicism has a great interest in the history of effect and its effectiveness. But historicism is led by the naive intention of separating the original work from its reception, in order to study it in a completely objective manner. Historical consciousness seems more enlightened on this point than the Enlightenment. It renounces the belief in progress and drops the aim of understanding the course of history rationally, since the course of history is to a certain extent foreign to reason. Instead, it proceeds from the viewpoint of historical consciousness. Gadamer uses his principle of effective history to criticize the presumptuousness of this way of thinking. In order to understand this turning point in philosophical hermeneutics, one must dwell on the complex meaning of this phrase, effective history. It is important in the first place to recognize that effective history means not only the history of effects, or the history of the reception, which is studied and known as such. Gadamer is trying to assert something far more fundamental with his concept. In order to grasp it, one should consider that an effect, Wirken, is not only the result of an activity, but also refers to the activity itself. Effect is a synonym for having an effect or bringing something about in the sense of operating or working, Wirken. Effective history thus has a double meaning. On the one hand, it points to a product, for example the various interpretations of the Bible, which can be seen as the effects of history or as the product of its work completed over the course of centuries. 17 On the other hand, it also points to an activity, in particular to the blind and quiet workings of history, which has no telos and which often remains unnoticed and concealed, nearly unconscious or in any case more being than consciousness. GW 2247/RHT 329. The work of history gathers Hegelian negativity into itself, which is a kind of suffering and undergoing, a labor like that of birth. But from this very negativity, history brings forth unexpected fruits that carry the traces of the negative within them. In its work, history is constantly active, writing and inscribing the traces that make the past legible, and nevertheless irrevocably absent. It is along this path that history reaches us, we do not remain unscathed. The workings of history penetrate us far more deeply than our consciousness can absorb. This is what effect means, that history works above and beyond the consciousness we can have of it. To put it differently, history subjects us to its effects and contaminates us in our supposed intimacy, so that what is our own appears foreign, and what is foreign appears to us as our own. TM 301/GW1306. Affective history is the constant interweaving of history and effects. Consciousness is drawn into and embedded in this process. The web woven by history also works when we neither sense nor even suspect anything. Consciousness will never be able to detach itself from such an impenetrable entanglement, for it actually penetrates consciousness itself and is its substance. For this reason, consciousness is never transparent and pure, but rather opaque and contaminated. It is historically affected consciousness, werkensgeskik bewustzijns, that is, a consciousness that knows that it has been produced, worked out, and tormented by history. TM 302/GW1307. It cannot withdraw from the multiple effects of history because it can never reach the outside of history, from which it might observe the process. More than acting, it seems to be a suffering, dragged and drawn into that interplay which Gadamer has described as the hermeneutic circle. TM 293/GW1298. In order to articulate the concept of historically affected consciousness more closely, it is necessary to distinguish at least two different meanings. The first meaning is determined by the objective genitive. This consciousness knows of its historicity, it knows that it is always situated. It involves a consciousness of the hermeneutic situation. TM 302/GW1307. The existential nuance can be heard quite clearly here and is underscored by the concept of the situation, which Gadamer adapts from Jaspers's philosophy. Such consciousness knows both that it belongs to the horizon of an epoch and that it finds itself at a particular point in time and space, the site of its own situation, which it can leave only by moving to another situation, without being able to overcome its situatedness. Here it is not a matter of objective knowledge but rather of illumination, to use another word from Jaspers. Proceeding from its own situation, this consciousness knows that, to be historically means that knowledge of oneself can never be complete. TM 302/GW1307. Complete self-knowledge is impeded by history, since history never lets itself be integrated into an absolute subject. Historically affected consciousness knows, in other words, that in every understanding, especially in all self-understanding, history is at work. It is not only determined, limited, and defined by history, but also delivered over to the infinity of understanding. But what limits consciousness is at the same time its opportunity. The work of history does not lock us into the one-sidedness of an insurmountable point of view. At the same time that it spins us into the web, which it is ceaselessly weaving, it opens consciousness to the possibility of an endless dialogue with tradition. The second meaning of historically affected consciousness concerns the subjective genitive. In this case one can say metaphorically that history has consciousness of itself, inasmuch as consciousness is the result of its working. Here Hegel's conception of history can be perceived, and has led to the suspicion that Gadamer ontologizes history, as if history were a kind of autonomous power, a gigantic consciousness meant to encompass all other consciousness, like a new version of Heidegger's history of being. Read this way, the history of effects would be a long monologue, culminating in the absolute spirit. On the contrary, Gadamer would rather retrace the path of Hegel's phenomenology of mind, TM 302/GW1307. The metaphorical meaning of the genitive refers to a communal consciousness that is produced by the work of history and that, therefore, goes beyond subjective consciousness. To the latter is not denied a dialogical interaction, but its beyond is also its limit. Here is perhaps the most important effect produced by the workings of history, to indicate the limit of modern consciousness, that is, its impossibility of being self-consciousness. Perhaps one should give this consciousness, which knows less about itself but more about its own limits, another name. This would have the advantage, among other things, of avoiding the idealistic connotations that remain in the concept of consciousness. The name that Gadamer suggests and develops, above all in his later writings, is vigilance, Wachsamkeit. Instead of being conscious, Bewusstsein, philosophical hermeneutics chooses to speak of being vigilant, Wachsamsein. Point 18. Already in the first edition of Truth and Method, Gadamer spoke of a task that he related to a process of understanding. It is the task of combining past and future, which occurs in history as the fusion of horizons, TM 306, 307/GW1 311-312. Yet the word task has given rise to numerous mistaken interpretations. Many interpreters have spoken of a task of understanding, as if understanding were a methodological exercise or a moral duty for hermeneutics. But in the 1986 edition, Gadamer made a major alteration. The word task, Aufgabe, is replaced by the word Wachheit, or alertness, TM 307/GW1 312, the English retains task. Consciousness that knows about the work of history, and knows that history works within it, is alert and awake to the fusion of horizons. With the concepts of vigilance or alertness, it becomes possible to clarify what Gadamer means by his fusion of horizons, Horizontverschmelzung. Situatedness means to be bound to a point in time and space, which limits our vision. As Husserl first showed, followed by Heidegger and Jaspers, the word horizon from the Greek refers to the movable circle that limits everything that is visible to be seen from a particular point. It characterizes the limit that moves with us when we move. Thus one speaks of more or less limited horizons, the range of horizons, and the opening of new horizons, TM 302, 307/GW1 307-308. Understanding can be seen as the encounter, inscribed into a particular historical constellation, between two horizons. Historicism conceptualizes this encounter as the self-transposition of consciousness into the past. It claims to be able to step out of the horizon of the present, in order to transpose itself into the horizon of the past, and appropriate that horizon to itself. In this way, whoever understands appears to have reached a position of objective neutrality. Gadamer's doubts about such a view concern not only this position but also the very possibility of separating horizons from each other, as if they were closed horizons. For him, all this is nothing more than an abstraction. On the one hand, the horizons move and we move with them, so that even the horizon of the past does not lie fixed but moves in the articulation of a new present. On the other hand, the boundaries between them are certainly not clear. One horizon fades into another and thus forms a movable horizon, which encompasses the depth of history out of which human life is lived and which can be defined as heritage and tradition, TM 304/GW1 310. Thus, horizons are not separable, but simply distinguishable. Their encounter emerges as a fusing of horizons, which for Gadamer has not only a horizontal but also a vertical dimension, TM 307/GW1 312. As such, it is arising to a higher universality, in which the boundaries of each horizon are surpassed or expanded, and thereby elevated as well, TM 305/GW1 310. The movement of eyes, which rise from what is close by to look into the distance, exemplify well this rising in which we take up a new point of view. Here both horizons, one's own and the others, are changed. Point 19. 7. Understanding means application. What role does application play? Gadamer looks to the history of classical hermeneutics for his answer. Prior to Schleiermacher, application was an integrating component in the process of interpretation. Gadamer refers to Pietism, in particular to Johann Jacob Rambeek, 1693–1735, where a subtilitas applicandi is placed side by side with the subtilitas intelligenti and the subtilitas explicandi. Point 20. Gadamer draws attention first to the word subtilitas, which can be translated as a finesse of mind, TM 307/GW1 312. With this phrase he wants to emphasize that understanding is not a procedure governed by rules, but rather an ability that in rhetoric might be called subtlety or, better, astuteness. As Vico taught, these qualities of mind go hand in hand with tradition and common sense. Point 21 In the hermeneutics of sacred texts, the moment of understanding requires a moment of interpretation, and interpretation for its part requires application. How would it be possible to understand sacred texts, or even to interpret them, without applying them to the contemporary situation? Is it not precisely the application that provides evidence of the enacted understanding? Gadamer has a twofold aim. First, he would like to recuperate application, which was excluded by Romanticism and even more so by post-Romantic epistemology. Second, he wants to depict understanding, interpretation, and application not as separate but as constitutive moments of a unified process. Point 22 Application does not simply come after, but is rather the cornerstone of understanding. Understanding here is always application. TM 309/GW 1314, point 23 If it cannot be translated into practice, then the understanding is no understanding at all. Gadamer's return to the concept of applicatio, or application, entails a paradigm shift in hermeneutics. The cognitive value becomes secondary, as the practical value of understanding comes to the fore. This paradigm shift also leads to a change in which discipline becomes the paradigm, since it is no longer the historical philological form of interpretation but the theological and legal forms of hermeneutics that matter. The case of the interpreter who interprets sacred texts by applying them to the present is by no means a limit case. On the contrary, this approach exemplifies every form of understanding. For Gadamer, recuperating the concept of application means to proceed from theological and legal hermeneutics in order to rethink philology and historiography. This new model should show, once and for all, that hermeneutics is not a form of domination or mastery but a form of service. This is shown in the application of the divine word or the will of the law. All these are forms of interpretation in which application involves applying oneself, a concentration or dedication that almost involves a devotional attitude to what ought to be given in its validity. TM 311/GW 1316. 8. The exemplary practice of legal hermeneutics. Practical hermeneutics makes clear on the one hand the relation between the universal and the particular in the processes of interpretation and application, and on the other hand the value of application. Yet legal hermeneutics has been separated from the other hermeneutic disciplines because if taken merely as an auxiliary discipline to the law it has little to do with historical understanding. Gadamer questions this separation. What is the difference between the lawyer or the judge and the legal historian? Gadamer refers here to Beatty, who had emphasized the difference between these examples, TM 325, 328/GW 1330-332. In contrast to the legal historian, whose primary task is to grasp the original meaning of a law, the judge, according to Beatty, applies the law to the individual case. The assumption here is that the original meaning is self-evident, and that it is just as self-evident that the meaning could be applied to various circumstances. The starting and end points are, to be sure, different respectively, but the hermeneutic path is the same. The judge begins with the individual case, and operates with practical or normative aims in mind. The historian does not proceed from an individual case, but attempts to capture the meaning of the law with a theoretical or descriptive aim. At the same time, though, the lawyer should also behave like the historian and the historian like the lawyer. They have in common the understanding of the law, which, on the basis of the historicity of the understanding, always mediates between past and present, in other words always involves an application. Even the historian cannot avoid mediating between past and present when studying a law, whether it is in effect or not, simply because the interpreter cannot ignore their own situatedness. Beyond that, the historian cannot avoid the question of application in understanding the law. The so-called meaning of the law is not an abstract, self-identical universal, it is the meaning that the law has acquired through the diverse concrete cases in which it has been applied. For this very reason the historian should take into account all the applications of the law, up to and including the present ones. But in applying the law to the present, the historian is doing nothing different from what the lawyer does. For his part, the lawyer, applying the law to the individual case, understands its sense hitherto, thus mediating between past and present. The lawyer also always behaves, in other words, like a historian. Understanding means to concretize the law, and in this way involves its application, TM 329/GW 1335. In light of legal hermeneutics it becomes clear that application should not be confused with a kind of logical technique of subsumption, which would subsume the particular under the universal. 24 It is rather the case of a concretization that amounts to a creative supplementing of the law, TM 329/GW 1335. Because it is not a logical mathematical procedure, but rather a historical event, the application proves to be productive or creative. It always involves a reproductive overcoming. It moves from the universal to the particular, from the identical to the different, from the abstract to the concrete. Here the application can be seen in close proximity to art, for example music, where the reproductive interpretation is inseparable from the work. 25 It is not by chance that Gadamer introduces in this context a hermeneutic identity, which is open to the future and occurs only in the temporality of its ongoing self-differentiation. Application is thus simply another, more comprehensive, designation for what is called performance in art. 9. The creativity of application and the unity of hermeneutic disciplines. In these ways Gadamer expands the limits of understanding. His intention is to restore the unity of the hermeneutic disciplines. Where should such a unity be found? It appears neither in the universality of the process of understanding nor in historical consciousness, and even less so in the objective considerations of philology. The application, as the task of mediating between then and now, between the thou and the I, is the thread that joins hermeneutic disciplines to each other, TM 333/GW 1339.26. Even in theological hermeneutics the kerygma, or the proclamation of the gospel, must be repeated in order to be effective, just like the concretization of the law. In other words, the proclamation cannot be detached from its fulfillment. However, there is the important distinction that in the relation of the human to the divine law the latter retains its absolute priority in interpretation, TM 331/GW 1336. Application is at work in every understanding, even those of philological and historical hermeneutics. From this perspective Gadamer criticizes not only the view of objectivity that dominates the historical philological realm, but also the claim to universality in historiography. In the course of the 19th century, historiography relied on the philological model that understanding could be achieved by moving from the individual to the whole, and as a product of the whole even though the whole is never given in history. If we can speak of the philologization of historiography, we could just as well speak of the historicization of philology. The philologist is a historian, TM 337/GW 1342. He interprets texts not by following what they want to express, but by looking for what their expression betrays. The texts are understood in terms of not only what they say, but what they exemplify. In other words, they are read as the testimonies of a great narrative of history, TM 336/GW 1342. The model of objectivity thus becomes inappropriate both for philology and for historiography, because in both cases understanding involves application. The philologist reads texts for what they say to him, and this reading is a reproductive interpretation just as every reading is always an application. The same goes for the fact, which the historian examines in its meaning, which obviously arises from its historical effect, TM 340/GW 1344. In short, the past, which presents itself to the historian, is already the result of the work of history. It is the result of an application that not even the historian can escape. Where would his questions come from, if not from their belonging to a past to which he would like to give voice? The historian, too, performs an application that is not, however, related to the individual text but to the collective unity of historical tradition. Here we might return to the metaphor of reading. The historian reads the great book of world history by mediating with the present time of his own life, which is just as understood or transformed as the book itself. TM 339/GW 1345. Understanding proves itself to be a kind of effect working and knows itself as such. TM 341/GW 1346. In the historically affected consciousness common to all understanding, Gadamer sees the possibility of restoring the unity of the hermeneutic disciplines. 10. The magic spell of Hegelian reflection and the remains of finitude. When we speak of historically affected consciousness, there are many questions that gather around the word consciousness. Gadamer himself asks, but what sort of consciousness is this? TM 341/GW 1347. The question inevitably brings up the problem of reflexivity, which seems to be implied in every form of consciousness. At this point a confrontation with Hegel and his reflective philosophy becomes unavoidable. TM 341, 346/GW 1346-351. Hegel's particular contribution should be recognized. He saw that history is not only the object of research, but the constitution of consciousness itself. Consciousness develops its own affective history and in the process becomes self-consciousness. Hermeneutics, too, culminates in historically affected consciousness reflecting on itself. Should we thus understand hermeneutic consciousness as a new version of Hegelian self-consciousness? Facing this question, Gadamer is forced to take a decisive position in order to preserve the truth of Hegel's thought against the reflexive and totalizing aspirations of his system. TM 342/GW 1348. In a word, he must break the magic spell of reflective philosophy. The concept of reflective philosophy refers to Hegel's claim to cancel, preserve, and elevate history in consciousness. But the expression reflective philosophy is ambiguous and says even more. Hegel had already used it to reproach Kant, Jacobi, and Fichte for having remained within the domain of subjectivity. Gadamer, for his part, turns this criticism against Hegel, arguing that Hegel overlooked the effects history has on consciousness. For Gadamer, Hegel resolved history in the truth of absolute consciousness. It is this absolute mediation of history and truth that hermeneutics wants to escape. TM 341/GW 1347. The danger lies in the absoluteness of a consciousness whose reflection solves and resolves any immediacy opposed to it, thereby achieving a complete identification of history with historical consciousness. By contrast, the hermeneutic concept of historically affected consciousness avoids such an absolute identification. In historically affected consciousness, the immediacy of historical conditions is never transformed by reflection to the point of transparency. With his description of a consciousness that cannot be self-transparent but must instead remain vigilant, Gadamer develops his affective history as a way of limiting the omnipotence of reflection in Hegel. TM 342/GW 1348. Here appears the question of the limit, which runs through all of philosophical hermeneutics and which makes hermeneutics a philosophy of infinite finitude. 27 The question arises with the search for the Archimedean point that allows us to unhinge reflective philosophy. TM 344/GW 1349. In this respect one should underline the distance separating Gadamer from other philosophers in the 20th century who pursue a similar aim. It suffices to mention the tradition of Jewish philosophy that runs from Franz Rosenzweig, 1886-1929, to Emmanuel Levinas, 1906-95. For Gadamer, the Archimedean point does not lie in the difference between the I and the you that this tradition emphasizes. According to Gadamer, Hegel had already met the objections later used against him, through the form of spirit described in the Phenomenology. There seems no position that cannot immediately be integrated into the absolute mediation of reflection. None of the examples of immediacy, whether of being, the body, you, or the relations of production have immediacy in themselves. They all involve a process of reflection. The lever to unhinge Hegel's philosophy would not be, for Gadamer, simply another kind of immediacy. Rather, it would be the remnant that remains unresolved between history and historical consciousness, which arises for finite human consciousness seeking a path to infinity, to that bad infinity which Gadamer, who remains true to Hegel here, understands not only as an untruth but also as a truth. RAS 40/GW 465, TM 344/GW 350. Here Gadamer must read Hegel against the grain and reawaken a need in Hegelian philosophy that had been silenced by absolute spirit. It is finitude that breaks the magic spell of reflective philosophy by introducing a rift into total dialectical mediation. Finitude prevents totalization, blocks perfection, forbids the completion of becoming, and denies both the absolute and absolutism. The concept of infinite finitude is the line that delimits Gadamer's with respect to Hegel's point 28. 11. Relativism and self-contradiction, attempts to take philosophy by surprise. Hermeneutics has drawn two fundamental criticisms, one of relativism and the other of self-contradiction. Taken together, according to Gadamer, both simply represent new forms of the old reflective philosophy. They amount to reflective philosophy in a new guise. This explains, at least in part, why he treats these criticisms with a certain nonchalance. Of course, behind this nonchalance there is perhaps irritation, insofar as hermeneutics had already answered these objections. In reality, hermeneutics understands itself as asking the prior question, which aims to dismantle the foundation on which these criticisms have been built. The charge of relativism can be easily summarized: if historically affected consciousness can never be separated from its own historicity, is it not fundamentally relative? From this position it is a short step to the claim that, for hermeneutics, everything is relative. It would be an even shorter step to the assumption that everything is excusable. According to the charge, hermeneutics exposes itself to a dangerous risk. Yet the real aim of the accusation is to sow anxiety and uneasiness, so that the consequences of abandoning an absolute standpoint might be highlighted over adopting a relative one. Here lies a mistake that hermeneutics cannot accept. The abandonment of the absolute in no way implies the absolutism of the relative. Whoever affirms this view simply proceeds from an absolute and absolutistic conception of truth, which actually derives from an ultimate foundation. The charge of relativism can be raised only from the position of absolute truth. The reason why this is so irritating is because it overlooks the actual hermeneutic project, to call into question the very idea of an ultimate foundation. Whoever does not dispense with a fundamentum inconcussum denies finitude, suppresses all its forms, and sees in them only a limit that should be overcome on the way to absolute truth. As against this negative view of the limit, however, hermeneutics posits a positive one. The limit is not only what concludes and brings to a conclusion, but also what opens the horizon of a new truth. Point 29. It is a grave misunderstanding to take the basic experience of historicity as mere relativism. To put it more radically, the charge of relativism can arise only within reflection. Refuting the charge would already mean buying into the empty dizziness of its mirages. By contrast, hermeneutics opens up a path that leads to the dismantling of the metaphysical idol of absolute truth. The second charge claims that hermeneutics ends in self-contradiction because it emphasizes the historicity of understanding. Yet this is simply a newer version of the classical argument against the skeptic. The victorious tone of those who raise this objection is just as irritating as the derisory tone of those who level the charge of relativism. In both cases, which are closely linked to each other, one presumes to dispense with a philosophy on the basis of two sentences. The charge of self-contradiction, especially, is raised in a very unphilosophical way that recalls what Heidegger and then Gadamer, too, called an attempt to bowl one over, BT 210/SZ 229, the English has it as overturn, TM 344/GW 1350. It is very doubtful whether philosophy has anything to do with victories of this kind. Although the argument is formally uncontroversial, it rebounds not only on the one who argues this way but also on the truth claim of the corresponding argumentation. In reality, it dispenses with all philosophical development. Gadamer compares such empty reflection to sophism, in particular to the plausible but sterile conclusions of the sophists. It takes refuge in formalism in order to avoid seeing the historical character of understanding. Yet at the same time it fails to notice that, when it negates historicity, historicity is actually being recognized and confirmed in its universality. The ultimate goal of an absolute claim to truth is to cling to a truth outside of time and space, a truth that is absolute because it has been freed from every condition that would condition it, from every limit that would delimit it, and from every barrier that would constrain it or show it to be finite. But the truth that it claims is absolute only because it absolutizes its own limits. It claims its own standpoint as the unconditioned viewpoint. It is the truth of one's reflection that reflects itself to itself, and mirrors itself back to itself. Hermeneutics certainly does not strive for absolute truth. It insists, rather, on human finitude. Can it really escape its own finite conditionality, by recognizing that it cannot maintain itself without contradiction, as the argument from reflective philosophy would have it? Obviously not. If this were the case, then finitude would have to become a new absolute, an absolute that, however, cannot guarantee absolute truth. But does one really fall into self-contradiction by remembering finitude? Speaking of finitude in no way eliminates the finite. The argument from reflection is not in place, for it is not a matter of logical relation but of the relationships of life, TM 448/GW 1452. It is precisely for this reason that hermeneutics does not fall into a contradiction. It simply limits itself to speaking of finitude with the finite tenses and words in which the experience of truth occurs for people. A truth that does not satisfy this condition humana no longer contains any truth for us. This also holds for the truths of the sciences, for in order to be understandable, even these truths must be articulated in the language of a certain epoch. Hermeneutics, for its part, knows very well that it cannot escape finitude, and it also knows that it is nothing more than a temporary answer to the question of absolute truth posed by its age. Since it does not abstract itself from the constellation in which it was written, and does not look away from its own historical linguistic context, hermeneutics does not try to formulate this conditionality in theoretically universal assertions. Instead, it prefers to unfold itself within the limits of the dialogue in which it takes part. Only dialogue suits a hermeneutic consciousness that does not forget its finitude and holds itself open for what is beyond its own limits, that is, for the other. 12. Experiencing the limit, the openness of hermeneutic consciousness. In order to clarify the openness that characterizes hermeneutic consciousness in contrast to the closed quality of reflective philosophy, Gadamer devotes many pages of truth and method to the concept of experience. Erfahrung, TM 346, 362/GW 1352-368. Point 30. Later he repeatedly highlights these pages as offering the key position for the entire work, TMXXXV/GW 2445. Reconstructing the conceptual history becomes for him the occasion for a confrontation with many philosophers, from Aristotle to Bacon, from Hegel to Husserl and Heidegger. 31 But it is a verse from Aeschylus's Agamemnon that provides an exemplary model for the hermeneutic concept of experience, Patheimathos, learning through suffering, TM 356/GW 1362. 32 What does experience mean for hermeneutics? Why does every experience amount to a hermeneutic experience? Experience should first be distinguished from a scientific experiment. To experience does not mean to experiment. An experiment is carried out in a laboratory according to an inductive method and is controlled, verified, and confirmed until proven otherwise. Its success lies in its confirmation, which depends on the possibility of repeating it, but which also suppresses all historicity. The enforcement of the scientific paradigm has relegated experience to an experiment, and it is precisely this relegation that Gadamer criticizes. Husserl had already grasped the idealization of the experiment, but he then outlined a genealogy of experience within the life world that comes very close to the scientific experiment. At least since Bacon and his experimental method, scientific experience has been seen from a teleological perspective. The telos, the goal of experience, lies only in whether it ends in knowledge. TM 350/GW 1355. In order to escape this perspective, one has to look for other philosophical models. Gadamer finds them in Aristotle and Hegel. When Aristotle describes experience, empiria, he uses the famous image of a fleeing army that gradually comes to a standstill and listens again to the archie. Here one should bear in mind the dual meaning of the Greek word, as principle and as command. 33 Our perceptions form a river like the fleeing army. Although they are fleeing and isolated at first, they repeat themselves, finally coming to a standstill and unifying themselves around the new command that science represents. This image illustrates the transition from perception to the universal truth of the concept. Experience plays a mediating role between perception and concept, and it is experience that ultimately leads to the transition. Experience retains perceptions on the basis of what they have in common. The empiria is always bound up with the mneme, which is in turn linked to the logos. Experience unifies perceptions and concepts into universality, which actually foreshadows the universality of science. But it differs from the universality of science, too. It is a universality at once open to and inseparable from experienced perceptions. This universality, which must be distinguished from the abstract, universal concept of science, shows the constitutive openness of experience, which is always changing and transformable. TM 353/GW 356-358. 34. Yet this image has one defect: it proceeds from the assumption that, before fleeing, the army had been standing still. It does not account, however, for the process of experience. Aristotle describes it this way because he has in mind not the process but the final result, or in other words, science. This defect can be turned into an advantage, because it allows a previously overlooked particularity of experience to emerge, namely, its unpredictability. Experience is an event that nobody can control, and that happens in a sudden and inexplicable way. Here Gadamer introduces his new conception of experience, which is not to be understood as a positive development, neither affirming nor confirming, but as a negative process. TM 354/GW 358-359. Experience for him is negation. In the first place, it is the negation of our expectations. Of course, this does not mean that there cannot be experiences that meet our expectations, by for example correcting false generalizations. Incidentally, this is the basic principle of trial and error that Karl Popper, 1902-94, formulated. Gadamer seems quite close to Popper in this regard, but the distance between them, and this should not be overlooked, lies in the voluntaristic character of Popper's concept of experience, which robs experience of its impassioned and rebellious side. 35 Negative experience, which for Gadamer is the actual one, is quite different. TM 353/GW 1359. Instead of mastering our experiences, we are mastered by them, and in the end we are not so much deranged by them as disoriented. Thus we say, for example, I had to go through this experience, too. This means, I did not expect it and I had to learn. Perhaps I have learned that things were not quite the way I believed them to be. In a moment everything is changed and I, too, am changed. I became different in a world become different. I am somewhere else. The etymology of the German word Erfahrung, or experience, includes the word Fahrt, or journey, which points to this meaning. To have an experience, in German, implies a sort of journeying. Heidegger already identified this connection when he wrote, to undergo an experience with something, be it a thing, a person, or a god, means that this something befalls us, strikes us, comes over us, overwhelms and transforms us. 36. The negativity that constitutes experience in this sense is radically different from theoretical knowledge. In order to make this clear, it was necessary for Gadamer to come to terms with Hegel. In the Phenomenology of Spirit, experience is famously described as a reversal of consciousness itself. 37. Here it is precisely a matter of the transformation produced by an unexpected experience. Hegel views the reversal as a dialectical movement in which consciousness, after it has recognized itself in the other, returns to the certainty of itself. Experience is thereby transcended in absolute self-consciousness. Even when Gadamer, with Hegel, thinks of consciousness dialectically, he cannot follow Hegel's way, which would bring experience to an end. Gadamer remains consistent in his defense of bad infinity and holds fast to the moment of negativity that translates for him into the constant openness, Offenheit, of experience. Precisely because it manifests a constitutive negation, experience remains open and can never, so long as it does not become annulled, end in scientific knowledge. TM 355/GW 1361.38. On the one hand, the openness is the site where experience fulfills itself, but on the other hand it is experience that re-establishes openness. The negative character of experience necessarily brings forth new experiences. That is why a person who is called experienced has become so not only through experiences but is also open to new experiences. TM 355/GW 1361. Experience is certainly nothing one can withdraw from in life. Nevertheless, different forms of comportment can be adopted. There are those who will shy away from their experiences by closing off their own horizon. There are others who will accept their experiences, abandon themselves to them, and affirm their situation with the openness to which their finitude has determined them. Yet if experience is negative, what does one learn? The answer lies in the dictum of Aeschylus: we learn our own limits from experience, we learn to see the limits of our own finitude. Thus experience is experience of human finitude. TM 357/GW 1363. Those who are conscious of their own limits know that they are not the masters of their time and future. They know it is not the case that every moment is the right moment, and it is even less the case that everything can be resolved and remedied. They also know that not everything is foreseeable or goes according to plan, because every plan made by a finite being is finite and limited. TM 357/GW 1363. The more one opens oneself to experience, the more differentiated the consciousness of one's own finitude becomes, and the more one cultivates one's judgment. Hermeneutic consciousness is nothing more than the consciousness of one's own limits. Those who close themselves off from experience, those uneducated ones who make their own standpoint absolute, become satisfied with their own limited horizons, do not see their own limits, and are thus unable to bring themselves beyond their limits. Such people cannot recognize the other and do not need the other. By contrast, hermeneutic consciousness perceives its own limits and is thereby driven to overcome them, which is possible only in and with the other. Reciprocity is thus indispensable for hermeneutic experience. The close connection between openness and finitude becomes especially clear from a positive conception of limit, which is always read as the beyond of the other. 39. The experience of the you that Gadamer describes is thus neither the tragic experience of the failure of human finitude nor the moral experience of accepting the other under a communal law. Rather, openness to the otherness of the you is a necessity for hermeneutic consciousness, since for this consciousness the other is the beyond of its own limit, the way out of its own finitude. Understanding reaches its greatest extension with the concept of experience after that of application. It is no wonder that experience is also involved with tradition, and in this context Gadamer speaks of hermeneutical experience. TM 358/GW 1363. To understand the past means to experience it in the event of transmission, as a present that has something to say to the future. Historically affected consciousness articulates itself in the enactment of hermeneutic experience and its openness, which in this case is the openness toward tradition. Just as it is important to give voice to the you, so too is it important to listen to the voices of tradition. 6. An ethics close to life. Nevertheless, the thought here cannot be that one learns how to live in the right way, and is finally capable of it, in the manner in which one learns how to sing, speak, or write. IG 121/GW 7 196. The Aristotelian concept of practice has yet another specific emphasis inasmuch as it is applied to the status of a free citizen in the polis. This is where human practice exists in the eminent sense of the word. RAS 91/VZW 81. If the essence of a utopia could be defined other than in the form of a distant longing. GW 7 277. 1. Is a philosophical ethics possible? To understand means to apply. Understanding is always put into practice and thus becomes a form of action in itself, in the world, and with others. It should come as no surprise that hermeneutics, as it recuperates the theoretical as well as practical value it has had since antiquity, develops in proximity to practical philosophy. Gadamer emphasizes this point in his 1972 essay, Hermeneutics as Practical Philosophy, RAS 88, 112/VZW 78-109. Here the ethical dimension of hermeneutics becomes clearer. It does not lie in understanding as such, and even less in the alleged task or duty of understanding, but rather in the openness of hermeneutic consciousness, which is pushed to overcome its own limits in the beyond offered by the other, and to raise itself to ethical vigilance. Considered more closely, Gadamer's path of thought was marked by ethics even prior to hermeneutics. The influence of the Marburg school, Hartmann's role in bringing him closer to Skeeler's value ethics, and finally Heidegger's famous seminar from 1923 in Freiburg on the sixth book of the Nicomachean Ethics, all these contribute to awakening Gadamer's attention to ethics, which never subsided. 1. His writings bear witness to this. His master's thesis from 1922, the essay Der Aristotelische Protreptikos from 1927, the important essay Practical Knowledge, which was long unpublished and goes back to 1930, the 1931 book on Plato's Dialectical Ethics, the chapter on Aristotle appended to the problem of historical consciousness that is taken up again in the Excursus of Truth and Method, and the more than 20 essays from his later years on this topic. 2. Finally, in 1998, Klosterman published Gadamer's edition of the sixth book of the Nicomachean Ethics. 3. The rediscovery in recent decades of the relevance of the Greek philosophers' ethics and politics is in large part due to philosophical hermeneutics. In particular, Gadamer's reading of Aristotle brought ethical questions back to the center of philosophical debate, and especially in Germany led to the rehabilitation of practical philosophy. However, not only his return to Aristotle but also his entire view of ethics has often been misunderstood. Gadamer has been accused of ethical relativism, though this would be a charge more appropriate to neo-Aristotelianism. There has even been a certain dismissal of his project because one assumes that Heidegger had already, years before, said everything there was to say about Aristotle and practical philosophy. In an important 1963 essay entitled On the Possibility of a Philosophical Ethics, which has probably provoked the greatest reaction, Gadamer plays Aristotle off against Kant. 5. It would be a trivial misunderstanding, however, to read this essay as supporting Aristotelian relativism against Kantian universalism. The primary question addresses the very possibility of a philosophical ethics, in other words the foundation of ethics in Husserl's sense, as Gadamer states more precisely later in the 1989 essay, Aristotle and Imperative Ethics, when he returns to the problem. 6. Here there lies concealed a nearly indissoluble aporia that appears when ethics, in order to become philosophical, reaches the level of a reflection on the universal, HRE 19/GW 4 176. A philosophical ethics that wants to be unconditional and absolute is, however, an ethics that is at a remove from life as Kierkegaard showed and separated from any concrete situation that would call for a decision. Kant made two important contributions. On the one hand, he exposed the arrogance of Enlightenment ethics when he showed that the voice of reason can be heard by everyone. On the other hand, he secured the universal absoluteness of a moral law that is free from all inclinations and interests, and in which good will expresses itself. Thus, what is the trouble with imperative ethics? Certainly not its universality, but rather a kind of intellectualism that makes the rightness of moral action depend on an abstract norm, as if the person acting were always able to recognize the norm objectively and with the necessary detachment. In this way, however, moral action is reduced to the paradigm of a method. And if in contemporary ethics the concept of norm dominates, shaped by the model of scientific laws, one reason is because Kant formulated the categorical imperative as a law of nature. Gerhard Kruger clarified this issue. Kant's ethics presumes that the moral law has already been recognized. Point 7. The example used to discuss this argument is suicide. According to the categorical imperative, in which one's own maxims should be as valid as a universal law, the suicidal person, as long as he is in possession of reason, should not be able to overlook the indefensibility of his decision. This way of looking at things is, however, far too intellectualistic. It is unlikely that anyone haunted by thoughts of suicide will possess sufficient reason to reflect on the unlawfulness of his or her own deed. Kant measures reflection in accordance with the ideal of objective knowledge, which he binds his ethics to when he characterizes the limits of judgment as an index of both the obfuscation of purity and heteronomy. But does one not lose sight this way of the particularity of moral action, when action is not based solely on knowledge, much less objective knowledge? Are there really absolute norms to which moral action must conform, or are we not rather dealing with a kind of lawfulness that, quite different from scientific law, recalls the Jewish Torah or the nomoi of the Greeks? First and foremost, Gadamer's critique of Kant warns against an ethics at a distance from the situation in which the person who must act finds himself, and which subsequently covers over the concrete demands of the situation by abstracting from an exceptional situation which ultimately is no exception if one remembers that the temptation to consider oneself an exception is a universal human situation. HRE 26/GW 4181. By placing the accent on the situation, from which no one, least of all the philosopher, can claim to escape, Gadamer shows the impossibility of a philosophical ethics that is unaware of its own open-endedness, that refuses to take this open-endedness as its essential content, for only in this way can ethics claim to satisfy the unconditionality of the moral. This means, however, that philosophical ethics occurs in the same situation where everyone else finds themselves. HRE 28/GW 4184.8. The philosopher who is concerned with ethics is thus not an expert who knows more than others and can give recommendations, construct new laws, or write new stone tablets. On the contrary, he is much more in danger of fleeing the situation. Point 9. Experts in ethics, bioethics, and business ethics create a problem, as indeed every other expert does, too, because ultimately they claim the decision-making for themselves and thereby take away responsibility from others. And it is far from evident that they are wiser. 2. Phronesis, acting reasonably. We are generally dissatisfied with the definition of the good, because we would want to know what the good is in order to put it into practice. Hence philosophical ethics cannot be separated from practical ethics. It is precisely in ethics where the inescapable transition from theory to practice becomes clear. Here lies the relevance of Aristotle. His entire ethics is predicated by that other kind of knowing that is at stake in life. HRE 148/GW 7388.10. In his critique of the theoretical subject of metaphysics, which in contrast to Dasein is artificially cut off from understanding themselves in their care for the world, Heidegger made a decisive step toward the rediscovery of practical knowledge. Traces of this critique are to be found in his 1921-23 lectures on Aristotle, in the Naturbericht, and in his study of Book 6 of the Nicomachean Ethics, which was first conducted in 1923 in Freiburg as a seminar and then revisited in 1924-25 in his Marburg Lectures 11. It is therefore certainly true that Heidegger's early phenomenological research led the way to the rehabilitation of practical philosophy, but it is just as true that the ethical dimension of Heidegger's thought, which is much discussed today, leaves the care for others in the dark as it focuses on care for the self. 12. It is no coincidence that after 1945 his closest students turned to ethics, from Kruger, who takes up Kantian morality, and Hannah Arendt, who brings the vita activa to its high point, to Leo Strauss, who highlights the Greek natural law, along with those who invoke Heidegger only indirectly, above all Emmanuel Levinas, who raises ethics to first philosophy. All of these philosophers begin with the priority of the other and ask less about individual action than about collective and communicative action. 13. Gadamer belongs among these philosophers. His rehabilitation of practical philosophy, even though it was certainly influenced by Heidegger's starting point, follows another path instead, which is clear already in the 1930 essay Practical Knowledge, GW 5 230-248, and which is taken up again later in the chapter on the hermeneutic relevance of Aristotle in Truth and Method, TM 312, 324/GW 1 317-329. This chapter, which signals the rebirth of practical philosophy in the 20th century, outlines in just a few pages at least 4 key ideas: the autonomy and particularity of practical actions, the value of phronesis, which Gadamer translates as reasonableness and which guides human behavior, the necessity of taking ethos into consideration, in particular the context in which ethico-political relations orient action, and finally his view of a necessarily dialectical path for ethics, in which the theoretical search for the good, which is articulated in the dialogue with the other, is already in itself a realization of the practical good. Yet how does Gadamer's position actually differ from Heidegger's? Their perspectives are different and to a certain extent even opposed. Heidegger leaves Plato behind in order to turn to Aristotle, whereby he does not have phronesis in mind as much in mind as Sophia, which ultimately forms the basis on which he develops his theoretical philosophy. 14. By contrast, Gadamer reads Aristotelian ethics in the light of Plato's dialectic, and Aristotle interests him only to the extent that he can be more Socratic than Socrates himself, as is shown clearly through his entire confrontation with Greek philosophy. 15. Given his Platonic perspective, which also stresses the unity of theory and practice, it is not surprising that Gadamer sees practical wisdom less in its individual and more in its communitarian dimension. 16. Gadamer's attention is not so much turned to the relation between Sophia and phronesis, but rather to the relation between phronesis and techne. This relationship, which runs through his entire account of Greek philosophy, embodies in a nutshell the distinction between truth and method. 17. Although the chapter on Aristotle deals with philosophical problems of considerable weight, as for example the problem of application, and hence the problem of a new concept of the universal that cannot be imposed on concrete particulars, the hermeneutic relevance of Aristotelian ethics lies for Gadamer in the new paradigm offered by phronesis. The core of Gadamer's argument lies precisely in delimiting the practical knowledge of phronesis. Such delimiting creates no difficulties for the theoretical knowledge of episteme or science, which, as mathematics shows, is knowledge of what is immutable and objectively proven. This is all the more true for Sophia, which thinks the immutable being of things on the basis of its principles. Those who know a great deal are often not at all wise, they may know marvelous things and yet still overlook human goods. 18. The relationship between phronesis and techne is much more complex. Practical knowledge is both the wisdom that guides action, praxis, and the skill that guides the craftsman in the production of things, poiesis. So what distinguishes the two? For example, what is the difference between the knowledge that guides my behavior and the knowledge that governs the way in which I fashion clay into a vase? In order to create a vase, I must in the first place have learned a techne, otherwise I would not know how to proceed. A techne can be learned, but also forgotten. TM 317/GW 1 322.19. Ethical knowledge is different. I can of course choose whether I want to learn an art or take up a profession, and I can choose to give up my work, or to interrupt it, in order to rest. But I cannot withdraw from the constitutive human situation that compels me to act, that is, to make decisions. The human being always already stands within the realm of what is at stake in phronesis, GW 5242. Here it is not a matter of learning or teaching, and also not a matter of training, as in the sense of perfecting technical knowledge. It is senseless to devote oneself to the chimera of a technical knowledge that could lessen or even abolish the toil of a day's deliberation. This toil, this work is so complex because it is not limited to discovering the means useful for reaching some specific end. Here a second important difference comes into view, which concerns the relationship between means and ends. Ethical knowledge is never entirely complete before its application, and thus it is not in any way objectifiable or objectified, so that the appropriate means for reaching an end could be learned or taught. The very choice of means is an ethical question. What is more important is that here one must make a decision about the goal. There is no pre-existing certainty about what the good life is directed toward as a whole, TM 318/GW 1326. This should not mean that ethics does not establish ideal models to show the right mean point or the midpoint we ought to aim for, much as the archer effectively aims at his target by looking at a particular point, but it cannot guarantee that the center will be hit. Point 20 To hit the center means to apply knowledge to the situation at that moment. Perfection lies in making the right decision at the right moment, without letting the kairos slip away. Such a hit is not seeing in the sense of pure seeing, but rather intuiting, through nous, of what the right thing to do would be. What would be the opposite of this? Not error or illusion, but being blinded or dazzled. Whoever is overcome by the passions loses sight of the goal and can no longer keep moving in the right direction, TM 319/GW 1327. For Gadamer's argument, however, a further distinction is more significant, that between ethical and technical knowledge, which also bears on the distinction between acting and making. To understand it, one must refer back to Aristotle's famous distinction between ergon and energia, or between the work itself and the activity of working. Point 21 All human activity can be divided here, either it is a making that has its goal in some external work, ergon, or it is an action that carries its goal within itself. The examples Aristotle uses are of building and seeing, whereas the activity of building is completed in the built house, the goal of seeing coincides with the activity itself. When I fashion a vase, my work ends in the product. My ethical action has, by contrast, its goal in itself. More than doing, it is being, indeed it is one's very manner of being in the world. You are how you comport yourself. This perspective brings the distinction between ethical and practical knowledge more clearly into view. According to practical knowledge, the produced object is separate from me. Yet in ethical action, I cannot deal with myself as if I were an object. What is clearly missing here is the detachment that makes it possible to look at myself in the way one looks at an object, for one is always already involved in the situation in which one must act. Practical ethical knowledge is a self-knowing that takes the form of neither objectification nor detachment from oneself, but is given rather in the form of vigilance, GW 5238. If hermeneutic ethics, which is so close to life and hence fundamentally anti-normative, questions every a priori norm, it does not follow that, as a countermove, the situation or even the ethos becomes normative, in other words the totality of those convictions, values, habits we all hold in common, GW 319-329, 325, point 22. Otherwise the role of the phronesis of every individual would be undervalued. The dialogical relation between language and speaker can clarify this ethical model, F 165-180, 178/GW 155-173, 170. On the basis of the ethical order of the polis, everyone acts in accordance with his phronesis by virtue of articulating the ethos in light of the individual situation. One can, by recognizing what is doable, what is both appropriate and right, take aim at the center, actually find the mean and realize the good, the prakton agathon. Thus the good is in the first place nothing more than the logos shared by the community, IG 147/GW7 208. Our action, the prohairesis, or choice of the better, that self-projection into the future of possibility that defines our being, always occurs within the horizon of the polis, HRE 29, 31/GW4 185, 188. Or to put it another way, ethical action is also always political action. This explains Gadamer's attention to those modifications in Aristotle's discussion of phronesis in the Nicomachean Ethics, TM 319/GW1 328.23. What becomes more important is the reference to responsibility, not only to oneself, but also to the other, a responsibility included in phronesis when Aristotle speaks of synthesis. Phronesis leads to a decision involving consultation with the self that is always consultation with others. Just as my consultation is never abstract and isolated, phronesis is not individual wisdom, for it is inseparable from synthesis, or sympathetic understanding, which makes it possible for me to grasp the action of the other. The ability to have insight and patience, to discriminate correctly, to enter into the situation of the other and thus to judge correctly. The Aristotelian concepts are nome, syngnome, and epikeia, is possible only on the basis of that belonging which always already binds me to the other in the community. On the one hand, this belonging prevents me from adopting an external, disinterested standpoint, but on the other hand it allows me to give and accept advice, all this in the name of friendship. 3. The unity of theory and practice. Even if his position on an ethics close to life emphasizes the transition from theory to practice, it does not follow that Gadamer agrees with those who denigrate theory. Rather, the opposite is the case. He published Praise of Theory in 1983, where he suggests a new way of seeing theory and practice that conceives of their relationship as a substantial continuity. It should also be clear that philosophical hermeneutics, even though it understands itself to be a practical philosophy, in no way relinquishes its claim to be a theoretical philosophy. The antagonism between theory and practice, which is so widespread today, can be encapsulated in a familiar turn of phrase, that is all pure theory, but what happens in practice? Nevertheless, the new evaluation of practice brings about a new evaluation of theory. What has happened, instead, over the last centuries? On the one hand, theory has lost prestige and been reduced to a purely instrumental concept, used in the service of new scientific insights. On the other hand, practice has sunk to the level of mere scientific application. In order to rediscover the value of theory and practice, the context of Greek philosophy should be taken into account, in which theoria is a form of praxis. The most active ones are those engaged in the activity of thinking. Point 24. Important here is the translation of theorein, which has more the meaning of participating in than of looking at, as for example participating in the sacredness of a festival or art. Point 25. To go beyond oneself and to dwell in or with another means being there, being alive. Point 26. Thus theory is a form of life, indeed it is the highest form, just as the eye that guides it seeks the highest point. Theory is a way of acting, living, and being there with and through others, an active participation in what suddenly appears and offers itself to everyone as shared property, RAS 77/VZW 64. In contrast to the goods that remain only private and dwindle when they are shared with others, the good that is at stake in theory is never private, but always held in common, and far from dwindling, it becomes greater and grows when it is shared with others. PT 31/LT 45. If theory is an action that is ultimately a practice, then practice for its part is always already theory. For it is a looking away from oneself in order to turn toward others and, together with them, to strive for what is right or the common good. PT 33/LT 47-48. Practice is conducting oneself and acting in solidarity. RAS 87/VZW 77. The gesture beyond the self and the participation in what is shared by all mark the continuity between theory and practice. Gadamer means here the specifics of human practice. Every living being can be described in terms of practice. But in the case of animals, their behavior is bound to nature and the instinct for self-preservation. Human beings can free themselves from the cycle of nature, our actions transgress the immediate requirements of life. Survival is a living beyond oneself that is confirmed in the burial of the dead, a decisive step in becoming human. Point 27. As Hegel already emphasized, survival manifests itself in the enormous renunciation of work, whose product belongs less to the individual than to the community. Survival is just as evident in language, which, taking distance from what is present, and making present what is distant, allows us to exercise prohairesis, that is, the preliminary choice, and it allows us to deliberate on the realization of future common goals. Here can be grasped the political character of human practice, whose ethos is articulated as logos and forms the foundation of the polis. For the technological rationalization of life, on the art of healing. When practice is reduced to an anonymous application, to technique, mere technique, technology, or method, freedom almost disappears. Not only does production dominate action, but production is no longer oriented toward a naturally given model, instead it aims to replace nature itself with an artificial counter-reality, S6/UVG18. A totalizing technological civilization not only leads to the artificial transformation of nature and the conquest of space, but brings with it an escalating rational control over ever greater areas of human life. This modification of life has consequences that remain unknown and difficult to gauge. The only certainty is that it favors the tendency towards conformity and disadvantages creative capacity or the power of judgment, RAS 81/VZW60. In the closed laboratory of the earth, space of what is common to all is dwindling. Clearly, the endless search for profit grants priority to private goods. As if the world was a single, large factory, it should come as no surprise that economic rationality dominates over social rationality, F166/GW2 156. At the same time, though, a simple critique of technology, like any cultural critique, carries little conviction, since it enjoys the benefits of what it criticizes, F169/GW2 159. Emotional resistance to the new and superstition, which often takes the form of a flight from freedom, are extreme reactions that only show how little humanity is prepared for the progress of technology, E1, 30/UVG 11-49. Yet the consequences of this progress should not be blamed on science. Even if science is able to demythologize itself, action is once again the task of politics. For Gadamer this means developing an awareness out of necessity once again of new normative and common solidarities, the need to generate cohesion precisely where division holds sway, and to show that our very extant differences ultimately bring us together, RAS 87/VZW76. F178/GW2 171. It is politics that must show science its limits, for whatever the capabilities of science, it will not be able to exceed a measure which perhaps no one knows and to which, nevertheless, we are all subject, F180/GW2 173. It is also true, however, that while the opposition between political action and technical production has become extremely tense, the realm of action for politics has increasingly narrowed. The technical rationalization of life, which translates into an escalation of the means for exercising control, leads to disorientation and makes the choice of ends superfluous. Moreover, the relationship between means and ends has been entirely reversed. This reversal can be seen for example in the language of computer science, which excludes all ends that cannot be codified by the means at its disposal. According to this view, only that which can be codified and communicated can be thought. This is just one example among many. In fact, this reversal has a bearing on all forms of life, where we enjoy the extraordinary powers that technology offers and where, in comparison with the past, we can do more. But this more casts a shadow on what we can no longer make, and perhaps it is not even what we wanted to make. The pact we have made with technology forces us to renounce our freedom of action. Often unconsciously we put our choices in the hands of those who know the means better than we do, the experts. In his 1989 essay The Limitations of the Expert, Gadamer stresses the irreplaceability of this figure who mediates between scientific knowledge and its social effects, F 181, 192/EE 136-157. Nevertheless, he says, the risks of a society of experts based on specialization should be discussed. The expert is the one who has a particular knowledge at his disposal and as such must be listened to, but there is no guarantee that he is wiser or more experienced than others. For this reason, it would be a mistake to give him the final decision and the last word. This would have the devastating effect, among others, of the majority relinquishing their responsibility and surrendering their possibilities for action and decision. The result would be a further erosion of the social rationality that should guide us in the choice of common goals, and hence a widespread irrationality. If the possibilities for action are narrowed, this will also reduce that fragile side equilibrium that enables human life to find a way from destinal eccentricity back to its center, at 12/UVG26. It is precisely medicine, because it is concerned with this balance, that shows how important practical experience and judgment are. Gadamer's 1993 book, The Enigma of Health, expresses his interest in the art of healing. It was written not only for doctors and patients but for all, since everyone must learn how to care for themselves. In this book, Gadamer explores the unique ambiguity of medicine from the standpoint of the enigmatic complexity of good health. Despite tremendous technical and scientific progress, medicine still requires practical knowledge and the decision-making prowess of the physician. Medicine's distinctive character lies in the fact that its results do not culminate in a product, although the trend toward hospitalization and the treatment of patients as objects, as sick bodies, grows increasingly stronger. The task of the physician is to heal, that is, to restore the natural balance, at 13/UVG26.28. Medicine is thus the very art of balance that works together with nature and so manifests a clear hermeneutic vocation, not only because the physician is also a patient but because the treatment, like any good interpretation, succeeds only when it withdraws in order to restore that balance, at 31/42/UVG50-64.29. The disappearance of the physician, who withdraws in order to leave the patient free, again, is even more important for psychiatry. In a lecture from 1989 entitled Hermeneutics and Psychiatry, Gadamer insists above all on the participatory relationship. If the one who heals is himself a patient, then the one who is the patient will not be condemned to the passivity of taking medication, but rather will be called to the active care of the self, at 138, 151/UVG 201-213. Nothing should be simply and completely entrusted to the expert, least of all the balance of one's life, for action that allows participation in the community is the inalienable right of all. 5. Thinking in Utopias, the Philosopher and the Polis. From the 1930s on, Gadamer's political thinking unfolded with unmistakable continuity within the framework of his engagement with Plato's philosophy, and specifically with the Republic. Gadamer's political thinking is closely aligned with his project of a philosophical ethics. The concept of utopia is the pivotal moment of this project, and over the years it becomes ever more important in Gadamer's thinking until it ultimately characterizes a way of thought. Hermeneutics, as political philosophy, is necessarily thinking in utopias. But what does utopia mean? A utopia is far removed from any reality. Gadamer describes it this way already in his 1942 essay, Plato's Educational State, DDP 73/GW 5251, and later he often returns to this designation, RAS 80/VZW 67. In order to understand the meaning he attributes to utopia, we should go back to the lecture of 1934, Plato and the Poets, before looking at the important essay of 1982, Plato's Thinking in Utopias, in which he defends the critical significance of Plato's utopia in a polemical discussion with Karl Popper. 30. How was Socrates possible, the just man in the unjust state? DDP 76/GW 5252. Socrates' condemnation lies at the core of Platonic utopia, which hence does not represent an abstract claim but emerges out of a concrete political context. Though he was directed toward a career in politics, Plato fell silent when faced with the death of his teacher. His philosophy is born from this death, which is why it is spoken through the mouth of Socrates. Even the visits to Syracuse should not be read as deviations from this path. 31 Yet the renunciation of a career in politics by no means signifies a renunciation of politics, quite the contrary. Plato is no more a statesman than Socrates but no less either. DDP 76/GW 5251. What Gadamer writes about Plato in 1942 could equally apply to himself. 32 Plato's utopia arises from the reality of the polis, and it refers back to that reality. Plato's otherwise incomprehensible attitude toward the poets can be explained only if we remember the situation in Athens at his time. In the 10th book of the Republic, Homer and the great dramatic poets are excluded from the state. 33 Here it is a matter of neither criticism of mythology nor the ancient hostility between poetry and philosophy. It would be reductive to suppose that Plato was compelled by the ontological presuppositions of his system to see poetry as a representation of reality, in other words as a copy of the world of ideas. Gadamer suggests we consider the context in which Plato banishes the poets, DDP 48/GW 5193. This suggestion should obviously be considered relevant for Gadamer himself, who was writing in the years of National Socialism. Poetry was the basis of Greek paideia, the ground from which Sophism took root and grew. On the one hand, the Sophists used the texts of the poets, but at the same time emptied them of their content. On the other hand, they outlined a new ethos, according to which justice was the right of the strongest, DDP 50/GW 5195. The condemnation poetry in Plato's writing on the state is an attack against Sophism and has a twofold aim. First, it is about exposing the dangers of an art that is entirely dedicated to putting people under a spell and forgetting themselves, deprived of all truth value. The critique of poetry is thus not at all an ontological critique, inasmuch as it concentrates on effects. It is more of a critique of aesthetic consciousness, DDP 65/GW 5206. 34 Secondly, with the utopia of an inner state, Plato wants to suggest a new educative model that could be the prelude to a rebirth of the polis. This second aim can be achieved only by a philosophy that promotes the human disposition of being for others, DDP 57/GW 5200. Socrates praises the new educational state for the kind of justice that begins when everyone watches over themselves, instead of demanding rights over others. This state is founded on the new reformation of the soul. Only a person who is rightly attuned to him or herself can be in harmony with others. 35 Hannah Arendt, 2, emphasizes the Platonic analogy between the parts of the soul and the parts of the city. 36 However, whereas Arendt sees action already integrated in the realm of theoretical cognition, Gadamer takes Plato's main point to be that political action is different from technical production and is bound up inextricably with philosophy as the practice of education. The community of Plato's Academy, which aimed at the realization of this practice, stands in sharp relief against the backdrop of the Republic. The utopian state gestures toward an education that is not authoritative instruction based on an ideal organization at all, but rather the experience of justice itself, which is acquired in the process of dialectical investigation, DDP 52/GW 5197. 37 No political institution can achieve any good end without the philosophical education of its citizens, DDP 52/GW 5197. Philosophy is the tonic against the abuse of power, because it teaches us to keep the common good in view. It is therefore mistaken to take Plato's educational state as a real proposal for reform, as Popper does and as Aristotle had already done. 38 Aristotle grasped just as little of the ideological value of the eidos in the ideal state as of the theory of ideas. Plato's works, the Republic but also the Laws, belong to the literary genre of utopian writing. This is Gadamer's argument, a genre that was already well represented in ancient Greek literature. Utopias are not concerned with blueprints for the implementation of actual reforms, rather they offer an ironic critique of the present. Nevertheless, with Plato, utopia takes on a deeper political and philosophical meaning. Utopia becomes a cipher of the further and the beyond that thinking of and in the polis cannot dismiss. Utopia becomes a cipher not only of political thinking but also of thinking itself, of that thinking which refuses to come to a standstill, which rejects closure and instead remains open to the further and the beyond. Plato's great achievement lies in transforming the atopia of Socrates, influenced by his peculiarity and strangeness, his being out of place, which forced him to the margin of the polis, to utopia. 39 The philosopher remains on the margin, and Gadamer's Plato emphasizes this especially during the Third Reich. But from this non-place, or better this not yet place, he gives a sign, an intimation, a gesture from afar. GW 7 277. The dialogue that he writes is a speculative signpost, and Socrates is a utopian figure of thought. GW 7 283. He reflects political reality, sets it in a brighter light, by revealing what the polis is not. From its margins he critically marks the limits of the polis. Hence, Plato's intention is clearly not to introduce some new reform. The practical value of utopia, which aims not at action but at critical reflection, lies in the significance not of wishing, but of choosing. RAS 81/VZW 67-69. This does not mean, however, that utopia evaporates into unreality. Instead, it reinterprets the o utopos, the non-place, as the place that is otherwise and beyond, the place that does not yet exist but will exist, and in the unconditionality of the common word, on the basis of which the polis can be thought anew. Utopia proves to be a dialectical concept, thanks to the dialogical carrying over and the carrying through into the beyond of the other. Utopia becomes for hermeneutics a way of thinking. GW 7 283. Denken in Utopien, thinking in utopias, means to think in the endlessly finite process of dialogical and dichotomous dialectics. This form of thinking demands the choosing of a responsible response. It involves bringing about the possible in the image of the impossible, reaching an opening to the further and the beyond that only the other can offer. Here is where philosophical hermeneutics takes its political stance. Without silencing the negative moment of critique of the present, it turns toward the utopian word of the future. DDP 72/GW 5 197.40. The dialectic of utopia lies in its speculative character. The ideal city inversely reflects the limits of the real city. Even though it never becomes reality, the rule of the philosopher reveals the abuse of power that is a temptation for anyone who exercises power. In his 1978 essay, The Polis and Knowledge of the Good, which appears in his book The Idea of the Good in Platonic Aristotelian Philosophy, Gadamer insists on the speculative dialectic of utopia. IG 63, 103/GW 7 162-185. Here utopia is the political model that Gadamer opposes to planning. With the economic order clearly in mind, Gadamer had warned against the planning, or misplanning, of the political world order as early as 1966 in his essay Notes on Planning for the Future, F 165, 180/GW 2 155-173. Planning seduces us into believing in a normative politics that takes as its task the elimination of disorder, as for example in the disorderly, underdeveloped countries. Finally, it presents the world as the object of rational scientific production. Order for the sake of order takes over, and the means become ends in themselves. The perfect administration, whose ideal is neutrality, no longer recognizes any ideal. F 169/GW 2 160. Against this backdrop of world planning, the dialectical value of the game of utopia stands out more distinctly. In this game, as Plato shows, IG 72, 73/GW7 168, reason and wisdom leave room for the disorder of human things, without however ceasing to point toward the further and the beyond that belong to the ideal city of justice. 7. The Enigma of Socrates, Philosophical Hermeneutics and Greek Philosophy. But of course Plato was at the center of my studies. RPJ 12/GW2 487. 1. We are the Greeks, they are the moderns. It is impossible to imagine philosophical hermeneutics without Greek philosophy. Nonetheless, hermeneutics is not a retreat from the questions of contemporary philosophy to the historical philological study of Greek texts, nor should Gadamer's project be reduced to a mere application of Greek ideas. Greek philosophy plays a decisive role for hermeneutics, which has not yet been sufficiently recognized. There is already an effective history of hermeneutics that must be deconstructed if one wants to avoid leaving Truth and Method as its magnum opus, which supposedly contains all of hermeneutics and casts its shadow over all other works, beginning with the studies of Greek philosophy. In this context Pogler writes, "When we read Truth and Method we can very well assume, until we reach the third part on being as language, that Gadamer is an Aristotelian, one who takes rhetoric, poetry, and the legal structuring of life as his main themes." The works of Volume 7 of the collected works, however, which certainly form a second high point next to Truth and Method, prove that Gadamer was a Platonist. 1. Thus we should ask ourselves, what relation exists between philosophical hermeneutics and Greek philosophy? At the same time we can ask the still relevant question, do we really need the Greeks for philosophy? Gadamer's answer is, decisively, yes. Greek philosophy is the constellation for philosophical hermeneutics. Both are bound up with each other through the circularity of understanding. Reading the Greek texts involves a philosophical hermeneutic reading, whereby Greek philosophy represents a challenge, since it calls into question modern customs and prejudices. Hermeneutics accepts this challenge and lets itself be led by the Greeks in the circular openness of an infinite dialogue. The actuality of Greek philosophy becomes hermeneutics itself, understood as the philosophical reappraisal of the dialogue with the Greeks because, despite the breaks and interruptions, continuity persists. 2. Hermeneutics approaches the Greeks not from the perspective of the assumed superiority of modernity, which believes itself beyond the ancient philosophers because it possesses an infinitely refined logic, but instead with the conviction that philosophy is a human experience that remains the same and that characterizes the human being as such, and that there is no progress in it, but only participation, IG 6/GW7 130. When he speaks of participation, Gadamer means the Platonic methexis. In this regard he wrote, in the 1972 essay on the contemporary importance of Greek philosophy, that for us the encounter with the Greeks is ultimately an encounter with ourselves. 3. Here Greek philosophy, together with hermeneutics, becomes a new paradigm for philosophy, indeed the very one that today is called continental philosophy. In this regard the relation between the Greeks and us takes on a completely different significance. We are the Greeks, they are the moderns. Gadamer stands in the wake of Kant, Hegel, and even Schleiermacher. He follows, in other words, all those German philosophers who, gripped by Greikomania, have linked philosophy inextricably to its history. 4. His interest can be seen as part of the rebirth of ancient philosophy in the first half of the 20th century, in which philology and philosophy cross over and into each other. 5. But Gadamer was driven to the Greeks by his philosophical questions, and hence the huge impression that Heidegger's reading made on Gadamer should not be surprising. It was not only the radicality with which Heidegger questioned Greek philosophy. In addition, his interpretation responded to the necessity demanded by Husserl to free philosophy from the history of philosophy. 6. This phenomenological turn in textual hermeneutics cannot be emphasized enough. Philosophical hermeneutics is a phenomenological revival of Greek philosophy. The productivity of this new hermeneutics was soon to deliver important results. Although Heidegger famously concentrated on Aristotle, most of his students preferred Plato, Hannah Arendt, Jacob Klein, Gerhard Kruger, George Picht, Leo Strauss, Wilhelm Zalassi. Gadamer's case, in this context, is particularly significant. How would philosophical hermeneutics have been possible without Greek philosophy, in other words without the Socratic dialogue, without the Platonic dialectic of the one and the many, without Aristotelian phronesis? 2. On the language of metaphysics. For his phenomenological interpretation of the Greeks, Heidegger is guided by a new watchword, destructuring. Although he takes up Husserl's demand to show the experiences of the life world directly, Heidegger notes that such immediacy is not possible, since all showing is mediated by language. Thus it becomes essential to destructure, that is, to dismantle, the sediment layers with which the tradition has domesticated philosophy and covered over the original experiences of thought. It is essential to reveal the origin of concepts, and thereby to bring the language of philosophy back to the life context from which it emerges. Philosophy will be possible again only through the dismantling of the language that has been rigidified by centuries of Western metaphysics. In this way, on the one hand, the confrontation with Greek philosophy is reopened by recognizing the Seinsfrage, that is the question of being, which has fallen into forgetfulness, and on the other hand, we begin to think again on the basis of our own life experiences. For Gadamer these are one and the same, since philosophy is always a continuous dialogue with itself, LL 39/GW 8430. The question of being deepens and intensifies in the question of the language of metaphysics. Here Gadamer cannot hide what distances him from his teacher. In both his 1968 essay The Language of Metaphysics and his 1990 Heidegger and Language, Gadamer asks himself what the language of metaphysics could actually be. 7 His thesis is that a language of metaphysics does not exist at all. Language is always only the one that we speak with others and to others, dd 48/GW 8144. This does not rule out the existence of a metaphysical tradition, which has consolidated itself through linguistic and conceptual rigidity. 8 Metaphysics is this rigidity. But philosophical language takes root in everyday language, and not even metaphysics can sever these roots. It is not language that is metaphysical but its hardening into concepts, which, however, as soon as they return to the flow of philosophical dialogue as Wittgenstein suggested 9 already prefigure the lines of their own overcoming. In this way hermeneutics limits not only the question of the language of metaphysics, but also the question of metaphysics itself. 10 Gadamer does not at all share the catastrophic view of a history of philosophy condemned to decline. For him there is also no worry about twisting out of metaphysics, which he interprets as a conscious achievement of the suffering of a past in which we simultaneously remain, even if we have overcome it. HD 81/GW 387. 11 What would be beyond metaphysics? Gadamer shares even less Heidegger's project of returning to the history of Western metaphysics in order to prepare a new beginning of thought. For hermeneutics nothing is more metaphysical than a totally new beginning, since we are always already in the middle of a dialogue. But Gadamer also dismantles the philosophical tradition and excavates its effective history, which proves moreover that historically affected consciousness is not a parasitical consciousness in the search for that Socrates who is hidden in pre-Socratic and post-Socratic philosophy. Along a path that goes through Parmenides and Heraclitus, Plato and Aristotle, from the first essays of the 20s to the 7th volume of his work published in 1991, Gadamer engages in a destructuring of the history of Greek philosophy, in order to lead it back to its forgotten, Socratic inspiration. 3 Parmenides and Heraclitus, the logos of mortals. Heidegger's return to the pre-Socratics, mediated through Aristotle, is determined by the need to open a non-metaphysical access to physis, which is thought in its coming into presence. For Gadamer, by contrast, physis is an Aristotelian and not a pre-Socratic thought, which the metaphysical Aristotle had projected back onto the pre-Socratics, GW 743-82, 52. It is a matter, for Gadamer, of freeing ourselves from the Aristotelian construction that reads and forces us to read the entirety of Greek philosophy as a philosophy of nature, in its teleological progress from Thales to Aristotle. What is the picture of Parmenides and Heraclitus that emerges from this reading of the tradition? Both are far apart from the Ionian philosophy of Thales, Anaximander, and Anaximenes. Parmenides and Heraclitus are not concerned with physis, or nature understood as the ground or substance of all things, they concern themselves rather with human errancy and human finitude. Their thought has a political, ethical, and ultimately religious inspiration, modern terms that can be used only with caution when talking about philosophers whose logos remains indissolubly bound up with mythos. GW 7:3-31, 14-15. Point 12. This first becomes visible in the fragments from the didactic poem by Parmenides. It is quite naive to believe that an ontological doctrine could be found in this poem. According to Gadamer, we should not ignore the literary fiction. After all, the logos that claims that being is proclaimed by a goddess. Point 13. Why is this the case? Because the logos that leads to truth, to aletheia, which therefore does not mix being and not being, can only be divine. Point 14. When mortals speak, by contrast, they cannot avoid saying is and is not in one breath, that is, contradicting themselves without deciding between the yes and the no. 15. The divine truth stands opposed to the many opinions of mortals, who are deaf and blind, dumbfounded, unable to avoid the not and thus destined to endless error. Point 16. The goddess describes their world darkened by contradiction, but in doing so she remains on the way to truth, which is reserved for only the divine dimension. GW 7:9. Mortal like the others, Parmenides does not speak in the first person but, making use of myth, lets the goddess speak. The logos of being is thus a logos from the beyond, as such it does not affect mortals, who are plagued by death, by their end, and by their finitude. GW 7:24. The point that the logos of being is from the beyond can be interpreted as a critical rejoinder to Heidegger and his question of being. In any case, the human logos remains on this side of being, as the title of the essay Parmenides, or the side of being, suggests. According to the traditional reading, Parmenides introduced the separation between the sensual and intelligible worlds. For Gadamer, by contrast, Parmenides is the philosopher of finitude, of the world that exists on this side, which is at the same time being and not being, whereas being is only of the gods. It is no different with Heraclitus. If we follow as Gadamer does the historiographical paradigm that Reinhard suggests, then Heraclitus lived at the same time as or even later than Parmenides. Point 17. Heraclitus was no opponent of the Ionian school, and he never sought to erect a cosmology. Even his doctrine of fire, which also confounds Aristotle, is a Stoic reinterpretation. GW 7:51-52. Heraclitus was able to think the speculative unity of opposites in a contentious harmony, which is the logos of the world. Point 18. To attend to the one in all the differences, that is his contribution. GW 7:57. Gadamer mentions in this context Hegel's famous words, "There is no sentence by Heraclitus that I have not taken up in my Logic." 19. From the oppositions of which Heraclitus speaks, the mystery of the unity is not the passage from the identical to the different, but the sudden change. GW 7:48. The words often bear witness to this. For example, the word bios points both to life and to the deadly bow. 20. The inseparability of life and death begins to emerge in this as a final, unsolvable, self-solving riddle. GW 7:41. Is there a return from death to life, as from sleep to awakening? This question is taken up again later by Plato's Socrates in the Phaedo. Heraclitus looks past multiplicity and discovers unity in the sudden flare-up and extinguishing of life, as if like fire. This is precisely the meaning of the sentence carved over the entrance to Heidegger's hut in Tottenberg, lightning directs everything. 21. But Heraclitus also wants to awaken from the sleep of non-understanding. It is thus not difficult to read his famous fragment hermeneutically: the waking ones have one and a shared world, but in sleep everyone turns from it into their own. 22. The way to emerge from the night of isolation, and to return to oneself, is the way that leads to the other, to sharing in the days and world we have in common. GW 778. Point 23. Gadamer wrote of Heraclitus: "This philosopher weeps a bit too obviously over humans and their non-understanding and, forgetting himself, reflects on human life, which, stretched out between sleep and waking, death and life, dream and the reason of daytime that everyone shares, is also deeply non-understandable to itself as truly as it is exposed to the abruptness of change and the riddle of non-being. GW 738. In this call to alertness, to wakefulness, to philosophy, his closeness to Socrates becomes visible, and even more so when Heraclitus says, "I have sought myself." 24. For Socrates, philosophy and immortality. Yet in the path Gadamer outlines it is Socrates who represents the true turning point. Socrates is the philosopher par excellence, because the love of Sophia for him accomplishes the transition from sleeping to waking, becoming wakeful, and raises itself to that wisdom which knows of its not knowing from the outset. Even though Gadamer dedicated no more than 3 essays to him, the figure of Socrates dominates philosophical hermeneutics and forms the model that cannot be imitated, but nevertheless should be imitated. Gadamer's Socrates is above all the one portrayed by Plato in the Apology, the Euthyphro, and the Phaedo, for it is the Platonic Socrates who has affected our historical consciousness. GW 783. Following the way opened by Parmenides and Heraclitus, he disappointedly gives up the inquiry into natural phenomena, the position of the earth, the orbits of the heavens. Socrates fears that if he were to proceed like the natural philosophers, who turn immediately to things and demand to grasp them with their 5 senses, he would end up blinding his soul altogether. So he prepares himself for a second journey, a metaphor the Greeks used to designate the extreme case when the wind stops and the ship can be moved forward only by the rowers. The second journey by Socrates is his escape into the Logoi, which is depicted in the Phaedo. For Gadamer this is the epical turn made by Greek philosophy, which is at the same time a decisive transition for hermeneutics. 25. We should not overlook the ironic tone with which Plato speaks of this second voyage, which is by far superior to immediate experience. It represents the passage from the sensual to the intelligible, which, however, is the intelligible not of the ideas, but rather of the logoi. PDE 70/GW 553. Gadamer translates as follows the words of Socrates in the Phaedo: "So I thought I must take refuge in discussions and investigate the truth of things by means of words." 26. The flight into the logoi is the anamnesis of language, the anamnetic recognition of the other and the word of the other that articulate shared experience. With Socrates, philosophy no longer boldly presumes to see things in their immediacy. And as philosophy turns its gaze away from things, it listens to the word of the other. It becomes dialogue. Here lies above all the Socratic inspiration of hermeneutics. I am devoted to learning, landscapes and trees have nothing to teach me, only the people in the city can do that. So Socrates says in the Phaedrus, Plato, 510, 230d. More than a flight, this is the entry of philosophy into the world of the polis, into the community of citizens. With Socrates, philosophy discovers its political and ethical vocation. Philosophy concerns itself with the why of human actions and for the first time asks the question of the good, which will draw all of classical philosophy, beginning with Plato and Aristotle, under its influence. 27. But to live with others is no easy matter, at least for a philosopher. In Athens Socrates lives with others, but he does not live like others. Thus his trial and his death sentence for acebaia, impiety, become unavoidable. Socrates listens only to his own daemon. Precisely this is his eusbaia, his piety, phromachite, namely the devout respect with which he shows his humility in not knowing. GW 7/109. The religious character of Socrates' not knowing discloses the vanity of the technical scientific knowledge that spread in the Greek Enlightenment. 28. With his constant questioning, Socrates challenges the assumptions of the Athenians, who claim to know what the good is. The service he accomplished is a divine one. According to the oracle at Delphi, Socrates is the wisest of all humans. Socrates, by contrast, says that he does not know, and with that answer he at once confirms and refutes the oracle. GW 7/111. The provocation proves to be the divine vocation of philosophy. Thus Socrates does not flee, but accepts his sentence and drinks the hemlock. But even as parts of his body begin to grow cold and stiff, he continues to speak and to question. He reminds his friends that we owe a cock to Asclepius, make this offering to him, an offering to the god of medicine, in order to say that he is healed and for him a new and true life is beginning. Plato 100/Phaedo 118a. The death of the philosopher is the confirmation of his life, and his words are the most convincing proof of the immortality of the soul. In probably one of the most beautiful essays that Gadamer dedicated to Greek philosophy, The Proofs of Immortality in Plato's Phaedo, he has Socrates speak for him, ddp 21, 38/GW 6 187-200. On the most extreme outer limits of death, without understanding, or wanting to make understandable, what marks the limit of human understanding itself, the word of the dying philosopher is directed to the others who share in his death, in order to receive an answer that takes the dialogue further even after death. This is the way in which hermeneutics thinks of immortality. Point 29. 5. Plato's aporetic dialectics, between the one and the dyad. Philosophical hermeneutics is a conscious recovery of Platonic philosophy in the 20th century. Point 30. Plato shows the way beyond metaphysics toward the openness of philosophical experience, from dialectics to the dialogue. Who is Gadamer's Plato? He is not the metaphysical philosopher, responsible for the forgetting of being, as he was depicted by Heidegger and even before that by Nietzsche. 31. As Gadamer put it in 1983, that Plato did more than prepare in advance Aristotelian onto theology, which Heidegger saw in him, was certain to me, EE 170. But Plato is also not the founder of a theory of principles, as the Tübingen school interpreted him. 32. It is of course true that without Plato there would never have been metaphysics, but it is equally true that Plato was no Platonist, RPJ 40/GW 2508. This polemical thesis, in which the emancipatory potential of his interpretation begins to emerge, also brings Gadamer close to Schleiermacher, insofar as he rediscovers in Plato the master of dialogue, whose dialectic in its Socratic vocation is a reflection on finitude. 33. Hermeneutics proceeds from this dialectic and unfolds itself in an uninterrupted process. The unitary conception of Platonic philosophy does not prevent Gadamer from privileging certain texts, the Phaedo, the Symposium, the Phaedrus, the Philebus, the Parmenides, the Theaetetus, the Sophist, the Timaeus, the Republic, and the Seventh Letter. As he had already done in the case of the Pre-Socratics, Gadamer aims to deconstruct Aristotle's reading and to show that his criticism of Plato is unjustified. On the one hand, there is in Plato no chorismos, no ontological separation between the world of ideas and the sensible world, and on the other hand it emerges clearly on the basis of the Parmenides that what actually interested Plato was the web of ideas, the dialectical interweaving, ddp 119/GW 6 113. 34. The work by Gadamer that contains in this the most important features not only of his Plato interpretation, but also of his entire philosophy, is his 1931 book Plato's Dialectical Ethics, which focuses specifically on the Philebus. Before the connection between ethics and dialectics is articulated, however, it is important to say what is meant by dialectics, the key term of philosophical hermeneutics. Gadamer writes, Platonic philosophy is a dialectic not only because in conceiving and comprehending im begriffen it keeps itself on the way unterwegs to the concept zum Begriff, but also because, as a philosophy that conceives and comprehends in that way, it knows man as a creature that is thus on the way unterwegs and between zwischen. PDE 3, 4/GW 55-6. Gadamer explains that it is important to keep in mind the Greek prefix dia-, which means through, IG 98/GW 7 182, if we are to grasp the Socratic meaning of Platonic philosophy, which unfolds in the dialectical openness between question and answer, and which recognizes itself as a kind of between that grants the provisionality, indeterminacy, and incompleteness that emerge from it. 35 By knowing itself as finite, it accepts infinite openness. It is thus no Sophia, since it does not pretend to be wisdom. Instead it is much more philosophia, a striving for wisdom, DDP 155/GW6 153. This dialectic is dialogical, the between is the between of the dialogue. Platonic dialectics arises not only from Socratic dialogue, in which the dialogical character of logos comes to light, but unfolds in an exemplary manner with the guiding thread of language. It develops itself in a dialogical form, in which the logoi are again and again placed back within the original movement of the conversation, TM 369/GW1 374.36. Socrates' flight into the logoi, which connects not coincidentally with the hypothesis of the ideas, becomes more relevant here, GW 7 335. The idea is anchored to the name and to discourse. In the search for a ground of truth, Socrates finds it in that characteristic remaining equal to itself of the name, even in its self-differentiation, that is, in that shared substantive understanding which is articulated here, PDE 52/GW 552-53. 37 Philosophy begins with language as the site of unreflective knowledge that through anamnesis, which is only linguistic, can become reflective and conscious, albeit always incompletely. But Gadamer's thesis is still more radical. Plato discovers the dialectical miracle, the possibility of the one in the many and the many in the one, because he looks at the structure of the logos, GW 620. How is it possible for the one to be the many and the many the one? How is this contradiction possible, against which the Eleatics cautioned and from which the Sophists profited? Is it not perhaps a question here of a contradiction that makes even speaking impossible? For if it is said that the one is the many, that it is itself insofar as it is one, and is not itself insofar as it is many, then ultimately we are mixing being and not being with each other. For Plato, the quarrel with the Sophists does not end in misology, the hatred of reasonable discourse, Phaedo 89c, d. 38. On the contrary, the Eleatic stranger in the Sophist warns, if we were deprived of that, we'd be deprived of philosophy, Sophist 260a. If philosophy were a noetic, intellectual intuition of being, then it would not need to say anything other than being, it could remain with the identical, that is, say nothing, and give up saying altogether. Philosophy would begin and end in a divine way in the intuition of being. Since philosophy cannot, however, be reduced to this, it requires the dianoetic, discursive transition to the other of being, to what is different. This means it needs saying and needs the logos. In knowing itself to be dependent on the discursivity of logos, philosophy, since Plato is aware that it can develop only in that between traversed by discourse, it cannot be other than dialectical. In order to save philosophy, it is necessary to save or to legitimize the logos. But precisely through this view of the characteristic interweaving of the logos, being also appears different. Nevertheless, dialectics conceives itself as being, bringing itself to language. It does not think in the logos of being. It thinks of being itself as logos, GW 628. The wonder of the one and the many lies in their interweaving, their symploke. The logos is simultaneously the many woven together with the one, and the one that carries within itself the many. The one and the many are concepts that are correlated and fluid. Gadamer writes, the one is necessarily many and the many, one, PDE 96/GW 590. This is possible because of the instability of discourse. 39 Thus there begins to emerge in language a circular movement of ascent and descent that goes from the one to the many and from the many to the one. What counts for the dialectician, in this infinite circularity that articulates itself in the finitude of the legain, the saying, is something that escapes most people, namely what lies in the middle, the intermediates, Philebus 17a. In this fruitful between, in the dia of the legain, of discourse that is constantly a dialogest high, a speaking with each other, the tangled web of being is woven. The procedure followed here, which constantly runs through discourse, is that of diaresis, which represents for Gadamer the positive turn of the dialectic. The euphory after the apory 40. The dialectician's art is described in the Phaedrus, Phaedrus 265d, and it consists of pulling apart an idea that appears in its unity and distinguishing it according to its parts. Here what matters is to follow the natural weave of nerves, as with the cutting up of a sacred offering. 41 Diaresis is thus a dichotomous process. Through differentiation, the characteristic features of what one is seeking are brought to light. What results from this is the diaretic logos. It would, however, be a mistake to believe that this logos gives an objective definition of the essence of a thing, since in reality it limits itself to emphasizing new perspectives. The impossibility of reaching a definition which Aristotle, by contrast, takes to be possible can be led back to the irrevocable weakness of all forms of human knowledge, the names, onoma, discourse, logos, the image, eidolon, knowledge, episteme, which is fundamentally different from intuition, nous, that Plato examines in the famous excursus in the seventh letter 342a, 344d. But precisely from this weakness, as Gadamer writes in his study on dialectics and sophism in the seventh Platonic letter, the productivity of dialectics will emerge, ddp 111/GW6 106. Every diaretic logos always permits its own overcoming, because its unity arises from the interweaving of the many, which can always be dissolved anew. What Gadamer will call the limits of language, which we repeatedly run up against in our speaking and thinking, on the one hand reveals the unavoidable failure of any systematic exposition of philosophy, and on the other hand destines dialectical inquiry to infinite progress. 42. The interweaving of the logos plays a decisive role in Gadamer's interpretation of Platonic dialectic. Only in the not yet fully clarified interweaving of the one and the many and the one, is the fate of logos and philosophy decided. Another word for interweaving is mixture. The one and the many already have history on their side and are derived from two Pythagorean categories, the paras, the limit, and the apeiron, the unlimited. According to Gadamer, the great accomplishment of Plato's thought was to interpret these two categories anew, as they were developed in the Republic and the Theaetetus, ddp 139/GW6 140. Here it is important to emphasize that limit in all of pre-Socratic philosophy had a positive significance, that is, an initial and inaugural significance. The limit does not mark an end but opens up or discloses. Thanks to the limit, what is emerges from the unlimited. The unlimited thus has a negative significance. It is the incomplete, the imperfect, actually the very opposite of what is typically believed today. Plato preserves the positive significance of limit but rehabilitates the unlimited. This rehabilitation, with which he at the same time commits patricide on Parmenides, is important for philosophical hermeneutics, which develops around the concept of the limit as a philosophy of infinite finitude and thereby takes up the legacy of Platonic philosophy. 43. The interpretation of the philebus takes on a significance that should not be overlooked. 44. According to the Pythagorean doctrine of numbers, the limit is opposed to the unlimited. On the basis of a naive ontological identification, as Jacob Klein explains, the Pythagoreans do not distinguish between the limit and the limited. 45. The innovation that Plato achieved lies precisely in the limited, the mix that arises from the mixture of the limit and the unlimited. All that is, all that belongs to this world, is limited, mixed, or exists thanks to a mixture. Gadamer stresses the point, so the ontological mixture of the indefinite and the defining, producing definiteness, is the condition of the possibility of the being and the being unitary, of, ontically, mixed things, PDE 142/GW5 102. To mix according to proportion, according to logos, mean to bring being into being. 46. In Plato's philosophy the limit and the unlimited of the Pythagoreans are called the one and the two or the dyad. 47. In his essay on Plato's unwritten dialectics, Gadamer suggests that the problem of multiplicity is from the very beginning the problem of duality, ddp 135/GW6 137. 48. But what is duality, which plays a far more important role in hermeneutics than we typically imagine? The one is the limit that unifies by limiting and enclosing. The indeterminate too is the way of introducing difference into unity and thus of taking into account the infinite self-differentiation of the many. When Plato prefers, however, to speak of the dyad instead of the unlimited, there is a reason for it. As the principle of difference and of differentiation, the dyad also contributes in its unlimitedness to tracing the limits of the order of the world, ddp 151/GW6 150. The dyad is thus the way in which Plato rehabilitates the unlimited. The unlimited no longer represents the boundless infinity of not being, rather it is not being understood as being other, it is the difference of not being in its infinite self-differentiation. The dyad is another name for the is not, put forward by the Eleatic stranger in the Sophist, Sophist 257b. Only in this way can the logos be saved, or the koinonia of the highest kinds of being be demonstrated, and especially the reciprocal participation of being and not being, of the identical and the different. For Gadamer, however, the dyad has a still more precise and effective meaning. This is the case in the first place because it refers not only to difference, but also to infinite differentiation. From this view there arises a new conception of being. Differentiation sets in motion the being that is coming into being, in other words being that occurs only as the interweaving of the limit and the unlimited, identity and difference, the one and the many, as Plato shows in the Timaeus, Timaeus 37a, b. Yet the dyad has implications for both philosophy and human life. As the dyad, together with the one, can generate an infinite series of numbers, so it makes possible every logos but also destines it to incompleteness. From this point stems the infinite and indeterminate character of the dialectical discourse, or philosophy, ddp 151/GW6 150.49. On the other hand, the dyad is also decisive for human life, which is condemned every day to sink into measurelessness, ddp 155/GW6 153. Although human life must balance itself in the middle, in the mesotes, it remains constantly exposed to the limitlessness of the dyad, which prohibits all completion and prevents the end coinciding with the goal. In this intermediacy the ethical dimension of the aporetic dialectic can be grasped. For the dyad leaves open the aporia, the difficulty of differentiation, which is also always a decision. The weaving of the logos not only points to a new way of thinking being in mixture, but refers as well to a life that limits itself through measure. Interweaving, mixture, the limited, and the measure become key concepts for hermeneutics and for its way of understanding life as a drink that must be mixed properly, as described in the Philebus, IG 114/GW7 192. At the same time there will be no lack of pleasure, which can also be described as unlimited, because a life that gives itself over to pleasure knows no limit. Similarly, suffering will not be lacking, the disturbance of the devotion to pleasure, which can lead Dasein back to its own center of gravity, PDE 180/GW5 130.50. But the human being realizes and understands itself through the process of constantly re-establishing a center, which is possible only with the other. 51 There is thus no definition of the good, and there also can be none, since it would be absurd to consider the good in its transcendence as one of the highest ideas, IG 123, 124/GW7 198.52. The idea of the good has the furthermost of a beyond, which likens it to a regulative idea. It gives itself in proper measure and proportion, which cannot but appear as beautiful. Here is where the good has taken refuge, IG 115/GW7 192-193, in the beautiful, and it completes itself in the unification of the many, in other words in the one, which is always open and finite. Consequently, human life is eo ipso dialectical, IG 122/GW7 197. 6. Hegel, Dialectics and Hermeneutics. When attempting to clarify the recovery, Verwindung, from metaphysics, much like the bearing of a sickness with which one must stay, Gadamer elaborates by saying that this is particularly appropriate for Hegel, for one must stay with him in a special way, HD 100, 101/GW387.53 Why does Gadamer stay with Hegel and his inheritance? The encounter with Hegel takes place under the sign of Plato, as Gadamer underlines in the lecture on the heritage of Hegel, RAS 44/GW4 467.54. No other modern philosopher understood how to develop Greek dialectics to such an extent as Hegel, the last of the Greeks. Heidegger had already expressed the point in a similar way: with the name of the Greeks we think of the beginning of philosophy, with the name of Hegel we think of its completion. 55. Gadamer sees this proximity too, but his distance from Heidegger's interpretation of Plato, as well as from the entire Western tradition of philosophy, deepens even further in the case of Hegel. Gadamer cannot share the judgment, for example, whereby Hegel would represent the completion of the metaphysics of subjectivity. As soon as we take into account what Hegel recognizes as the speculative in the Greeks and generally, wherever there is philosophy, it is the opposite picture that begins to emerge. HD 5-34, 30/GW33-28, 25.56. In his collection Hegel's Dialectic, Gadamer explains the complex relationship between Hegel and the Greeks, a relationship marked at the same time by a reciprocal exchange. Precisely this reciprocity does not allow us to speak of a completion. If Hegel sees in the Greeks what the Greeks themselves did not see, on the other hand it is possible to see Hegel's philosophy in a new way only through the Greeks. The connection between Gadamer, Hegel, and the Greeks is dialectics. The art of the dialectic goes back to those earliest philosophers, who left behind the firm ground of sensible experience and sailed forth for the first time onto the high seas of pure thought. HD 74-99 79/GW365-86, 69. Hegel's gaze turned toward Eleatic and Platonic dialectics, in particular as Gadamer elaborates in his essay Hegel and the Dialectic of the Ancient Philosophers to the speculative dialogues, the Sophist, the Parmenids, and the Philebus, HD 7/GW34. The Parmenids, especially, takes on a decisive role. For here it is shown that truth never clings to an isolated idea, but always lies in the combination of ideas, in the movement that discovers the contradiction and that takes up into itself the antithesis of being and not being, identity and difference, in a movement that unfolds between the one and the many. HD 79, 86/GW369, 75. Although Hegel believes he can trace this movement in the Sophist, it is still especially the Socratic style of the Parmenids that shows the self-development of thought in its immanent formation. HD 7/GW35. Where lies, then, the weakness of this dialectics? It occurs at first in that permanent turbulence in which the one, even if already implicated, has still not been thought as the highest unity, or in Hegel's words, as the totality of the whole. HD 86/GW375. Platonic dialectics is therefore only negative and brings forth nothing positive from its aporia. Gadamer states that Platonic dialectics is no method, there is no beginning and even less so a kind of knowledge that would gradually reach absolute completion in the concept. HD 81/GW370. If in the first part of this critique he agrees with Hegel, Gadamer distances himself in the second part, by playing Hegel off against Hegel. The ancient philosophers wanted to raise themselves from the immediacy of the sensible, in order to reach the universality of thought. The modern age, conversely, in which the individual is already surrounded by abstract forms, is characterized by the effort of making the fixed fluid again. It is in such a way that Hegel describes the quarrel between the ancients and the moderns. On this view, ancient philosophy lacks self-certainty as subjectivity, it lacks self-consciousness, but precisely for this reason it is closer to the fluidity in which everything that occurs is thought of in the natural language of natural consciousness. HD 9/GW36. Here one can see the extent to which the moderns are, as always, dependent on the ancients. Modern dialectics must again take up ancient dialectics, which exhibits the speculative movement of thought. HD 33, 34/GW327-28. What remains to be clarified, however, is not only the meaning of the speculative, but also its connection with the logical. This topic is treated in the most important essay in Gadamer's collection, The Idea of Hegel's Logic, HD 75, 99/GW 365-86. After he has explained how the Phenomenology of Spirit and the Science of Logic are the two great books by Hegel, Gadamer debates the actuality of Hegel's logic, HD 76, 77/GW 365-66. At the same time, however, he develops a rigorous critique of Hegel that culminates in the thesis, Dialectics must retrieve itself in hermeneutics, HD 99/GW 386. Hegel's great discovery is that philosophy completes itself in a speculative movement. Thus the traditional form of the proposition, in other words the rational proposition or assertion that combines a subject with a predicate, and that Aristotle had characterized as logos apophantikos, proves to be wholly inadequate. The philosophical proposition, which instead of contenting itself with mere judgment dwells on what is to be thought and forgets itself therein, is a speculative proposition. This proposition has one peculiarity: it does not pass from the subject over to the predicate, but tells the truth about the subject in the form of the predicate. One could offer an example: God is one. In this context one is not a predicate of God, but rather his authentic essence. The subject is not determined by the predicate. Instead, the movement of determination suffers, as we might put it, a counter-thrust and is halted. 57 It begins precisely from the subject, as if this were its foundation, but then discovers that the predicate is the substance, and the subject, which has become the predicate, is thus sublated in it. The speculative proposition does not, therefore, predicate like a simple assertion, but wavers back and forth. Its speculative character is precisely this wavering, in which the identification of subject and predicate is not meant to destroy the difference between them, which the form of the proposition expresses. 58 In short, the speculative proposition does not limit itself to predicating identity, but represents a harmonious unity in which the identity allows difference to exist, HD 18/GW 3. 14-16. Its relevance lies precisely in the fact that, before any assertion, the speculative proposition enables the speculative or the dialectical movement of language to be recognized clearly. Gadamer describes this accordingly. The speculative statement maintains the mean between the extremes of tautology on the one hand and self-cancellation in the infinite determination of its meaning on the other. Here lies Hegel's great relevance for today. The speculative statement is not so much a statement as it is language. HD 95/GW 383. In this respect, Hegel speaks also of the logical instinct of language. By this he means above all that logical structures are mirrored in grammatical structures, and that the interweavings and correlations of logic are realized thanks to the vowels of being of which Plato speaks in the Sophist, Sophist 253a, b. Forms of thought are in the first place set out and laid down in the language of humans, writes Hegel in the Science of Logic, so that for the human, language has penetrated into everything that he makes his own. 59 To be sure, the logical instinct of language means something more for Hegel, namely the tendency of language toward the logical, the drive to find its own completion in the idea of logic. The instinctive or natural logic of language would find its goal and end in the elevation to philosophical logic, as the word does in its elevation to the concept. Obviously, Gadamer cannot follow Hegel in this salto mortale of thought beyond language. Language is not, in other words, a transitional form that thought can leave behind when it reaches transparency in the concept, HD 94/GW 382. Hegel does not see that the movement of language, precisely because it is speculative, has a double direction. Whereas language makes the concept present in the word, it prohibits the concept at the same time, revokes and retracts it, calls it back. For in the word, which is never isolated but instead always points to a whole and to its relations to the whole, The said always reflects the unsaid. 60 Hegel is right when he recognizes in the logical and the speculative, which are synonymous here, the very dialectical articulation that lies in language itself. But he is mistaken in his assumption that there could be a movement that runs in only one direction and finds its goal outside and beyond language. The triumphal march of self-consciousness fails in its drive to create a stable place to stay with the appropriation of the other, which has undermined the Western tradition. The reflection that lies in the movement of the instinctual logic of language is always homeless, unheimous, and cannot as such be halted anywhere, HD 98/GW 385. But it's such a way, also the epic of absolute spirit, which unfolds in Hegel's great monologue, ends in failure, HD 7/GW 35, TM 369/GW 1375. Just as there is no completion in Hegelian dialectics, so Hegel also shows there is no completion in ancient dialectics. Were Hegel's idea of logic to include full acknowledgement of its relationship to natural logic, he would have to draw close again to the classical origin of his idea in Plato's dialectic, HD 99/GW 386. If at first it was necessary to read Greek dialectics through Hegel, in order to discover its still lacking unity, now it is necessary to read Hegelian dialectics through the Greek, in order to realize that no totality can be closed if it will neither be totalizing nor totalitarian. It holds open the very negativity, the aporia, that remains both in the indeterminate dyad of Plato and in the bad infinity of Hegel. 61 In the way in which objective spirit articulates itself in language, it limits the subjective spirit on the one hand, and disputes from within the absolute spirit on the other, that is, it makes absolute spirit impossible. Even more, it is language that offers the new model of a whole that is always infinitely open. That dialectics must retrieve itself in hermeneutics means that it must retract itself, just as the concept retracts and revokes itself each time in the word. It means that the dual direction must be recognized, from the word to the concept and from the concept to the word, GR 108, 121/GL 100 to 111. 62 This also means, however, that Hegel's metaphysical dialectics must rely on the contemporary form of the dialogical dialectics of Plato, namely on philosophical hermeneutics. Hegel himself, though, was of course fully aware of the speculative significance of Platonic dialectics, insofar as he was conscious of all that had been lost in the separation of the dialectic from the analytic, through the closure that the Aristotelian apodictic had established, HD 27/GW 322. 7 Apodictics and the exclusion of the other, on Aristotle. Although Gadamer is taken for an Aristotelian, if not a neo-Aristotelian, on the basis of his rehabilitation of phronesis, if we consider his work more closely we will see that the opposite is the case. In order to correct the former impression, we could even describe him as an anti-Aristotelian. Gadamer's proximity to Aristotle is ultimately limited to the chapter in which philosophical hermeneutics encounters the practical knowledge of Aristotle, where Aristotle himself returns to Platonic and even Socratic motifs. Gadamer emphasizes this in the 1990 study The Socratic Question and Aristotle 63. Otherwise, we should speak rather of the distance between them. In the first place, Gadamer reads the history of Greek philosophy by demolishing its Aristotelian reconstruction. But this distance from Aristotle also has a considerable philosophical significance. Gadamer is far from the apodictic philosophizing of the Stagirite, and he in no way shares his critique of Plato. In his eyes, Aristotle represents the apodictic closure of Platonic dialectics. Should Platonic dialectics really be conceived as an intermediate phase on the way to episteme, the apodictic science that Aristotle supposedly achieved? For Gadamer it is important to revise this judgment. It condemns Plato's philosophy for lacking conceptual fixity, which on the basis of its dialectical vocation this philosophy precisely sought to avoid. According to Aristotle, Plato's diaeretic method is unsatisfactory because of this indeterminacy. This is proven for Aristotle by the difficulty of ever choosing the right point in the dichotomous division. Diaeresis could not, therefore, Claim a scientific method. 64 The Aristotelian apodictic and the transition from the literary form of the dialogue to the treatise bears witness to this, tends to overcome Platonic dialectics in the attempt to secure a scientific foundation in the concept, which is the universal and necessary definition of the essence of the object. But conceptual formation, even if at first glance it seems to bring a gain in clarity, actually reveals itself to be a double loss. With conceptual formation, in fact, the inexhaustible ambiguity of everyday language is lost, whereas philosophical language gets reduced to rigid terminology. Above and beyond that, apodictic discourse extrapolates and isolates its concepts. Techne, episteme, sophia, phronesis, and nous may perhaps gain clearer contours, but the connection that links them to each other and with the context from which they arise is no longer visible. The greatest loss that the Aristotelian apodictic brings, however, since its task consists of separating what is unified, is the hypostatization of the sensible and the intelligible world. The doctrine of two worlds is a consequence of the Aristotelian critique of Plato. For Gadamer it was, paradoxically, precisely Aristotle who, by his renunciation of the Socratic dialogue, initiated Platonism. In its intention to establish a necessary procedure for evidence, the Aristotelian apodictic must also renounce another moment particular to the dialectic, the consent of the other. The objectivity that is the aim of the definition implies a conclusive understanding. But the other as such is excluded from this understanding. The only role that remains for the other is to confirm the reasonableness of the definitional logos. Thus the other with whom one seeks to reach agreement is in no way different from any other person, or better, he is needed only in the ways he is precisely not different from others. PDE 41/GW 531. The understanding, Verständigung, that leads to the definition marks a finus, a goal, which is at the same time the end of speaking and the end of dialogue. Through this process, hermeneutic openness is put into play. In dialogical dialectics, by contrast, the process unfolds in exactly the opposite way, since its provisional nature leads not to an irrevocable definition but to a conversation that in its open indeterminacy, as a question, always demands a response. The interpretation that the dialectician suggests makes further interpretations possible, on the basis of the openness that it preserves. Thus dialectics achieves a speaking that is endlessly prepared to find its motivation, its justification, and its foundation in the response of the other. In the way in which Gadamer takes it up, Platonic dialectics lives from the participation of the other and is supported at each step by the possibility of assuring the other's agreement. 8. The horizon of dialogue. Language is a universal and by no means a completed whole. LL 20/GW 8402. The conversation, that we are, is one that never ends. No word is the last word, just as no word is the first. DD 96/GW 10140. Both speakers agreeing so fully that no foundation is required, is to converse without presuppositions. LL 23/GW 8406. 1. The forgetting of language in the Western tradition, Plato, Augustine, Humboldt. When Gadamer wrote the last part of Truth and Method, language had not yet reached the leading role on the philosophical stage that it would later come to have. The linguistic turn of the 20th century, the point at which the most varied of philosophical currents run together, had not yet occurred. These currents go from logical positivism to Wittgenstein, from American pragmatism to structuralism and psychoanalysis, from Heidegger to the transcendental pragmatism of Apel and Habermas, from Merleau-Ponty to Derrida's deconstruction. Philosophical hermeneutics contributes as well. But at that time even Gadamer could not imagine that his turn, the ontological turn of hermeneutics guided by language, would have corresponded to the linguistic turn. In a note to the last edition of Truth and Method he wrote, "I am not unaware that the linguistic turn, of which I knew nothing in the early 50s, recognized the same thing, TM 487/GW 2421, RPJ 41/GW 24. How did the reflection on language manifest itself in Germany during the early 60s? Wittgenstein was virtually unknown. Analytic philosophy, which had gradually gained the upper hand in North America, was associated with the positivism of the Vienna Circle and had been ostracized in Germany. In Husserl's phenomenology the role of language was secondary, and this perspective radically changed only with Heidegger. Gadamer knew, for the most part, the essays linking language and poetry that Heidegger had written since 1935, and certainly he found inspiration in them. Nevertheless, it should not be forgotten that On the Way to Language did not appear until 1959, when Truth and Method was already in print. Just as he did not mention Heidegger in the sections on aesthetics in the book, the section on language does not mention him either. Point 1 Still, there are moments in the book when Heidegger's formulations can be heard unmistakably, beginning with the Kehr or turn, which Gadamer instead refers to as the Wendung, or turning. Clearly he wants to distance himself from Heidegger, who left hermeneutics behind in order to turn to the mystery of language. Heidegger's turn, for Gadamer, is a return to the early hermeneutics of Geworfenheit, or thrownness. Gadamer's turning, by contrast, takes place on the terrain of philosophical hermeneutics. Point 2. In German philosophy, language is, however, anything but an unexplored field. For the present context it suffices to mention Ernst Cassirer, Hans Lips, Johannes Lohmann, Julius Stenzel, and above all Richard Honigswald. These are names that Gadamer often mentions. Point 3 They all point to the great tradition of the philosophy of language in Germany that is linked to Hamann, Herder, and, especially, Wilhelm von Humboldt. Gadamer belongs to this tradition. Nevertheless, the somewhat forced synthesis in Part 3 of Truth and Method contains many elements that seem questionable and unsatisfactory. Many of the theoretical arguments have a rudimentary character. It is therefore no coincidence that this third part, in contrast to the other two, has received comparatively little response. And it is also no coincidence that Gadamer, in subsequent decades, frequently returned to this part of the book, turning language into the guiding theme of the last phase of his philosophy. In Truth and Method, a long discussion of language in the Western tradition occupies nearly half of Part 3, TM 405, 438/GW1 409-460. Gadamer proceeds from the question, what happened to language in the history of philosophy? His firm answer is that language has been completely forgotten and repressed, so that one must speak of a forgetting of language, TM 418/GW1 422. If, for Heidegger, the Western tradition is characterized by a forgetting of being, then for Gadamer it stands under the sign of a forgetting of language. For both, Plato is the one primarily responsible. What does the forgetting of language mean? It means that the innermost link between language and thought has been severed. As a result, thinking appears independent of language, and language gets demoted to the status of a mere tool of thought. This instrumental grasp of language, according to which words are nothing but signs for things and ideas that exist autonomously, is the implicit presupposition of the whole of Western philosophical reflection. According to Gadamer, ancient Greek philosophy refuses to recognize the constitutive role of language in the enactment of thought, and thus aspires to disclose to thought a realm beyond language, TM 417/GW1 421-422. Since Plato, the essence of language has been hidden here. Gadamer's reading of Plato concentrates on only the Critylus, which for Gadamer is the paradigmatic, fundamental statement of Greek thought on language, TM 405/GW1 409. In this dialogue two theories of language are set against each other, the first by Critylus, for whom a natural similarity exists between a name and a thing, and the second by Hermogenes, for whom words are only conventional labels. Although Plato claims that both views are unsustainable, he does not move beyond them. Plato's error, according to Gadamer, is that he tries to prove that the supposed correctness of words is no guarantee of their truth, hence it becomes important to know things without words, TM 407/GW1 411. As dim reflections of the light of the ideas, words block our ability to press forward to the truth of beings. Gadamer also criticizes the Platonic theory of ideas, which had been developed in order to counter the sophists' misuse of language. He comes to the somewhat surprising view that Plato's discovery of the ideas conceals the true nature of language even more than the theories of the sophists, TM 408/GW1412. Plato on this account even interprets dialectics as the liberation of thought from language. What the essence of language really obscures, however, is the metaphysical model of the similarity between the original and the copy. Plato measures the word by the idea. However much the word can resemble the idea, it will never actually be the idea. The question becomes one of mimesis. The word is not a more or less correct imitation. If this were so, the world of names would be a doubling of the real world. Considered more closely, the word is a representation of what is taken to be worth revealing about a thing. As such, the word will always be right. In fact, it will not only be right, it will also be true. Regarding this truth of the word, it is legitimate to speak of an absolute perfection of the word, TM 410/GW1415. The critique of Plato, and especially his noetic concealment of language, gives Gadamer the opportunity to develop his thesis about the truth of the word and to distance his own position from any notion that the name is a sign. Point 4. Starting from the Critylus, the name for Plato loses all power of presentation, and becomes reduced to a mere sign or even a number, TM 412/GW1416. With this move the premises of that fateful decision were put in place that would lead to a view of language as an ideal system of signs, TM 414/GW1422. Yet if we remember all that Gadamer owes to Platonic dialectics, we must wonder about his somewhat questionable critique. It makes Plato appear, as if according to a Heideggerian yardstick, as the representative of a metaphysics of domination, aimed at constructing an ideal language with which being, as absolutely available objectivity, can be calculated and controlled, TM 414/GW1418. As we have seen, Gadamer elsewhere offers a completely different image of Plato 5, and for this reason he later abandons the critique of the Critylus. In one of his last essays he writes, "If Plato has no concept of language that corresponds exactly to ours, it does not prevent his entire thinking from being grounded in language, specifically on the logoi, LL 49/GW8435. The so-called flight into the logoi, reported in the Phaedo, is viewed as an epochal turn in philosophy, even as the beginning of philosophy, GR 311/GW7335.6. For Gadamer, Augustine's verbum interior marks the only exception to the forgetting of language in the Western tradition. This interpretation contradicts the standard image of a conventionalist Augustine, which one encounters for example at the beginning of Wittgenstein's philosophical investigations. Gadamer does not refer to Augustine's De Magistro in his argument, but rather to De Trinitate, TM 422/GW1424.7. A closer look shows, however, that it is not Augustine but Aquinas who is the most frequently cited author in this section, which Gadamer significantly entitles Language and Verbum, TM 418/428/GW1422-431. In Gadamer's interpretation, the Christian notion of incarnation plays a central role. Christian theology opens up a new perspective with its referral to the prologue to the Gospel of St. John. Creation happens through the Word of God. In contrast to the Greek logos, the Christian logos achieves its spirituality when it becomes flesh, TM 418/GW1423. Far from a diminution or depreciation, incarnation is a full and essential realization of God, but its consequences are not only theological. According to Gadamer, incarnation sheds light on the miracle of language. In order to understand this we must follow Augustine, who moves in the opposite direction. He calls on language in order to penetrate the mystery of incarnation. For this reason he takes up the distinction from the Stoics between logos endiathetos and logos prophorikos, Inner and outer logos. The former is the inner space of thinking, while the latter is pure externality. Augustine sees an analogy between the inner and the outer word, though he does not reverse the relationship between inner and outer, TM 422/GW 1424. Fundamental theological reasons prevent him from making this reversal. The verbum as such is not to be confused with the verbum chosen by God for his revelation. The same holds true for the inner human word that precedes the outer one. The true and original word, the mirror of God's word, is the inner word that lies in the heart, verbum in chord. Point 8. The intimate, purely intellectual and universal word is independent from any outer form. Augustine's contribution, according to Gadamer, was to situate the problem of language, entirely within inner thought, TM 420/GW 1424. Through incarnation, one comes to the discovery of the inner word of thinking. But Gadamer asks, not without reason, whether we are not here using the unintelligible to explain the unintelligible, TM 421/GW 1425. For what is this inner word that seems to lie before and beyond language? In order to find a way out of this impasse, Gadamer turns to Thomas Aquinas, who designated the inner word as a forma excogitata, which means the subject matter thought through to the end, TM 422/GW 1426. The processual character of the inner word emerges in this thinking to the end, and indicates that discursivity to which finite human understanding is condemned. Here an opposition seems to form between nous and dianoia, between intuition and discursivity. What would the processual character of the human word have in common with the procession of the divine word? Even in the process of human thought there is no change, no transition from potentiality into action, but an emergence ut actus ex actu, from act to act, TM 424/GW 1428. The word comes to light in the same moment in which the knowledge of the thing occurs, not later. For Aquinas the word is like a mirror in which the thing is seen, TM 425/GW 1429. Yet the distinction remains between the divine and the human word, whereas the former springs from a single act of intuition, the latter is the result of a movement of thought that searches for the word as it thinks the matter through to the end, TM 425/GW 1429. Thus the human word is dispersed and incomplete, for the word of human thought is directed toward the thing, but it cannot contain it as a whole within itself, TM 425/GW 1429. The first result of this discussion with scholastic theology is the discovery that the word is not formed by a reflective act, TM 426/GW 1430. Gadamer will later say that speaking is a self-forgetting action. The second result is the discovery of the event character of language, TM 427/GW 1430-431. As the divine word promulgates itself ever anew in the kerygma, it can be said that the meaning of the human word belongs to the event character itself, TM 427/GW 1430. The dialogue with Aquinas leads Gadamer to recognize that the unreflected formation of the word is one and the same as the formation of the thing in the concept. Much less clear is the role of Augustine's verbum interior. For what is this inner word supposed to be? Since it is audible neither to the other nor to oneself, it runs the risk of disappearing in the indefinite realm of inwardness. It is reasonable to ask if it is really a word at all. Even the weaker formulation of an inner conversation which follows from an Augustinian reading of Plato does not resolve the problem. The attempt to locate the universality of hermeneutics in the verbum interior can have grave consequences. Point 9 in particular, it allows the specter of the subject to reappear, one that does not need to speak to itself and is therefore not self-conscious. This inner dialogue would be inarticulate and inaudible, and would be reduced in the end to a monologue, or better, to the immediacy of a self-presence that dispenses with all linguistic mediation. It would bring about a relapse into an instrumental conception of language in which the outer, expressed word is only secondary, derivative, and incomplete. The priority accorded to the verbum interior is really a way of returning the word, even if only the inner word, to reason, and thereby elevating reason, pure and cleansed, above language. Nothing could be further from hermeneutics. It is precisely this problematic return to Augustine that reveals one of the limits of Gadamer's reflections on language. Point 10. This is also chosen in the difficulty of resolving the tension between the doctrine of the verbum interior and other aspects of philosophical hermeneutics, above all the centrality of dialogue. The question of the limits of language is rather different. The verbum interior should not be confused with the unsaid. The limit is the limit of what is said, the spoken or expressed word that points toward the unsaid, and it is such only because it can always be said again and again differently. Hermeneutics begins where the said word arises and the voice of the other becomes audible. Gadamer's analysis of Humboldt in the section entitled Language as Experience of the World, also occurs in the shadow of Heidegger, TM 438, 456/GW 1442-460. Since phenomenology had neglected the role played by language in the world, it falls to hermeneutics to reveal this role. But what should actually be explored is not so much language in the world as, in a radical reversal, the world in language. Humboldt had already accomplished this reversal. The diversity of language, in other words the self-articulation of language in the forms of human discourse, is a phenomenon that Humboldt investigated more intensively than anyone else. He was able to grasp individuality without losing sight of universality, the poles between which the circle of language unfolds. According to Gadamer, however, Humboldt's contribution was above all that he had seen in each language a particular view of the world, TM 440/GW 1444. As he follows Humboldt's lead, Gadamer will be able to uncover the fundamental and originary linguisticality of the human experience of the world. In Gadamer's reception he also raises objections against Humboldt that take up Heidegger's critique and can be summarized in three main points. The first rests on the old prejudice against philosophy of language and linguistics. Humboldt's limitation, even though he is recognized as the creator of modern philosophy of language and linguistics, supposedly lay in his approach. He came to language as a philologist and not as a speaker, and thus he treated language as an object of research, TM 439/GW 1443. A similar charge could of course be made against Gadamer and even against Heidegger. Moreover, Humboldt knew very well about the dangers of objectifying language. The second objection is that Humboldt's notion of mental power diminishes the connection between language and thinking to the formalism of a competency, specifically to the ability to form the world in language's energia, TM 439/GW 1444. The third objection is connected to the second. Humboldt proceeds from the metaphysics of individuality initially developed by Leibniz. As a result he thinks of a subject that structures the world in front of him through language. This world, in turn, becomes the object of language, TM 439/GW 1444, point 11. If we look more closely, however, we can see that without language no world would exist for the subject to act upon. The conventional relationship between language and world should be reversed, since language is the primordial foundation for the subject's activity. To be sure, with this reversal Gadamer has simply paraphrased what Humboldt had already said. The world is the world only through language, and on the other hand there is language only insofar as the world articulates itself in language. With this in mind we can understand what Gadamer means when he writes, "Man's being in the world is primordially linguistic," TM 443/GW 1447. To clarify this further, Gadamer distinguishes between world, Welt, and environment, Umwelt, TM 443/GW 1447. The world is linguistically constituted only through our freedom from environment, TM 444/GW 1448. Here the question of the world in itself disappears, TM 447/GW 1451. This is because there can be no standpoint outside the human world of language, from which the world in itself can be grasped. And the world is nothing other than the totality of linguistic human experience as it is structured by different languages. The world lies in these linguistic perspectives, or better, the world is their open totality. The linguistic experience of the world transcends all relativism in such a view, because it encompasses every in itself and so reveals itself to be absolute. TM 450/GW 1454. The fundamental relationship between language and world therefore does not mean that the world becomes the object of language, but rather that the horizon of language always already embraces everything that is and everything that we are. 2. Writing and the voice of the other, listening to Derrida. Gadamer's truth and method carries out the turn to language using the model of writing rather than orality. Though he claims otherwise, Gadamer begins with textual interpretation in order to return to dialogue and from there to reach the universality of language. TM 383, 389/GW 387-393. This path is necessary because history is transmitted in the medium of language, in other words, language is the happening of history. Here is where the linguistic character of understanding emerges, which is the concretion of historically affected consciousness. TM 389/GW 1393. It is true of course that there are fragments of the past, but what tradition hands down to us as spoken, or better, as written, is quite another matter. GW 8260. Inasmuch as writing transcends all finite determination, anyone can participate in the transmission of the past, provided he can read. Historically effective consciousness is a consciousness that reads. TM 389, 395/GW 1393-399. Yet what is the relationship between orality and writing? What is the place of the voice? And what role does the text play? Gadamer's complex position on these questions changed over the years, especially as a result of his debate with Derrida, which also led to Gadamer's distancing himself from Plato. The position can be summarized in the thesis of an inseparable connection between the oral and the written. In truth there is no real opposition. What is written must be read and therefore all that is written is subordinated to the voice. 12. Gadamer does not share Plato's one-sided condemnation of writing in the Phaedrus and in the excursus of the 7th letter. 13. He takes Plato's argument about the peculiar weakness of all written language to be an ironic exaggeration. Nor does he accept the thought, expressed in the Protagoras, that written language is resistant to dialogue. TM 393/GW 1396. 14. For Gadamer the text speaks in responding to the questions a reader puts to it. He does not give up the idea that the text is a partner in a dialogue. Hermeneutics itself is just this coming into conversation with the text. TM 368/GW 1374. Cognizant of the asymmetry between a written and an oral dialogue, when an embodied other is present, Gadamer nevertheless emphasizes the continuity between the oral and the written. The boundaries are fluid, writing is voice-like and can be made oral again at any time. The oral, to the extent that it is language, can always potentially be written, or is always destined for writing, as Gadamer put it in his 1983 essay Unterwegs zur Schrift. GW 7 258-269. Put otherwise, the oral is potentially always already in the written, and the written is always already potentially in the oral. The transition from the oral to the written occurs through reading. Here the distance from Derrida becomes apparent. Lecture, reading, becomes a paradigm that is implicitly opposed to écriture, writing. And it is no coincidence that the paradigm of reading, which is described as letting speak or giving voice to, is ultimately expanded so far that it coincides with hermeneutics. 15. What is writing, if it is not read? DD 97/GW 10141, Gadamer posed this question to Derrida. Writing is a phenomenon of language only insofar as it is read. GW 8264. Writing is just as voice-like, stimmlich, as speech is potentially writing, Schriftfähig. How can one avoid vocalizing writing while reading, or articulating it with the voice? In 1981, Gadamer published an essay with the programmatic and significant title Voice and Language, GW 258-270. Here he answers Derrida's objections and develops his own conception of the voice, which comes to play a key role in the debate between hermeneutics and deconstruction. Point 16. The voice is, to a certain extent, an attempt to build a bridge to a creature. If writing is not an image of the voice, then the voice is not an image of writing, GR 388/GW 10159. But what do articulated voice and the writing have in common? Plato had already asked this question in the Philebus, which becomes decisive for dialectics because it concerns the relation between the one and the many, Philebus 14c, 18d. Both the sounds articulated by the voice and the letters of the alphabet are given as examples. In the end it becomes clear that both, far from being mere examples, are precisely what reveal the unity of the many and the multiplicity of the one in the logos. The voice reveals our incompleteness and finitude, because we cannot master it. One is thrown back on the meson, the midpoint of language, its middle or center, particularly in relation to those elements, articulated sounds and written signs, that mark the limits of an otherwise unlimited continuum and so enable both speaking and writing. Both are constants that open up a field of play, spielroom. Despite its expansiveness, it is bound to the articuli, the boundaries carved into the boundlessness of phonic and graphic material, GW 259. Articulation is therefore the reciprocal relation of voice and writing, a relation that sheds light on the transition that occurs in reading. In contrast to every natural form of expression, speaking and writing amount to a coming to agreement in what is held in common, beginning with the communal space of play of the letters and the articulated sounds in any language. Nevertheless, the voice for Gadamer has both the first and the last word, and this is where his distance from Derrida becomes visible, LL 34/GW 8419. But this position should not be confused with giving priority to the voice. The voice for hermeneutics is the continuous unity of speaking, whereas writing is characterized by the difference of interruption. It is a phase in the event of understanding, which is fixed in the text, DD 21-51, 30/GW 2 330-360, 341. Yet this fixity is not permanent, and the text becomes that between which interrupts the continuity of the voice. Point 17. This relates to the figure of the interpreter, who as interpres is the interlocutor. The eminent text of literature is no exception, DD 40/GW 2 351. It demands to have its word heard, no less than other texts it demands to be given a voice. In the circular continuity of the voice the text stands for discontinuity. To the extent that philosophical hermeneutics emphasizes unity over difference, continuity over discontinuity, it favors the voice. If in Derrida's wake we have no choice but to rethink writing, the voice also becomes problematic. Next to Osea and Graham, it is above all the book Speech and Phenomena from the 1960s that powerfully impressed Gadamer, as he himself pointed out, GR 377/GW 10149. Derrida had rightfully criticized Husserl in this book, by putting into question the self-conscious cogito that assumes it can think without signs, LL 33/GW 8418. Though he partially agrees with Derrida, Gadamer also expresses his skepticism. He accepts Derrida's critique of Western metaphysics for its logocentricity, though it might better be called its monologocentricity. Yet Gadamer rejects Derrida's condemnation of the voice and, more precisely, the link that Derrida sees between the voice and the self-presence of consciousness, DD 112/GW 2 371. Point 18. Even though Gadamer never mounts a full-scale critique, his view is easy to summarize. The voice, so readily denounced for its presumed metaphysics of presence, is the phenomenological voice, the spiritual flesh that continues to be present to itself but hears itself in the absence of world. 19. It is not clear why this should be so, For the voice both in its empirical embodiment and in its relation to articulation, that is, to writing. Just as much as writing, the voice would have to be a form of exile for the self-presence of consciousness. For hermeneutics, in other words, difference is carved into voice. The possibility that what is evoked may regain a voice in no way eliminates the reference to its absence, dd 112, 113/GW2 371-372. This reference is the space of difference in the voice. The hermeneutic voice is in the first place the voice of the other, the voice I hear before I hear my own. This voice carries the otherness of the you into what would otherwise be only the identity of self-presence. 20. Nor should it be forgotten that presence is also simultaneously an absence. For hermeneutics as for deconstruction, it is never a pure, full, and completed presence that is immediately given without past or future. Presence is the presence of an absence, regardless of whether it is spoken by the voice or manifested in writing. It remains an open question whether the hermeneutic voice can be accused of relying on the metaphysics of presence, or whether, by contrast, deconstruction, with its critique of phenomenology, itself succumbs to an objectivistic conception of presence understood mainly as permanence. Certainly Gadamer, as Derrida argued, was guided by the intention to let the voice emerge from its relative obscurity. At the same time, Gadamer's overall aim was not to assign a central position to the voice, but to emphasize the co-belonging of voice and writing through articulation. Considering the importance of the voice, it is no wonder that hermeneutics proves to be a philosophy of listening or hearing. 21 The power of sight, which has been privileged throughout the entire philosophical tradition, is now contrasted to the power of hearing. To be sure, Herder had already reversed the hierarchy of the senses in the 18th century. But Gadamer takes his cue directly from Aristotle, who had already clearly prioritized the sense of hearing. 22 While the other senses offer access to only their own specific domains, hearing is an avenue to the whole as it participates in the linguistic experience of the world. TM 462/GW1 466. The claim of universality for hermeneutics finds its legitimacy here, RPJ 28/GW2 497. As the sense of language, hearing is the hermeneutic sense par excellence. The art of understanding is certainly above all else the art of listening, GW 10 274. Already in Truth and Method the motif of hearing Hören resonates audibly in the German word for belonging, Zugehörigkeit. The interpreter belongs to what is interpreted, he who is addressed belongs, is zugehörig, to what has been spoken to him. He cannot refuse to hear. Gadamer frequently returned to this theme, even in his last years, as in the untranslated essay from 1998 entitled On Hearing, Über das Hören. He links the inseparable connection between hearing and understanding to the moment of opening freely to the dimension of the other. This opening lies at the basis of every human relationship. 23. 3 In the beginning was the question, against the analytic. In this way the openness of hermeneutic consciousness takes on more defined contours. Openness can be attributed to the one who listens to the voice of the other. The situation of every speaker, inasmuch as he or she speaks, is from the beginning the situation of being spoken to. One might say, in the beginning is the question. This condition further determines the primordial linguisticality of our being in the world. But hermeneutics, which follows Plato's dialectics, rejects every inception and every beginning. Hence even this beginning should not be turned into an abstract absolute. If there is a beginning for hermeneutics it always lies in the middle of dialogical praxis, where every question is a response and every response is a question and so on to infinity. Nevertheless, within the circularity of this dialectical movement we should speak in a Socratic sense of the hermeneutic priority of the question, TM 362/GW1 368. 24 It is the knowledge of not knowing that justifies this priority. He who believes he knows does not need to question. Conversely, he who is capable of questioning knows that he does not know, and as the Platonic dialogues show, asking questions is much more difficult than giving answers. Actually, The Secret of the Question contains the miracle of thinking, GR 392/GW 10162. The question reveals the openness of possibility, an aporetic hovering between this way or that way. At this stage a distinction is required, a distinction, Unterscheidung, that is always a decision, Entscheidung. Accordingly, questioning is more a passion than an action, something that happens to us rather than something actively undertaken, TM 366/GW 1372. One does not pose questions. Instead, questions occur to us, they present themselves, they arise and force themselves on us. There is no method that can compel questioning to come forward. The only one who knows how to question is the one who lets himself or herself be called into question by being pulled up short by the other's question, which breaks and disorients. The priority of the question is the priority of the otherness of the you. The priority of the question is also legitimized by everyday practice, as for example in the logic of question and answer. What happens when one tries to understand what is being said in everyday language? One refers back to the horizon from which the question has emerged. Here lies one of the most important principles of hermeneutics: the utterance is always understood as an answer to a question, TM 370/GW 1375, RAS 98, 99/VZW 102-103. Understanding takes place in the move from the answer back to the question it answers, or so says Gadamer, invoking the work of R.G. Collingwood, 1889-1943. Point 25. Questioning is another way of saying understanding, TM 370/GW 1379-380. Referring back to the horizon of the question, the motivational context of the dialogue from which speech emerges has a theoretical scope that should not be overlooked. Point 26. Here the contrast between hermeneutic and analytic philosophy comes into focus more sharply. When hermeneutics returns to the motivating questions behind assertions, it is not following an artificial procedure but simply making available for reflection a process already embedded in everyday practice. If a person does not understand a question that has been put to them, then they are forced to ask. The process is not at all artificial. On the contrary, it is very artificial to imagine that assertions fall from the sky and that they can be submitted to analysis without considering why they were said and in what way they are answers to something, RAS 99/VZW 103. It is artificial to take assertions to be autonomous and to detach them from their motivational context, as analytic philosophy does. Hermeneutics challenges the presumed autonomy of assertions. The assertion is just one among the infinite multiplicity of speech forms, and moreover it is both a derivative and a secondary form. Aristotle was already well aware of this, when he distinguished between logos semantikos and logos apophantikos. Point 27. All utterances are semantic, that is, they mean something. By contrast, not all are apophantic, that is, the alternative between truth and falsity does hold for all. For example, a prayer is not an apophantic utterance. In our everyday communication, utterances are simply semantic, and it would be truly strange if everything that is said were examined as if it could be verified. The apophantic logos is derived by logical abstraction from the semantic. That is why it is considered secondary, as Heidegger remarked, BT 144, 150/SZ 2090. In contrast to Heidegger, Gadamer accepts the legitimacy of apophantic logic, even in its final analytic version, and thus he overcomes the dichotomy between the authentic and the inauthentic. On the other hand, analytic philosophy, where the different dimensions of speech are only covered from a particular aspect, should recognize that it is a logical curtailment of language, A 166/UVG 204, and, without severing its semantic roots, it should grant both space and right of the plurality of human logoi. In this way the question of the autonomy of the assertion takes on broader contours, it reveals itself to be an ethical and a political question as well. One should uncover the motives that have led to the dominance of the assertion, supported by the ideal of method. It is the supremacy of modern science that underwrites this dominance. At least since Galileo, method has proceeded by abstraction, isolation, and experiment, in order to dominate and control. GW 186. The assertion is the formalized object that can be fully controlled. Although science can govern assertions, it cannot govern its own ends, beginning with the practical application of technology. Technology does not allow itself to be dominated, and science does not limit itself. Their limits are ultimately left to our political abilities. GW 192 to 193. Here it should be asked whether the unlimited use of knowledge in the form of assertions does not come at too high a price. For the speculative dialectics of the word, it is hermeneutics to know how much remains unsaid whenever something is said. GR 417/GL 286. To move from what is said back to the unsaid is called speculation. Gadamer takes up the speculative movement of language in the penultimate chapter of Truth and Method, which introduces the universality of the hermeneutic experience. What does speculative mean? TM 456, 474/GW 1460 to 478. The etymology of the word points to speculum, a mirror that can reflect an image. Besides the mystery of the mirror, a speculative writer in 18th-century German philosophy was someone who reflects without surrendering to the concrete immediacy of appearances. The more recent meaning of the word stems from Hegel's speculative proposition, which, as has been shown, is introduced in the Phenomenology of Spirit. Point 28. Gadamer returns to this meaning from Hegel, but alters it somewhat and expands it to encompass language altogether. The movement of language for him is always speculative, because whatever is said mirrors in its finitude the infinitude of the unsaid and, from within its limits, points toward the horizon of the infinite. This movement, however, does not occur in the case of an assertion that is supposedly independent and detached from its horizon, which asserts its identity through the erasure of every difference that might call forth the reference to another. The assertion is the sliding back into what is merely finite. In our everyday use of language, what is said combines with the infinity of what is unsaid in one unified meaning and ensures that it is understood in this way. Someone who speaks is behaving speculatively when his words do not reflect beings, but express a relation to the whole of being. TM 469/GW 1473. Every word bursts forth, as if from the middle of a totality, in virtue of which is it a word at all. One could refer to Humboldt here, for according to him every word resonates with and presupposes the entire language. 29. Here Gadamer sees the dialectic of the word, which is ultimately the dialectic of the finite and the infinite. The word in its finitude evokes the infinitude of what is unsaid, but without being able to say it. Thus the word is no casual imperfection, but an irrevocable witness to our finitude. TM 458/GW 1462. At this point Gadamer distances himself from Hegel, for whom the speculative movement of the proposition should be expressed in the dialectical presentation, which is the way speculative movement shows itself, or better, demonstrates itself. Hegel introduces here a distinction between the speculative and the dialectical. By abstracting the reflexive relations of conceptual determinations from language, he brings this relation, by way of dialectical mediation, to absolute knowledge. For Gadamer, by contrast, the speculative is always dialectical. As a result, we can speak of a speculative dialectic of language. It is this dialectic that unfolds from the middle, where all hermeneutic experience occurs. Gadamer takes the beginning away from Hegel. Since every word bursts forth from the medium of language, which is also the medium of historically affected consciousness, hermeneutics does not have the problem of the beginning. It recognizes the radical finitude provoked by this middle or medium. TM 472/GW 1476. Point 30. Since it proceeds in its speculative truth from the event of the word, hermeneutic dialectics differs from metaphysical dialectics in its awareness of the constitutive and never-ending openness of this event. 5. Being, understanding, language. In the last subsection of Truth and Method, which concerns the universal aspect of hermeneutics, Gadamer addresses the meaning of the turn from being to language with one of his most famous and widely quoted sentences, being that can be understood is language, TM 474/GW 1478. This is also, however, among Gadamer's most misunderstood statements, and has by now a reception history of its own. The interpretation by Gianni Vattimo, the translator of Truth and Method into Italian, has been influential. He reads this line as an identification of being with language, and his reading makes it possible to turn hermeneutics into a weak ontology. 31 In this way, the decisive and far-reaching question arises about hermeneutics as philosophy. It is significant that Vattimo interprets the sentence as a translation of a passage from Being and Time, BT 270, 271/SZ 301-302. Gadamer's discourse is measured against Heidegger's discourse on the authenticity of being, while also invoking the well-known metaphor of language as the house of being. 32 But this metaphor never occurs in Gadamer's work. Not so much the house of being, language is, for Gadamer, the home of mankind that is often far too cramped, EE 172-173, the mother tongue, for Gadamer, is the most familiar place of being with oneself, but starting from an even more fundamental uncanniness. 33 For language appears so uncannily near, unheimlich nahe, that it belongs among the most mysterious questions that man ponders, TM 378/GW 1383. To be sure, the most well-known version of hermeneutics is the most urbanized one, which emphasizes the familiar. But to this should be added the more unsettling version, the one that emphasizes uncanniness, where we are not so much at home. The fleeting and ephemeral home that language offers us is not easily separated from the more substantial homelessness that defines our finitude in language, one that exists even prior to our finitude in the world. On this point Gadamer's later hermeneutics appears almost to overlap with Derrida's deconstruction. Yet what is this more primordial uncanniness, if not the resistance of being to language? Indeed, Gadamer does not at all identify being and language. In a retrospective interview conducted in 1996 he clearly warns, "But no, I have never meant and never said that everything is language," GR 417/GL 286. This is marks both identity and difference here. It differentiates the sentence from a tautology, and turns it into a speculative sentence in which being unfolds in the predicate language, where it is understood but not exhausted. For the way in which something is shown in language belongs to its being but does not exhaust it. So it is, on the one hand, that the word is a word only because of what comes to language in it, and on the other hand, that which comes into language is not something that is pre-given before language, rather, the word gives it its own determinateness, TM 475/GW 1479. In Gadamer's self-interpretation the relative clause between the two commas that can be understood should not be read as a supplement but rather as a delimitation, GR 417/GL 286. It does not say that being is language and that it can also, in addition, be understood. The middle term is decisive, namely, understanding, PH 103/GW 81, 8,7. Thus the sentence could be rewritten in this way: being, insofar as it, or being, within the limits in which it can be understood, is language. Being that gives itself to be understood is language. For Gadamer, understanding itself has a fundamental connection with language, TM 395, 396/GW 1399. Being that makes itself understandable for us is that way because it exists in language, and precisely this understandability is what concerns hermeneutics. If we proceed from understanding, the question of language for hermeneutics becomes unavoidable. Language is the universal medium in which understanding occurs, TM 389/GW 1399. 6. The limits of language. The relationship between being and language already points to the limits of language. The hermeneutic experience of language that follows the speculative movement turns out to be an experience of the limits of language. This theme was already mentioned in Truth and Method, TM 402/GW 1406. Furthermore, in the 1980s it became truly central to Gadamer, especially in the essay The Boundaries of Language, 1985, which marks a turning point in Gadamer's self-critical reflections, LL 9, 17/GW 8 350-361. The boundaries should not be seen as imperfections of language, measured in relation to the perfection of reason. Then what are these boundaries? They can be experienced phenomenologically in what is prior to language, alongside language, and beyond language. Needless to say, it is clear that these border regions are defined by their striving to become language. The striving is for linguisticality, for the virtuality of what is not yet said but what awaits fulfillment in the linguistic event, and yet will likely run up against these limits of the latter. 34 If on the one hand the primacy of verbal language is asserted here, into which all other languages could be translated, on the other hand the constitutive limits are also emphasized. Gadamer summarizes the hermeneutic experience of the boundaries of language as the search for the right word. The right word is by definition never right. That would mean it is the appropriate, fitting word for a pre-given object. On the contrary, our experience of its boundaries demonstrates that language is anything but an instrument of domination and calculation. In all speech, however forgetful of itself it may be, we experience the boundary of the spoken and, specularly, the understood word. This is how Gadamer describes the experience of the boundary. Finally, the deepest of the problems that essentially belongs to the boundary of language should be indicated. I feel it only dimly, although in other areas I am thinking of psychoanalysis it already plays an important role. It is the awareness that every speaker has in each moment when he seeks the right word, and this word is the one that reaches the other, the awareness that he never completely finds it. What reaches the other through language, what has been said in words, always overshoots or falls wide of what is meant or intended. An undying desire for the right word, that is what constitutes actual life and the essence of language. Here there appears a close connection between the unrealizable nature of this desire, this desir, Lacan, and the fact that our own human existence fades away in time and with death. LL 17/GW 8 361. The experience of the boundaries of language is thus the experience of the boundaries of our existence and our finitude. The search for the right word appears to be an endless task. On the other hand, it is the word that always carries us above and beyond ourselves. In order to elucidate this, Gadamer recalls Rilke's angel, that is, the possibility surrounded by a limit and evoked as an angel, above, beyond us, the angel plays 35. The word that we bring forth has always already caught up with us, is always already beyond us. An important essay from 1971 also explores this theme. The essay, entitled On the Truth of the Word, was rewritten several times and did not appear in print until 1993 with its publication in Volume 8 of Gadamer's collected works, SR 135, 155/GW 837-57. Hermeneutic truth is bound to language because the world is there for us, and we for the world, only in language. When Gadamer takes up the question of the truth of the word, he means the word as a singular word and not plural words in the multiplicity of its forms. It can be a simple yes, or what you might say in making a promise, you have my word on it. Or it can be the word in the prologue to the Gospel of St. John, SR 135/GW 837. Before it can be understood in the sense of an objective genitive, the truth of the word points to a more subjective genitive. It is the word that reveals the truth as it comes out before we can reflect and confirm it to be the true or right word. Just as he had spoken of the ontological valence of the image, now Gadamer speaks of the ontological valence of the word. 36 The world attains being for us only in the universal de, or there, of the word that constitutes the wonder of language, SR 152/GW 854. Whereas being, sen, comes to exist in the word, or Dasein in the word, we too are called by the word to this da, we come alive to being, we are awakened to it. In the da of the word we are anamnetically drawn out of the forgetting of language and awakened to being. Here lies the wonder. Yet what lies ready in this da points at the same time to what escapes its grasp. The presence of the universal da in the word is therefore also an absence. The word always already rises beyond the da, always already transcends itself. Hermeneutics cannot overlook the play of presence and absence in the existence or Dasein of the word. By colliding with the boundaries of the da, it reveals itself to be a hermeneutics of language and its boundaries. Such a hermeneutics constantly points to that which is not yet there in the da, and what always remains beyond it. The transcendence of language determines the movement of hermeneutics as always having to go beyond itself. Habermas is justified in his observation that hermeneutics promotes the tendency to self-transcendence immanent in the praxis of language. 37. However, this point in no way puts into question the non-transcendental nature of the dialogue, that we are, within which everything can be said differently. 7. The dialogue that we are. Language sprach is dialogue gesprach, GW 8369. Gadamer formulates this thesis as early as Plato's Dialectical Ethics, returning to it in Truth and Method, and taking it up again in his late works, PDE 35, 65/GW 527-48, TM 446/GW 1449, GW 207, GW 8360. The hermeneutics of language unfolds as a hermeneutics of dialogue. If language arises from the openness of a historical language and realizes itself as individual speech, which for its part is always a speaking for or with the other, then the existence of language lies in dialogue. In its simplicity, this is the secret core of Gadamer's philosophy, which, both in its theoretical reach and its practical intention, is a philosophy of dialogue. At the basis of this thesis there lies, however, a philosophical motivation that should not be overlooked. Gadamer offers here a radical interpretation of this verse from Hölderlin. Since we have been a conversation. 38. This line does not mean only that we simply participate in dialogue. We are always already in dialogue and speak out of its flow, or out of its unending flow. Even more so, we are dialogue. Each of us is not only in a dialogue, but according to our most intimate nature we are ourselves dialogue. For dialogue is our Ubiconsystem, it is the hermeneutic universe in which we breathe, in which we live. But what does it mean that dialogue is an unending flow? Every word opens up to an endless number of possible further words, of response that it calls for and requires, GW 838. Since it speculatively reflects the unspoken, no spoken word can be the last word. On the basis of this virtuality, every word points toward the openness in which we speak further. Thus it can be said that speaking takes place in the element of the dialogue, GW 2 198. The endlessness opened up by the virtuality of the word is the endlessness of our speaking with each other. It follows that the dialogue has an inner endlessness and no end, GW 2 152. To be sure, the dialogue can be interrupted for many reasons. One might have nothing more to say, become irritated, or not want to continue speaking. But for hermeneutics the interruption is only a pause that implies a continuation. Arising from the primordial, inner endlessness of the dialogue, an interruption from outside might occur, but it in no way disturbs the endless openness. According to Gadamer, even the limit case of the soul's inner dialogue with itself is endless, TM 547, 548/GW 200-201. Here one comes across one of the most significant points of dissonance between hermeneutics and deconstruction. Whereas Derrida accentuates the creativity of the interruption, Gadamer focuses beyond all interruption on the endless, or better, the uninterrupted dialogue. 39. This adjective, actually suggested by Derrida, seems more appropriate for describing Gadamer's dialogue. 40. But even if the dialogue continues endlessly, it is discontinuous, that is, ending and endless at the same time. Rather than endless, we might say from the perspective of interruption that dialogue is uninterrupted. Here arises the unlimited readiness for dialogue that distinguishes hermeneutics. Such readiness is philosophically justified by a trust in language and its ability to communalize. This does not mean that dialogue will always succeed. On the contrary, agreement is never certain, and understanding is never perfect. The dialogue cannot succeed if by success we mean closure, or self-enclosure within a wordless, ultimate consensus. The dialogue never closes. Of course, this is not to say that we never reach a successful accord within dialogue's potential endlessness. But when can we say that a dialogue has succeeded? A dialogue is certainly not successful only when we have learned something new. Success is reached, rather, when we come across something in the other that we have not met before in our experience of the world. Something changes, and changes us. The dialogue possesses a transformative power. 41. This power is not a matter of more information. What counts in dialogue is the encounter with the other. Dialogue succeeds when the other has changed because of the self, and the self has changed because of the other. Dialogue transforms both. 42. After the dialogue, one is no longer the same person as before. Paradoxically, a dialogue succeeds all the more, the less it comes to a close, the more the disagreements come to light, the more misunderstandings and non-understandings appear anew. Hence, the dialogue does not conclude if the word, which the I addresses to the you and the you to the I, leads to a new openness, from which, through new questions and answers, the dialogue can go further. GR 393/GW 10162. On the other hand, dialogue for Gadamer also responds to the fundamental disposition of life, fundamental insofar as it is abyssal, namely, anxiety. Driven out of one's own narrowness and into the always alien expanse, as Schelling had already said, the I takes a distance from itself. In this centrifugal movement, the I runs up against the boundary of the other, the you, and loses its center. Yet it is precisely the you who makes it possible for the I to find its center again. Only when the center has been given away to the other, when it turns to the you, can the I recuperate its focus and restore its balance. This paradoxical event occurs in dialogue, where the center of the I is restored each and every time in the collision with the you. And each time, obviously, the center is never the same but always different. It differs through time, through language, in dialogue. In the encounter with the you, the I always understands itself differently. To recuperate here means to heal. To be concerned with oneself does not mean to withdraw into oneself, but to care for the other. And conversely, one can heal, especially as Gadamer often emphasized, through the word of dialogue. 43. The word heals better than any kind of medication, above all, the word of a friend. Here appears the immediate proximity of dialogue and friendship, the guiding thread that Gadamer followed from the beginning to the end of his path of thought. In the philia, where one's own limits are recognized, one recognizes in the other, in the friend, an increase of being, self-esteem and the richness of life. 44. All of this, however, is underappreciated in a time that seems to be characterized by the incapacity for a conversation. 45. Today all forms of everyday dialogue are impoverished. Gadamer reviews the phenomenology of these forms, from pedagogical discussions to business negotiations to therapeutic dialogue. 46. In psychoanalytic therapy, the inability to dialogue that manifests itself is a disturbance to be healed. But in everyday dialogue, this inability, which is not transparent to itself, takes on the normal form of blaming the other. In this way, for example, we say, "There is no talking to you." This inability is then traced back to both the inability to listen and the inability to speak. People forget how to speak when the shared language has been exhausted and reduced to terminology, a frequent experience in the monological condition of today's society. 47. But in every dialogue, even the least successful, the I is elevated beyond its limitations by the encounter with the word from the you. The you is the lever that the I needs, even for a dialogue with itself. 48. The I experiences its own limits in the strangeness of the you, who is also always familiar, just as the I, in the transcending movement of language, is always already beyond itself, thanks to the you, and with the you in the shared word. The right word proves here to be the word that reaches the you, that is heard and then answered by the you as if it were his or her own. In the word that has become communal, that resonates when it is uttered by the you, the I finds a home that, however, because of the irrevocable homelessness of language, always remains fleeting. Gadamer takes up a Hegelian expression again when he says that speaking with one another is to make oneself at home with the other. 8. Understanding, interpreting, translating, where hermeneutics is misunderstood. If we consider the 4 decades of its reception history, it is surprising to note that philosophical hermeneutics has so often been misunderstood in its attempt within philosophy to give voice to the question of understanding. There are 2 misunderstandings above all that need to be addressed. The first is contained in the charge that understanding, according to hermeneutics, would be an appropriation of the other. The charge is aimed at the furor, the fury of understanding that supposedly animates hermeneutics, as well as the conciliatory intention that would presumably guide its movements. 49 Philosophical hermeneutics seems to claim that it could and should understand in a complete way, that it could and should reconcile and harmonize. Understanding in hermeneutics would, from this view, be self-evident and taken for granted. If this were so, however, hermeneutics would have no reason to exist, since it exists in order to raise the philosophical question of understanding. In following the Heideggerian view that understanding is the fundamental enactment of human existence, 50 Gadamer maintains that agreement is more primordial than misunderstanding. 51 This agreement is a matter neither of glib optimism nor of simply adopting an ethical task. On the contrary, with this thesis Gadamer describes in phenomenological terms the practice of speaking and understanding. A more originary understanding involves nothing other than bringing into harmony the common language that communalizes. One who speaks in a historical language and in doing so speaks for the other and with the other assents, Zustimmung, even before any accord has been reached, by being ready to attune one's voice to the voice, Stimme, of the other, articulating oneself in the meaningful sounds of the common language. In short, whoever speaks has already agreed to share what is common and communicable with the speakers of that language, binding them to past, present, and future speakers. Even before any agreement with oneself, one is already in agreement with the other. Speaking is thus a mutual agreement. Gadamer interprets the synthetic of Aristotle in this sense. 52 The concept of synthetic, of mutual agreement, suggests in the first place the view that language forms itself in the being with one another, LL 12/GW 8354. This agreement is the prelude of language, and sets in motion the further play of agreement and disagreement. Such a prelude cannot be avoided. Every speaker must enter into the play of language, accepting the pre-existing communality that language offers us. To speak means, then, to articulate further the commonalities of the world articulated in language. The spoken is further shared in speaking, and this communication can be communicated further. This is the reality of human communication, that is, of dialogue. 53. Yet the flow of dialogue can be interrupted and agreement can also turn into disagreement. In this context Gadamer speaks of a stumbling block, TM 270/GW 1272. Almost completely overlooked by the reception, the stumbling block is a key concept for hermeneutics, because it clarifies the movement of understanding, GR 93/GW 2184. Without it, one might assume that understanding is self-generated. In order to delineate the concept of a stumbling block more precisely, Gadamer returns to Greek philosophy. The Greeks had a very beautiful word for what brings our understanding to a standstill. They called it the adipon. That actually means, the unplaceable, whatever cannot be brought into the schematism of our horizon of understanding and therefore causes us to halt, GR 93/GW 2185. The adipon is whatever provokes uneasiness and irritation, what seems strange to us, uncanny and alien. In the Platonic dialogues it is Socrates who is adipose, the philosopher who, being out of place, puts into question the order of the polis and points to the externality of an outopos, a beyond place to come. Point 54 for hermeneutics, the adipon is the incomprehensible that breaks in on what once understood, and almost entirely forgotten, was taken for granted as self-evident. The adipon strikes what is seemingly familiar and suddenly puts into question the commonality of our words. Point 55 the incomprehensible, which is still placeless, makes way for both non-understanding and misunderstanding. This does not, however, prevent attempts to continue to interpret in order to re-establish agreement without excluding disagreement. The second misunderstanding in the reception concerns the connection between understanding and interpretation. There is a widespread belief that understanding and interpretation are the same in hermeneutics, and the idea has actually provoked numerous criticisms. Can one really say, however, that understanding and interpretation are synonymous for hermeneutics? Certainly not, and the proof of this would be to read the texts in light of Gadamer's complex reflections on understanding. To this end a third term needs to be considered: translation. Gadamer follows Schleiermacher, who tries to show that non-understanding and misunderstanding are not limited to the interpretation of texts, but jeopardize understanding in all discourse. Point 56 it is precisely on this issue that hermeneutics becomes a universal question. Gadamer's intention is to rediscover the hidden connection between interpretation and understanding. But connection does not mean identification. With his emphasis on understanding, through which he underlines our fundamental linguisticality, Gadamer in no way claims that all understanding is an interpretation, as if we, and this would indeed be a strange and untenable thesis, would actively interpret each moment of our everyday understanding. On the contrary, although he insists on the continuity of understanding, interpretation, and translation, a continuity that is constituted by the thread of non-understanding and misunderstanding that runs through them, he does not neglect their differences, which prove to be quantitative, not qualitative, different degrees of intensity. TM 389, 390/GW1 391. Where understanding occurs, there is not translation or interpretation but speech. TM 386/GW1 388, and understanding a language means to live in it. To understand a language does not involve an interpretive process, it is an accomplishment of life. TM 385/GW1 388. There can be an understanding without interpretation. Indeed, this happens normally in every dialogue. However, since non-understanding and misunderstanding are always lurking in every dialogue, understanding can always be interrupted and requires the between, or inter- of an interpretation, an explicative interpretation. This interpretation is not separate from understanding, but rather the development of the understanding, its conditions of fulfillment, as Heidegger had already suggested in Being and Time, BT 143/SZ 153. Interpretation unfolds in the medium of language and should be understood as a further linguistic articulation of understanding, one that is possible at any time. This is also true in those cases when there is immediate understanding and no explicit interpretation is undertaken. For in these cases, too, interpretation must be possible. But this means that interpretation is contained potentially within the understanding process. It simply makes the understanding explicit. Thus interpretation is not a means through which understanding is achieved, rather, it enters into the content of what is understood. TM 398/GW1 402. An interpretation, which like any performance is a concretion of sense, can be called a success when it too disappears again as an interpretation and preserves its truth in the immediacy of understanding. TM 400/GW1 404. The extreme case of translation is marked by its greater degree of strangeness, which of course also exists in understanding and in interpretation but is unavoidable in translation. Gadamer gives the example of a dialogue in two different languages. In this case the recourse to translation is the self-incapacitation, Selbstentmündigung, of the speakers, who admit to their own incapacitation and are forced to make use of the artificiality of a translation. TM 384/GW1 388. Pushed toward interpretation, of which it is a fulfillment, the translation can be described as highlighting, TM 386/GW 1389. If the interpretation is, however, an explicit development of the understanding, the translation is an explicit, albeit artificial, development. The despair of translation, which might capture the letter but not the spirit of an utterance, would thus stem from the requirement that the translator must convey the unity of viewpoint that a sentence possesses, without however being able to get it right, GR 106/GW 2197. In this very traditional and not very hermeneutic sense, translation understood in a strictly interlinguistic way is not so much an extreme case, but rather a peculiar case and a deviation from the norm of intralinguistic dialogue. Even in his much later works, Gadamer will retain this negative view of translation and treat it as merely an artificial mediation of meaning that can be brought back to life only in dialogue. Translation, and even more the work of simultaneous translation, is merely a vestige of living conversation, even if mediated, split, broken. GW 8348. 9. Play and Dialogue, the Encounter with Wittgenstein. The paradigm of play is taken up again on the penultimate page of Truth and Method, only this time with respect not to art but to language. Language games exist where we, as learners, and when do we cease to be that, rise to the understanding of the world. TM 490/GW 1493. It seems as if Wittgenstein could have written these words. Gadamer himself addresses this surprising convergence in the introduction to the second edition of Truth and Method from 1965, TM 30/GW 2446.57. We should therefore assume that Gadamer read Wittgenstein's principal works, including the Tractatus and the Philosophical Investigations, sometime between 1960 and 1965, perhaps as early as the last months of 1959. At any rate, his 1963 essay on the phenomenological movement contains what are probably Gadamer's most significant comments on Wittgenstein. Above all, in the final part of that essay, the language game is recognized as the common denominator of all the more recent philosophies, especially those that do without an ultimate foundation, after which, for example, Husserl sought, ph 172, 177/GW 3 142-146. This convergence, which reveals itself to be an important encounter up until his last writings, is surprising because Wittgenstein was almost completely unknown in Germany at the beginning of the 1960s. Gadamer appears to have been one of the first to read him productively there. 30 years later, in 1990, he declared, "The name of Wittgenstein is today one of the great names in the philosophy of our century." GW 8343. But what unites and what divides these two philosophers? For Gadamer, the importance of the encounter was evident. He had worked for some time on a phenomenology of play, which had clarified more and more for him the post-metaphysical implications of this concept. The encounter with Wittgenstein strengthened Gadamer in his belief that it is play which puts metaphysics into question. Wittgenstein's position encouraged him to take this paradigm, which he had already applied to art, and extend it to language as a whole, seeing the reciprocity of play especially in the universality of language, or better, in dialogue. RPJ 41, 42/GW 25-6. It was, in other words, Wittgenstein who showed Gadamer a path toward overcoming metaphysics that differed from Heidegger's. The language of metaphysics is, as has been shown, still language. 58 Even petrified concepts reveal as soon as they are integrated into living speech, into the web of language games, and continue to work there the lines of their own overcoming. 59 Gadamer does not find the convergence between himself and Wittgenstein in the Tractatus, which refers all sentences to a propositional logic. Rather, he finds confirmation in the Philosophical Investigations, especially in Wittgenstein's Pragmatics of Language, the new vision of language as public practice and shared action, and in the argument against private language. 60 Precisely because language is always public, it is always communal and necessarily dialogical. The argument against private language is another way of emphasizing the priority of the dialogue, GW 8369, LL 45/GW 8432. For Gadamer, as for Wittgenstein, speaking involves mutual agreement at the middle point of the word, which is what grounds commonality, but this should not be confused with what is universally valid. Even children's games are of such a nature that we cannot go behind their established rules with any kind of superior knowing. Ph 175/GW 3144. This has an explosive impact on the concept of the concept, which, lost in the families of language games, loses its sharp contours, but gains the productivity of indeterminacy. Ph 175/GW 3144. GR 385/GW 10156. Yet despite their proximity, the distance between Wittgenstein and Gadamer should not be overlooked, especially in their different views on the relationship between language and philosophy. For Wittgenstein, philosophy is a critique of language, a form of therapy that would lead to the dissolution of philosophical problems. Point 61. For Gadamer, by contrast, hermeneutics is a listening to language, which in no way leads to a cathartic release from philosophy. The differences between them extend to their reflections on language. Gadamer expresses his doubts about the term use, which points to a much too instrumental view of language for him, and he also writes against the term rule, which seems too reductive in view of the complexity of speaking. Point 62. Gadamer in his later work sees play more and more clearly as the binding element between nonverbal and verbal communication, from the language of animals to the language we use with animals to learning language. When children and adults join together in play, LL 14/GW 8356. Play is already the pre-linguistic dialogue from which the linguistic dialogue proceeds. As the structural relation between play and the dialogue comes into view, the medial character of play, spielen, emerges, which, since it is always a playing with, mit spielen, reveals an activity that borders on passivity. As a consequence, the rigid dichotomy between the subject and the object disappears. The speaker moves beyond his subjectivity by submitting to the interactive play of language, which always already points to the beyond of the other. And he opens himself up to the other's wanting to say, by declining and conjugating himself with the other's word, which thereby becomes communal. Point 63. Here Gadamer distances himself not only from Wittgenstein, but also from Heidegger. For Wittgenstein, the perspectives of the speakers dominate. On the basis of their competence, that is, their operational skills with rules, they can move within the grammar of the game. Speakers play the game, and speaking is part of an activity in which a remnant of subjectivity emerges. Point 64. In Gadamer's view, the speaker's perspective is overcome by the common perspective of the language game. However, this does not result in the hypostasis of language. In this way, Gadamer's position should also be distinguished from Heidegger's, since, for Gadamer, it is not language that speaks, it is rather the speakers. Whereas for Wittgenstein the subject retains mastery, for Heidegger it is language. Gadamer's position between the two reflects the medial character of play, which casts light on the active process, which is nonetheless undergone, of dialogue. 10. The diversity of languages and the future of Europe. For Gadamer, dialogue takes on even broader contours. The dialogue is not only between the I and the you, but also involves a dialogue between languages. The topic of diversity, which is already discussed in Truth and Method in the confrontation with Humboldt, becomes increasingly important for both philosophical and political reflection in Gadamer's later works, where his attention turns more and more to the future of the European oikoumene. The most important text for this issue is the 1990 essay on the diversity of languages and the understanding of the world, GW 339-349. If the story of the Tower of Babel, General 11:4-9, disturbs us even today, it is because we are still seduced by the idea of constructing a unique language in which human hubris could take shape. The Tower of Babel repeats, in a form distorted until it is upside down, the problem of unity and multiplicity. Here, unity is the danger, and multiplicity is its overcoming, GW 340. But what does this tower represent in our contemporary world? Gadamer has no doubts about the answer given by the history of the West: the tower is science. As the product of logic's power of abstraction, it rises up and is strengthened, too, by the language of mathematics, so that it rejects any foundation in common language. Yet a common language does not cease to differentiate itself into a multiplicity of historical, individual languages. Neither rationalization nor bureaucracy in the sense articulated by Max Weber will solve this problem by constructing some empty, mechanical unity. Thus the chimera of an artificial language should give way to the dialogue of languages, which is the only way to discover the value of every individual language, because in each language everything can be said, GW 10270. This insight helps us to resist the temptation to force onto others the world's sediment in our own particular language, as if it were purely and simply the world. Dialogue is the way to preserve diversity in a culturally richer unity. The languages of Europe speak against monological unity and bear witness to the model of a unity articulated in differences. Because of the destinal eccentricity that, from the beginning, has inhabited Europe and pointed it toward dialogue, Europe's oikoumene has been forced to experience, throughout its history, such a unity as always different, differentiated, and accentuated. Precisely at this point Gadamer sees Europe as a true training ground for coexistence, in a confined space, of different peoples, cultures, religions, and denominations, F234/EE31. As a result of the upheavals and traumas that have characterized it for centuries, Europe has the privilege and the task of learning how to respect the other in its otherness, F234/EE30. In The Diversity of Europe, Inheritance and Future, Gadamer writes not only of other people, but also of the other. It is the you who demands to be respected, but it is also the other whom we meet at first as the other, that is, in that otherness which nature, for instance, has for us, F232, 233/EE28-29. What today makes Europe significant, promising, and momentous, is the privilege of respecting others or the other. This frequently disregarded task is imposed upon us now more urgently than ever in its universality. From this Gadamer draws his conviction that the European question is linked to the future of humanity as a whole, F234/EE31.65. To live with an other, to live as the other of the other. For a long time, this has been Europe's task, F234/EE31. It is a matter of both an ethical and a political task, which has been posed to the individual, peoples, and states. In this sense, Europe anticipates the future of the globalized world. And the new Babel, in its productivity, requires that the free spaces of human cohabitation are not only respected but also lived, all the more so where foreignness is most present, GW 343. Gadamer's emphasis on the other, the foreign, and the different does not at all weaken his demand that we build on what we share in common. Even if it is true that we encounter ourselves in the other, and above all in what distinguishes the other from us, nevertheless we should still recognize in and with the other what we have in common, F219/EE 124-125. Above all, Gadamer calls on us to strengthen the web of community and to care for a shared future, EE 135. The question of Europe and its future is tied closely to the question of community, or rather, to the urgency of a new community. This latter point is very complex, because European identity is today more non-identical with itself than ever. But precisely the creative experience of foreignness, which constitutes the heart of Europe's eccentric identity, constitutes one final opportunity. We should begin from Europe's peripheries and margins, which are at the same time places of failure as well as borders where horizons might be opened. The new community that arises against the backdrop of Europe will not be able to invoke an empty, abstract universality. Even for Hegel, the Europeans had concrete universality as their principle and character. Instead, Europe will have to repostulate the difference that is part of the European heritage, that difference that denies self-identity and forces it to shape itself again and again in difference. The heritage of Europe promises, from this new perspective, a future in which the culture of the self, in the plurality of differences, will also become a culture of the other. Yet how does Gadamer understand the European heritage? For him, the European heritage is like a work of art, a successful attempt to unite what is falling apart, a work of art hovering between the dangers of the character of the past and the opening toward utopia. It is the impossible possibility of rebuilding a world in harmony through being with one another, of recreating it in poetry and in art, even among the ruins of the prosaic, EE 65, 74/GW8 208, 213. The reconstruction must occur among these ruins, the ruins of Europe, but especially of Germany. Yet this reconstruction is specifically entrusted to philosophy. Europe's future, according to Gadamer, is intimately bound up with the future of philosophy. Still, the teachers Gadamer recommends are not contemporary philosophers, but instead Plato and Hegel, the poet-philosopher and the Swabian professor who took up the word of philosophy from its European past and gave it a universal resonance, EE 163-165. 11. Paul Celan, Between Poem and Dialogue. For philosophical hermeneutics there is already a place where one can live with the other as the other of the other. That place is poetry. But how would dialogue harmonize with the singularity of poetry? After his encounter with Paul Celan, perhaps the most important poet on his path of thinking, Gadamer came to the idea of the dialogue of the poem. In the slender book from 1967, Who Am I and Who Are You? Gadamer explores Celan's cycle of poems Breath Crystal. Beyond this book, which Heidegger valued even more than truth and method, Gadamer also wrote a number of essays and collected them in 1990 under the title Poem and Dialogue. 66 But Who Am I and Who Are You? Is at the same time the most widely criticized of Gadamer's works. And the criticisms are certainly justified, for the most part, since Gadamer fails to read Celan as part of the Jewish tradition, and he fails to take him for what he was and wanted to be, the poet of the show. Here we should also note that this book, one of the first on Celan, was published in a time when, despite having won the Buchner Prize in 1960 in Germany, Celan was not well known. It is further true that Gadamer chose Celan as his chief witness for hermeneutical dialogue and thus universalized the question asked by Celan's poetry, Who am I and who are you? Gadamer frequently refers to Celan, also in autobiographical contexts. In particular he recalls Celan in order to juxtapose his poetic language with the philosophical language of Hegel, and in this way to examine the relationship between poetry and philosophy, Gr 37, 38/GW2 493. He deals with this topic in the 1977 essay on poetry and philosophy, RB 131, 139/GW8 232-239. According to Gadamer, in their distance from ordinary language one finds the proximity of poetry and philosophy, but such a proximity divides itself into two extremes, the extreme of a word that sublates itself into a concept, in contrast to a word that stands for itself. In ordinary language, which tends to forget itself, the word passes into what is said, or fades away into the unsayable. In poetic language, however, the word stands there in itself, and does not withdraw from the said, RB 107/GW872. With an etymological figure borrowed from Heidegger, Gadamer frequently accentuates the dictation, Diktat, of poetry, Dichtung. 67 The poetic word is all word and, as language in a preeminent sense, must be taken at its word. 68 In order to explain this further, Gadamer introduces a simile from Valery, ordinary language is like small change, whereas poetic language is like a gold coin, whose value corresponds to its imprint. 69. This significance is especially true for lyric poetry, which Gadamer like Hegel prefers above other art forms, GW 858-69. Gadamer sees in Celan's Hermetic poetry an extreme and paradigmatic case in the context of contemporary literature. Celan's poetry is a message in a bottle, a kind of cryptogram. 70 Deciphering, reading, and listening mark the rhythm of the hermeneutic work that aims to give voice to those almost illegible signs. In order to reach its destination, the poetic message must be read, just as a piece of music must be performed. Reading means allowing the text to speak, and so it is also always an interpretive act. 71. For Gadamer, the close proximity between writing poetry, dichten, and interpreting, dichten, now comes to light, GW 8:18-24. To interpret means to put oneself in the service of the poetic text, in order to draw out what the text itself already shows. An interpretation is successful when it retreats and disappears into a new experience of the poem, GC 147/WBI 156. The interpretive word interprets only what the poetic word points to. Thus interpretation is always a pointing to something. Here the interpretive word demonstrates its poetic vocation. Yet the poetic word, to the extent that it points to something, is itself an interpretative word. Writing poetry and interpreting are equally primordial. They are joined in the pointing, dichten, beyond themselves and toward what is other than themselves. Neither the interpreter nor the poet possesses artistic legitimacy. Both are always already exceeded by that which actually is where a poem is. They both pursue a point that points into the open, GW 8:23-24. Celan's poetry is an interpretive act, which is a way of pointing to something and an interpretation of it, because it is a reflection on poetry that is at work within poetry itself. For Celan, poetry is a turn of breath, Atemwend. For Gadamer, it suggests the breath-like transition and reversal between inhalation and exhalation. Where the poem's breath crystal falls like a single snowflake into its pure form, GC 143/WBI 152. The crystal stands still in the breath, which as the life breath belongs to all. It is from here that, in its uniqueness, it is raised to universality. It is not my poem but your incontrovertible witness, because it comes from the language of the you, that dialogical place which, despite its uniqueness, is universal because it is itself the place where language occurs, GC 113/WBI 124. The universality of such witnessing emerges all the more plainly from the dialogue that the poem opens. Gadamer sees the poem as the place where the fundamental question arises, who am I and who are you? The simplest answer is that the I is that of the poet and the you is that of the reader. But for Gadamer this is not at all the case. Although the I is often taken to be the poet, this I is the I form, which encompasses both the I of the poet and anyone's I. 72 The you for its part is the you form, that listens to the word of the I, the privileged dialogue partner of the poetic message, the you of the I, regardless of whether it is directed to the you as absolute other, as lover, or as one's own soul, GC 109/WBI 120. In this way the question who am I and who are you, gains a completely new meaning. To begin with, I and you are neither fundamentally different nor defined once and for all. I and you are interdependent, and are even in a certain sense interchangeable. Your I can enter into my I, and your you can enter into my you. To enter into means here to take on the forms of the I or the you and to recognize oneself in these forms. The poles of the I and the you remain open, and this openness is the invitation that the poem offers to the reader, to join in the dialogue. This invitation is confirmed in the possibility that is offered to the reader to take up, from his or her perspective, the role of the I as well as the role of the you. The I and the you from the dialogue opened by the poem are absolute. The you is the you of the absolute dialogue partner and the I is the absolute I of the poet. The you and I, in their absoluteness, translate the humanity of the I and the you into a universal language. This is how the poet gives voice to the destiny of all. It allows the reader to be the I that the poet is, because the poet is the I who we all are, F81/GW 9366. Both question and answer, of the I to the you and the you to the I, the poetic word is the right word that, sought after desperately, offers protection and dwelling to both. 73 Our basic experience as temporal beings is that everything slips away from us. By contrast, the poetic word in its da, or there-ness, brings the transitory quality of time to a standstill. In the poetic word the nearness, the intimate familiarity is da, there, where we can dwell, where the situation becomes homely. The poetic word, by being there, bears witness to our being. 74. Gadamer addresses in this way the distinction between the poem and the dialogue. Since it does not pass away, the poetic word is, in contrast to the dialogical word, not processual. GW 9 335-346. Our entire being extends and unfolds between these two poles of language, the flow of dialogue and the crystal of poetry. GW 9 338-339. The poetic word, because it prescribes the poetic dictation to the text, is in its crystalline form more fully text than any other word. On the other hand, every spoken word, and this constitutes the priority of writing over speech, is always only an attempt to allow the text of the poetic dictation to speak. Poem and dialogue reveal themselves in this way as extreme opposites. The poem gains existence as literature, the dialogue lives on the pleasure of the moment. GW 9 339. Thanks to the inexhaustibility of their meanings, both are endless, though in different ways. The dialogue is infinite in the word that, in the horizontal endlessness of speaking with one another, asks for further possible answers. The poem is infinite in the assertive word whose meaning is vertically inexhaustible. 75 Even prior to any dialogical process, the poetic word founds community in its universality. The poem is the refrain of the soul, the refrain in which I and you discover that they are the same soul, reaching an agreement, that is, being attuned to the whole song to which the poem is an invitation. 76. The poem proves to be dialogical in its very nature. In response to the question, who am I and who are you, it answers by holding the question open, which allows no final answer. Rather, the question as question constitutes its own answer. GC 26/WBI 39. To ask, who am I and who are you, is a way of being the other of the other. 12 Ritual and the reciprocity of language. To linger in art means to contemplate or to participate, which indicates the close connections between art, festival, and language. In this context, the paradigm of play becomes more and more important in the last phase of Gadamer's philosophy. Play not only illuminates art, festival, and language, but also sheds light on ritual, that phenomenon of human existence which is just as immemorial as it is difficult to grasp. Its multiplicity of forms and relevance, for Gadamer, go far beyond what has previously been recognized. The important essay of 1992, Towards a Phenomenology of Ritual and Language, is dedicated to the discussion of this topic. 77. In this essay Gadamer corrects himself. He admits that his focus to date had been too much on language and too little on the life world, where one encounters action no less than language. This change of direction brings him to the limit of the prelinguistic, the side where the frequently reiterated comparison between animal language and human language takes place. It is difficult to speak of ritual with regard to the behavior of animals and their ways of understanding each other, because nature prescribes animal behavior. As a result, these forms of behavior are natural and specific, they vary according to species. With human beings, by contrast, socially transformed rites vary within the species itself. Rites take different forms in different cultures. Where, then, lies the specific difference? Where is the border between the animal and the human? One could easily offer an answer by accepting again the Kantian distinction between natural conditioning and freedom, or the old dualism of nature and mind. Contrary to the conventional view, Aristotle was not responsible for this. Rather, it is with Aristotle that we should begin anew, and with his definition of the soul as the entelechy of the body. For this reason Gadamer introduces the distinction between being together with, mitsamt, and with one another, miteinander, which is only a logical distinction. Considered ontologically, one is interwoven with the other. LL 24, 34/GW8 407-419. Despite the connection of the preposition with, the distinction lies between these two expressions, between the mere together with and the with one another, which involves reciprocity, mutuality. Nevertheless, this border is fluid and the together with bears the with one another on the basis of its natural determinacy. Human behavior is never free of natural drives, and it is perhaps in the interweaving of the together with and the with one another that one should locate the specificity of humanity. Reduality occurs in the life forms that the together with opens, and only in that sense do they participate in the with one another of language. To put it another way, the ritual belongs to speaking, yet it is not really speaking, but acting. Where speaking crosses into ritual, it becomes action. From this perspective, the particular feature of human language can be better grasped. It comes to light in the shared trait of showing and naming, in the distance of any speaker from what is here and now, and also from oneself, pointing in the direction of a meaning that, if it cannot be proved, is already the opening of a new space for the self and the other. This space is where the community of the world articulates itself. Nonetheless, speaking has a ritualistic character, and thus it participates in rituals. This is shown in polite forms of speech, but also in religious ceremonies or the celebration of a festival where reduality dominates and language more or less defers to ritual. The play space of one's role is limited here, and everyone plays their respective roles. It is thus a matter of play, but one that is different from the play of dialogue. Ritual play, which is always already linguistic, nevertheless takes place in the together with of collectivity, whereas linguistic play, which is always already ritual, occurs by contrast in the with one another of community. The difference is this: together with is the becoming part of a collectivity, and with one another is the invitation to become a speaker in the reciprocal community of dialogue. In regard to this reciprocity, Gadamer turns to Plato's concept of methexis, in order to show what is not only a sharing, but also a participation and co-participation. The reciprocity of language, in which there is neither a first nor a last word, unfolds from a single presuppositionless element. Gadamer calls it, following Plato, the hukanon, that is, the communal word on which and in which the speakers agree in order to renew the dialogue, LL 23/GW8 405.78. The participation plays itself out not only in the infinite play of question and answer, but also in the binding community of language that communalizes and, furthermore, in the universal linguistic constitution of human life. 9. Hermeneutics as philosophy. Philosophy never really finds it necessary to justify its existence, since whoever would contest it is also engaging in the process of reflection that one calls philosophy. IG 171/GW7 223. I didn't dare to use the pretentious word philosophy with respect to myself, and tried to apply it only attributively. GW 10 199. 1. Children and the future of philosophy. What role does philosophy play today? What will be its future? Who is the philosopher in the age of technology? Gadamer was asked these questions more and more frequently, above all in his last years. This was because many saw him as the last philosopher, with whom a great century came to an end. He was conscious of the need to justify philosophy, and answered such questions in numerous essays and interviews. On these occasions he also made clear how hermeneutics should be understood as philosophy. In contrast to others, Gadamer never believed in the end of philosophy. Of course, it is undeniable that the scientific and technological age is deeply anti-philosophical. In the meantime, it has become customary to ask what philosophy is good for. Everywhere we can see that philosophy has fallen into disrepute. We live in an age that would as soon count philosophy among the theological relics of a bygone age, or that suspects nothing so much of having a dependence upon secret or unconscious interests as the ideal of pure theory and of knowledge for the sake of knowledge alone. RAS 139/VZW 110. The passion for philosophy seems only to be an irresponsible flight into a world of fading dreams, RAS 139/VZW 110. In an epoch marked by acceleration, do we still have time for leisurely and unproductive speculation about unsolvable problems? The old prejudices against philosophy have consolidated and intensified since, beginning with Galileo, experimental science based on mathematical methods imposed itself with unprecedented success. The new concept of science not only narrowed philosophy, which for the Greeks was the highest science, but undermined its identity and forced it into permanent self-defense, RAS 6/E15. The systematic philosophical constructions of the last centuries have become merely unsuccessful attempts to reconcile the inheritance of metaphysics with modern science. The rapid demise of the Hegelian empire of absolute spirit only confirms for Gadamer that metaphysics has exhausted itself and that science has moved to the center of human knowledge, RAS 111/VZW 140. The split between science and philosophy appears to have led to mutual exclusion. But what becomes of philosophy then? Should it not adapt to the successful model of rigorous science and disguise itself as theory of science? Philosophy or theory of science? Gadamer formulated this alternative in a 1974 essay. 1. The question primarily concerns science. Despite all of our expectations, science can offer us only an endless process of the investigation of nature, yet no orientation in the world, in a world that has become ever more strange because it has been all too changed by ourselves, RAS 20/VZW 25. The perception of this new alienation does not mean, of course, that philosophy should be relegated to a private sphere. The very limits of science prevent this. It is not only a matter of the will to control every area of life, without however being able to eliminate that strange phenomenon of death. The paradox lies rather in this: on the one hand the authority of science frees us from the responsibility of decision, which now appears objective; on the other hand science itself proves to be incapable of assuming responsibility, because it is unable to give an account of the importance it has gained for human life. It suffices here to think about genetic manipulation or global warming. In the moment when science must justify itself beyond its own procedures, it is already forced to go beyond itself. It is already philosophy, Ibid 162/138, 139. As soon as science, in order to legitimize itself, switches from formalized terminology back to everyday language and its web of language games, science not only shows that it needs a foundation, but it also legitimizes philosophy and the flight into the logoi defended from Plato to Hegel. Surely no one can hold the view the philosophy might regain the role it had in the past, and integrate all of our knowledge into a unified image. Nevertheless, Gadamer was convinced that philosophy should continue to intervene in the work of the sciences, and that it must begin with technically rationalized life. Philosophy should not be brought too close to art. Even if the great authors of the 19th century, it is enough to mention the name of Dostoevsky, assumed a philosophical task for themselves, Ibid 1924. Point 2. Philosophy is not only the expression of life, for it cannot escape the labor of the concept. Even in the age of science we cannot do without philosophy, because it is obviously more than merely a phase of the human journey. Drawing on Kant, Gadamer puts forward the thesis that philosophy is a natural inclination of humans. 3. It does not come and go, it does not reach an end. Philosophy is a characteristic trait that marks humans just as much as the knowledge of death. Philosophy is nothing other than this thought of a beyond, RAS 140/VZW 114. This beyond is already contained in the name of metaphysics. It was Socrates who first pointed in this direction and gave philosophy the meaning it has even today. He brought philosophy to the people and transformed it from the investigation of nature into a restless, untiring dialogue about the knowledge of oneself that is always a not knowing. Precisely this is the value that hermeneutics seeks as philosophy. Since it is a natural inclination, philosophy cannot be a profession. Here lies its weakness, which is however at the same time its strength. What would a professional philosopher look like? It is an illusion to believe that there can be experts who ask questions and who can find the appropriate answers to them. The philosophy professor is not necessarily wiser than others, indeed she is not even necessarily wise. Nothing can protect her from error. What distinguishes her from others is her knowledge of the tradition, which should enable her to formulate more easily the questions everyone wants to ask. Her responsibility consists in this ability and in the influence she can exert as teacher and as model. Point 4 But philosophy is not a specialized form of knowledge, for everyone philosophizes no matter how unconsciously. Even children ask questions about the future, about death, and about happiness. A child is a bit of a philosopher is a bit of a child. 5 This guarantees the future of philosophy. 2 Taking leave of metaphysics. Yet what is the relation between hermeneutics and philosophy's past, particularly metaphysics? The answer to this question is necessary to determine the place of hermeneutics within the constellation of contemporary philosophy. The difficulty, however, is that Gadamer never really clarified this relation. This has given rise to numerous misunderstandings. But a clarification would surely have entailed an explicit distanciation from Heidegger and the question of being. Hermeneutics is not metaphysics, and it does not aim to be. Yet at the same time hermeneutics is not anti-metaphysical, as for example Heidegger's philosophy understands itself. Hermeneutics conceives of itself even less as a post-metaphysical philosophy, for it does not share the worry about the overcoming of metaphysics that has passed from Heidegger to many contemporary philosophies, from Derrida's deconstruction to Rorty's neopragmatism and Vadimo's weak thought. Hence, it would be pointless to look for Gadamer's writings on metaphysics or the question of its overcoming. Point 6 What characterizes the attitude of hermeneutics towards being is its non-metaphysical quality. As with most philosophers after Heidegger, Gadamer speaks of ontology rather than of metaphysics. Truth and method ends with an ontological turn, which takes place following the guiding idea of language. But with this turn, hermeneutics distances itself at the same time from ontology altogether. For ontology is the logos that wants to say what being is. But since being cannot be grasped in an immediate intuition, hermeneutics will understand it, since being is always linguistically mediated, as an infinite process in which per definitionem there can be no last word. With this turn, hermeneutics radicalizes Heidegger's fundamental ontology. There is no being without the understanding of being. If that is so, then ontology must recover itself in hermeneutics, which means at the same time re-establish itself, as if after an illness, but also retreat or revoke itself. To put it differently, ontology necessarily becomes hermeneutics. Hermeneutics draws all the consequences from this and from the outset gives up all metaphysical aspirations. Point 7 Hermeneutics does not ask the question of being because it has already become the question of understanding. Therefore, hermeneutics looks away from being. While it admits that it cannot do anything but understand being, hermeneutics is aware of its ties to understanding and aware of its finitude. 3 The hermeneutics of finitude. It is less a farewell to being than the attention to understanding that drives hermeneutics to the limits of finitude. Finitude always already affects understanding. In this sense, hermeneutics is a philosophy of finitude. By declaring itself to be the heir of phenomenology and the Heideggerian analytic of Dasein, hermeneutics reveals a trait that it has in common with many contemporary philosophies. Since it is conscious of the danger that finitude could now take the place of the absolute, it does not hesitate to recognize itself as finite. In short, a philosophy of finitude brings with it the unavoidable transition to the finitude of philosophy. As a philosophy of finitude, hermeneutics unfolds by trying to understand the forms in which finitude manifests itself. On the other hand, however, it is finitude that defines and determines understanding, that is, the manner of its philosophizing. From this it follows that a philosophy of finitude, which knows itself to be finite, can be nothing other than hermeneutic. Such a radicalization of finitude, which thereby becomes the standard for philosophy, brings forth an equally radical transformation of philosophy. At this point philosophy, which adopts the form and condition of its thinking from the finite, recognizes itself as finite and thus knows that it, without renouncing universality, can only think itself at the limit of its own, inappropriable, finitude. The concept of the limit, of the border and the end, traverses the entirety of hermeneutics and constitutes its guiding thread. 8 Consciousness of the limit. Not so much to have a limit but rather to be a limit is what defines human finitude. 9 As a result, to experience means to perceive the limits of one's own finitude. 10 The limit is perceived as the site where understanding becomes non-understanding, and self-understanding is no exception to this, where interpretation carries the trace of finitude in itself and demands further interpretations, where knowledge never attains the in itself of things, where time withdraws and is no longer available, indeed is even already at the end, where every day we are overwhelmed by sleep and stand constantly menaced by death. There is no experience that can avoid running up against a limit in some way. To live means to experience one limit after another, between the limits of birth and death. In this context, Gadamer cites a fragment by Alcmaeon of Croton: human beings perish because they are not able to join their beginning to their end. 11 The fatefully determined linearity of humans separates them from the perfect circularity of nature, in which the beginning and the end coincide. 12 In light of this transitoriness, the end is not the aim, the conclusion does not bring the achievement of the goal, and finality founders on mortality. Finitude is not completion. Language tells us this, for it is the trace of our finitude, the middle point, the medium or the meson on which we as finite beings depend. But finitude does not mean merely mortality, temporality, and linguisticality. The appeal to finitude in hermeneutics should not be misunderstood and interpreted as a belated version of existentialist positions. It is rather a matter of the questions asked by hermeneutics, not coincidentally, in a world made increasingly uniform by the ever-increasing breakdown of spatial and temporal limits. Paradoxically, it is technology itself that, eager to overcome one limit after another, determines the collision with the limit that enables finitude in all its incomprehensibility to resurface from contemporary amnesia. The illusion of limitlessness only increases our disappointment at the limit, and insufference only makes our suffering more acute. It is hence here that hermeneutics interrogates itself on the limits of finitude, which can no longer be understood as privation. For between Plato and Hegel, reclaiming the infinite. By radically thinking finitude as position and not as privation, hermeneutics reveals its debt to Heidegger. Both Heidegger and Gadamer know that they are the inheritors of pre-Socratic philosophy, in which the finite is valued as perfect and the infinite as imperfect. Already in Christianity, however, the peripety of the finite in the history of thought becomes inescapable. The infinite is the sovereignly perfect absolute, in front of which the finite is destined, for centuries and through unlimited variations, to remain secondary and derivate, at least until Kant, who, pointing to the limits of reason, legitimizes finitude in epistemology. As Heidegger makes clear, the repercussions are also ontological. The limit becomes the condition of unlimited knowledge, the possibility of transcendence itself. Where there is a limit, there is also transcendence. For transcendence is overcoming, what transcends points beyond experience, beyond the limit of the ontic in the direction of the ontological. It is precisely in Kant that Heidegger indicates in finitude the place from which ontology arises. 13 For Heidegger, to think of finitude in a radical way means to think of finitude as the source of a new ontology. Even if human finitude is a daily revelation, it must be seen in its essential primordiality. To put it differently, finitude is bound up with the end, with the being towards death of Dasein. Only when Dasein recognizes that it exists finitely, can it make a decision for the end that is its own most authentic possibility. BT 378/329. Here lies for Heidegger the finite temporality of Dasein, which is only da or there, that is, it exists, because it understands and because each being, insofar as it understands, is enabled to come into being, too, only occurs as such in this finitude. Ontology happens as Dasein. For finite Dasein, to exist means to understand, and to understand means to transcend. Dasein is always a beyond. Yet the beyond does not move toward the infinite, for Heidegger it redefines the finite each and every time. What is, always has a limit, and being as such is always finite. 14 In light of this originary finitude, the infinite is denied. This negation of the infinite raises many problems. For the royal road to finitude that Heidegger opened appears to be a dead end. If finitude is originary, then it has originary consequences for being, which is indeed finite for Heidegger. Nevertheless, this finitude always remains secondary to being. Of course it could at the limit take leave of being. But the difficulty would still remain because finitude would now involve a relation to negated infinity. Will originary finitude not claim to be a new absolute, which gathers into itself also the attributes of the infinite? How can the finite be preserved as finite, without reverting into an infinite? How can a philosophy of finitude do without the infinite? This is the question that Gadamer asks, though not explicitly. The distance between both philosophers here should not be overlooked. For Heidegger the finite negates the infinite, whereas Gadamer recuperates this negated infinite. For hermeneutics the infinite lies in the beyond, since Dasein moves forward in understanding from finitude to finitude in the infinite. It is, therefore, not so much a farewell to being as it is the way indicated by understanding that clarifies the hermeneutic need to interpret finitude in the light of an infinite that is still possible and can therefore never be extinguished. This amounts to an infinitely finite finitude. Most symptomatic of the differences between the two philosophers are their differing attitudes toward finitude, but also toward the final end, the most extreme limit of death. Gadamer's reflections on death take shape in his interpretation of Plato's Phaedo, which goes back to 1973, develop further in the essay on death as a question from 1975, and lead finally to the short work on the experience of death from 1983.15. Gadamer does not share Heidegger's being towards death, because for him there is neither authenticity nor appropriation in the relation with the final end. Death is the unexpected, unforeseeable event, which cannot be appropriated. Death is the incomprehensible par excellence. 16 To think of death would mean to think of one's own no longer being. Accordingly, the human thought of death experiences a defeat, which Gadamer however reverses. The inconceivability of death is the highest triumph of life, GW 4172. No one can think of no longer being. From this there emerges the antinomy of death and thought, which for philosophical hermeneutics already makes the question of death philosophically impossible. Since thought refuses to think its own not being, it transforms not being into a future life. In this way, thought supports life in its continual self-overcoming. The impossibility of thinking the end is subsequently translated into the freedom of thinking the possibility of a beyond. Gadamer here draws on simile, and speaks of the transcendence of life, GW 4168. Whoever lives cannot accept dying. This forgetting of death, which for Heidegger merges with the forgetting of being, is interpreted in hermeneutics by contrast as the necessity of the finite that demands the possibility of the infinite, that is the beyond opened by dialogue even after death. 17 Insofar as it is destined to be an infinite dialogue, it is not surprising that hermeneutics, in its eschatological aspirations, declines itself again in the word and conjugates itself in the dialogue. Precisely at the most extreme limit, hermeneutics speaks of the reciprocal connection of the finite and the infinite. Thinking, revealing the aporia of the finite and the infinite, makes such a connection emerge. If it is true that thinking is finite, then it is just as true that it cannot think its own not being, and so it transforms it into being other, or overcomes it in a beyond, and in this way manifests its vocation to the infinite. Gadamer recuperates the infinite after Heidegger without suppressing finitude. Gadamer finds support for this in Hegel's bad infinity and Plato's indeterminate dyad. 18 Hegel's infinity is the one of consciousness that, in its dialogue with itself, by saying I to itself, is already divided in itself. 19 This inner difference, this self-differentiation of the undifferentiated, is the infinite that self-consciousness shares with life. Despite its finitude, life will always remain infinitely exposed to the question that extends beyond it, just as consciousness that asks about, thinks about, and reflects on itself will always be open in an infinite dialogue. The end in bad infinity is an end that is always beyond and to come. Owing to the negative side that makes this infinity the accomplice of finitude, there is no conclusion, and the dialectic is destined to aporetic openness. Here Hegel draws on Plato and in this light refers the self-differentiation of the undifferentiated to the indeterminate dyad. Hermeneutics asserts its need to hold on to the infinite with the help of Plato's reading of the negative infinite in its connections with not being, that is, with being other. In the same breath in which the not becomes the cipher of difference, the infinite turns out to be the undifferentiated in its undefined self-differentiation. With every differentiation, the is simultaneously expresses the is not. The presence of the identical announces the absence of the different. Is can be said only insofar as is not is also implied, HW 84/GW 3245. The infinite and the finite call forth each other reciprocally, the finite cannot avoid evoking the infinite, and, for its part, the infinite cannot avoid articulating and declining itself in the finite. Being must compromise itself with not being, in order to come into being, to become understandable, and to become sayable in the interweaving of identity and difference, the one and many, the finite and the infinite. Therefore being is not finite, but defined, that is, interwoven with the infinite of not being in the logos. Once again, logos takes on here a paradigmatic importance for Gadamer. By recuperating the infinite in this way, hermeneutics can hold fast to the limit of finitude. But holding fast does not mean coming to a standstill. Hermeneutics is not an asceticism of the limit, TM 99/GW 105.20. Here it follows Kant's gesture, which, to a more conscious reason, indicates the limit that could be transcended. For hermeneutics, conversely, finite and infinite are correlated and should not be grasped statically. 21. At this point, again, Gadamer's distance from Heidegger can be seen. The finitude of hermeneutics must not negate the infinite in order to posit itself, indeed it demands it as the possibility of an impossibility, a beyond. Yet hermeneutics interprets this beyond in a new way, as a being further that is at the same time a being other. 5. Being hermeneutical, on vigilance. In hermeneutics the limit is an inception, because it opens the beyond that is the play-space of the other and with the other. Each encounter with truth is also an encounter with ourselves, whereby encounter means above all to run up against own limits, so that one is forced to go beyond them. It is no coincidence that Gadamer, in order to explain this, repeatedly comes to speak of play. Considered closely, it is play that, traversing hermeneutics, puts metaphysics into play. Even more so, the phenomenology of play presents itself as an alternative to all ontology or to any discourse on being that claims to be final and fundamental. Play is the paradigm for the interpretation of the beyond that characterizes both understanding and life, or indeed, that reveals their reciprocal connection. The seal of finitude is imprinted in the transcendence of play, and to play means not only to elevate, but also to bestow permanence, RB 46/GW 8137. These expressions mean not so much to keep or to hold onto, rather they refer to a movement that goes beyond one's own life. Life is, specifically, not only living further, it is surviving in the sense of a living beyond oneself. For hermeneutics, the beyond is a way of describing human existence that is always an existence at the limit. This means that there is no limit situation, instead the limit itself is the situation of human beings that are Grenzgänger, wanderers on the edge between this side and the other, destined to remain at the boundary, at the mercy of the boundary, S67/GW 4293. But what constitutes the step beyond? Whoever takes part in a game, and does this in order to hold on to existence in its transitoriness, in order to go beyond themselves, lingers in the game. This lingering shows an affinity to theorein, which means to be drawn in, taken in, and captured. 22. The condition of someone who takes part in a game is to be outside themselves. According to the perspective of rationalism, this being outside oneself in contrast to being with oneself has a privative and negative connotation. For hermeneutics, The opposite is the case. To be hermeneutic means to be outside oneself. Culture emerges in this distance from oneself, in the sense of seeing with the eyes of the other. 23 All of the experiences bound up with this are characterized by a devoted attentiveness or an attentive devotion, which ultimately coincide with hermeneutics. This is vigilance, Wachsamkeit, which hermeneutics substitutes for the concept of consciousness in the philosophical tradition. 24 Only if one is attentive and vigilant can one be ready for the step beyond oneself and outside of oneself. This step requires a turning away from oneself, which is also a forgetting of oneself. Paradoxically, the forgetting of oneself means here precisely to be wakeful and vigilant. For only if one can distance oneself from oneself in order to reach out toward the other, does one then become completely enthralled and absorbed by the other, and only then is one really with oneself. To stay by oneself, to withdraw into oneself, means by contrast, no longer being with oneself. Caring about oneself is nothing other than caring for or about the other. A 147/GW 4 183 to 184. The life that closes in on itself and stops at the limit is the kind of life that can go no further beyond itself. To be outside oneself, to tarry with others, is therefore a way of saying that one is alive. The model of full self-presence and of perfect self-transparency, which corresponds to the Greek concept of the nous or the modern concept of ideal subjectivity, reveals its entire eccentricity in hermeneutics. To be in oneself means to be outside oneself, that is, to be in the other. In order to be with oneself, one must be with others and one needs others. The beyond is to be read here as other. Far from being an asceticism at the limit, hermeneutics is a theory of ecstatic absorption in the other. The instance of the beyond translates into the passage beyond the limit and moving toward the other. 6. The limit that is the other. The new conception introduced by hermeneutics, and over against Heidegger, is that of the limit as other. Although it is often repeated that being for Heidegger is always being with, Dasein remains absolutely alone in its thrownness. Here the other is lacking, and the limit proves to be an insurmountable wall. If Dasein goes beyond itself, it is precisely not toward the other, rather it turns toward itself and toward authentic self-appropriation. Gadamer questions this way of grasping the finitude of Dasein as thrownness, because he directs his attention to the other and to the absence of the other. In his essay on subjectivity and intersubjectivity, subject and person, from 1975, he writes, "In any case, Heidegger's answer seemed to me to give short shrift to the phenomenon I was concerned with. It is not only that everyone is in principle limited. What I was concerned with was why I experience my own limitation through the encounter with the other, and why I must always learn to experience anew if I am ever to be in a position to surpass my limits." 25. By encountering the other, one's own finitude becomes perceptible. 26. Only when the limit is perceived and understood as other, and not as one's own limit that can be appropriated, but rather as the limit of the other, which refers and turns toward the other, then the limit is open and becomes the opening point of newer possibilities. In order to clarify this point, Gadamer draws on the myth about the nature of love as it is narrated in Plato's Symposium. 27. According to the myth, humans were originally spherical and therefore perfect. But because of human pride, the gods cut them in half. Since then, everyone has been merely a fragment, a countermark, a symbolon, divided into two out of 128. Here the two of the indeterminate dyad reappear, and point to the infinite concealed in every fragment, despite its finitude. As a fragment, the human being will always remain dependent on the other. This means that finitude is defined by the other, not in the sense that it would be closed and confined by the other, but conversely, in the sense that the other in their infinite being other forces us to transcend our limits. Independent of how she or he is experienced, whether as a stranger, an enemy, or an opponent, it is still the other who pushes us beyond the limit. Even if the limit points to the other, nevertheless the other is not only the limit. He or she is not only the completion, compensation, or other fragment of the symbol. Much more than this, the other is the encounter and the participation in the encounter that overcomes finitude and opens the way to the infinite. 7. The infinite dialogue. Yet what is this infinitude? And how is the question of the infinite connected to the insurmountable finitude of the one who is asking the question? Is there a way of showing philosophy the connection of the finite and the infinite, and in doing so to strengthen it? The hermeneutical way, as Gadamer does not tire of repeating, is the way of language. Point 29. It is surely true that language is the trace of our finitude. If there were not a word that originally discloses finitude, then there would also be no finitude. But this means that language is finite precisely because it is open. The finitude disclosed by the word is that of a middle, such as the opening of a mouth that begins to speak. All of our understanding, our speaking, and our existing lie in this openness, in the midst of the becoming of history and language. It is in the everydayness of the now that both the finitude of every spoken and every understood word, as well as the finitude of the speaker who must rely on the word, are experienced. In this way there arises the unquenched and unquenchable desire for another word, which would give voice each time to what is unsaid and not understood. But this is possible only because the word in its finite presence evokes the absent infinitude of what still remains to be said and what lets itself be said. Point 30. The limit of every word is thus always the beginning of something infinitely new. For every word demands another word in an infinite dialogue. The other is the possibility of overcoming finitude because his or her word, which is received, understood, and repeated, in the mystery of an identity that differs, becomes a communal word. Finitude is overcome in this way, indeed it is already beyond itself in the word of the other, since this word also discloses the access to the infinite of the dialogue. In this sense the other is not only the limit. The transition to the infinite is possible only with the other, in the encounter and during the participation in the encounter. The finite word, which is always shared since it arises from the middle, the shared center, is the opening limit that initiates the free play of the other, with the other, the infinitude of the dialogue. As the Greek term meson suggests, what lies in the center, in the openness of the encounter, is also what is shared with one another. Once again, Gadamer names this point of transition from the finite to the infinite using Plato's term hakonon. In contrast to the technical concept of the unconditioned, which belongs to the logic of mathematical proof, the unconditional feature of Platonic dialectics is the necessary limit to reciprocal understanding. Thus the hakonon is the point at which the speakers agree, in order to begin the infinite play of question and answer, the infinitude of the dialogue, in the reciprocity of their participation. In this moment, in which hermeneutics follows the path of language, it renounces as philosophy any ultimate foundation. For wherever one insists on an ultimate foundation, language must be ignored, and wherever language is admitted, the ultimate foundation must be renounced. How could the claim for an ultimate foundation, the idea of the system, the principle, the founding, the derivation, be brought into harmony with language, in which there is neither a first nor a last word but only reciprocity? The unconditional is here the hakonon, the finite and limited point of encounter of the shared word, which, through reciprocity, opens participation to the infinite of the dialogue. With its dialectical interweaving of the logos, hermeneutics reveals the possibility of the reciprocal participation of the finite and the infinite, with which the one can be read in light of the other. In this logos, this dialogue without end, hermeneutics recognizes itself again and adopts the dialogue as the form of its own philosophizing. Hermeneutics is this infinite dialogue. In this way hermeneutics also defines its position as philosophy. Here, too, it follows a suggestion from Plato. In the myth of the winged chariot narrated in the Phaedrus, finitude and the destiny of the human soul are described. 31 As in the nocturnal ascent of the stars, human souls proceed on winged chariots led by the gods. They continue until the limit of the firmament, until the sight of the beyond where the hyperuranium is disclosed and the true, immutable, perennial forms of being can be contemplated. Whereas the gods give themselves over fully to this vision, the human souls are troubled by it. After having cast a fleeting glance, in the confusion they lose their wings and, separated from the plane of truth, from aletheia, of which they retain only a vague memory, they fall back to earth. In the exile of finitude only a few souls can regain their wings and elevate themselves, even only briefly, to truth. 32 These are the human souls who have chosen and have loved Sophia. The gods, who have stayed behind in the celestial vault and from there continue to gaze on the truth, do not philosophize. With this myth Plato describes the path of philosophy, which is an exclusively human path between heaven and earth. Hermeneutics follows this path, and so situates itself in the middle between the one and the dyad, the finite and the infinite. Although it knows itself as finite, it does not renounce the infinite. It consigns itself to the opening of an aporetic dialectic where, not having said the first word, it also does not claim to say the last. 10. Keeping the dialogue going. One must seek to understand the other, and that means that one has to believe that one could be in the wrong. DD 119/GW 10-130. It would be a poor hermeneuticist who thought he could have, or had to have, the last word. TM 581/GW 2478. 1. When a philosophy becomes koine. Following the publication of Truth and Method, hermeneutics moved quickly into the spotlight on the philosophical scene. Gadamer's work found great resonance, insofar as it was soon recognized as one of the most significant contributions to 20th-century philosophy, which is evinced by the numerous reviews from the 1960s onward. 1. The widespread enthusiasm with which it was received in Europe, as well as in North America, gives a sense of its potential, which extends far beyond the horizon of philosophy. Yet the publication of Truth and Method, which for Gadamer himself was still a work in progress, also marked the beginning of the complex history of the effects of hermeneutics. When put to the test, hermeneutics has consistently shown that, depending on the focus of one's position, it can be understood differently. The success of hermeneutics can largely be attributed to its flexibility, as well as to its readiness to confront even the sharpest critiques and the harshest attacks. Thus all attempts to put the validity of hermeneutics into question, even when they actually identified problematic central points, came to nothing and quickly passed into oblivion. The case of the Italian legal scholar Emilio Betti, 1890–1968, is exemplary. His Allgemeine Theorie der Interpretation, which mainly reviews the development of the discipline until Dilthey, seeks to establish hermeneutics as a normative aesthetic doctrine that would provide rules and principles in order to guarantee the objectivity of method. 2. According to Betti, from philology to historiography, from theology to legal practice, a universally valid interpretation would always be necessary. Betti's polemic against Bultmann and Heidegger arises from this position. Both compromise the objectivity of hermeneutics, since they conceive of understanding as a determination of existence. His vehement attack on Gadamer is simply a consequence of this critique. Betti accuses Gadamer of making prejudice the condition of understanding, and through his theory of application, confusing the objective meaning of texts with their significance for the interpreter. In this way, for Betti, Gadamer misses the actual goal of establishing the meaning of the text in the way in which it was intended by the mens auctoris. Yet for Gadamer this general theory of interpretation would never be able to deliver on what it promises, that is, a hermeneutics that could guarantee positive objectivity. In the foreword to the second edition of Truth and Method from 1965, Gadamer defends his own hermeneutics as a philosophy that seeks to be neither a method nor a reflection on method. The technical question, how should we understand, is always preceded by the philosophical question, how is understanding possible? TMXXVII, 38/GW 2441. The objection raised by Betti was taken up again by the literary critic Erich Donald Hirsch, b. 1928. His work, Validity in Interpretation, represents the first significant confrontation with hermeneutics in the United States. 3. Yet Hirsch narrows the breadth that understanding had acquired for human existence and again reduces it to a methodical process of textual interpretation. According to Hirsch, Philosophical hermeneutics is untenable because it fails to deliver valid objective criteria. For Hirsch, the original meaning, which coincides with the author's intention, must be differentiated from the significance, in other words, from the relation between the original meaning and the multiple meanings derived by the readers. Whereas criticism seeks the text's significance, interpretation should aim for textual meaning. In order to avoid the contradictions that allegedly weaken hermeneutics, which proceed for example from an identity that is not actually an identity and a repetition that is not actually a repetition, one should always presuppose a self-identical textual meaning that varies only according to the situation of the reader. According to Hirsch, this is what Gadamer actually means to say, or should have meant by the concept of Horizontverschmelzung, for beyond the difficulties that Hirsch seems to have had with the new hermeneutic concept of identity, his distance from Gadamer is already marked by his conception of understanding, which for Gadamer is never a subjective relation to a given object but to the history of its effect. In other words, understanding belongs to the being of that which is understood. Tm. XXVIII/GW2 441.5 By forcefully bending circularity into linearity, Hirsch lets himself be led by a concept of truth derived from a realistic epistemology, and, not by chance, he seeks a marriage between hermeneutics and the falsification theory of Karl Popper. In light of the history of effects, however, it must be admitted that today very little remains in the humanities of the search for a method, undertaken by Hirsch and Betti, that could ascertain objective textual meaning. By contrast, the influence of philosophical hermeneutics on literary studies has steadily increased over time. Gadamer's philosophy had already gained considerable significance in the 1960s. After a brief period when it was marginalized by the stronger interest in French structuralism, it was rejuvenated in the 1990s in American departments of comparative literature, in part because of the growing philosophical vocation in the humanities. One of the most interesting results of hermeneutics in this area is represented by the Constance School, which was initiated by Hans Robert Jaws, 1921–97, with his Aesthetics of Reception 6 already in his famous 1967 essay, Literaturgeschichte als Provokation der Literaturwissenschaft, Literary History as a Provocation to Literary Studies. Jaws draws on Gadamer's history of effects in order to formulate the thesis that literary historiography arises from the interaction of text and reader, and should be conceived according to this dialogical model. Point 7 A literary work is, accordingly, not a historical fact but rather an event that requires reception in order to reach its true existence. This new hermeneutic paradigm does not prevent Jaws, however, from raising critical objections against Gadamer, the most important of which involves the concept of the classical eight, and in this way to distinguish his position from Gadamer's. For example, Jaws develops the argument that the text determines our horizon of expectations, and from that point controls the further reading process. For Gadamer, by contrast, the text is limited to giving an impetus, otherwise the text should be considered a transhistorical structure. It is not the text that controls the change of horizon, but the reverse. The event of understanding is the uncontrollable way in which the horizon changes. Wolfgang Isser, 1926–2007, also belongs to the Constance School, and he developed a phenomenology of reading on the basis of the phenomenological aesthetics of Roman Ingarden, 1893–1970. 9 Gadamer's influence on musical studies should also be recognized, in particular on Karl Dahlhaus, 1928–1989, who can be seen as the most important music theorist of the second half of the 20th century. In his numerous writings, Dahlhaus frequently referred to Gadamer and developed many hermeneutic theses with his conception of music. Only the time interval is understood differently by Dahlhaus, since the tunings of the past should become for him a constitutive moment of the performance. Whereas the first critical objections against truth and method came from within, and above all from those who argued for a return to traditional hermeneutics, there were also attacks from without, as for example the one by Hans Albert, b. 1921. In 1968 he published his Traktat über Kritische Vernunft, which directed, in a very questionable way, Popper's falsification theory against hermeneutics, even though Popper himself had directed his work against analytic trends. 10 Albert has recently returned to his polemic, which beyond Gadamer also criticizes Habermas, Heidegger, and all of German thought back to Hegel. 11 Albert accuses hermeneutics of wanting to expand textual analysis as far as knowledge of reality in general, and in this way to bring about a break between science and philosophy, whereby the latter would fall into a dangerous proximity to theology. Without too much difficulty, Gadamer replied that for hermeneutics, too, there is only one logic of scientific investigation, but this is not the main point, since the main issues to consider are selective and epistemological, practical viewpoints that in each case determine the research in advance. A theory of science that neglects these will end in complete irrationalism, precisely for the sake of rationalism. TM 563/GW 3453. Albert's accusation against Gadamer is clearly unjustified, as has been shown by the recent developments in American theory of science, especially those arising from the contextualism of the paradigm theory of Thomas S. Kuhn, 1922-96, who recognized in hermeneutics an important ally against neopositivism. 12. From Protestant theology in the 20th century there arose the new hermeneutics, which was initiated in the 1950s by Ernst Fuchs, 1903-83, and developed further in different ways by Gerhard Ebeling, 1912-2001, Eugen Bieser, B. 1918, Günter Stahel, B. 1922, and Eberhard Jungel, B. 1934. 13 What is characteristic of this movement, which draws on Heidegger as well as the Marburg theology of Bultmann and Barth, is the meaning that the Word of God acquires when it becomes the event of revelation. 14 Truth and method consolidated the theoretical core of this approach and thereby inspired further reflections on language. In any case, the debate around Gadamer's hermeneutics in the theological area remained relatively limited, whether because of the anti-dogmatic potential of hermeneutics or because its religious dimension was hidden for a long time. Philosophical hermeneutics represented a problem more than a possibility for both Protestant and Catholic theology, perhaps because theology still wavers between its metaphysical inheritance and the obsessive fear of relativism. In recent years, however, theology's hermeneutic interest has become more persistent and deeper, as in for example the essays published in 2002 in the comprehensive collection entitled Between the Human and the Divine. 15. Beyond theology and literary studies, hermeneutics has had important consequences not only for the philosophy of law but also for judicial practice, as the works of Franz Wegener, 1908-94, Fritz Rittner, B. 1921, Ronald Dworkin, B. 1931, and Joachim Hruschka, B. 1935, reveal. 16 The relevance of the dialogue model for the relation between legal texts and their interpreters has above all been underlined by Giuseppe Zaccaria, B. 1947. 17 The important consequences of philosophical hermeneutics in the area of historiography should also be mentioned, where Gadamer's privileged interlocutor, Reinhard Koselleck, 1923-2006, applied hermeneutical theses in an original manner. 18 For his part, Gadamer always kept open the debate with the historical school, in particular with Erich Rothacker, 1888-1965, the theorist of conceptual history and the founder of the Archiv für Begriffsgeschichte in Bonn. After Rothacker, the direction of the Archiv went to Gadamer and Joachim Ritter, 1903-74, an important representative of Neo-Aristotelianism. 19 In the course of these debates, philosophical hermeneutics has left clear and numerous traces on the historiography of philosophy, too, especially in Germany. But it is probably impossible to sketch an overview, in just a few strokes, of all the multifaceted developments that have been promoted or inspired by hermeneutics. This counts not only for contemporary philosophy, which has been decisively marked by hermeneutics, but also for the overall cultural life of recent decades, in which hermeneutics continually played a leading role. It is sufficient to mention here the most important debates between philosophical hermeneutics and Habermas's ideology critique, Rorty's neopragmatism, Derrida's deconstruction, and Vadamo's weak thought. The impressive bibliography that has been gathered in the process sheds considerable light on the complex and multilayered phenomenon of this reception. 20 What is remarkable are the numerous Festschriften or collected volumes dedicated to Gadamer's philosophy. Since 2000 alone more than 20 have appeared. The volume published by Hahn for the Library of Living Philosophers in 1997 represents a significant recognition and a kind of official investiture. In addition, however, there are also a number of recently published collections that offer a useful perspective on the many remarkable changes in the history of the effects of hermeneutics. In these, the more traditional themes that were discussed into the 1980s recede into the background, such as the self-understanding of the humanities, the conception of history and the relation to historicism, and all the classical hermeneutic questions about the history of hermeneutics, including its influences on other areas, from literary criticism to sociology. On the one hand, the polemics between hermeneutics and the ideology critique have waned, whereas the debate between hermeneutics and deconstruction, particularly after Derrida's passing, has been taken further and rethought anew. 21 Unchanged is the attention to practical philosophy, which remains, along with aesthetics, an unavoidable theoretical core. But what has gained prominence in recent decades is the reflection on language, the difficult and often misunderstood question of understanding, the relation of hermeneutics to Greek philosophy, the issue of politics and the concept of utopia, the debate with the theory of science, and the problem of the philosophical status of hermeneutics. In the process, Gadamer's interpretations of Plato and Hegel have acquired more visible contours, and while the connection of hermeneutics to phenomenology has been more strongly emphasized, its relation to Heidegger at the same time appears in a new light. An important recent development is the interest that analytic philosophy in North America has shown in hermeneutics. With this, an omission has been corrected on both sides, for both should have reflected on their proximity, starting from the linguistic turn. 22 Thus David C. Hoy emphasized the affinity between Gadamer's hermeneutics and the principle of charity that for Donald Davidson, 1917–2003, guides benevolent interpretation. 23 Whereas the relation between Gadamer and Davidson, but also between Davidson and Heidegger, is the topic of an essay by Jeff Malpass in the collection Gadamer's Century, the attention of analytic philosophers has concentrated above all on the question of understanding. 24 John McDowell, B. 1942, whose relationship to Gadamer's philosophy had already become visible in the 1994 book Mind and World, has also contributed an important recent essay in this context that more clearly emphasizes the connection. 25 The opening of analytic philosophy to hermeneutics proceeds together with the rediscovery of Hegel and the entirety of classical philosophy. 26 It is surely of some importance that analytic philosophy has chosen philosophical hermeneutics, from all of continental philosophy, as its chief interlocutor. Even though it has been criticized repeatedly, and frequently from quite opposite directions, Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics has maintained a dominant position within continental philosophy. Already in an essay from 1985, Vadimo had called hermeneutics in this sense the philosophical koine or common language of recent decades. 27 If the hub around which debates had turned in the 1950s and 1960s was Marxism, and structuralism in the 1970s, in the 1980s the central position had been taken by philosophical hermeneutics. Often the very different currents of European thought flowed together in hermeneutics, which through the increasingly urgent confrontation with analytic philosophy was forced to recognize itself as the new koine. Vadimo's claim, which gave rise to many discussions, clearly testifies to the destiny of hermeneutics. From this destiny, however, it is necessary to emphasize one particular trait. Philosophical hermeneutics has had less a centrifugal than a centripetal impact on contemporary culture. It has exercised a strong power of attraction, rather than radiating out and spreading itself around. But this has also led to persistent backlashes against hermeneutics. 28 Its effects have called forth or inspired positions that could not be characterized as hermeneutic from their original starting points, but perhaps rather from their convergence with Gadamer's original project, a convergence that, however, in the following developments has often proven to be a divergence. It should suffice here to mention the related hermeneutic phenomenology of Paul Ricoeur, 1913 to 2005, point 29. Against this background, of course, the question arises whether a philosophy can ever be a koine, and what constitutes the price that hermeneutics would have to pay for that status. In today's linguistic usage, hermeneutics has certainly become a synonym for continental philosophy. As much as this role of standing for continental philosophy has undoubtedly brought advantages, it has also brought great disadvantages. First and above all, the charge, too often misused and too extreme, of vagueness. Point 30. Hermeneutics has not had nearly as much difficulty with the attacks as with the positive acceptance it has encountered. From the debates with Habermas, Rorty, and Derrida, hermeneutics has gone forward strengthened. 31. By contrast, what has weakened hermeneutics is precisely its expansion to a koine, a kind of common idiom, which can easily be instrumentalized because it has been robbed of nearly all its semantic density, and ultimately comes close to the terminology that Gadamer often equated with metaphysics. From this tendency there has emerged, especially after Gadamer's passing, the clear necessity to reinterpret philosophical hermeneutics. 32. It is not a matter of abandoning the key questions of hermeneutics, but on the contrary, of discovering them anew and strengthening them in their theoretical core. 2. Hermeneutics and the critique of ideology. In a long research article entitled Zur Logik der Sozialwissenschaften published in the 1967 Philosophische Rundschau, Jürgen Habermas took a position on Gadamer's philosophy for the first time. 33. With this article a debate began between hermeneutics and ideology critique, which lasted only a brief while and was heavily marked by the zeitgeist of the late 1960s. Nevertheless, the debate had important consequences for both the critique of ideology and hermeneutics. Gadamer responded with an essay entitled Rhetorik, Hermeneutik und Ideologie Kritik. Metokritische Erörterungen zur Wahrheit und Method. 34. Soon other representatives from both parties entered the discussion, including Albrecht Wellmer, Karl Otto Apel, and Rüdiger Bubner. Habermas developed his position further in the work Der Universalitatsanspruch der Hermeneutik, from 1970, to which Gadamer responded with his replique, 1 year later. 35. Habermas comes from the Frankfurt School but was for a long time in contact with Gadamer, who in 1961 had secured a position for him in Heidelberg as an assistant professor. Habermas's intention was to develop an emancipatory critique of ideology, which had as a point of reference Freudian psychoanalysis and Marxist thought. Against the objectivist positivism that dominates sociology, he seeks a linguistic theoretical foundation for the social sciences. Social action is not organized according to the model of atomistic and causally, interactively effective centers of force, rather, it is carried out according to linguistic schemes that guide the interaction. Habermas finds support in the later Wittgenstein, who succeeded in reaching beyond the phenomenological life world to recognize linguistically constituted life forms articulated in a multiplicity of language games. Insofar as it converges with the practice of language games, social action turns out to be communicative action. 36. Yet for Habermas, who emphasizes the commonalities more than the differences, it is necessary to dissolve the monadic structures of language games in which every actor would otherwise remain imprisoned. Thus the accent must be placed on the connections between the language games, or better, on their translation. 37. With the aim of overcoming the remnants of positivism that he found in Wittgenstein's conception, Habermas appeals to the hermeneutic starting point. In order to tear down the grammatical limits, it is not at all necessary to leave everyday language behind. By for example following the path of Noam Chomsky, it suffices, following Humboldt, to take up Gadamer's teaching. Hermeneutics has shown that language can always transcend itself. In this it discloses the self-reflexive potential of reason. 38. The hermeneutic experience is nothing other than the movement by which reason escapes the coercion of language and, on the other hand, gets articulated as linguistic. Everything that is said can always be said differently, therein lies the universality of reason. By simultaneously reflecting and negating the limits of language, reason asserts itself each time in the act of translation. The limit case of translation between languages shows the kind of reflection that also takes place within the same language, where the horizons are open and the forms are dynamic. Wittgenstein had not seen that the application of rules is also an interpretation, that linguistic spheres are porous to the inner and the outer. Thus he had neglected historicity, which decisively marks translation. As a historical process, translation is not only horizontal but also vertical, because it runs through generations and epochs. Whoever proceeds from the hermeneutic situation of dialogue cannot ignore the openness of language. By reaching back to Gadamer's great critique of the self-understanding of the humanities, which also affects the false consciousness of its practitioners, Habermas ultimately becomes the authority that speaks for the claim of hermeneutics to universality. 39. In light of this basic solidarity, the controversial topics between hermeneutics and the critique of ideology have only a secondary importance, for they refer either to misunderstandings or to insufficiently clarified points. In general, the controversy involves three areas of debate. The first revolves around the concept of tradition, which Gadamer had subjected to critical reflection without presumably finding the proper balance between authority and reason. This goes together with the kind of prejudice that Gadamer's displays toward prejudices and a discrediting of the Enlightenment. Yet even though some of the formulations in Truth and Method may sound excessive, Gadamer never sought to obscure reason. His aim was rather to show that reason, far from being sovereign, is situated in tradition and gets worked out in history. 40 Habermas himself recognizes this when he elaborates, one is tempted to use Gadamer against himself, in order to defend the right of reflection. 41. Further, Habermas accuses hermeneutics of linguistic idealism. 42 This means, according to Habermas, not seeing the outer limits of language, which is everything that cannot be said, as well as the inner limits, namely the web that every language weaves around every speaker. If the first part of this accusation is simply unjustified, the second part by contrast bears considerable weight for the hermeneutic debate. 43 Language is also a medium of domination and social power, runs the thesis by Habermas. 44 Language is, therefore, ideological, because it reflects interests. But this conclusion is reached only thanks to the hermeneutic investigation of the relation between language and speaker, that is, the dialogue whose conflict-laden character Habermas justifiably underlines. With this sharpening of the conflict, hermeneutics is radicalized, it becomes ideology critique without, however, ceasing to be hermeneutics. In order to unmask the power relations at work in language, and thereby to underline the constraining role of consensus, Habermas mobilizes both ideology critique and psychoanalysis. In his third criticism, he questions the dichotomy of truth and method and shows the possibility of a methodical understanding that, behind the back of language, returns to the false individual or social consciousness and, in the name of undistort communicative relations, subjects it to critical reflection. 45 Psychoanalysis and ideology critique become the proof of a methodizing and objectifying understanding in the area of the social sciences. 46 Indeed, Gadamer, in contrast to Ricoeur, does not consider the scientific status of these disciplines and emphasizes rather their openly hermeneutic character. 47 For Gadamer it is important to defend the distinction between truth and method in order to turn against the thesis, which has become widespread in modernity, that there could be no truth outside of method. 48 Nevertheless he also draws attention to another point, the transposition of the psychoanalytic model to social critique. 49 The therapeutic dialogue takes place between a patient who subjects himself to an asymmetrical relationship in order to regain his balance, and a psychoanalyst, who is responsible for this but who is never analyzed to the end. 50 It would therefore be quite dangerous to transpose the schema, which arises through voluntary submission, onto all areas of social life. This would resemble the attempt to turn every speaker into a patient, who is emancipated, either voluntarily or against their will, from the troubles and pressures of communication, and who in this way would be elevated by meta-hermeneutics to a rational and more self-transparent form of consciousness. This questionable transposition, which Habermas however does not insist upon, indicates in any case another more far-reaching and more complex question, whose answer forms the watershed between both philosophers. Whereas the psychoanalytic dialogue is, for Habermas, the extreme case that puts the universality of hermeneutics in question, Gadamer sees only an individual case in it, since it is linguistically performed and thus influenced by a preliminary agreement, in the sense that it proceeds from the play of language that no speaker can escape. 51 Language, according to Gadamer, is the game in which we all play. 52 But agreement does not mean consensus, as was already shown. And understanding means neither accepting necessarily nor approving. This is the equation that Habermas mistakenly employs. To speak a language means to be enmeshed in the web of language, but not held captive. To this extent, language is no ideological prison. If language is seen as a prison, then it becomes an autonomous power over and above the speaker. In the process, the reflexive ability of the speaker is overvalued, who, in order to avoid all forms of blindness, seems to gain an external perspective in which he, according to the model of the Enlightenment, would be emancipated from the rhetorically produced consensus. 53 Philosophical hermeneutics, which lies at the dividing line between the rhetorical and the hermeneutic aspects of linguisticality, raises to consciousness the position of the speaker in relation to language, and thereby opens the path to a reflection made possible by the speculative structure of language. Although in its transcendence it can reveal new and further possibilities, reflection based on language can never reach a complete, idealistic transparency of meaning. 54 This does not exclude, however, that hermeneutics also begins with the agreement of language and then aims for an approval that, according to Apel, should be seen as the regulative ideal of an infinite dialogue. 55 Habermas called this ideal the anticipation of the good life, which is common to all and gets articulated through the play of forces in the dialogue through which the community is constituted. Habermas himself, in the 1980s, will put the basic hermeneutic category of linguistic agreement once again into play, and derives the telos that guides his discourse ethics from this underlying agreement, which unites us before the fact and in the light of which every actually attained agreement can be criticized, grounds the hermeneutic utopia of universal and unlimited dialogue in a commonly inhabited life world. 56 The debate between hermeneutics and ideology critique was not without repercussions. 57 Gadamer will in the future pay more attention to unfolding the critical potential of hermeneutics. To be sure, reflection cannot bring us out of tradition, but tradition, and particularly the one from which the drive to emancipation emerges, needs critical questioning in order to be understood. In an important passage in his Replique, Gadamer writes, "Philosophical hermeneutics thus no longer serves to overcome certain difficulties of understanding, as might occur with texts or in dialogue with other people, but what it strives for is, as Habermas calls it, a critical reflexive knowledge." 58 The agreement that authorizes the continuity of tradition will at the same time legitimize its change. Even revolution is not absolute and hence abstract change, but a kind of confrontation with tradition. Similarly, complete agreement can also be read as revolutionary solidarity. 59. This debate also leaves its mark in Habermas's thought. Clearly, since 1970 psychoanalysis no longer represents the paradigm of a critical theory of society. By contrast, Habermas develops in his Theorie de communicative and Handelns a discourse ethics, which brings to light, under many aspects, the debt he owes to the hermeneutic dialogue. What binds Gadamer and Habermas further to each other, even after their debate, is the concept of solidarity, whereby what is common is made possible in language. It is the thesis of Richard J. Bernstein, B. 1932, that philosophical hermeneutics contains a political critique, confirmed by the role of phronesis or practical wisdom. Bernstein perceives here an influence exercised by ideology critique. 60. Habermas himself insisted on this point in his Laudatio of 1979, which has become known by the title Hans-Georg Gadamer. Die Urbanisierung der Heideggerschen Provinz, the urbanization of the Heideggerian province. 61 Habermas can be credited with having emphasized the emancipatory potential of hermeneutics, which he happens to share with Vattimo, yet he still did not see this potential in its thinking in utopias, principally because he had neglected the role of Plato in hermeneutics. With the authority of a voice that can hardly be contradicted, he had at the same time contributed to putting Gadamer in Heidegger's shadows despite his connection to Hegel and the substantial differences between Heidegger's turn to the mysticism of being and Gadamer's humanism. 62 But in this approach by Habermas there lies a problem that goes beyond Gadamer's hermeneutics and concerns the difficult relation of German philosophy to its history and its identity. 3. Hermeneutics and Neopragmatism. After 1968 Gadamer taught at various American universities. At first his work was far more received by literary scholars, theologians, and legal scholars than in philosophy departments, where analytic philosophy dominated. But Gadamer never sought to avoid the debate with analytic philosophy and was searching there, too, for possible ways to build bridges. 63 The contemporary constellation in the United States seemed entirely favorable for the arrival of hermeneutics. On the one hand, North American thought can look back on a solid tradition of pragmatism, and on the other hand analytic philosophy has been in crisis for a long time. It is thus not surprising that hermeneutics would find its preferred interlocutor in the neopragmatist Richard Rorty, 1931–2007, who was just in the process of stepping down from his position at Princeton University, one of the strongholds of mainstream analytic philosophy. His 1979 book, Philosophy and the Mirror of Nature, confirmed Rorty's departure from analytic philosophy. He declared the era of systematic philosophy at an end and sought to open a new epoch in which philosophy would be a struggle against normalization, that is, it would be hermeneutics. Rorty's argument becomes clearer in light of the numerous common features shared by American pragmatism and continental hermeneutics. Both William James, 1842–1910, and, especially, John Dewey, 1859–1952, begin with the need to overcome the epistemological perspective that has become mired in the modern division between subject and object. By contrast, they promote connections with the life world, in which the self forms itself with others and with the world. Reciprocity becomes the cipher of this new concept of truth. Art plays a significant role for them. As an event that reveals truth, it can far more substantially transform existence than the abstract assertions of truth by science. Pragmatism agrees with hermeneutics that reason must be stripped of its claim to absoluteness. Reason is, for pragmatism too, always concrete and historical. 64. In his renewal of the pragmatic tradition, through which he begins a critique of analytic philosophy, Rorty draws explicitly on Gadamer's hermeneutics. This undeniable proximity is accompanied, however, by a distance between them, which can be explained for the most part on the basis of the American philosopher's background. 65 Yet precisely for this reason Rorty's access to hermeneutics opens the way to new and original developments. According to Rorty, hermeneutics gives a twofold answer to the questions about the future of philosophy. It says no to epistemology and yes to education or self-formation, Bildung. Epistemology, for him, is in a broader sense a kind of foundationalism, since it postulates the necessity of providing an ultimate epistemological basis for philosophy. In a narrower sense it is the normal science, as Kuhn had conceived it, that is, a complex of methods and contents that develop within dominant paradigms. As against such foundationalism, hermeneutics offers a clear alternative. Rorty finds confirmation for this in the critique Gadamer launched against Husserl's concept of ultimate foundation. 66 At the same time, however, hermeneutics is entirely prepared to dialogue with epistemology as normal discourse, and thus to show its ability not only to let various normal discourses interact, but also to open itself to abnormal discourses, that is, to such discourses that are articulated in alternative paradigms and are incommensurable with the dominant paradigm. 67 As normal discourse supposedly needs the abnormal, this latter is always reactive or parasitical. Such a sharp distinction seems to yield more than one difficulty both for hermeneutics and for philosophy in general. For either hermeneutics identifies with abnormal discourse, whereby it would make room for a systematic philosophy involved with normal discourse, or it would admit, in just as dangerous a way, the articulation of a normal discourse, which can however be elevated to a foundational discourse. If hermeneutics renounces an ultimate foundation, this occurs because from the very outset it renounces an understanding based on a pre-given vocabulary that can adequately translate all discourses. For a post-foundationalist philosophy, however, the problem of understanding the multiplicity of paradigms still arises. With this, Rorty touches on a key question for hermeneutics and comes very close to Gadamer's position. Far from being a matter of appropriation and subjugation, understanding rather shows respect for the vocabulary in which the incommensurability of the other is articulated. Understanding as suggested by hermeneutics is, according to Rorty, more like getting acquainted with a person than like following a demonstration. 68. The theme of a dialogue, and dialogue with partners who are different and incommensurable, is developed further on the basis of the hermeneutic concept of Bildung. 69. Rorty translates this complex and multilayered German word not with education, but with edification. Edification for him does not mean the knowledge of what is out there, rather it means to form oneself and others, so that edification should be taken as the reinterpretation of our familiar environment. Accordingly, edification is not necessarily constructive, for edifying discourse is supposed to be abnormal, to take us out of our old selves by the power of strangeness, to aid us in becoming new beings. 70. It would be a mistake, however, to understand edification as a structure erected upon foundations. For edification is for its part dialogue. 71. Although Rorty indicates a way out of epistemology, his answer is not a foundationalist one, since it points to the possibility of leaving the dialogue endlessly open. On this point Gadamer would agree with Rorty and probably also subscribe to his interpretation of Bildung. But he would have doubts about Rorty's way of reading the concept of Wirkungsgeschichtliches Bewusstsein, or effective historical consciousness. Whereas Derrida thought he could sense the residue of a metaphysics of consciousness in this concept, Rorty want to find the basic principle of neopragmatism in it. Gadamer develops his notion of Wirkungsgeschichtliches Bewusstsein, the sort of consciousness of the past which changes us, to characterize an attitude interested not so much in what is out there in the world, or in what happened in history, as in what we can get out of nature and history for our own uses. 72. Obviously, in this way of reading, Wirkungsgeschichtliches Bewusstsein is not oriented toward an interpretation of the past. But under the sign of free self-determination, it decides on the usefulness of the past for the present and the future. Rorty distorts Gadamer's concept not so much because he projects it into the future, but because he introduces the criterion of usefulness, which is of course central to pragmatism, but alien to hermeneutics. Rorty's philosophical project aims at a radical deontologization of hermeneutics that does not coincide with a dismissal of its metaphysical remnants. For him, it is much more a question of turning our gaze away from being and toward language, or better, toward dialogue as the site where a common experience of truth is possible in a non-foundationalist manner. With this emphasis on the post-metaphysical outcome of hermeneutics, Rorty's contribution opens new perspectives for continental philosophy. For hermeneutics and deconstruction. The first meeting between Gadamer and Derrida took place at the Goethe Institute in Paris April 25 to 27, 1981. The aim was a public debate between the main representatives of continental philosophy. But both participants and witnesses were unanimous in speaking of the event as a dialogue between the deaf, and the proceedings published a little later in Germany and France seemed to confirm this impression. 73. Nevertheless, this improbable debate, as Philippe Forget defined it, was epoch-making. The 1989 American edition, entitled Dialogue and Deconstruction, The Gadamer-Derrida Encounter, contains new essays by philosophers from both sides. 74. The legitimate question of the difference between hermeneutics and deconstruction was left open, even after the Paris meeting. Not coincidentally, the debate continued primarily in North America, where the proximity of both philosophical currents led to doubts about whether truly different positions could be identified behind the different labels. 75. The common provenance of hermeneutics and deconstruction is entirely evident in Europe. 76. Both follow the way opened by Heidegger, engage with Hegel, and ceaselessly return, even if on different paths, to Greek philosophy. Their commonalities are also reflected in the themes they share. It is sufficient to think of the significance of art, especially literature and poetry. 77 Nonetheless, hermeneutics and deconstruction represent various philosophical alternatives and demand that this difference be illuminated. Thus the question developed in the North American context in the 1980s has still lost none of its relevance: how hermeneutic is deconstruction and how deconstructive is hermeneutics? Regarding the two protagonists, it seems that the debate at first left deeper traces in Gadamer's thinking, since he accepted Derrida's challenge and changed his positions, or made them more precise, in several essays: Destruction and Deconstruction from 1985, Froromantic, Hermeneutic, Deconstruction from 1987, Deconstruction and Hermeneutic from 1988, and Hermeneutik auf der Spur from 1994.78. In these essays Gadamer clearly expressed how seriously he took the debate and revealed, above all, his esteem for the French philosopher. He recognized in Derrida one of the most important figures he had encountered since the publication of Truth and Method. Back in the 1960s, when I had finished up my own project in philosophical hermeneutics and offered it to the public, I paused to take a look at the world around me. At that time, two important things struck me, in addition to the works of the later Wittgenstein. The first of these was that I met the poet Paul Celan, in whose late works I began to immerse myself. The other was the fact that Derrida's essay, Poesia et Gramme, published in the Festschrift für Beaufret, came into my hands, followed later by the several important books that Derrida published in 1967, which I immediately began to study. GR 377/GW 10149. Derrida for his part only occasionally engaged hermeneutics, and when he did it was especially to emphasize the difference between his deconstruction and hermeneutics. 79 But 1 year after Gadamer's death, on February 15, 2003, Derrida gave a memorial address in Heidelberg entitled Rams, the uninterrupted dialogue between two infinites, the poem from the strange interruption of that time in Paris. Derrida returned to the uninterrupted dialogue, that encounter or clash between two rams, alluding to the thread of the poem that bound them. He welcomed the word dialogue in his vocabulary in order to announce an unexpected interpretation: that improbable debate had been successful, contrary to what most believed, and precisely because of the interruption, which had not been an original misunderstanding, but an epithet that made one hold one's breath, withhold judgment or conclusion. 81 Thus it had left behind a living and provocative trace that promised more than one future. In returning to the uninterrupted dialogue, Derrida renews the topic of interruption, which already arose during the Paris encounter, but which had afterward remained in the shadows. He pointed, even if only indirectly, less to the proverbial opposition between orality and writing and more to the question of understanding, that motif which had guided the debate and which could still illuminate the distance and the nearness between both philosophies. For in the topic of understanding it becomes clear how hermeneutics begins with unity and deconstruction proceeds from difference. When Gadamer held his opening address in Paris, which was published subsequently with the title Text and Interpretation, he seemed most concerned to distinguish himself from French philosophy in general and deconstruction in particular through the conception of the text. GR 156, 191/GW 2330-360. 82 He advocated the need to give voice to the text again, in order to highlight its unity of meaning and to lead it back to the dialogue from which it originally sprang. 83 His unquestionable reversions to the language of metaphysics. Gadamer spoke, for example, of the task of understanding, contributed to the fact that his remarks must have sounded like a provocation to Derrida's ears. Gadamer reached his culmination when he spoke of the goodwill to try to understand one another, and with these words provoked the discussion. GR 174/GW 2343.84. It is not surprising that on the next day Derrida responded with 3 short questions that aimed to call into question the entirety of hermeneutics and converge in a single goal. Behind the efforts of hermeneutics to understand the other, behind its appeal to goodwill, is concealed Nietzsche's will to power 85 already with his first question. Derrida charges hermeneutics with a relapse into metaphysics. The will to understand, which precedes every concrete interaction between speakers, suggests for Derrida the outlines of an ethical axiom that would equate Gadamer's goodwill to understand with Kant's goodwill. Would not the goodwill to understand, which is as axiomatic and unconditioned as the absolute value of Kant's will, amount to a new version of metaphysical subjectivity, which would, following Heidegger's expressed suspicions, amount to a domination of being? With the second question Derrida appeals to psychoanalysis, which is of course a borderline case, but nevertheless paradigmatic for abandoning goodwill and so bears witness to the failure of the living dialogue. Habermas had already recognized a problematic limit in psychoanalysis and expressed his doubts about whether it could be integrated into a general hermeneutics. For his part, Derrida emphasized that psychoanalytic discourse would even explode the broad interpretative context that Gadamer suggested. To this extent it calls for a kind of productive interpretation that would at first require a rupture. Derrida's third, philosophically decisive question turned around this concept of the rupture, or better, the interruption. What came under discussion here was what Gadamer called understanding. One would have to ask, according to Derrida, whether the condition of understanding would be not the limitless readiness for dialogue, the continuous relation to the other, but instead the interruption of rapport, a certain rapport of interruption, the suspending of all mediation. 86 With this the suspicion of deconstruction overtakes the hermeneutic dialogue. Deconstruction seems to offer an alternative view because it prefers the interruption, protects disunity, preserves the difference and the otherness of the other, which cannot be appropriated, as well as the impossibility of understanding. Gadamer responded with an equally brief paper entitled Und Dennoch, Macht de Guten Willens. 87 He lets the contradictions in Derrida's position appear by using the classic argument against the skeptics. I am finding it difficult to understand these questions that have been addressed to me. But I will make an effort, as anyone would do who wants to understand another person or be understood by the other. DD 55/TI 59. However, this effort has nothing to do with metaphysics or with Kant's goodwill. Gadamer would much rather draw on the Platonic Socrates, who explains in the Gorgias that it would be better to be refuted than to refute. 88 This principle, in which hermeneutics recognizes itself again, is however not an ethical instance. Even immoral beings try to understand one another. DD 55/TI 59. Thus it is a matter of a phenomenological position describing the everyday practices of speaking and understanding. Whoever opens their mouth to speak would like to be understood unless he or she wants to hide something. Derrida and Nietzsche do not constitute exceptions, both speak and write in order to be understood. DD 57/TI 61. 89 But this in no way means that non-understanding and misunderstanding could be eliminated. Gadamer agrees with Derrida that there is no unbroken understanding. The psychoanalytic dialogue, which aims to understand not what the speaker wants to say, but what he or she does not want to say, is an extreme manifestation of such a break. Then where does the distance lie between Gadamer and Derrida, if not in the need for the interruption? For hermeneutics the interruption is not something fundamental and originary, because the prelude of language always takes precedence. Thus interruption already writes itself into the constellation of language, it is difference that inscribes this unity. Here hermeneutics shows its proximity to the critique of ideology. 90 A still greater distance from deconstruction is shown in the conception of the rupture. Even where the rupture is more noticeable and the collision more violent, as in the work of art and above all in the poetic text, hermeneutics takes up this collision but does not strengthen it, just as it also does not deepen it. Rather it acts in the reverse way. For hermeneutics the interruption opens the dialogue, but does not close it off. Though it may know that the rupture never heals, that non-understanding is never eliminated, hermeneutics gives itself over to an infinite dialogue. 91 This is, by the way, the position that Gadamer also takes up in the debate with Derrida. 1 year after the encounter in Paris, Gadamer writes, whoever wants me to take deconstruction to heart and insists on difference stands at the beginning of a conversation, not at its end. DD 113/GW2 372. The distance between hermeneutics and deconstruction, in other words, lies not in the goodwill to understand but in understanding itself, in the way in which understanding follows either from the unity of the uninterrupted dialogue or from the difference of the interruption. For Gadamer, one perspective points to the other. After Heidegger's attempt to dismantle the language of metaphysics, there are for Gadamer only two ways, or perhaps one common path, that could still lead into the openness of philosophical experience, the path of hermeneutics, which goes from dialectics back to dialogue, and the path of deconstruction, which in a creature causes the laceration of metaphysics. 92. In his memorial speech, Beliers, Derrida returns to the topic of interruption, which this time refers to a final interruption, the separation of life and death. What will become of the dialogue after death has stamped its seal on it? Will there still be a dialogue after death? The dialogue continues, according to Derrida, and follows the traces in those who survive, who in the future will allow the voice of the dead friend to be heard. The promise and the obligation find their expression in the verse of the poet who brought the two philosophers together, Paul Celan. The world is gone, I must carry you. 93. The topic of death interweaves itself here with the topic of dialogue, but also with the topic of the poem. Two works by Gadamer stand in the background, Poem and Conversation and Who Am I and Who Are You? The death of the other is the world after the end of the world. 94. The surviving one remains alone, robbed of the world of the other, remains in the world outside of the world, responsible alone and thereby determined to carry both the other and his or her world further. As Heidegger had pointed to the nearness of thinking, denken, to thanking, denken, Derrida draws together thinking, penser, and weighing, pieser. In order to think and to weigh, also in the sense of bearing a weight, one must therefore carry within oneself and on oneself. Yet, to carry now no longer has the meaning of to comprise comporter, to include, to comprehend in the self, but rather to carry oneself for bear oneself toward se porter ver the infinite inappropriability of the other, toward the encounter with its absolute transcendence in the very inside of me, that is to say, in me outside of me. 95. It means, above all, to transmit and translate what is untranslatable, what will remain as such, as an irreducible surplus, if that remainder of unreadability will be preserved which hermeneutics has made possible and which makes hermeneutics possible. The obligation of deconstruction consists of carrying hermeneutics, and in the process to perceive what is common to them and to preserve the remainder of the difference. Unity and difference, difference and unity, offer in return the uncanny secret of their elusive reference. Between two infinities, Celan is the tertium dater, more than the point of convergence, a point of new orientation. 5. Hermeneutics or nihilism. The unique history of hermeneutics in Italy began with the translation of Truth and Method, which Gianni Vattimo published in 1972. 96. Gadamer is read, studied, and reviewed, and his thought finds such widespread resonance that it is almost seen as the result of the indigenous philosophical tradition. But more than anywhere else, hermeneutics in Italy essentially becomes the koine of philosophy, with all the advantages and the disadvantages that this brings. It delivers a shared idiom for many and various voices, whereby it becomes difficult in this polyphony to find a common tone in which such vastly different philosophical projects could be harmonized. 97. Hermeneutics fits into a many-sided and eclectic horizon in Italy. Its acceptance has been encouraged by historicism, which since Benedetto Croce, 1866–1952, has deliberately aimed to do justice to the individual and the differentiated character of historical reality. Yet hermeneutics finds a fruitful ground above all in the humanistic tradition, which already with Vico had contributed to a rediscovery of rhetoric. This strong affinity also explains why the phenomenological components of hermeneutics at first remained hidden. The enormous spread of Heidegger's philosophy, which found easy entry within existentialism, led to a certain antagonism toward phenomenology. Heidegger opened the door for Gadamer, so to speak. But we should nevertheless ask how advantageous this was for Gadamer. Heidegger and Gadamer is the formula that gained quick acceptance and became a questionable interpretative cipher for Gadamer's philosophy. A key role in the reception of hermeneutics in Italy was played by Luigi Paresin, 1918–91. Far more influenced by the Christian tradition than by Greek philosophy, Paresin saw in Fichte and Schelling a possible corrective to Hegel, whereas his existentialism brought him much closer to Jaspers than to Heidegger. These features alone make visible the distance separating him from Gadamer. Certainly there is no lack of contact points. In his 1971 work, Verita e Interpretazione, Paresin emphasizes that the original relation to being is necessarily hermeneutic, which appears above all in Art. 98 by highlighting the irreplaceability of the person in order to have access to truth. However, Paresin at the same time emphasizes the strongly personal character of truth. According to him, hermeneutic truth unfolds in an endless series of interpretations that, to be sure, do not reciprocally relativize each other, yet nevertheless cannot claim the absoluteness that remains reserved only for its inexhaustible source. If truth is such, then every interpretative experience turns out to be an experience of freedom. This is the thesis that underlies his posthumous book from 1995, Ontologia della Libertà. 99 His distance from Gadamer becomes clearly visible here. Paresin places the accent on interpreting, which comes about as congeniality, whereas Gadamer accents understanding, which results primarily from a collision. Moreover, the historical character of truth, which for philosophical hermeneutics is irrevocable, is increasingly passed over in silence by Paresin, until it tragically becomes silent in the immemorial that is the source of mythos. Ontological and personal thought, concerned with the question of salvation, declines itself in this source, in a hermeneutics of Christianity as the founding myth of modernity. This obvious difference between Gadamer and Paresin determines the fate of philosophical hermeneutics in Italy, for most of the representatives of hermeneutics come from the Paresin school, and almost all of them rely on him in an unmediated way. Isolated and emblematic is the figure of Valerio Vera, 1928–2001, who, as a student of Paresin, was nevertheless strongly influenced by Gadamer. Already in 1963, Vera wrote a balanced and insightful review of Truth and Method, and at the same time explicitly showed his support. 100 Vera devoted significant essays to philosophical hermeneutics, from the early ones on the question of the consciousness of effective history to the later, in which he compares Gadamer's aesthetics to Kant's and Hegel's and thereby shows how far hermeneutics is from any relativization of truth. Nonetheless, his interpretations, which remain close to the texts and take Plato and Hegel as reference points, have to this day found only limited resonance. The urbanization of the Heideggerian province, which in the meantime has become almost a continent, took place toward the end of the 1970s in a complex context. The renewal of Marxism, which was to be freed from its Enlightenment inheritance as well as from the systematic and closed thinking of Hegel, found a new starting point in Nietzsche's critique of modern subjectivity and in Heidegger's destruction of metaphysics. With the crisis of reason, which the Frankfurt School had warned of for years, the debate began about postmodernity. The protagonist of this debate is Gianni Vattimo, b. 1936, who, as the student of Paresin, Loet, and Gadamer, lastingly influenced the impact of hermeneutics into Italy. He is to be thanked not only for his excellent translation of Truth and Method, but also for the resounding success of this work. 101. Though he was an original interpreter of philosophical hermeneutics, Vattimo also developed his own philosophy, with references primarily to Nietzsche and Heidegger. In the extent to which he, over time, more clearly emphasized his distance from Gadamer's hermeneutics, Vattimo's philosophy emerged as an independent project. After 1983 his philosophy takes the name pensiero debole, or weak thought. Nihilism became his key term. The history of being, which for the Heidegger of being and time had suffered the most extreme transformation into the meon, in other words, the negation into that not being which is the nothing, is welcomed by Vattimo in its decline. Weak thought, which is conscious of this weakening of being, takes it up and sees in nihilism the only path possible for ontology. 102 Embracing this declining being, which, groundless, hermeneutically gives itself in becoming, in the transitory forms of history and language, weak thought in turn plays itself out in an infinite play of interpretations. In light of the identification of being and language, Vadimo reads hermeneutics as the ontology of the decline of being, or as the ontology of actuality if the contemporary age is the age of nihilism. 103 In this way, weak ontology moves in Nietzsche's wake and recognizes itself again in that complete nihilism that determines, after the disappearance of all values, that it no longer possesses the truth, that truth is given only in the infinite perspectival effects of interpretations. The conquest of truth would accordingly be a path leading away from the real as the immediate pressure of the given, the incontrovertible imposition of the in itself. 104 Nietzsche's perspectivism plays a decisive role here and sets in motion a philosophy of interpretation in Vadimo's recuperation of the famous saying, "There are no facts, only interpretations." At the same time, Parison's influence should not be underestimated. This is true both for the breadth of the interpretation and for the meaning that Christianity has in Vadimo's later philosophy. In a hermeneutics that is attentive not so much to the meaning of being but to its history, and is thus prepared to recognize its own event character and its own provenance, Christianity, read in light of the present, reveals itself to be that interpretative event from which hermeneutics itself emerges. The birth of the verbum, which takes the place of the death of God, leads the way to the nihilistic process of the weakening of God's being, that downgrading which initiates the secularization of being. The Christian kenosis is thus for Vadimo the origin and fate of hermeneutics as nihilistic ontology, which in taking up, even promoting, the weakening of God's being retains support only through caritas. This religious outcome should not be misunderstood. Aesthetic experience finds a new voice that was already central in the first phase of Vadimo's thought. 105 In late modernity, for Vadimo, art, recognizing itself in its truth claim as secularized religion, can help religion to free itself of its dogmatic content. But what remains here of Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics? Weak thought is a particular reworking of hermeneutics, but not only that. Here one must guard against confusion. Hermeneutics is not nihilism. It is also important to hold these two terms apart from each other in the future, in order both to do justice to Vadimo's philosophical contribution and to bring clarity to the debate about hermeneutics, which could have further positive effects for the debate between continental and analytic philosophy. As hard as one may try, it is impossible to find the word nihilism in Gadamer's writings. 106 But it is even more important that a hermeneutic ontology represents a kind of contradictionary in adjecto, since hermeneutics has taken leave of ontology as logos, which wants to say what being is. 107 Thus in hermeneutics there is no longer the concern for being, and just as little the thought of overcoming that Vadimo takes from Heidegger. If this absence of being and the concern for being is taken into account, then Gadamer's hermeneutics is nearer to Derrida's deconstruction. And if hermeneutics does not speak of being, then it speaks even less of nothingness. The path of philosophical hermeneutics is in these ways exactly opposite to nihilism and its me-ontology, or the study of non-being. Hermeneutics reads me-on in Plato's sense as uk esti. From the abyss of nothingness, hermeneutics rethinks the being of nothing as being other. The transformation that occurs is from being to alterity. The lack of any tragic accent in hermeneutics is simply further confirmation of this change. Not coincidentally, Vadimo senses in hermeneutics the disappearance of that tragic element which still marked Heidegger's ontology, in a vision of history and language that is all too ironic for him. Hermeneutics leaves behind the negativity of a limit that is nothing and silence, in order to turn to the beyond of the other. In the consciousness of the limit, and in the instance of the beyond, that religious comportment of hermeneutics becomes visible, which Gadamer consistently summarized with the famous title from a discourse of Kierkegaard's, On What is Edifying in the Thought That Against God One is Always Wrong, GR 371/GW 1070. What weak thought undoubtedly does have in common with philosophical hermeneutics is the rejection of the ultimate foundation of philosophy. but the way in which this rejection is conceived again shows an important difference, which goes by the name of Nietzsche. While Vadimo separates hermeneutics from phenomenology, he gives considerable space to Nietzsche's philosophy of interpretation. Accordingly, he conceives of hermeneutics as a philosophy of interpretation. Yet hermeneutics is not a philosophy of interpretation, and hermeneutics has never understood itself as such. This is probably the greatest misunderstanding that still burdens the reception of hermeneutics. 108 The question that Gadamer asks is that of understanding, not the question of interpretation. Understanding is not interpretation, interpretation is rather a borderline case of understanding. 109 Wherever understanding is replaced by interpretation, there Nietzsche's influence makes itself felt. Gadamer stands just as far from Nietzsche as he stands close to Plato and Hegel. How can this distance be explained? Here it is not question of an aversion, but rather of philosophical motivation. Gadamer sees in Nietzsche's hermeneutic radicalism the reverse side of Cartesian metaphysics, since a truth that does not exist, or no longer exists, is still the absolute truth of the fundamentum inconcussum. Measured by the absoluteness of this truth, everything else will appear as mere interpretation and become relativized to a perspective. Here lies the complicity of metaphysics and nihilism, which hermeneutics cannot accept. Correspondingly, it also does not accept the resignation that takes the lack of absolute values and fixed positions as characteristic of our age. To see a collapse of all support in the lack of an ultimate foundation of truth is, rather, the indication of intellectual arrogance, another form of the will to power. 110. But even if it puts metaphysics at stake and rejects the claims of science, which forgets its roots in finitude, hermeneutics does not therefore deliver itself over to the swindle of a perspectivism in which everything is indifferent. Philosophical hermeneutics does not give up on truth. In no way does it abandon every support. For hermeneutics the support is not simply found in the other, in the otherness that cannot be appropriated, but in the being with the other. 6. A hermeneutics of the other, new perspectives. In an essay devoted to Gadamer's philosophy in 2002, Charles Taylor, B. 1931, writes, "The great challenge of this century is that of understanding the other," and he adds that precisely on this issue Gadamer has made a tremendous contribution to 20th century thought. 111 Yet for some decades, the way in which hermeneutics has from the beginning conceived itself as the understanding of the other has been sharply and to some extent vehemently disputed. An important part of the debate in continental philosophy, marked by the thought of difference, has energetically argued for the right of the individual to his or her otherness. Hence otherness has been advanced as an ethical category whose recognition and respect are strongly promoted. But such a focus on alterity is a novum in Western philosophy. As is well known, the difference between the one and the other has been seen by most philosophers as merely accidental, and thus not as important for reflection. In this sense the question of the possibility of the radical otherness of the other has distinguished 20th century thought. 112 On this everyone would probably agree. What is problematic, however, is to determine where and how the question of the other was first raised. Already here opinions would begin to differ. For those who represent the thought of difference, and who above all connect it with more recent French philosophy, the invention of the other has an unquestionable origin, namely, phenomenology. The question of the knowability of the other first arose in the phenomenological investigations of Husserl, who was one of the first philosophers to deal with the topic of intersubjectivity. With this claim, though, other sources are put aside, beginning with the Jewish tradition, which was heavily influenced not only by the philosophers of dialogue, Buber and Rosenzweig, but also by Levinas, if not also by Derrida. What is neglected and forgotten by this view, however, is also the source of hermeneutics, indeed even the hermeneutics of Schleiermacher. Undeniably, hermeneutics raises the question of understanding for the first time in philosophy. As with the question of the other, so the question of understanding had previously had no philosophical relevance. Presumably the one question belongs with the other. In any case hermeneutics unfolds with the guiding question of understanding, which in a discontinuous continuity provides the background in which the question of the otherness of the other becomes unavoidable. Yet hermeneutics still faces the objection that it seeks, in the process of understanding, to reduce the difference of the other to identity. Thus understanding would conceal the destruction of the individual by the universal 113. Even the simple repetition of what one has heard would be, secretly or not according to this view, under pressure to conform. Understanding would basically mean wanting to understand. Unmasked as the last version of the metaphysics of will, the hermeneutic project, in which the attempt to reach understanding would always amount to a consensus and thereby to the reduction of the other to oneself, should be rejected out of hand. The misunderstood understanding of hermeneutics is reduced perhaps violently, to an act of violence. Seen in this way, hermeneutics as the basic tenor of its critics could be summarized would dispense with every ethical dimension. This diametrical opposition between philosophical hermeneutics and the thought of THIRD-WORLDISM, however, seems quite conspicuous and questionable, as if the one would exclude and would have to exclude the other. Such an opposition, which is scarcely motivated by philosophical concerns, can perhaps be explained by the strategic need that forces the thought of THIRD to gain in profile by emphasizing the break with hermeneutics. To this end the philosophical hermeneutics of Gadamer is presented as the last, suspicious version of the old way of thinking. The suspicion is fed by the proximity of philosophical hermeneutics to Plato, Hegel, and not least to Heidegger. But what is decisive is the, more or less conscious, emphatic demand to free oneself from German philosophy, to break with it forever, to a certain extent repress it, and only to save phenomenology from it. Not coincidentally, hermeneutics is accepted in this context only insofar as it can be brought back to its phenomenological roots. In following this strategy several themes are ignored or even passed over in silence, while at the same time the accent is placed upon a few, mostly extrapolated, formulations. These allegedly show that hermeneutic understanding would involve the appropriation of the other, the integration, inclusion, and finally even the very incorporation of what is radically foreign. Animated by the frenzy of understanding, hermeneutics would strive to make the non-understandable understandable, the ungraspable graspable and intelligible. It would simply conquer and overwhelm the foreign, bracket out the different and seek to force it into a consensus or into a pseudo-dialogue. Beyond meaning and understanding, thus reads a chapter in the volume Weil Stimmigkeit der Rede, the Polyphony of Discourse, the last in the 4-volume Studie zur Phänomenologie des Fremden, Studies on the Phenomenology of the Foreign, by Bernhard Waldenfels, B. 1934. In this chapter Waldenfels critically confronts Gadamer's hermeneutics. The fundamental critique he levels against hermeneutics is the foreign allowed to be conquered on the basis of hermeneutics, or is it likely to put hermeneutics itself into question? 114. Following Schleiermacher, Gadamer would consider the overcoming of foreignness as the actual task of hermeneutics. In this overcoming, in this movement from the foreign to one's own, one would have to discern a moderate Hegelianism. Similar to Derrida, Waldenfels thinks he recognizes a will to meaning in the presumed hermeneutic usurping of the foreign. 115. Although he admits that the foreign is more than a moment for hermeneutics that must be overcome, Waldenfels nevertheless aims to bring into effect that anti-hermeneutic counterforce, which would arise from the incursions of the incomprehensible and would as such provoke hermeneutics. Without this counterforce, hermeneutics would circle around itself and, searching for the original form of the dialogue, or for the true dialogue, would simply only validate itself. 116 Against the generally ordered understanding of hermeneutics, which already as a fore-understanding wants to incorporate or eliminate each new claim by the foreign, Waldenfels returns to Levinas's asymmetry, which is meant to interrupt the dialectical tension between the claim and the response. The dialogue begins differently for Levinas than for Gadamer, it does not begin with the common. The much proclaimed dialogue that we are, Waldenfels asserts, comes from the distance of the stranger, whose claim precedes every partnership. 117. It would be doing an injustice not only to Gadamer, however, but also to Schleiermacher to claim that the foreign would be sublated. Waldenfels's view, according to which the incomprehensible is an indissoluble limit that shifts but never lets itself be extinguished, has already been very clearly formulated by Schleiermacher as well as by Humboldt. 118 It is certain, for Schleiermacher, that non-understanding never wants to dissolve itself completely. 119 Perhaps even more clearly, Humboldt emphasizes, thus all understanding is always at the same time non-understanding, all assent in thought and feeling is at the same time a dissent. 120 Since Humboldt and Schleiermacher, who not by chance took a very critical position toward Hegel, understanding has no longer been valued as self-evident, since it is influenced from the outset by non-understanding and misunderstanding. This significant and controversial legacy of the hermeneutic tradition should not be disavowed. Within the phenomenological life world, Gadamer follows the way to language opened by hermeneutics, and it is precisely language that is the watershed that distinguishes his perspective on dialogue from that of Waldenfels. From a hermeneutic standpoint, one can support without hesitation the statement by Levinas, the other remains infinitely transcendent, infinitely foreign. 121 The question for hermeneutics, however, is the question of the foreign. What is meant by the foreign? Is it the original, radical, absolute foreign? The absolute foreign is endangered by the silence that threatens every absolute. It remains inarticulate and inarticulable beyond human language, beyond hermeneutics. It is certainly not the case that hermeneutics undercuts the understanding of the foreign. Rather, it develops its conception of the foreign on the basis of the understanding. Once more, language offers the starting point for this movement. To this extent, the priority for hermeneutics is not the foreign, but the common linguisticality of understanding. The foreign can emerge as such only in relation to what is held in common. The foreign can show itself only on the basis of linguistic unity. Foreignness has duration, relative to this unity. The absolutely foreign cannot be spoken of hermeneutically, since this would have the position of something entirely inadequate. For hermeneutics, the foreign is always relative. It steps forward wherever there is already an access, wherever linguisticality is already common. Foreignness is the difference of the unintelligible that breaks in on what has already been understood and taken as self-evident, in order to initiate the movement of understanding once again. 122 Thus the foreign is discovered in each understanding. The foreign is, however, not an absolute quantity. The foreign is always relatively foreign, and as such it is the unintelligible of the other. The relativity of foreignness, however, is in no way the subjugation of the foreign to understanding. Foreignness is not obtained by understanding, it remains unobtainable in understanding. The charge from those who want to give priority to the foreign as a radical provocation is, therefore, unwarranted. 123 Despite all criticisms, philosophical hermeneutics does appear to open a play space in which the other as feminine, masculine, or neuter can intervene as an unexpected, extraordinary event. 124 As hermeneutics can be brought into a productive dialogue with deconstruction, however, so it can be shaken, provoked, and spurred on by a phenomenological starting point that places the accent on foreignness. The sting of the foreign can drive hermeneutics to be at home in a world it never believed in, to get to know this world further through the other and with the other. 125 It is certain in any case that a future hermeneutics cannot ignore the revised accentuation that has been introduced by the phenomenology of the foreign. The problem for hermeneutics is the return, Rückkehr. As long as hermeneutics remains bound up with Heidegger's legacy, it will hardly be able to escape the temptation to return to the origin and thereby to follow the movement from one's own to the foreign and, through the foreign, to return to one's own. The simple abandonment of the return would, on the other hand, end in the swindle of nihilism. Yet the urbanization of the province enables for hermeneutics an opening to the globalized world, from which the movement toward the other and the return can be thought anew. For hermeneutics, though, the other in their otherness can be recognized only from the starting point of linguistic commonality. Thus it takes its point of departure from the communal. 126 It should not be forgotten that hermeneutics limits itself to describing the everyday practice of speaking and understanding phenomenologically. Hence it is not a question of striving, making an effort, having a task or even a duty in a moral sense. Here at first an ethical and political dimension is lacking. For language is the articulation of our world. Only on the basis of this linguistic community can an ethics and a politics be erected. The commonality between the partners is so very strong that the point is no longer the fact that I think this and you think that, but rather it involves the shared interpretation of the world which makes moral and social solidarity possible. GR 96/GW2 188. Hermeneutics has never campaigned for consensus and reconciliation. The agreement from which all speakers proceed is the harmony of a common language. For speaking is always a coming to agreement. The other is already recognized here, even before every agreement with oneself, each speaker comes to an agreement with the other. Hence, to speak means to articulate the linguistic commonality further and otherwise. That does not prevent language, however, in its always open movement between familiarity and foreignness, understanding and non-understanding, from offering not only the starting point but also the paradigm of an ethics, a politics, or justice, which can be thought on the basis of its hospitable, common, and nevertheless differentiating in-between. This in-between is the space for the other and with the other, the undetermined of hermeneutic truth, and the finite meeting point of common words, which opens participation in the infinitude of the dialogue. Timeline: February 11, 1900. Hans Georg Gadamer is born in Marburg. October 1902. The family moves to Breslau. 1907-18. HGG attends the school zum Heiligen Geist, Holy Ghost. 1918-19. Registered at the University in Breslau. HGG listens to the lectures in philosophy by Richard Honigswald. October 1919. HGG continues his studies at the University of Marburg and attends, among others, lectures on art history, by Richard Hamann, Romance studies, by Ernst Robert Curtius, and philosophy, by Paul Naderp and Nikolai Hartmann. April, September 1921. HGG studies for a semester in Munich, where he hears the name of Heidegger for the first time in a seminar given by Moritz Geiger. May 17, 1922. Completion of the dissertation with Naderp. Title: The Essence of Pleasure According to the Platonic Dialogues. August 1922. HGG falls victim to polio and must spend many months in isolation. April 20, 1923. Marriage to Frida Kratz. April, July 1923. HGG spends the summer semester in Freiburg, where he attends courses taught by Martin Heidegger and meets Edmund Husserl. 1924. First publication, On the Idea of a System in Philosophy. Discussion of the Metaphysics of Knowledge by Nikolai Hartmann. October 1924. Gadamer follows Heidegger and returns to Marburg. 1925-1927. HGG studies classical philology with Paul Friedlander. July 20, 1927. State examinations in classical philology. February 23, 1929. Habilitation in philosophy with Martin Heidegger. Title: Interpretation of Plato's Philebus. July 10-12, 1930. On the invitation of Paul Friedlander, HGG participates in the famous Conference of Classical Philologists in Naumburg, and also meets Werner Jaeger. 1931. The revised version of his habilitation is published by Mener. Title: Plato's Dialectical Ethics. 1933. Hitler seizes power. April 21, 1933. Martin Heidegger becomes rector of the University of Freiburg and officially announces his involvement with National Socialism. 1933-1937. HGG receives a teaching contract for ethics and aesthetics at the University of Marburg. Substitute positions in Kiel and Marburg. January 24, 1934. Lecture on Plato and the Poets for the Society of the Friends of the Humanistic Gymnasium in Marburg, whose chairman was Rudolf Bultmann. June 30, 1934. Rome Putsch. Hitler has the leader of the SA murdered and takes over the position himself. April 1935. The National Socialist League of University Teachers, Bund, rejects Gadamer's application for the title of an unofficial assistant professor. 1936. In the summer semester Gadamer gives the lecture course on art and history, which later becomes the basis of Truth and Method. April 20, 1927. HGG becomes assistant professor of philosophy at the University of Marburg. November 9, 1938. Kristallnacht. The universities in Germany are emptied by the emigration of the Jews. January 1, 1939. HGG becomes associate professor of philosophy at the University of Leipzig. September 1, 1939. Germany attacks Poland. The Second World War begins. May 10, 1940. The Wehrmacht marches into Holland, Belgium, and France. HGG visits Karl Jaspers, who is in Heidelberg under house arrest. June 22, 1941. Hitler orders the attack on the Soviet Union. The mass extermination of the Jews in Europe begins. February 2, 1943. German capitulation in Stalingrad. December 4, 1943. The center of Leipzig is completely destroyed by the Allies' bombing attacks. June 6, 1944. Allied landing in Normandy. HGG hears the news from a woman student. May 8, 1945. Capitulation of Leipzig. January 21, 1946. HGG becomes the rector of the University of Leipzig, which has been reopened by the Russian occupying forces. Rector's speech, on the primordiality of science. October 1, 1948. Resettlement in the Western Zone, where HGG is called to the University of Frankfurt. March 30 to April 9, 1948. Travels to Argentina, where he takes part in the First International Philosophy Congress after the war. HGG meets Löwit and Kuhn again. September 2, 1949. HGG accepts the position as Professor of Philosophy at the University of Heidelberg. June 1950. Moves to Heidelberg. Second marriage begins, to Kate Lake Bush. May 27, 1951. Accepted into the Heidelberg Academy of Sciences. 1953. With Helmut Kuhn, HGG founds the journal Philosophische Rundschau. November 19 to 30, 1957. Lectures in Leuven, on the problem of historical consciousness. 1960. Truth and Method. HGG is elected as the chairman of the General German Society for Philosophy, Allgemeine Deutsche Gesellschaft für Philosophie. 1961. Lecture tour in Italy, Milan and Rome. Meeting with Emilio Betti. February 14, 1968. Retirement. But HGG continues his teaching activities. 1968 to 1988. HGG gives lectures and seminars at several universities in the United States. February 11, 1970. 2-volume Festschrift, Hermeneutik und Dialektik. Debate with Habermas. 1971. Publication of the book Hegel's Dialectic, 5 Hermeneutical Studies. HGG becomes knighted to the order, pour l'Emerite, and wins both the Bundesverdienstkreuzes, the Federal Cross of Merit, and the Reuchlin Prize from the city of Pforzheim. September 1972. Participation in the Céline Colloquium at the Goethe Institute in Paris. 1 year later publishes the book Wer bin ich und wer bist du? Gadamer on Céline, Who Am I and Who Are You, and other essays. December 16, 1976. In response to the death of Martin Heidegger, HGG holds the memorial address in Freiburg, being Spirit, God, which later in 1983 appears in the book Heidegger's Wedge, Heidegger's Ways. June 13, 1979. Hegel Prize from the city of Stuttgart. Jürgen Habermas gives the laudation, Die Urbanisierung der Heideggerschen Provinz, the urbanization of the Heideggerian province. April 25 to 27, 1981. Encounter with Jacques Derrida at the Goethe Institute in Paris. May 2 to 9, 1981. First seminar at the Istituto Italiano per gli Studi Filosofici in Naples, where HGG will return to almost every year until 1997. November 12, 1981. Honorary doctorate at McMaster University in Hamilton, Canada. 1982. Travels to Poland. HGG visits Breslau for the first time since the war. 1985. Publication of the Gesammeltwerke, collected works, begins with the publisher Mohr Siebeck in Tübingen. May 25, 1986. Participation in Meßkirch in the Symposium for the Martin Heidegger Society, HGG remains an honorary member until his death. Lecture, Der Weg Martin Heideggers, The One Way of Martin Heidegger. June 15, 1986. Karl Jaspers Prize. July 1989. First hermeneutics meeting organized in Heidelberg by North American philosophers. November 9, 1989. Fall of the Berlin Wall, which leads to Germany's reunification 1 year later on October 3, 1990. October 20, 1993. First trip to the new German states. Ceremonial address at the University of Leipzig. February 11, 1995. The 10th and final volume of the collected works appears, entitled Hermeneutik im Rückblick, Hermeneutics in Review. Antonio Feltrinelli Prize of the Accademia dei Lincei in Rome. February 12, 1996. Honorary doctorate from the University of Breslau, Wrocław. In the same year HGG receives the honorary doctorate from the University of Leipzig. 1997. In the United States a volume of the Library of Living Philosophers series dedicated to HGG appears. March 27, 1997. Travels to Prague, where HGG receives an honorary doctorate. June 24, 1999. Honorary doctorate from the University of Marburg. February 11, 2000. A celebration in Gadamer's honor is organized by the city of Heidelberg and held at the university. Among the participants are Habermas, Rorty, Thunissen, Vadimo. Publication of HGG's last volume, Hermeneutische Entwurf, Hermeneutic Sketches. His students dedicate 2 Festschriften to HGG, Hermeneutische Wedge, Hermeneutic Ways, published by Mohr Siebeck, and Begegnungen mit Hans-Georg Gadamer, Encounters with Hans-Georg Gadamer, published by Reclam. July 7, 2000. Honorary doctorate from the University of St. Petersburg. March 13, 2002. HGG dies in a university clinic in Heidelberg.